Travels Through France and Italy by Tobias Smollett. Introduction by Thomas Secumi. Many pens have been burnished this year of grace for the purpose of celebrating with befitting honour the second centenary of the birth of Henry Fielding. But it is more than doubtful if, when the right date occurs in March 1921, anything like the same alacrity will be shown to commemorate one who was for many years, and by such judges as Scott, Hazlitt and Charles Dickens, considered Fielding's complement and absolute co-equal, to say the least, in literary achievement. Smollett's fame, indeed, seems to have fallen upon an unprosperous curve. The coarseness of his fortunate rival is condoned, while his is condemned without appeal. Smollett's value is assessed without discrimination at that of his least worthy productions, and the historical value of his work as a prime modeler of all kinds of new literary material is overlooked. Consider for a moment as not wholly unworthy of attention his mere versatility as a man of letters. Apart from Roderick Random and its successors, which gave him a European fame, he wrote a standard history and a standard version of Don Quixote, both of which held their ground against all comers for over a century. He created both satirical and romantic types. He wrote 2 fine-spirited lyrics and launched the best review and most popular magazine of his day. He was the center of a literary group, the founder to some extent of a school of professional writers, of which strange and novel class, after the great Cam of literature, as he called Dr. Johnson, he affords one of the first satisfactory specimens upon a fairly large scale. He is, indeed, a more satisfactory, because a more independent, example of the new species than the great Cam himself. The late Professor Beljaime has shown us how the milieu was created in which, with no subvention, whether from a patron, a theatre, a political paymaster, a prosperous newspaper, or a fashionable subscription list, an independent writer of the mid-18th century, provided that he was competent, could begin to extort something more than a bare subsistence from the reluctant coffers of the London booksellers. For the purpose of such a demonstration, no better illustration could possibly be found, I think, than the career of Dr. Tobias Smollett. And yet, curiously enough, in the collection of critical monographs, so well known under the generic title of English Men of Letters, a series, by the way, which includes Nathaniel Hawthorne and Maria Edgeworth, no room or place has hitherto been found for Smollett any more than for Ben Jonson, both of them, surely, considerable men of letters in the very strictest and most representative sense of the term. Both Jonson and Smollett were to an unusual extent centres of the literary life of their time, and if the great Ben had his tribe of imitators and adulators, Dr. Toby also had his clan of subauthors, delineated for us by a master hand in the pages of Humphrey Clinker. To make Fielding the centrepiece of a group reflecting the literature of his day would be an artistic impossibility. It would be perfectly easy in the case of Smollett, who was described by critics from afar as a colossus bestriding the summit of the contemporary Parnassus. Whatever there may be of truth in these observations upon the eclipse of a once magical name, applies with double force to that one of all Smollett's books which has sunk farthest in popular disesteem. Modern editors have gone to the length of excommunicating Smollett's travels altogether from the fellowship of his collective works. Critic has followed critic in denouncing the book as that of a splenetic invalid. And yet it is a book for which all English readers have cause to be grateful, not only as a document on Smollett and his times, not only as being in a sense the raison d'etre of the sentimental journey, and the precursor in a very special sense of Humphrey Clinker, but also as being intrinsically an uncommonly readable book, and even, I venture to assert, in many respects one of Smollett's best. Portions of the work exhibit literary quality of a high order. As a whole it represents a valuable because a rather uncommon view, and as a literary record of travel it is distinguished by a very exceptional veracity. I am not prepared to define the differentia of a really first-rate book of travel. Sympathy is important, but not indispensable, or Smollett would be ruled out of court at once. Scientific knowledge, keen observation, or intuitive power of discrimination go far. To enlist our curiosity or enthusiasm, or to excite our wonder, are even stronger recommendations. Charm of personal manner, power of will, anthropological interest, self-effacement in view of some great object soul, these qualities have made travel books live. One knows pretty nearly the books that one is prepared to reread in this department of literature. Marco Polo, Herodotus, a few sections in Hakluyt, Dampier and Defoe, the early travellers in Palestine, Commodore Byron's Travels, Curzon and Lane, Doughty's Arabia Deserta, Mungo Park, Dubois, Livingstone's Missionary Travels, something of borrow fact or fable, Hudson and Cunningham, Graham, Bent, Bates and Wallis, the crossing of Greenland, Eothen, the meanderings of Modestin, the path to Rome, and all or almost all of E.F. Knight. I have run through most of them at one breath, and the sum total would not bend a moderately stout bookshelf. How many high-sounding works, on the other hand, are already worse than dead, or, should we say, better dead? The case of Smollett's Travels, there is good reason to hope, is only one of suspended animation. To come to surer ground, it is a fact worth noting that each of the four great prose masters of the third quarter of the 18th century tried his hand at a personal record of travel. Fielding came first in 1754 with his Journal of a Voyage to Lisbon. 12 years later was published Smollett's Travels through France and Italy. Then, in 1768, Sterne's Sentimental Journey, followed in 1775 by Johnson's Journey to the Hebrides. Each of the four in which, beneath the apparel of the man of letters, we can discern respectively the characteristics of police magistrate, surgeon, confessor, and moralist, enjoyed a fair amount of popularity in its day. Fielding's journal had perhaps the least immediate success of the four. Sterne's Journey unquestionably had the most. The tenant of Shandy Hall, as was customary in the first heyday of Anglomania, went to Paris to ratify his successes, and the resounding triumph of his naughtiness there, by a reflex action, secured the vote of London. Posterity has fully sanctioned this particular judicium paridis. The Sentimental Journey is a book sui generis, and in the reliable kind of popularity, which takes concrete form in successive reprints, it has far eclipsed its 18th-century rivals. The fine literary aroma which pervades every line of this small masterpiece is not the predominant characteristic of the great Cam's journey. Nevertheless, and in spite of the malignity of the Ossianic press, it fully justified the assumption of the booksellers that it would prove a sound book. It is full of sensible observations, and is written in Johnson's most scholarly, balanced, and dignified style. Few can read it without a sense of being repaid, if only by the portentous sentence in which the author celebrates his arrival at the shores of Loch Ness, where he reposes upon a bank such as a writer of romance might have delighted to feign, and reflects that a uniformity of barrenness can afford very little amusement to the traveller, that it is easy to sit at home and conceive rocks and heath and waterfalls, and that these journeys are useless labours which neither impregnate the imagination nor enlarge the understanding. Fielding's contribution to geography has far less solidity and importance, but it discovers to not a few readers an unfeigned charm that is not to be found in the pages of either Sterne or Johnson. A thoughtless fragment suffices to show the writer in his true colours as one of the most delightful fellows in our literature, and to convey just unmistakably to all good men and true the rare and priceless sense of human fellowship. There remain the Travels through France and Italy by T. Smollett, 1500, and though these may not exhibit the marmoreal glamour of Johnson, or the intimate fascination of Fielding, or the essential literary quality which permeates the subtle dialogue and artful vignette of Sterne, yet I shall endeavour to show, not without some hope of success among the fair-minded, that the Travels before us are fully deserving of a place, and that not the least significant in the quartet. The temporary eclipse of their fame I attribute, first to the studious depreciation of Sterne and Walpole, and secondly to a refinement of snobbishness on the part of the travelling crowd, who have an uneasy consciousness that to listen to common sense, such as Smollett's in matters of connoisseurship, is tantamount to confessing oneself a Galilean of the outermost court. In this connection, too, the itinerant divine gave the travelling doctor a very nasty fall. Meeting the latter at Turin, just as Smollett was about to turn his face homewards, in March 1765, Sterne wrote of him in the famous Journey of 1768 thus: "The learned Smelfungus travelled from Boulogne to Paris, from Paris to Rome, and so on, but he set out with the spleen and jaundice, and every object he passed by was discoloured or distorted. He wrote an account of them, but 'twas nothing but the account of his miserable feelings. I met Smelfungus," he wrote later on, "in the grand portico of the Pantheon, was just coming out of it. 'Tis nothing but a huge cockpit," said he. "I wish you had said nothing worse of the Venus de Medici," replied Eifer in passing through Florence. "I had heard he had fallen foul upon the goddess, and used her worse than a common strumpet, without the least provocation in nature." I popped upon Smellfungus again at Turin in his return home, and a sad tale of sorrowful adventures had he to tell, wherein he spoke of moving accidents by flood and field, and of the cannibals which each other eat, the anthropophagi. He had been flayed alive and bedevilled and used worse than St. Bartholomew at every stage he had come at. I will tell it, cried Smellfungus to the world. You had better tell it, said I to your physician. To counteract the ill effects of spleen and jaundice, and exhibit the spirit of genteel humour and universal benevolence in which a man of sensibility encountered the discomforts of the road, the incorrigible Parson Lawrence brought out his own sentimental journey. Another effect of Smollett's book was to whet his own appetite for recording the adventures of the open road, so that but for travels through France and Italy we might have had neither a sentimental journey nor a Humphrey Clinker. If all the admirers of these two books would but bestir themselves and look into the matter, I am sure that Sterne's only too clever assault would be relegated to its proper place, and assessed at its right value as a mere boutade. The borrowed contempt of Horace Walpole and the coterie of superficial dilettanti, from which Smollett's book has somehow never wholly recovered, could then easily be outflanked, and the travels might well be in reasonable expectation of coming by their own again. Roman 2. In the meantime, let us look a little more closely into the special and somewhat exceptional conditions under which the travel letters of Smollett were produced. Smollett, as we have seen, was one of the first professional men of all work in letters upon a considerable scale, who subsisted entirely upon the earnings of his own pen. He had no extraneous means of support. He had neither patron, pension, property, nor endowment inherited or acquired. Yet he took upon himself the burden of a large establishment. He spent money freely, and he prided himself upon the fact that he, Tobias Smollett, who came up to London without a stiver in his pocket, was in 10 years' time in a position to enact the part of patron upon a considerable scale to the crowd of inferior denizens of Grub Street. Like most people whose social ambitions are in advance of their time, Smollett suffered considerably on account of these novel aspirations of his. In the present day, he would have had his motor car and his house on Hindhead, a seat in Parliament, and a brief from the nation to boot as a member for humanity. Voltaire was the only figure in the 18th century even to approach such a flattering position, and he was for many years a refugee from his own land. Smollett was energetic and ambitious enough to start in rather a grand way, with a large house, a carriage, manservants, and the rest. His wife was a fine lady, a Creole beauty who had a small dot of her own. But on the other hand, her income was very precarious, and she herself somewhat of a silly and an incapable in the eyes of Smollett's old Scotch friends. But to maintain such a position to keep the bailiffs from the door from year's end to year's end was a truly Herculean task in days when a newspaper rate of remuneration or a well-wearing copyright did not so much as exist, and when reviews sweated their writers at the rate of a guinea per sheet of 32 pages. Smollett was continually having recourse to loans. He produced the 8 or 6 or 700 a year he required by sheer hard writing, turning out his History of England, his Voltaire, and his Universal History by means of long spells of almost incessant labour at ruinous cost to his health. On the top of all this cruel compiling, he undertook to run a review, the Critical, a magazine, the British, and a weekly political organ, the Briton. A charge of defamation for a paragraph in the nature of what would now be considered a very mild and pertinent piece of public criticism against a faineant admiral led to imprisonment in the King's Bench prison, plus a fine of 100. Then came a quarrel with an old friend, Wilkes, not the least vexatious result of that forlorn championship of Bute's government in the Briton. And finally, in part obviously, as a consequence of all this nervous breakdown, a succession of severe catarrhs, premonitory in his case of consumption, the serious illness of the wife he adored, and the death of his darling, the little boss of former years, now on the verge of womanhood. To a man of his extraordinarily strong affections, such a series of ills was too overwhelming. He resolved to break up his establishment at Chelsea, and to seek a remedy in flight from present evils to a foreign residence. Dickens went to hibernate on the Riviera upon a somewhat similar pretext, though fortunately without the same cause, as far as his health was concerned. Now note another very characteristic feature of these travel letters. Smollett went abroad not for pleasure, but virtually of necessity. Not only were circumstances at home proving rather too much for him, but also, like Stevenson, he was specifically ordered south by his physicians, and he went with the deliberate intention of making as much money as possible out of his travel papers. In his case, he wrote long letters on the spot to his medical and other friends at home. When he got back in the summer of 1765, one of his first cares was to put the letters together. It had always been his intention carefully to revise them for the press. But when he got back to London, he found so many other tasks awaiting him that were so far more pressing, that this part of his purpose was but very imperfectly carried out. The letters appeared pretty much as he wrote them. Their social and documentary value is thereby considerably enhanced, for they were nearly all written close down to the facts. The original intention had been to go to Montpellier, which was still, I suppose, the most popular health resort in southern Europe. The peace of 1763 opened the way, and this brings us to another feature of distinction in regard to Smollett's travels. Typical Briton, perfervid Protestant of Britain's most Protestant period, and insular in rage though he doubtless was, Smollett had knocked about the world a good deal, and had also seen something of the continent of Europe. He was not prepared to see everything couleur de rose now. His was quite unlike the frame of mind of the ordinary holiday-seeker, who, partly from a voluntary optimism, and partly from the change of food and habit, the exhilaration caused by novel surroundings, and timidity at the unaccustomed sounds he hears in his ears, is determined to be pleased with everything. Very temperamental was Smollett, and his frame of mind at the time was that of one determined to be pleased with nothing. We know little enough about Smollett in time. Only the other day I learned that the majority of so-called Smollett portraits are not presentments of the novelist at all, but ingeniously altered plates of George Washington. An interesting confirmation of this is to be found in the recently published letters of Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp to Robert Chambers. Smollett wore black clothes, a tall man and extremely handsome. No picture of him is known to be extant that have been foisted on the public, as such his relations disclaimed this I know from my Aunt Mrs. Smollett, who was the wife of his nephew, and resided with him at Bath. But one thing we do know, and in these same letters, if confirmation had been needed, we observe the statement repeated, namely, that Smollett was very peevish. A sardonic, satirical, and indeed decidedly gloomy mood or temper had become so habitual in him as to transform the man. Originally gay and debonair, his native character had been so overlaid that, when he first returned to Scotland in 1755, his own mother could not recognize him until he gave over glooming and put on his old bright smile. A pleasant story of the doctor's mother is given in the same letters to R. Chambers. She is described as an ill-natured-looking woman with a high nose, but not a bad temper, and very fond of the cards. One evening an Edinburgh Bailey who was a tallow chandler paid her a visit. "Come awa, Bailey," said she, "and tak a trick at the cards." "Troth, madam, I hae nae siller. Then let us play for a pound of candles." His was certainly a nervous, irritable, and rather censorious temper. Like Mr. Brattle in The Vicar of Bullhampton, he was thinking always of the evil things that had been done to him. With the pawky and philosophically Scots of his own day, Robertson, Hume, Adam Smith, and Jupiter Carlyle, he had little in common, but with the sour and mistrustful James Mill or the cross and querulous Carlyle of a later date he had, it seems to me, a good deal. What, however, we attribute in their case to bile or liver, a consecrated usage prescribes that we must, in the case of Smollett, accredit more particularly to the spleen. Whether dyspeptic or splenetic, this was not the sort of man to see things through a veil of pleasant self-generated illusion. He felt under no obligation whatever to regard the grand tour as a privilege of social distinction, or its discomforts as things to be discreetly ignored in relating his experience to the stay-at-home public. He was not the sort of man that the tourist agencies of today would select to frame their advertisements. As an advocatus diaboli on the subject of travel, he would have done well enough. And yet we must not infer that the magic of travel is altogether eliminated from his pages. This is by no means the case. Witness his intense enthusiasm at Nimes, on sight of the Mason Carry or the Pont du Gard, the passage describing his entry into the Eternal City. Ours was the road by which so many heroes returned with conquest to their country, by which so many kings were led captive to Rome, and by which the ambassadors of so many kingdoms and states approached the seat of empire to deprecate the wrath, to solicit the friendship, or sue for the protection of the Roman people, or the enviable account of the alfresco meals which the party discussed in their coach, as described in Letter 8. As to whether Smollett and his party of 5 were exceptionally unfortunate in their road-faring experiences, must be left an open question at the tribunal of public opinion. In cold blood, in one of his later letters, he summarized his continental experience after this wise: inns cold, damp, dark, dismal, dirty, landlords equally disobliging and rapacious, servants awkward, sluttish, and slothful, postilions lazy, lounging, greedy, and impertinent. With this last class of delinquents, after much experience, he was bound to admit the following dilemma: if you chide them for lingering, they will contrive to delay you the longer. If you chastise them with sword, cane, cudgel, or horsewhip, he defines the correctives, you may perceive, but leaves the expletives to our imagination. They will either disappear entirely, and leave you without resource, or they will find means to take vengeance by overturning your carriage. The only course remaining would be to allow oneself to become the dupe of imposition, by tipping the postilions an amount slightly in excess of the authorized gratification. He admits that in England once, between the Devizes and Bristol, he found this plan productive of the happiest results. It was unfortunate that, upon this occasion, the lack of means or slenderness of margin for incidental expenses should have debarred him from having recourse to a similar expedient. For threepence a post more, as Smollett himself avows, he would probably have performed the journey with much greater pleasure and satisfaction. But the situation is instructive. It reveals to us the disadvantage under which the novelist was continually labouring, that of appearing to travel as an English milord en grand seigneur, and yet having at every point to do it on the cheap. He avoided the common conveyance or diligence, and insisted on travelling post and in a berlin, but he could not bring himself to exceed the 5 sous pourboire for the postilions. He would have meat upon maigre days, yet objected to paying double for it. He held aloof from the 30 sous table d'hôte, and would have been content to pay 3 francs a head for a dinner apart, but his worst passions were roused when he was asked to pay not 3, but 4. Now Smollett himself was acutely conscious of the false position. He was by nature anything but a curmudgeon. On the contrary, he was, if I interpret him at all aright, a high-minded, open-hearted, generous type of man. Like a majority, perhaps, of the really open-handed, he shared one trait with the close-fisted, and even with the very mean rich. He would rather give away a crown than be cheated of a farthing. Smollett himself had little of the traditional Scottish thriftiness about him, but the people among whom he was going, Languedocians and Ligurians, were notorious for their nearness in money matters. The result of all this could hardly fail to exacerbate Smollett's mood, and to aggravate the testiness which was due primarily to the bitterness of his struggle with the world, and, secondarily, to the complaints which that struggle engendered. One capital consequence, however, and one which specially concerns us, was that we get this unrivalled picture of the seamy side of foreign traveller side, rarely presented with anything like Smollett's skill, to the student of the grand siècle of the Grand Tour. The rubs, the rods, the crosses of the road could, in fact, hardly be presented to us more graphically or magisterially than they are in some of these chapters. Like Prior, Fielding, Shenstone, and Dickens, Smollett was a connoisseur in inns and innkeepers. He knew good food and he knew good value, and he had a mighty keen eye for a rogue. There may, it is true, have been something in his manner which provoked them to exhibit their worst side to him. It is a common fate with angry men. The trials to which he was subjected were momentarily very severe, but, as we shall see in the event, they proved a highly salutary discipline to him. To sum up, then, Smollett's travels were written hastily and vigorously by an expert man of letters. They were written ad vivum, as it were, not from worked-up notes or embellished recollections. They were written expressly for money down. They were written rather en noir than couleur de rose by an experienced, and we might almost perhaps say, a disillusioned traveller, and not by a naïf or a niais. The statement that they were to a certain extent the work of an invalid is, of course, true and explains much. The majority of his correspondents were of the medical profession, all of them were members of a group with whom he was very intimate, and the letters were by his special direction to be passed round among them. We do not know precisely who all these correspondents of Smollett were, but most of them were evidently doctors, and among them, without a doubt, John Armstrong, William Hunter, George Macaulay, and above all John Moore, himself an authority on European travel, governor on the grand tour of the Duke of Hamilton, son of the beautiful Duchess, author of Zelluco, and father of the famous soldier. Smollett's old chum, Dr. W. Smellie, died 5th March 1763. In the circumstances, bearing in mind that it was his original intention to prune the letters considerably before publication, it was only natural that he should say a good deal about the state of his health. His letters would have been unsatisfying to these good people had he not referred frequently, and at some length to his spirits, and to his symptoms, an improvement in which was the primary object of his journey and his 2 years' sojourn in the South. Readers who linger over the diary of Fielding's dropsy and Mrs. Fielding's toothache are inconsistent in denouncing the luxury of detail with which Smollett discusses the matter of his imposthume. What I claim for the present work is that, in the first place, to anyone interested in Smollett's personality it supplies an unrivaled key. It is, moreover, the work of a scholar, an observer of human nature, and by election a satirist of no mean order. It gives us some characteristic social vignettes, some portraits of the road of an unsurpassed freshness and clearness. It contains some historical and geographical observations worthy of one of the shrewdest and most sagacious publicists of the day. It is interesting to the etymologist for the important share it has taken in naturalizing useful foreign words into our speech. It includes, as we shall have occasion to observe, a respectable quantum of wisdom fit to become proverbial, and several passages of admirable literary quality. In point of date 176,365, it is fortunate, for the writer just escaped being one of a crowd. On the whole, I maintain that it is more than equal in interest to the journey to the Hebrides, and that it deserves a very considerable proportion of the praise that has hitherto been lavished too indiscriminately upon the voyage to Lisbon. On the force of this claim, the reader is invited to constitute himself judge after a fair perusal of the following pages. I shall attempt only to point the way to a satisfactory verdict, no longer in the spirit of an advocate, but by means of a few illustrations, and more occasionally, amplifications of what Smollett has to tell us. Roman 3. As was the case with Fielding many years earlier, Smollett was almost broken down with sedentary toil, when early in June 1763 with his wife, 2 young ladies, the 2 girls to whom she acted as chaperone, and a faithful servant of 12 years' standing, who in the spirit of a Scots retainer of the olden time refused to leave his master a good testimonial this, by the way, to a temper usually accredited with such a splenetic sourness, he crossed the Straits of Dover to see what a change of climate and surroundings could do for him. On other grounds than those of health, he was glad to shake the dust of Briton from his feet. He speaks himself of being traduced by malice, persecuted by faction, abandoned by false patrons, complaints which will remind the reader, perhaps, of George Borrow's Jeremiad, to the effect that he had been beslavered by the venomous foam of every sycophantic lacquey and unscrupulous renegade in the 3 kingdoms. But Smollett's griefs were more serious than what an unkind reviewer could inflict. He had been fined and imprisoned for defamation. He had been grossly caricatured as a creature of Bute, the North British favourite of George III, whose tenure of the premiership occasioned riots and almost excited a revolution in the metropolis. Yet after incurring all this unpopularity at a time when the populace of London was more inflamed against Scotsmen than it has ever been before or since, and having laboured severely at a paper in the ministerial interest, and thereby aroused the enmity of his old friend John Wilkes, Smollett had been unceremoniously thrown over by his own chief, Lord Bute, on the ground that his paper did more to invite attack than to repel it. Lastly, he and his wife had suffered a cruel bereavement in the loss of their only child, and it was partly to supply a change from the scene of this abiding sorrow that the present journey was undertaken. The first stages and incidents of the expedition were not exactly propitious. The Dover road was a byword for its charges. The Via Alba might have been paved with the silver wrung from reluctant and indignant passengers. Smollett characterized the chambers as cold and comfortless, the beds as paltry with frowsy, a favourite word, the cookery as execrable, wine poison, attendance bad, publicans insolent and bills extortion, concluding with the grand climax that there was not a drop of tolerable malt liquor to be had from London to Dover. Smollett finds a good deal to be said for the designation of a den of thieves, as applied to that famous port where, as a German lady of much later date once complained, they boot ze Bible in ze bedroom, but ze devil in ze bill, and he grizzles lamentably over the 7 guineas, apart from extras, which he had to pay for transport in a Folkestone cutter to Boulogne mouth. Having once arrived at Boulogne, Smollett settled down regularly to his work as descriptive reporter, and the letters that he wrote to his friendly circle at home fall naturally into 4 groups. The first letters from 2 to 5 describe with Hogarthian point, prejudice and pungency the town and people of Boulogne. The second group, letters 6-12, deal with the journey from Boulogne to Nice by way of Paris, Lyon, Nîmes and Montpellier. The third group, letters 13-24, is devoted to a more detailed and particular delineation of Nice and the Niçois. The fourth, letters 25-41, describes the Italian expedition and the return journey to Boulogne en route for England, where the party arrives safe home in July 1765. Smollett's account of Boulogne is excellent reading. It forms an apt introduction to the narrative of his journey. It familiarizes us with the milieu, and reveals to us in Smollett a man of experience who is both resolute and capable of getting below the surface of things. An English possession for a short period in the reign of the Great Harry, Boulogne has rarely been less in touch with England than it was at the time of Smollett's visit. Even then, however, there were 3 small colonies, respectively, of English nuns, English Jesuits and English Jacobites. Apart from these and the English girls in French seminaries, it was estimated 10 years after Smollett's sojourn there that there were 24 English families in residence. The locality has of course always been a haunting place for the wandering tribes of English. Many well-known men have lived or died here, both native and English. Adam Smith must have been there very soon after Smollett, so must Dr. John Moore and Charles Churchill, one of the enemies provoked by the Briton, who went to Boulogne to meet his friend Wilkes and died there in 1764. Philip Thicknesse, the traveller and friend of Gainsborough, died there in 1770. After long search for a place to end his days in, Thomas Campbell bought a house in Boulogne and died there, a few months later, in 1844. The house is still to be seen, Rue Saint-Jean, within the old walls. It has undergone no change, and in 1900 a marble tablet was put up to record the fact that Campbell lived and died there. The other founder of the University of London, Brougham, by a singular coincidence was also closely associated with Boulogne. Among the occupants of the English cemetery will be found the names of Sir Harris Nicolas, Basil Montagu, Smithson Pennant, Sir William Owseley, Sir William Hamilton and Sir 1000 Carmichael. And among other literary celebrities connected with the place, apart from Dickens, who gave his impressions of the place in household words, November 1854 we should include in a brief list Charles Lever, Horace Smith, Wilkie Collins, Mrs. Henry Wood, Professor York Powell, the Marquis of Steyne, Lord Seymour, Mrs. Jordan, Clark Russell and Sir Conan Doyle. There are also memorable associations with Lola Montes, Heinrich Heine, Becky Sharp, and above all Colonel Newcome. My first care in the place was to discover the rampart where the Colonel used to parade with little Clive. Among the native luminaries are Dornu Duchesne de Boulogne, one of the foremost physiologists of the last century, an immediate predecessor of Charcot in knowledge of the nervous system, Og, Mariette the Egyptologist Og, Angelia the biographer of Burns, St. Beuve, Prof. Morel and credibly Godfrey de Bouillon, of whom Charles Lamb wrote Poor Old Godfrey. He must be getting very old now. The great Lesage died here in 1747. The antiquaries still dispute about Jesoriacum, Godfrey de Bouillon and Charlemagne's tour. Smollett is only fair in justifying for the town, the older portions of which have a strong medieval suggestion, a standard of comparison slightly more distinguished than Wapping. He never lets us forget that he is a scholar of antiquity, a man of education and a speculative philosopher. Hence his references to Celsus and Hippocrates and his ingenious etymologies of wheatear and samphire, more ingenious in the second case than sound. Smollett's field of observation had been wide, and his fund of exact information was unusually large. At Edinburgh he had studied medicine under Monro and John Gordon, in company with such able and distinguished men as William Hunter, Cullen, Pitcairn, Gregory and Armstrongand. The 2 last mentioned were among his present correspondents. As naval surgeon at Carthage, he had undergone experience such as few literary men can claim, and subsequently as compiler, reviewer, party journalist, historian, translator, statistician and lexicographer, he had gained an amount of miscellaneous information such as falls to the lot of very few minds of his order of intelligence. He had recently directed the compilation of a large universal geography or gazetteer, the Carton or Vivian de St. Martin, if those Dacients his glib references to the manners and customs of Laplanders, Kaffirs, Kamskatchans, and other recondite types of breeding. His imaginative faculty was under the control of an exceptionally strong and retentive memory. One may venture to say, indeed, without danger of exaggeration, that his testimonials as regards habitual accuracy of statement have seldom been exceeded. despite the doctor's unflattering portraits of Frenchmen, 1000. Babau admits that his book is one written by an observer of facts, and a man whose statements, whenever they can be tested, are for the most part singularly exact. Mr. W. J. Prowse, whose knowledge of the Riviera district is perhaps almost unequalled out of France, makes this very remarkable statement. After reading all that has been written by very clever people about Nice in modern times, one would probably find that for exact precision of statement, Smollett was still the most trustworthy guide, a view which is strikingly borne out by Mr. E. Schuyler, who further points out Smollett's shrewd foresight in regard to the possibilities of the Cornice road, and of Cannes and San Remo as sanatoria. Frankly, there is nothing to be seen which he does not recognize, and even higher testimonies have been paid to Smollett's topographical accuracy by recent historians of Nice and its neighborhood. The value which Smollett put upon accuracy in the smallest matters of detail is evinced by the corrections which he made in the margin of a copy of the 1766 edition of the Travels. These corrections, which are all in Smollett's own and unmistakably neat handwriting, may be divided into 4 categories. In the first place come a number of verbal emendations. Phrases are turned, inverted and improved by the skillful twist of the pen, which becomes a second nature to the trained corrector of proofs. There are moreover a few topographical corrigenda, suggested by an improved knowledge of the localities, mostly in the neighborhood of Pisa and Leghorn, where there is no doubt that these corrections were made upon the occasion of Smollett's second visit to Italy in 1770. Some not unimportant errata were overlooked. Thus Smollett's representation of the Droit d'Aubin as a monstrous and intolerable grievance is of course an exaggeration. See Sentimental Journey, J. Hill Burton, The Scot Abroad, 1881, and Luchaire Instit, de France. On his homeward journey, he indicates that he travelled from Beaune to Chalons, and so by way of Auxerre to Dijon. The right order is Chalons, Beaune, Dijon, Auxerre. As further examples of the zeal with which Smollett regarded exactitude in the record of facts, we have his diurnal register of weather during his stay at Nice, and the picture of him scrupulously measuring the ruins at Simies with packthread. In the second place come a number of English renderings of the citations from Latin, French, and Italian authors. Most of these from the Latin are examples of Smollett's own skill in English verse-making. Thirdly come 1 or 2 significant admissions of overboldness in matters of criticism, as where he retracts his censure of Raphael's Parnassus in letter 33. Fourthly, and these are of the greatest importance, come some very interesting additional notes upon the buildings of Pisa, upon Sir John Hawkwood's tomb at Florence, and upon the congenial though recondite subject of antique Roman hygiene. Cf. The dinner in the manner of the ancients in Peregrine Pickle, 44, and letters 9, to excel in Humphrey Clinker. After Smollett's death, his books were for the most part sold for the benefit of his widow. No use was made of his corrigenda. For 20 years or so the Travels were esteemed and referred to, but as time went on, owing to the sneers of the fine gentlemen of letters, such as Walpole and Sterne, they were by degrees disparaged and fell more or less into neglect. They were reprinted, it is true, either in collective editions of Smollett or in various collections of travels, for instance in Baldwin's edition of 1778, in the 17th vol. of Mayer's collection of voyages and travels, published by Richard Phillips in 28 vols. 1809, and in an abbreviated form in John Hamilton Moore's new and complete collection of voyages and travels folio, vol. 11 938,970. But they were not edited with any care, and as is inevitable in such cases errors crept in, blunders were repeated, and the text slightly but gradually deteriorated. In the last century, Smollett's own copy of the Travels bearing the manuscript corrections that he had made in 1770 was discovered in the possession of the Telfer family and eventually came into the British Museum. The second volume, which affords admirable specimens of Smollett's neatly written marginalia, has been exhibited in a showcase in the King's Library. The corrections that Smollett purposed to make in the Travels are now for the second time embodied in a printed edition of the text. At the same time the text has been collated with the original edition of 1766, and the whole has been carefully revised. The old spelling has been, as far as possible, restored. Smollett was punctilious in such matters, and what with his histories, his translations, his periodicals, and his other compilations, he probably revised more proof matter for press than any other writer of his time. His practice as regards orthography is, therefore, of some interest as representing what was in all probability deemed to be the most enlightened convention of the day. To return now to the doctor's immediate contemplation of Boulogne, a city described in the itineraries as containing rien de remarkable, the story of the Capuchin on page 21, a Capuchin of the same stripe is in Pickle, ch. 99. SQ is very racy of Smollett, while the vignette of the shepherd at the beginning of letter 5 affords a first-rate illustration of his terseness. Appreciate the keen and minute observation concentrated into the pages that follow, especially on 2, commencing with the shrewd and economic remarks upon smuggling, and ending with the lively description of a Boulonnais banquet, very amusing, very French, very lifelike, and very Smollettian. In letter 5, the doctor again is very much himself. A little provocation and he bristles and stabs all round. He mounts the hygienic horse and proceeds from the lack of implements of cleanliness to the lack of common decency, and high-flavoured instances, at which even a native of Edinburgh would stop his nose. This recalls Johnson's first walk up the High Street, Edinburgh, on Barsi's arm. It was a dusky night. I could not prevent his being assailed by the evening effluvia of Edinburgh. As we marched along he grumbled in my ear, "I smell you in the dark." And then, lest the Southrons should escape, we have a reference to the beastly habit of drinking from a tankard, in which perhaps a dozen filthy mouths have slabbered, as is the custom in England. With all his coarsenesses, this blunt Scot was a pioneer and fugleman of the niceties. Between times most nations are gibbeted in this slashing epistle. The ingenious boasting of the French is well hit off in the observation of the Chevalier that the English doubtless drank every day to the health of the Marquise de Pompadour. The implication reminded Smollett of a narrow escape from a duello, an institution he reprobates with the utmost trenchancy in this book at Ghent in 1749, with a Frenchman who affirmed that Marlborough's battles were purposely lost by the French generals in order to mortify Mme. de Maintenon. 2 incidents of some importance to Smollett occurred during the 3-month sojourn at Boulogne. Through the intervention of the English ambassador at Paris, the Earl of Hertford, he got back his books, which had been impounded by the customs as likely to contain matter prejudicial to the state or religion of France, and had them sent south by shipboard to Bordeaux. Secondly, he encountered General Patterson, a friendly Scot in the Sardinian service, who confirmed what an English physician had told Smollett to the effect that the climate of Nice was infinitely preferable to that of Montpellier with respect to disorders of the breast. Smollett now hires a berlin and 4 horses for 14 louis, and sets out with rather a heavy heart for Paris. It is problematic, he assures his good friend Dr. Moore, whether he will ever return. "My health is very precarious." Roman 4. The rapid journey to Paris by way of Montreuil, Amiens and Clermont, about 156 miles from Boulogne, the last 36 over a paved road, was favourable to superficial observation and the normal corollary of epigram. Smollett was much impressed by the mortifying indifference of the French innkeepers to their clients. It is a very odd contrast between France and England. In the former all the people are complacent but the publicans, in the latter there is hardly any complacence but among the publicans. In regard to 2 exceptional instances of politeness on the part of innkeepers, Smollett attributes one case to dementia, the other, at Lerici, to mental shock, caused by a recent earthquake. Idleness and dissipation confront the traveller, not such a good judge perhaps, as was Arthur Young 24 years later. Every object seems to have shrunk in its dimensions since I was last in Paris. Smollett was an older man by 15 years since he visited the French capital in the first flush of his success as an author. The dirt and gloom of French apartments, even at Versailles, offend his English standard of comfort. After all, it is in England only where we must look for cheerful apartments, gay furniture, neatness and convenience. There is a strange incongruity in the French genius. With all their volatility, prattle and fondness for barns, mows they delight in a species of drawling, melancholy church music. Their most favourite dramatic pieces are almost without incident, and the dialogue of their comedies consists of moral insipid apophthegms, entirely destitute of wit or repartee. While amusing himself with the sights of Paris, Smollett drew up that caustic delineation of the French character, which as a study in calculated depreciation has rarely been surpassed. He conceives the Frenchman entirely as a petit maître, and his view, though far removed from Chesterfield's, is not incompatible with that of many of his cleverest contemporaries, including Sterne. He conceives of the typical Frenchman as regulating his life in accordance with the claims of impertinent curiosity and foppery, gallantry and gluttony. Thus, if a Frenchman is capable of real friendship, it must certainly be the most disagreeable present he can possibly make to a man of a true English character. You know, madam, we are naturally taciturn, soon tired of impertinence, and much subject to fits of disgust. Your French friend intrudes upon you at all hours. He stuns you with his loquacity. He teases you with impertinent questions about your domestic and private affairs. He attempts to meddle in all your concerns, and forces his advice upon you with the most unwearied importunity. He asks the price of everything you wear, and, so sure as you tell him, undervalues it without hesitation. He affirms it is in a bad taste, ill-contrived, ill-made, that you have been imposed upon both with respect to the fashion and the price, that the Marquis of this or the Countess of that has one that is perfectly elegant, quite in the bon ton, and yet it cost her little more than you gave for a thing that nobody would wear. If a Frenchman is admitted into your family, and distinguished by repeated marks of your friendship and regard, the first return he makes for your civilities is to make love to your wife, if she is handsome, if not, to your sister or daughter or niece. If he suffers a repulse from your wife, or attempts in vain to debauch your sister, or your daughter or your niece, he will, rather than not play the traitor with his gallantry, make his addresses to your grandmother. And 10 to 1, but in one shape or another, he will find means to ruin the peace of a family in which he has been so kindly entertained. What he cannot accomplish by dint of compliment and personal attendance, he will endeavour to effect by reinforcing these with billets doux, songs and verses, of which he always makes a provision for such purposes. If he is detected in these efforts of treachery, and reproached with his ingratitude, he impudently declares that what he had done was no more than simple gallantry, considered in France as an indispensable duty on every man who pretended to good breeding. Nay, he will even affirm that his endeavours to corrupt your wife, or deflower your daughter, were the most genuine proofs he could give of his particular regard for your family. If there were 500 dishes at table, a Frenchman will eat of all of them, and then complain he has no appetite. This I have several times remarked. A friend of mine gained a considerable wager upon an experiment of this kind. The petit maître ate of 14 different plates besides the dessert, then disparaged the cook, declaring he was no better than a marmiton or turnspit. The gross unfairness, no less than the consummate cleverness, of this caricature compels us to remember that this was written in the most insular period of our manners, and during a brief lull in a century of almost incessant mutual hostility between the two nations. Aristocrats like Walpole, Gibbon, and Chesterfield could regard France from a cosmopolitan point of view, as leading the Comite of nations. But to sturdy and true-born patriots, such as Hogarth and Smollett, reciprocal politeness appeared as grotesque as an exchange of amenities would be between a cormorant and an ape. Consequently, it was no doubt with a sense of positive relief to his feelings that Smollett could bring himself to sum up the whole matter thus: a Frenchman lays out his whole revenue upon tawdry suits of clothes, or in furnishing a magnificent repast of 50 or 100 dishes, one half of which are not eatable or intended to be eaten. His wardrobe goes to the fripier, his dishes to the dogs, and himself to the devil. These trenchant passages were written partly, it may be imagined, to suit the English taste of the day. In that object they must have succeeded, for they were frequently transcribed into contemporary periodicals. In extenuation of Smollett's honesty of purpose, however, it may be urged that he was always a thoroughgoing patriot, witness his violently anti-French play, The Reprisal of 1757. And that, coming from a Calvinistic country where a measure of Tartuffism was a necessary condition of respectability, he reproduces the common English error of ignoring how apt a Frenchman is to conceal a number of his best qualities. Two other considerations deserve attention. The race portrait was in Smollett's day at the very height of its disreputable reign. Secondly, we must remember how very profoundly French character has been modified since 1763, and more especially in consequence of the cataclysms of 1789 and 1870. Smollett's vis comica is conspicuous in the account of the coiffure of the period, and of the superstitious reverence which a Frenchman of that day paid to his hair. In tracing the origin of this superstition, he exhibits casually his historical learning. The crine profuso and barba de missa of the Reges Crinitos, as the Merovingians were called, are often referred to by ancient chroniclers. Long hair was identified with right of succession as a mark of royal race and the maintenance of ancient tradition. A tendu signified a slave, and even under the Carolingians to shave a prince meant to affirm his exclusion from the succession. V. A general improvement in English roads, roadside inns, and methods of conveyance commenced about 1715. The continental roads lagged behind, until when Arthur Young wrote in 178,889, they had got badly into arrears. The pace of locomotion between Rome and England changed very little in effect from the days of Julius Caesar to those of George III. It has been said with point that Trajan and Sir Robert Peel, travelling both at their utmost speed, achieved the distance between Rome and London in an almost precisely similar space of time. Smollett decided to travel post between Paris and Lyon, and he found that the journey lasted full 5 days and cost upwards of 30 guineas. One of the earliest printed road books in existence gives the posts between Paris and Lyon. This tiny duodecimo, dated 1500, and more than worth its weight in gold, has just been acquired by the British Museum. On the old Roman routes, see Arnold's Lectures on Modern History, 1842. Of roads there was a choice between two. The shorter route by Nevers and Moulins amounted to just about 300 English miles. The longer route by Auxerre and Dijon, which Smollett preferred, extended to 330 miles. The two roads diverged after passing Fontainebleau, the shorter by Nemours and the longer by Mortes. The first road was the smoother, but apart from the chance of seeing the Vendange, the route de Bourgogne was far the more picturesque. Smollett's portraiture of the peasantry in the less cultivated regions prepares the mind for Young's famous description of those gaunt emblems of famine. In Burgundy, the doctor says, "I saw a peasant ploughing the ground with a jackass, a lean cow, and a he-goat yoked together." His vignette of the fantastic petit maître at Sens, and his own abominable rudeness, is worthy of the master hand that drew the poor debtor Jackson in the Marshalsea in Roderick Random. His frank avowal of ill temper at the time deprives our entertainment of the unamiable tinge of which it would otherwise have partaken. The truth is, I was that day more than usually peevish, from the bad weather as well as from the dread of a fit of asthma with which I was threatened, and I dare say my appearance seemed as uncouth to him as his travelling dress appeared to me. I had a grey morning frock under a wide greatcoat, a bobwig without powder, a very large laced hat, and a meagre, wrinkled, discontented countenance. From Lyon the traveller secured a return Berlin, going back to Avignon with 3 mules, and a voiturier named Joseph. Joseph, though he turned out to be an ex-criminal, proved himself the one Frenchman upon whose fidelity and good service Smollett could look back with unfeigned satisfaction. The sight of a skeleton dangling from a gibbet near Valence surprised from this droll knave an ejaculation and a story, from which it appeared only too evident that he had been first the comrade, and then the executioner of one of the most notorious brigands of the century. The story as told by Smollett does not wholly agree with the best authenticated particulars. The Dick Turpin of 18th century France, Mandrin has engendered almost as many fables as his English congener. See Manian's Bibliographie des Écrits relatifs à Mandrin. As far as I have been able to discover, the great freebooter was born at St. Etienne in May 1724. His father having been killed in a coining affair, Mandrin swore to revenge him. He deserted from the army accordingly, and got together a gang of contrabandiers, at the head of which his career in Savoy and Dauphine almost resembles that of one of the famous guerrilla chieftains described in Hardman's Peninsular Scenes and Sketches. Captured eventually, owing to the treachery of a comrade, he was put to death on the wheel at Valence on 26 May 1755. 5 comrades were thrown into jail with him, and one of these obtained his pardon on condition of acting as Mandrin's executioner. Alas, poor Joseph! 3 experiences Smollett had at this season, which may well fall to the lot of roadfarers in France right down to the present day. He was poisoned with garlic, surfeited with demi-roasted small birds, and astonished at the solid fare of the poorest-looking travellers. The summer weather, romantic scenery, and occasional picnics, which Smollett would have liked to repeat every summer under the arches of the Pont du Gard, the monument of antiquity, which of all, excepting only the Mason carry at Nimes, most excited his enthusiastic admiration, all contributed to put him into an abnormally cheerful and convalescent humour. Smollett now bent his steps southwards to Montpellier. His baggage had gone in advance. He was uncertain as yet whether to make Montpellier or Nice his headquarters in the south. Like Toulouse and Tours and Turin, Montpellier was for a period a mecca to English health and pleasure seekers abroad. A city of no great antiquity, but celebrated from the 12th century for its schools of law and physic, it had been incorporated definitely with France since 1382, and its name recurs in French history both as the home of famous men in great number and as, before and after the brief preeminence of La Rochelle, the rival of Nimes as capital of Protestantism in the south. Evelyn, Burnet, the two Youngs, Edward and Arthur and Sterne have all left us an impression of the city. Prevented by snow from crossing the Mont Cenis, John Locke spent 2 winters there in the days of Charles II. 167,577, and may have pondered a good many of the problems of toleration on a soil under which the heated lava of religious strife was still unmistakable. And Smollett must almost have jostled en route against the celebrated author of The Wealth of Nations, who set out with his pupil for Toulouse in February 1764. A letter to Hume speaks of the number of English in the neighbourhood just a month later. Lomnie de Brienne was then in residence as Archbishop. In the following November, Adam Smith and his charge paid a visit to Montpellier to witness a pageant and memorial, as it was supposed, of a freedom that was gone forever, the opening of the States of Languedoc. Antiquaries and philosophers went to moralize on the spectacle in the spirit in which Freeman went to Andorra, Byron to the site of Troy, or de Tocqueville to America. It was there that the great economist met Horne Tooke. Smollett's more practical and immediate object in making this pilgrimage was to interview the great lung specialist, known locally to his admiring compatriots as the Boerhaave of Montpellier, Dr. Phizes. The medical school of Montpellier was much in evidence during the 3rd quarter of the 18th century, and for the history of its various branches there are extant numerous memoirs pour servir, by Prunell, Estruc and others. Smollett was only just in time to consult the reigning oracle, for the illustrious Dr. Phizes died in the following year. He gives us a very unfavourable picture of this great lanthorn of medicine, who, notwithstanding his prodigious age, his stoop and his wealth, could still scramble up 2 pairs for a fee of 6 livres. More than is the case with most medical patients, however, should we suspect Smollett of being unduly captious. The point as to how far his sketch of the French doctor and his diagnosis was a true one, and how far a mere caricature, due to ill health and prejudice, has always piqued my curiosity. But how to resolve a question involving so many problems not of ordinary therapeutic, but of historical medicine? In this difficulty, I bethought me most fortunately of consulting an authority probably without a rival in this special branch of medical history, Dr. Norman Moore, who with his accustomed generosity has given me the following most instructive diagnosis of the whole situation. I have read Smollett's account of his illness, as it appears in several passages in his travels, and in the statement which he drew up for Professor F. at Montpellier. Smollett speaks of his pulmonic disorder, his asthmatical disorder, and uses other expressions which show that his lungs were affected. In his statement he mentions that he has cough, shortness of breath, wasting, a purulent expectoration, loss of appetite at times, loss of strength, fever, a rapid pulse, intervals of slight improvement and subsequent exacerbations. This shortness of breath, he says, has steadily increased. This group of symptoms makes it certain that he had tuberculosis of the lungs, in other words, was slowly progressing in consumption. His darting pains in his side were due to the pleurisy which always occurs in such an illness. His account shows also the absence of hopelessness, which is a characteristic state of mind in patients with pulmonary tuberculosis. I do not think that the opinion of the Montpellier professor deserves Smollett's condemnation. It seems to me both careful and sensible, and contains all the knowledge of its time. Smollett, with an inconsistency not uncommon in patients who feel that they have a serious disease, would not go in person to the professor, for he felt that from his appearance the professor would be sure to tell him he had consumption. He half hoped for some other view of the written case in spite of its explicit statements, and when Professor F. wrote that the patient had tubercles in his lungs, this was displeasing to poor Smollett, who had hoped against hope to receive some other opinion than the only possible one, viz., that he undoubtedly had a consumption certain to prove fatal. The cruel truth was not to be evaded. Smollett had tuberculosis, though not probably of the most virulent kind, as he managed to survive another 7 years, and those for the most part years of unremitting labour. He probably gained much by substituting Nice for Montpellier as a place to winter in, for although the climate of Montpellier is clear and bright in the highest degree, the cold is both piercing and treacherous. Days are frequent during the winter in which one may stand warmly wrapped in the brilliant sun and feel the protection of a greatcoat, no more than that of a piece of gauze against the icy and penetrating blast that comes from the roof of France. Unable to take the direct route by Arles as at present, the eastward-bound traveller from Montpellier in 1764 had to make a northerly detour. The first stone bridge up the Rhône was at Avignon, but there was a bridge of boats connecting Beaucaire with Tarascon. Thence, in no very placable mood, Smollett set out in mid-November by way of Organ Aix, Brignoles and Le Maille, striking the Mediterranean at Fréjus. En route he was inveigled into a controversy of unwonted bitterness with an innkeeper at Le Maille. The scene is conjured up for us with an almost disconcerting actuality. No single detail of the author's discomfiture is omitted. The episode is post-Flaubertian in its impersonal detachment, or, as Coleridge first said, aloofness. On crossing the Var, the sunny climate, the romantic outline of the Esterelles, the charms of the neat village of Cannes, and the first prospect of Nice began gradually and happily to effect a slight mitigation in our patient's humour. Smollett was indubitably one of the pioneers of the Promenade des Anglais. Long before the days of Dr. Antonio or Lord Brougham, he described for his countrymen the almost incredible dulcezza of the sunlit coast from Antibes to Lerici. But how much better than the barren triumph of being the unconscious fugleman of so glittering a popularity must have been the sense of being one of the first that ever burst from our rude island upon that secluded little Piedmontese town, as it then was, of not above 12,000 souls. With its wonderful situation, noble perspective and unparalleled climate, well might our travel-tossed doctor exclaim, "When I stand on the rampart and look around I can scarce help thinking myself enchanted." It was truly a garden of Armida for a native of one of the dampest corners of North Britain. 40 or 50 years ago, before the great transformation took place on the French Riviera, when Nizza, Villafranca and Mentone were antique Italian towns, and when it was one of the eccentricities of Lord Brougham to like Cannes, all that seaboard was a delightful land. Only 100 years ago Arthur Young had troubled to get an old woman and a donkey to carry his portmanteau from Cannes to Antibes. I can myself remember Cannes in 1853, a small fishing village with a quiet beach, and Mentone, a walled town with medieval gates and a castle, a few humble villas and the old poster to give supper to any passing traveller. It was one of the loveliest bits of Italy, and the road from Nizza to Genoa was one long procession for 4 days of glorious scenery, historic remnants, Italian colour, and picturesque ports. From the Esterelles to San Remo, this has all been ruined by the horde of northern barbarians who have made a sort of Trouville, Brighton or Biarritz, with American hotels and Parisian boulevards on every headland and bay. First came the half-underground railway, a long tunnel with lucid intervals, which destroyed the road by blocking up its finest views and making it practically useless. Then miles of unsightly caravanserais, high walls, pompous villas and Parisian grands rues crushed out every trace of Italy, of history and pictorial charm. So writes Mr. Frederick Harrison of this delectable coast, in the Daily Chronicle, 15th March 1898. As it was, at a period within his own recollection, a period at which it is hardly fanciful to suppose men living who might just have remembered Smollett, as he was in his last days, when he returned to die on the Riviera di Levante in the autumn of 1771. Travel had then still some of the elements of romance. Rapidity has changed all that. The trouble is that although we can transport our bodies so much more rapidly than Smollett could, our understanding travels at the same old pace as before. And in the meantime railway and tourist agencies have made of modern travel a kind of mental postcard album, with grand hotels on one side, hotel menus on the other, and a faint aroma of continental trains haunting, between the leaves as it were. Our real knowledge is still limited to the country we have walked over, and we must not approach the country we would appreciate faster than a man may drive a horse or propel a bicycle, or we shall lose the all-important sense of artistic approach. Even to cross the Channel by timetable is fatal to that romantic spirit, indispensable to the true magic of travel, which a slow adjustment of the mind to a new social atmosphere and a new historical environment alone can induce. Ruskin, the last exponent of the Grand Tour, said truly that the benefit of travel varies inversely in proportion to its speed. The cheap rapidity which has made our villes de plaisir and côtes d'azur what they are, has made unwieldy boroughs of suburban villages, and what the rail has done for a radius of 12 miles, the motor is rapidly doing for one of a score. So are we sped, but we are to discuss not the psychology of travel, but the immediate causes and circumstances of Smollett's arrival upon the territory of Nice. Roman 6. Smollett did not interpret the ground plan of the history of Nice particularly well. Its colonization from Massilia, its long connection with Provence, its occupation by Saracens, its stormy connection with the House of Anjou, and its close fidelity to the House of Savoy made no appeal to his admiration. The most important event in its recent history, no doubt, was the capture of the city by the French under Catinat in 1706 Louis XIV. Being especially exasperated against what he regarded as the treachery of Victor Amadeus and the razing to the ground of its famous citadel, the city henceforth lost a good deal of its civic dignity, and its morale was conspicuously impaired. In the War of the Austrian Succession, an English fleet under Admiral Matthews was told off to defend the territory of the Niçois against the attentions of Toulon. This was the first close contact experienced between England and Nice, but the impressions formed were mutually favourable. The inhabitants were enthusiastic about the unaccustomed English plan of paying in full for all supplies demanded. The British officers were no less delighted with the climate of Nice, the fame of which they carried to their northern homes. It was both directly and indirectly through one of these officers that the claims of Nice as a sanatorium came to be put so plainly before Smollett. Losing its prestige as a ville forte, Nice was henceforth rapidly to gain the new character of a ville de plaisir. In 1763, says one of the city's historians, Smollett, the famous historian and novelist, visited Nice. Arriving here shattered in health and depressed in spirits, under the genial influence of the climate, he soon found himself a new man. His notes on the country, its gardens, its orange groves, its climate without a winter, are pleasant and just and would seem to have been written yesterday instead of more than 100 years ago. His memory is preserved in the street nomenclature of the place. One of the thoroughfares still bears the appellation of Rue Smollett. James Nash, The Guide to Nice, 1884. Among other celebrated residents at Nice during the period of Smollett's visit were Edward Augustus, Duke of York, the brother of George III, who died at Monaco a few years later, and André Massena, a native of the city, then a lad of 6. Before he left Montpellier, Smollett indulged in 2 more seemingly irresistible tirades against French folly, one against their persistent hero-worship of such a stuffed doll as Louis le Grand, and the second in ridicule of the immemorial French panacea, a bouillon. Now he gets to Nice, he feels a return of the craving to take a hand's turn at depreciatory satire upon the nation of which a contemporary hand was just tracing the deservedly better-known delineation. Commence. Gay sprightly land of mirth and social ease, pleased with thyself, whom all the world can please. Such inveteracy, like Dr. Johnson's against Swift, was not unnaturally suspected by friends in England of having some personal motive. In his 15th letter home, therefore, Smollett is assiduous in disclaiming anything of the kind. He begins by attempting an amende honourable, but before he has got well away from his exordium, he insensibly and most characteristically diverges into the more congenial path of censure, and expands indeed into one of his most eloquent passages, disquisition upon the French punctilio, conceived upon lines somewhat similar to Mercutio's address to Benvolio, to which is appended a satire on the duello as practised in France, which glows and burns with a radiation of good sense, racy of Smollett at his best. To 18th century lovers, the discussion on duelling will recall similar talks between Boswell and Johnson, or that between the lieutenant and Tom in the 7th book of Tom Jones, but more particularly, the sermon delivered by Johnson on this subject apropos of General Oglethorpe's story of how he avoided a duel with Prince Eugene in 1716. We were sitting in company at table, whence the prince took up a glass of wine, and by a fillip made some of it fly in Oglethorpe's face. Here was a nice dilemma. To have challenged him instantly might have fixed a quarrelsome character upon the young soldier. To have taken no notice of it might have been counted as cowardice. Oglethorpe, therefore, keeping his eye on the prince, and smiling all the time, as if he took what his highness had done in jest, said, "Mon prince, I forget the French words he used, that's a good joke." But we do it much better in England, and threw a whole glass of wine in the prince's face. An old general who sat by said, "Il a bien fait, mon prince, vous élèves commence," and thus all ended in good humour. In letter 13, Smollett settles down to give his correspondents a detailed description of the territory and people of Nice. At one time it was his intention to essay yet another branch of authorship, and to produce a monograph on the natural history, antiquities, and topography of the town, as the capital of this still unfamiliar littoral. With the late-born modesty of experience, however, he recoils from a task to which he does not feel his opportunities altogether adequate. c. A quarter of Smollett's original material would embarrass a guide-builder of more recent pattern. Whenever he got near a coastline, Smollett could not refrain from expressing decided views. If he had lived at the present day, he would infallibly have been a naval expert, better informed than most and more trenchant than all, but recognizably one of the species, artist in words and amateur of ocean strategy. Smollett had, of course, been surgeon's mate on H1000. S. Cumberland, 174,041. His first curiosity at Nice was raised concerning the port, the harbour, the galleys moored within the mole, and the naval policy of his Sardinian Majesty. His advice to Victor Amadeus was no doubt as excellent and as unregarded as the advice of naval experts generally is. Of more interest to us is his account of the slave galleys. Among the miserable slaves whom a British subject cannot behold without horror and compassion, he observes a Piedmontese count in Turkish attire, reminding the reader of one of Dumas' stories of a count among the Forcats. To learn that there were always volunteer oarsmen among these poor outcasts is to reflect bitterly upon the average happiness of mankind. As to whether they were much worse off than common seamen in the British Navy of the period, who were only in name volunteers, and had often no hope of discharge until they were worn out under such commanders as Oakham or Whiffle in Roderick Random, is another question. For confirmation of Smollett's account in matters of detail, the reader may turn to a Lemon's Guzman de Farrick, which contains a first-hand description of the life on board a Mediterranean slave galley, to Archenholz's Tableau d'Italie of 1788, to Sterling Maxwell's Don John of Austria, 1883, 1. And more pertinently to passages in the life of a galley slave by Jean Martel, edited by Miss Betham Edwards in 1895. After serving in the docks at Dunkirk, Martel, as a confirmed Protestant, makes the journey in the chain-gang to Marseille, and is only released after many delays in consequence of the personal interest and intervention of Queen Anne. If at the Peace of Utrecht in 1713 we had only been as tender about the case of our poor Catalan allies, Nice at that juncture had just been returned by France to the safe keeping of Savoy, so that in order to escape from French territory, Martel sailed for Nice in a tartan, and not feeling too safe even there, hurried thence by Smollett's subsequent route across the Col de Tende. Many Europeans were serving at this time in the Turkish or Algerine galleys. But the most pitiable of all the galley slaves were those of the Knights of St. John of Malta. Figure to yourself, wrote Jacob Houblon, the Houblon family, 1907 Roman II. The accounts in Evelyn and Goldsmith are probably familiar to the reader. About this year, 600 or 700 dirty half-naked Turks in a small vessel chained to the oars, from which they are not allowed to stir, fed upon nothing but bad biscuit and water, and beat about on the most trifling occasion by their most inhuman masters, who are certainly more Turks than their slaves. After several digressions, one touching the ancient Seminelian, a subject upon which the Jonathan Oldbucks of Provence without exception are unconscionably tedious, Smollett settles down to a capable historical summary preparatory to setting his palette for a picture of the Nissards as they are. He was, as we are aware, no court painter, and the cheerful colours certainly do not predominate. The noblesse, for all their exclusiveness, cannot escape his censure. He can see that they are poor, they are unable to boast more than 2 coaches among their whole number, and he feels sure that they are depraved. He attributes both vices unhesitatingly to their idleness and to their religion. In their singularly unemotional and coolly comparative outlook upon religion, how infinitely nearer were Fielding and Smollett than their greatest successors, Dickens and Thackeray, to the modern critic who observes that there is at present not a single credible established religion in existence. To Smollett, Catholicism conjures up nothing so vividly as the mask of comedy, while his native Calvinism stands for the corresponding mask of tragedy. Walpole's dictum that life was a comedy to those who think, a tragedy for those who feel, was of later date than this excellent mot of Smollett's. Religion in the sunny spaces of the South is a never-failing fund of pastime. The mass of which he tells a story that reminds us of Lever's Mickey Free is just a mechanism invented by clever rogues for an elaborate system of petty larceny. And what a ferocious vein of cynicism underlies his strictures upon the perverted gallantry of the Mariolators at Florence, or those on the two old Catholics rubbing their ancient gums against St. Peter's toe for toothache at Rome. The recurring emblems of crosses and gibbets simply shock him as mementos of the Bagni. At Rome he compares a presentment of St. Lawrence to a barbecued pig. What a pity it is, he complains, that the labours of painting should have been employed on such shocking objects of the martyrology, floggings, nailings and unnailings, Peter writhing on the cross, Stephen battered with stones, Sebastian stuck full of arrows, Bartholomew flayed alive, and so on. His remarks upon the famous Pieta of Michelangelo are frank to the point of brutality. The right of sanctuary and its infamous prerogative, unheard of in England since the days of Henry VII, were still capable of affording a lesson to the Scot abroad. I saw a fellow who had 3 days before murdered his wife in the last month of pregnancy, taking the air with great composure and serenity, on the steps of a church in Florence. Smollett, it is clear, for all his philosophy, was no degenerate representative of the blind, unreasoning 17th-century detestation of popery and wooden shoes. Smollett is one of the first to describe a conversazione, and in illustration of the decadence of Italian manners, it is natural that he should have a good deal to tell us about the Cicisbeiora. His account of the Cicisbeo and his duties, whether in Nice, Florence or Rome, is certainly one of the most interesting that we have. Before Smollett and his almost contemporary travel correspondent, Samuel Sharp, it would probably be hard to find any mention of the Cicisbeo in England, though the word was consecrated by Sheridan a few years later. Most of the classic accounts of the usage, such as those by Mme. De Stael, Stendhal, Perini, Byron and his biographers, date from very much later, when the institution was long past its prime if not actually moribund. Now Smollett saw it at the very height of its perfection, and at a time when our decorous Protestant curiosity on such themes was as lively as Lady Mary Montagu had found it in the case of fair Circassians and Turkish harems just 30 years previously. A Cicisbeo was a dangler, hence the word came to be applied punningly to the bow depending from a clouded cane or ornamental crook. In 16th-century Spain, home of the sedan and the caballero galante, the original term was braxier. In Venice the form was cavaliere servant. For a good note on the subject, see Sismondi's Italian Republics, ed. William Bolting, 1907. Like so much in the shapes and customs of Italy, the Cicisbeiora was in its origin partly Gothic and partly Oriental. It combined the chivalry of northern friendship with the refined passion of the South for the seclusion of women. As an experiment in protest against the insipidity, which is too often an accompaniment of conjugal intercourse, the institution might well seem to deserve a more tolerant and impartial investigation than it has yet received at the hands of our sociologists. A survival so picturesque could hardly be expected to outlive the bracing air of the 19th century. The north wind blew, and by 1840, the Cicisbeiora was a thing of the past. Freed from the necessity of a systematic delineation, Smollett rambles about Nice, its length and breadth, with a stone in his pouch, and wherever a cockshy is available he takes full advantage of it. He describes the ghetto, the police arrangements of the place which he finds in the main highly efficient, and the cruel punishment of the strappado. The garrocha or strappado and the garrots, combined with the water torture and the rack, represented the survival of the fittest in the natural selection of torments, concerning which the Holy Office in Italy and Spain had such a vast experience. The strappado as described by Smollett, however, is a more severe form of torture even than that practiced by the Inquisition, and we can only hope that his description of its brutality is highly coloured. See the extremely learned disquisition on the whole subject in Dr. H. 100, Lee's History of the Inquisition in Spain, 1907, Vol. 3, Book 6, Chap. 7. Smollett must have enjoyed himself vastly in the market at Nice. He gives an elaborate and Epicurean account of his commissariat during the successive seasons of his sojourn in the neighbourhood. He was not one of these who live solely below the diaphragm, but he understood food well and writes about it with a Catholic gusto, and relish 156,165. He laments the rarity of small birds on the Riviera, and gives a highly comic account of the chasse of this species of gibier. He has a good deal to say about the sardine and tunny fishery, about the fruit and scent traffic, and about the wine industry, and he gives us a graphic sketch of the silkworm culture, which it is interesting to compare with that given by Locke. In 1677, he has something to say upon the general agriculture, and more especially upon the olive and oil industry. Some remarks upon the numerous mummeries and festas of the inhabitants lead him into a long digression upon the feriae of the Romans. It is evident from this that the barks of books which he shipped by way of Bordeaux must have been plentifully supplied with classical literature, for, as he remarks with unaffected horror, such a thing as a bookseller had not been so much as heard of in Nice. Well may he have expatiated upon the total lack of taste among the inhabitants. In dealing with the trade, revenue, and other administrative details, Smollett shows himself the expert compiler and statistician, a London journalist in large practice, credits himself with becoming by the mere exercise of his vocation. In dealing with the patois of the country, he reveals the curiosity of the trained scholar and linguist. Climate had always been one of his hobbies, and on learning that none of the local practitioners was in a position to exact a larger fee than 6d. From his patients quantum mutatus, the nice physician of 1907, he felt that he owed it to himself to make this the subject of an independent investigation. He kept a register of the weather during the whole of his stay, and his remarks upon the subject are still of historical interest, although with Taisser's minutely exact monograph on the climatology of Nice at his disposal and innumerable commentaries thereon by specialists, the inquirer of today would hardly go to Smollett for his data. Then, as now, it is curious to find the rumour current that the climate of Nice was sadly deteriorating. Nothing to what it was before the war, as the grumbler from the south was once betrayed into saying of the August moon. Smollett's esprit chagrin was nonplussed at first to find material for complaint against a climate in which he admits that there was less rain and less wind than in any other part of the world that he knew. In these unwanted circumstances, he is constrained to fall back on the hard water and the plague of cousins or gnats as affording him the legitimate grievance, in whose absence the warrior soul of the author of the Ode to Independence could never be content. Romans 7. For his autumn holiday in 1764, Smollett decided on a jaunt to Florence and Rome, returning to Nice for the winter, and he decided to travel as far as Leghorn by sea. There was choice between several kinds of small craft which plied along the coast, and their names recur with cheerful frequency in the pages of Marryat and other depictors of the Mediterranean. There was the felucca, an open boat with a tilt over the stern large enough to freight a post-chaise, and propelled by 10 to 12 stout mariners. To commission such a boat to Genoa, a distance of 100 miles, cost 4 louis. As alternative, there was the tartane, a sailing vessel with a lateen sail. Addison sailed from Marseille to Genoa in a tartane in December 1699. A storm arose, and the patron alarmed the passengers by confessing his sins and such sins, loudly to a Capuchin friar who happened to be aboard. Smollett finally decided on a gondola, with 4 rowers and a steersman, for which he had to pay 9 sequins for 12 louis. After adventures off Monaco, San Remo, Noli and elsewhere, the party are glad to make the famous phones on the Torre della Lanterna, of which banker Rogers sings in his mediocre verse. Thy Pharos Genoa first displayed itself, burning in stillness on its rocky seat, that guiding star so oft the only one, when those now glowing in the azure vault are dark and silent. Smollett's description of Genoa is decidedly more interesting. He arrived at a moment specially propitious to so sardonic an observer, for the Republic had fallen on evil times, having escaped from the clutches of Austria in 1746 by means of a popular riot, during which the aristocracy considerately looked the other way, only to fall into an even more embarrassed and unheroic position vis-a-vis of so diminutive an opponent as Corsica. The whole story is a curious prototype of the 19th century imbroglio between Spain and Cuba. Of commonplaces about the palaces fruitful of verbiage in Addison and Gray, who says with perfect truth, "I should make you sick of marble were I to tell you how it is lavished here," Smollett is sparing enough, though he evidently regards the inherited inclination of Genoese noblemen to build beyond their means as an amiable weakness. His description of the proud old Genoese nobleman, who lives in marble and feeds on scraps, is not unsympathetic, and suggests that the deceit of the Ligurians, which Virgil censures in the line Hord ligurum extremis, dum fallo fata seinbent, may possibly have been of this Balderstonian variety, but Smollett had little room in his economy for such vapouring speculations. He was as unsentimental a critic as Sidney Smith or Sir Leslie Stephen. He wants to know the assets of a place more than its associations. Facts, figures, trade, and revenue returns are the data his shrewd mind requires to feed on. He has a keen eye for harbours suitable for an English frigate to lie up in, and can hardly rest until his sagacity has collected material for a political horoscope. Smollett's remarks upon the mysterious dispensations of Providence in regard to Genoa and the retreat of the Austrians are charged to the full with his saturnine spirit. His suspicions were probably well-founded. Ever since 1685 Genoa had been the more or less humiliated satellite of France, and her once famous bank had been bled pretty extensively by both belligerents. The Senate was helpless before the Austrian engineers in 1745, and the emancipation of the city was due wholly to a popular emeute. She had relapsed again into a completely enervated condition. Smollett thought she would have been happier under British protection, but it is a vicious alternative for a nation to choose a big protector. It was characteristic of the Republic that from 1790 to 1798 its policy was to remain neutral. The crisis in regard to Corsica came immediately after Smollett's visit, when in 1765, under their 154th Doge Francesco Maria Rover, the Genoese offered to abandon the island to the patriots under Paoli, reserving only the possession of the two loyal coast towns of Bonifacio and Calvi. See Boswell's Corsica, 17,668. At Paoli's instance these conciliatory terms were refused. Genoa, in desperation and next door to bankruptcy, resolved to sell her rights as suzerain to France, and the compact was concluded by a treaty signed at Versailles in 1768. Paoli was finally defeated at Pont Novo on 9 May 1769 and fled to England. On 15 August, the Edict of Reunion between France and Corsica was promulgated. On the same day Napoleon Buonaparte was born at Ajaccio. After a week at Genoa, Smollett proceeded along the coast to Larissae. There, being tired of the sea, the party disembarked, and proceeded by chaise from Sarzano to Curcio in Modenese territory, and so into Tuscany, then under the suzerainty of Austria. His description of Pisa is of an almost sunny gaiety and good humour. Italy, through this portal, was capable of casting a spell even upon a traveller so case-hardened as Smollett. The very churches at Pisa are tolerably ornamented. The Campo Santo and tower fall in no way short of their reputation, while the brass gates so far excel theirs that Smollett could have stood a whole day to examine and admire them. These agremens may be attributable in some measure to a very good inn. In stating that galleys were built in the town, Smollett seems to have fallen a victim for once to guidebook information. Evelyn mentions that galleys were built there in his time, but that was more than 100 years before. The slips and dock had long been abandoned, as Smollett is careful to point out in his manuscript notes, now in the British Museum. He also explains with superfluous caution that the Duomo of Pisa is not entirely Gothic. Once arrived in the capital of Tuscany, after admitting that Florence is a noble city, our traveller is anxious to avoid the hackneyed ecstasies and threadbare commonplaces, derived in those days from Vasari through Kiesler and other German commentators, whose genius Smollett is inclined to discover rather in the back than in the brain. The two passwords for a wood connoisseur, according to Goldsmith, were to praise Perugino, and to say that such and such a work would have been much better had the painter devoted more time and study to it. With these alternatives at hand one might pass with credit through any famous continental collection. Smollett aspired to more independence of thought and opinion, though we perceive at every turn how completely the Protestant prejudice of his moment and milieu had obtained dominion over him. To his perception monks do not chant or intone, they bawl and bellow their litanies. Flagellants are hired peasants who pad themselves to repletion with women's bodices. The image of the Virgin Mary is bejewelled, whooped, painted, patched, curled, and frizzled in the very extremity of the fashion. No particular attention is paid by the mob to the crucified one, but as soon as his Lady Martha appeared on the shoulders of 4 lusty friars, the whole populace fall upon their knees in the dirt. We have some characteristic criticism and observation of the Florentine nobles, the opera, the improvisatori, for details as to the 18th century improvisator and commedia dell'arte, the reader is referred to Symonds's Carlo Gazzi. See also the travel papers of Mrs. Piazzi, Walpole's letters to Sir Horace Mann, and Doran's Man and Manners at the Court of Florence. Vide Appendix A, the buildings and the Cicisbe. Smollett nearly always gives substantial value to his notes, however casual, for he has an historian's eye, and knows the symptoms for which the inquirer who comes after is likely to make inquisition. Smollett's observations upon the state of Florence in letters Roman 27 and Roman 28 are by no means devoid of value. The direct rule of the Medici had come to an end in 1737, and Tuscany, which with the exception of the interlude 17,981,814, remained in Austrian hands down to 1860, was in 1764 governed by the Prince de Craon, viceroy of the Empress Maria Theresa. Florence was indeed on the threshold of the sweeping administrative reforms instituted by Peter Leopold, the Archduke, for whom Smollett relates that they were preparing the Pitti Palace at the time of his stay. This prince governed the country as Grand Duke from 1765 to 1790, when he succeeded his brother as emperor, and left a name in history as the ill-fated Leopold. Few more active exponents of paternal reform are known to history. But the Grand Duke had to deal with a people such as Smollett describes. Conservative to the core, subservient to their religious directors, the stupid party in Florence proved themselves clever enough to retard the process of enlightenment by methods at which even Smollett himself might have stood amazed. The traveller touches an interesting source of biography when he refers to the Englishman called Acton, formerly an East India Company captain, now commander of the Emperor's Tuscan navy, consisting of a few frigates. This worthy was the old Commodore whom Gibbon visited in retirement at Leghorn. The Commodore was brother of Gibbon's friend, Dr. Acton, who was settled at Bisancan, where his noted son, afterwards Sir John Acton, was born in 1736. Following in the footsteps of his uncle the Commodore, who became a Catholic, Smollett tells us, and was promoted Admiral of Tuscany, John Acton entered the Tuscan Marine in 1775. Sir John Acton's subsequent career belongs to history. His origin made him an expert on naval affairs, and in 1776 he obtained some credit for an expedition which he commanded against the Barbary pirates. In 1778, Maria Carolina of Naples visited her brother Leopold at Florence, and was impressed by Acton's ugliness and reputation for exceptional efficiency. Her favourite minister, Prince Caramanico, persuaded the Grand Duke Leopold to permit Acton to exchange into the Neapolitan service and reorganize the navy of the southern kingdom. This actually came to pass, and moreover, Acton played his cards so well that he soon engrossed the ministries of war and finance, and after the death of Caracciolo, the elder, also that of foreign affairs. Sir William Hamilton had a high opinion of the general, soon to become field marshal. He took a strong part in resistance to revolutionary propaganda, caused to be built the ships which assisted Nelson in 1795, and proved himself one of the most capable bureaucrats of the time. But the French proved too strong, and Napoleon was the cause of his disgrace in 1804. In that year, by special dispensation from the Pope, he married his niece and retired to Palermo, where he died on 12 August 1811. Let loose in the Uffizi gallery, Smollett shocked his sensitive contemporaries by his freedom from those sham ecstasies which have too often dogged the footsteps of the virtuosi. Like Scott or Mark Twain at a later date, Smollett was perfectly ready to admire anything he could understand, but he expressly disclaims pretensions to the nice discernment and delicate sensibility of the connoisseur. He would never have asked to be left alone with the Venus de Medicis, as a modern art critic is related to have asked to be left alone with the Venus of Rokeby. He would have been at a loss to understand the state of mind of the eminent actor who thought the situation demanded that he should be positively bereft of breath at first sight of the Apollo Belvedere, and panting to regain it, convulsively clutched at the arm of his companion, with difficulty articulating, "I breathe." Smollett refused to be hypnotized by the famous Venus discovered at Hadrian's villa, brought from Tivoli in 1680, and then in the height of its renown, the form he admired but condemned the face and the posture. Personally, I disagree with Smollett, though the balance of cultivated opinion has since come round to his side. The guilt of Smollett lay in criticizing what was above criticism, as the contents of the Tribuna were then held to be. And in defence of this point of view, it may at least be said that the Uffizi was then, with the exception of the Vatican, the only gallery of first-rate importance open to the travelling public on the Grand Tour. Founded by Cosimo I, built originally by George Vasari, and greatly enlarged by Francis I, who succeeded to the Grand Duchy in 1574, the gallery owed most perhaps to the Cardinal, afterwards Ferdinand I, who constructed the tribuna, and to Cardinal Leopold, an omnivorous collector, who died in 1675. But all the Medici princes added to the rarities in the various cabinets, drawing largely upon the Villa Medici at Rome for this purpose, and the last of them, John Gaston 17,231,737, was one of the most liberal as regards the freedom of access which he allowed to his accumulated treasures. Among the distinguished antiquaries who acted as curators and cicerones were Sebastiano Bianchi, Antonio Cocchi, Raymond Cocchi, Joseph Bianchi, J.B. Pelli, the Abb Lanzi, and Zaccheroli. The last three all wrote elaborate descriptions of the gallery during the last decades of the 18th century. There was unhappily an epidemic of dishonesty among the custodians of gems at this period, and like the notorious Rasp, who fled from Kassel in 1775, and turned some of his old employers to ridicule in his Baron Munchausen, Joseph Bianchi was convicted first of robbing his cabinet, and then attempting to set it on fire for which exploit the learned and judicious Bianchi, as Smollett called him in his first edition, was sent to prison for life. The Aretino which Smollett so greatly admired, and which the delusive Bianchi declared to be a representation of the augur Atus Nevius, is now described as a Scythian whetting his knife to flay Marsyas. Kinglake has an amusingly cynical passage on the impossibility of approaching the sacred shrines of the Holy Land in a fittingly reverential mood. Exactly the same difficulty is experienced in approaching the sacred shrines of art. Enthusiasm about great artistic productions, though we may readily understand it to be justifiable, is by no means so easily communicable. How many people possessing a real claim to culture have felt themselves puzzled by their insensibility before some great masterpiece? Conditions may be easily imagined in which the inducement to affect an ecstasy becomes so strong as to prove overpowering. Many years ago at Florence, the loiterers in the Tribuna were startled by the sudden rush into the place of a little man, whose literary fame gave him high claims to intuitive taste. He placed himself with high-clasped hand before the chief attraction in that room of treasures. There, he murmured, is the Venus de Medicis, and here I must stay for ever and for ever. He had scarcely uttered these words, each more deeply and solemnly than the preceding, when an acquaintance entered, and the enthusiast, making a hasty inquiry if Lady So-and-so had arrived, left the room not to return again that morning. Before the same statue another distinguished countryman used to pass an hour daily. His acquaintance respected his raptures and kept aloof, but a young lady, whose attention was attracted by sounds that did not seem expressive of admiration, ventured to approach, and found the poet sunk in profound but not silent slumber. From such absurdities as these, or of the enthusiast who went into raptures about the head of the Elgin Ilissos, which is unfortunately a headless trunk, we are happily spared in the pages of Smollett. In him complete absence of gush is accompanied by an independent judgment, for which it may quite safely be claimed that good taste is in the ascendant in the majority of cases. From Florence, Smollett set out in October 1764 for Siena, a distance of 42 miles in a good travelling coach. He slept there, and next day, 7.5 miles farther on at Buon Convento, hard by Montepulciano, now justly celebrated for its wine, he had the amusing adventure with the hostler which gave occasion for his vivid portrait of an Italian official, and also to that irresistible impulse to cane the insolent hostler, from the ill consequences of which he was only saved by the underling's precipitate flight. The night was spent at Radicofani, 25 miles farther on. A clever postilion diversified the route to Viterbo, another 43 miles. The party was now within 16 leagues, or 10 hours, of Rome. The road from Radicofani was notoriously bad all the way, but Smollett was too excited or too impatient to pay much attention to it. You may guess what I felt at first sight of the city of Rome. When you arrive at Rome, he says later in somewhat more accustomed vein, you receive cards from all your country folk in that city. They expect to have the visit returned next day, when they give orders not to be at home, and you never speak to one another in the sequel. This is a refinement in hospitality and politeness which the English have invented by the strength of their own genius, without any assistance either from France, Italy, or Lapland. It is needless to recapitulate Smollett's views of Rome. Everyone has his own, and a passing traveller's annotations are just about as nourishing to the imagination as a bibliographer's note on the Bible. Smollett speaks in the main judiciously of the castle of St. Angelo, the piazza and the interior of St. Peter's, the Pincian, the Forum, the Colosseum, the Baths of Caracalla, and the other famous sites of successive ages. On Roman habits and pastimes and the gullibility of the English cognoscenti, he speaks with more spice of authority. Upon the whole, he is decidedly modest about his virtuoso vein, and when we reflect upon the way in which standards change and idols are shifted from one pedestal to another, it seems a pity that such modesty has not more votaries. In Smollett's time, we must remember that Hellenic and primitive art, whether antique or medieval, were unknown or unappreciated. The reigning models of taste in ancient sculpture were copies of 4th-century originals, Hellenistic or later productions. Hence Smollett's ecstasies over the Laocoon, the Niobe, and the Dying Gladiator. Greek art of the best period was hardly known in authentic examples. Antiques so fine as the torso of Hercules were rare. But while his failures show the danger of dogmatism in art criticism, Smollett is careful to disclaim all pretensions to the nice discernment of the real connoisseur. In cases where good sense and sincere utterance are all that is necessary, he is seldom far wrong. Take the following description for example. You need not doubt but that I went to the church of St. Peter in Montorio, to view the celebrated Transfiguration by Raphael, which, if it was mine, I would cut in 2 parts. The 3 figures in the air attract the eye so strongly that little or no attention is paid to those below on the mountain. I apprehend that the nature of the subject does not admit of that keeping and dependence which ought to be maintained in the disposition of the lights and shadows in a picture. The groups seem to be entirely independent of each other. The extraordinary merit of this piece, I imagine, consists not only in the expression of divinity on the face of Christ, but also in the surprising lightness of the figure that hovers like a beautiful exhalation in the air. Smollett's remarks about the Last Judgment of Michelangelo, that it confuses the eye as a number of people speaking at once confounds the ear, and that while single figures are splendid, the whole together resembles a mere mob, without subordination, keeping, or repose, will probably be reached by large proportion of the sightseers who gaze upon it yearly. But his description of the Transfiguration displays an amount of taste and judgment which is far from being so widely distributed. For purposes of reproduction at the present day, I may remind the reader that the picture is ordinarily cut in 2, and the nether portion is commonly attributed to Raphael's pupils, while the beautiful exhalation, as Smollett so felicitously terms it, is attributed exclusively to the master when at the zenith of his powers. His general verdict upon Michelangelo and Raphael has much in it that appeals to a modern taste. Of Raphael as a whole, he concludes that the master possesses the serenity of Virgil, but lacks the fire of Homer. And before leaving this same letter Roman 33, in which Smollett ventures so many independent critical judgments, I am tempted to cite yet another example of his capacity for acute yet sympathetic appreciation. In the Palazzo Altieri I admired a picture, by Carlo Maratti, representing a saint calling down lightning from heaven to destroy blasphemers. It was the figure of the saint I admired, merely as a portrait. The execution of the other parts was tame enough. Perhaps they were purposely kept down in order to preserve the importance of the principal figure. I imagine Salvator Rosa would have made a different disposition on the same subject that, amidst the darkness of a tempest, he would have illuminated the blasphemer with the flash of lightning by which he was destroyed. This would have thrown a dismal gleam upon his countenance, distorted by the horror of his situation as well as by the effects of the fire, and rendered the whole scene dreadfully picturesque. Smollett confuses historical and aesthetic grandeur. What appeals to him most is a monument of a whole past civilization, such as the Pont du Gard. His views of art, too, as well as his views of life, are profoundly influenced by his early training as a surgeon. He is not inclined by temperament to be sanguine. His gaze is often fixed, like that of a doctor, upon the end of life, and of art as of nature he takes a decidedly pathological view. Yet, upon the whole, far from deriding his artistic impressions, I think we shall be inclined rather to applaud them, as well for their sanity as for their undoubted sincerity. For the return journey to Florence, Smollett selected the alternative route by Narni, Terni, Sparlito, Foligno, Perugia and Arezzo, and by his own account, No traveller ever suffered quite so much as he did from dirt, vermin, poison, and imposture. At Foligno, where Goethe also, in his travels a score of years or so later, had an amusing adventure, Smollett was put into a room recently occupied by a wild beast bestia, but the bestia turned out on investigation to be no more or no less than an English heretic. The food was so filthy that it might have turned the stomach of a muleteer. Their coach was nearly shattered to pieces, frozen with cold and nearly devoured by rats. Mrs. Smollett wept in silence with horror and fatigue, and the bugs gave the doctor a whooping cough. If Smollett anticipated a violent death from exhaustion and chagrin in consequence of these tortures, he was completely disappointed. His health was never better, so much so that he felt constrained in fairness to drink to the health of the Roman banker who had recommended this nefarious route. See the doctor's remarks at the end of letter 35. By Florence and Lerici he retraced his steps to Nice early in 1765, and then after a brief jaunt to Turin where he met Stern and Back by the Col di Tende, he turned his face definitely homewards. The journey home confirmed his liking for Pisa, and gives an opening for an amusing description of the Britisher abroad letter Roman 35. We can almost overhear Thackeray, or the author of Eothen, touching this same topic in letter 41. When two natives of any other country chance to meet abroad, they run into each other's embrace like old friends, even though they have never heard of one another till that moment. Whereas two Englishmen in the same situation maintain a mutual reserve and diffidence, and keep without the sphere of each other's attraction, like two bodies endowed with a repulsive power. Letter Roman 36 gives opportunity for some discerning remarks on French taxation. Having given the French king a bit of excellent advice that he should abolish the fermiers generaux, Smollett proceeds, in 1765, to a forecast of probabilities which is deeply significant and amazingly shrewd. The fragment known as Smollett's dying prophecy of 1771 has often been discredited. Yet the substance of it is fairly adumbrated here in the passage beginning. There are undoubtedly many marks of relaxation in the reigns of French government, written fully 6 years previously. After a pleasing description of Grasse, famous for its pomatum, gloves, washballs, perfumes, and toilette boxes lined with bergamot, the homeward traveller crossed the French frontier at Antibes, and in letter Roman 39 at Marseille, he compares the galley slaves of France with those of Savoy. At Bath, where he had gone to set up a practice, Smollett once astonished the faculty by proving in a pamphlet that the therapeutic properties of the waters had been prodigiously exaggerated. So now, in the south of France, he did not hesitate to pronounce solemnly that all fermented liquors are pernicious to the human constitution. Elsewhere he comments upon the immeasurable appetite of the French for bread. The Frenchman will recall the story of the peasant persecuting Baron whom Louis XII provided with a luxurious feast, which the lack of bread made uneatable. He may not have heard a story told me in Liege at the Hotel Charlemagne of the Belgian who sought to conciliate his French neighbour by remarking, "Je vois que vous eats franchise, monsieur, parce que vous mangez beaucoup de pain," and the Frenchman's retort, "Je vois que vous eats lie, monsieur, parce que vous mangez beaucoup de tout." From Fréjus Smollett proceeds to Toulon, repeating the old epigram that the King of France is greater at Toulon than at Versailles. The weather is so pleasant that the travellers enjoy a continual concert of nightingales from Vienne to Fontainebleau. The douche of Aixel's Bains having been explained, Smollett and his party proceeded agreeably to Avignon, where by one of the strange coincidences of travel, he met his old voitrier Joseph so embrowned by the sun that he might have passed for an Iroquois. In spite of Joseph's testimonial, the plagues of posting are still in the ascendant, and Smollett is once more generous of good advice. Above all, he adjures us when travelling never to omit to carry a hammer and nails, a crowbar, an iron pin or two, a large knife, and a bladder of grease. Why not a linchpin, which we were so carefully instructed how to inquire about in Murray's Conversation for Travellers? But the history of his troublous travels is drawing to an end. From Lyon the route is plain through Macon, Chalons, Dijon, Auxerre, Celles, and Fontainebleau. The whole itinerary almost exactly anticipates that of Talfourd's vacation to a 110 years later, except that on the outward journey Talfourd sailed down the Rhone. Smollett's old mental grievances and sores have been shifted, and to some extent, let us hope, dissipated by his strenuous journeyings, and in June 1765, after an absence of 2 years, he is once more enabled to write. You cannot imagine what pleasure I feel while I survey the white cliffs of Dover at this distance from Boulogne. Not that I am at all affected by the nescio qua dulcidine natalis soli of Horace. That seems to be a kind of fanaticism, founded on the prejudices of education, which induces a Laplander to place the terrestrial paradise among the snows of Norway, and a Swiss to prefer the barren mountains of Soleure to the fruitful plains of Lombardy. I am attached to my country because it is the land of liberty, cleanliness, and convenience, but I love it still more tenderly as the scene of all my interesting connections, as the habitation of my friends, for whose conversation, correspondence, and esteem I wish alone to live. For the time being, it cannot be doubted that the hardships Smollett had to undergo on his Italian journey, by sea and land, and the violent passions by which he was agitated owing to the conduct of refractory postilions and extortionate innkeepers, contributed positively to brace up and invigorate his constitution. He spoke of himself indeed as mended by ill-treatment, not unlike Tavernier, the famous traveller, said to have been radically cured of the gout by a Turkish augur in Egypt, who gave him the bastinado because he would not look at the head of the Bashor of Cairo. But Phizes was right after all in his swan prescription, for poor Smollett's cure was anything but a radical one. His health soon collapsed under the dreary round of incessant labour at Chelsea. His literary faculty was still maturing and developing. His genius was mellowing, and a later work might have eclipsed Clinker. But it was not to be. He had a severe relapse in the winter. In 1770, he had once more to take refuge from overwork on the sunny coast he had done so much to popularise among his countrymen, and it was near Leghorn that he died on 17th September 1771. Anno Aetatis 51. Ehev cuvem procvula patria. Prop libvini portvam in Italia. Jacit sepultives. Thomas Secum, Acton, May 1907. Letter I. Boulogne-sur-Mer, June 23, 1763. Dear Sir, you laid your commands upon me at parting, to communicate from time to time the observations I should make in the course of my travels, and it was an injunction I received with pleasure. In gratifying your curiosity, I shall find some amusement to beguile the tedious hours, which, without some such employment, would be rendered insupportable by distemper and disquiet. You knew and pitied my situation, traduced by malice, persecuted by faction, abandoned by false patrons, and overwhelmed by the sense of a domestic calamity, which it was not in the power of fortune to repair. You know with what eagerness I fled from my country as a scene of illiberal dispute, and incredible infatuation, where a few worthless incendiaries had, by dint of perfidious calumnies and atrocious abuse, kindled up a flame which threatened all the horrors of civil dissension. I packed up my little family in a hired coach, and attended by my trusty servant, who had lived with me a dozen of years and now refused to leave me, took the road to Dover in my way to the south of France, where I hoped the mildness of the climate would prove favourable to the weak state of my lungs. You advised me to have recourse again to the Bath waters, from the use of which I had received great benefit the preceding winter, but I had many inducements to leave England. My wife earnestly begged I would convey her from a country where every object served to nourish her grief. I was in hopes that a succession of new scenes would engage her attention, and gradually call off her mind from a series of painful reflections, and I imagined the change of air, and a journey of near 1,000 miles, would have a happy effect upon my own constitution. But as the summer was already advanced, and the heat too excessive for travelling in warm climates, I proposed staying at Boulogne till the beginning of autumn, and in the meantime to bathe in the sea, with a view to strengthen and prepare my body for the fatigues of such a long journey. A man who travels with a family of 5 persons must lay his account with a number of mortifications, and some of these I have already happily overcome. Though I was well acquainted with the road to Dover, and made allowances accordingly, I could not help being chagrined at the bad accommodation and impudent imposition to which I was exposed. These I found the more disagreeable, as we were detained a day extraordinary on the road, in consequence of my wife's being indisposed. I need not tell you this is the worst road in England with respect to the conveniences of travelling, and must certainly impress foreigners with an unfavourable opinion of the nation in general. The chambers are in general cold and comfortless, the beds paltry, the cookery execrable, the wine poison, the attendants bad, the publicans insolent, and the bills extortion. There is not a drop of tolerable malt liquor to be had from London to Dover. Every landlord and every waiter harangued upon the knavery of a publican in Canterbury, who had charged the French ambassador £40 for a supper that was not worth 40 shillings. They talked much of honesty and conscience, but when they produced their own bills, they appeared to be all of the same family and complexion. If it was a reproach upon the English nation that an innkeeper should pillage strangers at that rate, it is a greater scandal that the same fellow should be able to keep his house still open. I think it would be for the honour of the kingdom to reform the abuses of this road, and in particular to improve the avenue to London by the way of Kent Street, which is a most disgraceful entrance to such an opulent city. A foreigner in passing through this beggarly and ruinous suburb conceives such an idea of misery and meanness as all the wealth and magnificence of London and Westminster are afterwards unable to destroy. A friend of mine, who brought a Parisian from Dover in his own post-chaise, contrived to enter Southwark after it was dark, that his friend might not perceive the nakedness of this quarter. The stranger was much pleased with the great number of shops full of merchandise, lighted up to the best advantage. He was astonished at the display of riches in Lombard Street and Cheapside. The badness of the pavement made him find the streets twice as long as they were. They alighted in Upper Brook Street by Grosvenor Square, and when his conductor told him they were then about the middle of London, the Frenchman declared with marks of infinite surprise that London was very near as long as Paris. On my arrival at Dover, I paid off my coachman, who went away with a heavy heart. He wanted much to cross the sea, and endeavoured to persuade me to carry the coach and horses to the other side. If I had been resolved to set out immediately for the south, perhaps I should have taken his advice. If I had retained him at the rate of 20 guineas per month, which was the price he demanded, and begun my journey without hesitation, I should travel more agreeably than I can expect to do in the carriages of this country, and the difference of the expense would be a mere trifle. I would advise every man who travels through France to bring his own vehicle along with him, or at least to purchase one at Calais or Boulogne, where second-hand berlins and chaises may be generally had at reasonable rates. I have been offered a very good berlin for 30 guineas, but before I make the purchase, I must be better informed touching the different methods of travelling in this country. Dover is commonly termed a den of thieves, and I am afraid it is not altogether without reason it has acquired this appellation. The people are said to live by piracy in time of war, and by smuggling and fleecing strangers in time of peace, but I will do them the justice to say they make no distinction between foreigners and natives. Without all doubt a man cannot be much worse lodged and worse treated in any part of Europe, nor will he in any other place meet with more flagrant instances of fraud, imposition, and brutality. One would imagine they had formed a general conspiracy against all those who either go to, or return from the continent. About 5 years ago, in my passage from Flushing to Dover, the master of the packet-boat brought all of a sudden off the South Foreland, although the wind was as favourable as it could blow. He was immediately boarded by a custom-house boat, the officer of which appeared to be his friend. He then gave the passengers to understand that as it was low water the ship could not go into the harbour, but that the boat would carry them ashore with their baggage. The custom-house officer demanded a guinea for this service, and the bargain was made. Before we quitted the ship, we were obliged to gratify the cabin boy for his attendance, and to give drink money to the sailors. The boat was run aground on the open beach, but we could not get ashore without the assistance of 3 or 4 fellows, who insisted upon being paid for their trouble. Every parcel and bundle as it was landed was snatched up by a separate porter. One ran away with a hat box, another with a wig box, a third with a couple of shirts tied up in a handkerchief, and 2 were employed in carrying a small portmanteau that did not weigh 40 pounds. All our things were hurried to the custom-house to be searched, and the searcher was paid for disordering our clothes. From thence they were removed to the inn, where the porters demanded half a crown each for their labour. It was in vain to expostulate. They surrounded the house like a pack of hungry bounds, and raised such a clamour that we were fain to comply. After we had undergone all this imposition, we were visited by the master of the packet, who, having taken our fares and wished us joy of our happy arrival in England, expressed his hope that we would remember the poor master, whose wages were very small, and who chiefly depended upon the generosity of the passengers. I own I was shocked at his meanness, and could not help telling him so. I told him I could not conceive what title he had to any such gratification. He had 16 passengers, who paid a guinea each, on the supposition that every person should have a bed. But there were no more than 8 beds in the cabin, and each of these was occupied before I came on board, so that if we had been detained at sea a whole week by contrary winds and bad weather, one half of the passengers must have slept upon the boards, howsoever their health might have suffered from this want of accommodation. Notwithstanding this check, he was so very abject and importunate that we gave him a crown apiece and he retired. The first thing I did when I arrived at Dover this last time was to send for the master of a packet-boat and agree with him to carry us to Boulogne at once, by which means I saved the expense of travelling by land from Calais to this last place, a journey of 24 miles. The hire of a vessel from Dover to Boulogne is precisely the same as from Dover to Calais, 5 guineas, but this skipper demanded 8, and as I did not know the fare, I agreed to give him 6. We embarked between 6 and 7 in the evening, and found ourselves in a most wretched hovel, on board what is called a Folkestone cutter. The cabin was so small that a dog could hardly turn in it, and the beds put me in mind of the holes described in some catacombs, in which the bodies of the dead were deposited, being thrust in with the feet foremost. There was no getting into them but endways, and indeed they seemed so dirty that nothing but extreme necessity could have obliged me to use them. We sat up all night in a most uncomfortable situation, tossed about by the sea, cold, arid, cramped and weary, and languishing for want of sleep. At 3 in the morning the master came down, and told us we were just off the harbour of Boulogne, but the wind blowing offshore he could not possibly enter, and therefore advised us to go ashore in the boat. I went upon deck to view the coast, when he pointed to the place where he said Boulogne stood, declaring at the same time we were within a short mile of the harbour's mouth. The morning was cold and raw, and I knew myself extremely subject to catch cold. Nevertheless, we were all so impatient to be ashore that I resolved to take his advice. The boat was already hoisted out, and we went on board of it after I had paid the captain and gratified his crew. We had scarce parted from the ship, when we perceived a boat coming towards us from the shore, and the master gave us to understand it was coming to carry us into the harbour. When I objected to the trouble of shifting from one boat to another in the open sea, which by the by was a little rough, he said it was a privilege which the watermen of Boulogne had to carry all passengers ashore, and that this privilege he durst not venture to infringe. This was no time nor place to remonstrate. The French boat came alongside half filled with water, and we were handed from the one to the other. We were then obliged to lie upon our oars, till the captain's boat went on board and returned from the ship with a packet of letters. We were afterwards rowed a long league, in a rough sea, against wind and tide, before we reached the harbour, where we landed, benumbed with cold, and the women excessively sick. From our landing place we were obliged to walk very near a mile to the inn where we purposed to lodge, attended by 6 or 7 men and women, bare-legged, carrying our baggage. This boat cost me a guinea, besides paying exorbitantly the people who carried our things, so that the inhabitants of Dover and of Boulogne seem to be of the same kidney, and indeed they understand one another perfectly well. It was our honest captain who made the signal for the shore-boat before I went upon deck, by which means he not only gratified his friends, the watermen of Boulogne, but also saved about 15 shillings portage, which he must have paid had he gone into the harbour, and thus he found himself at liberty to return to Dover, which he reached in 4 hours. I mention these circumstances as a warning to other passengers. When a man hires a packet-boat from Dover to Calais or Boulogne, let him remember that the stated price is 5 guineas, and let him insist upon being carried into the harbour in the ship, without paying the least regard to the representations of the master, who is generally a little dirty knave. When he tells you it is low water, or the wind is in your teeth, you may say you will stay on board till it is high water, or till the wind comes favourable. If he sees you are resolute, he will find means to bring his ship into the harbour, or at least to convince you, without a possibility of your being deceived, that it is not in his power. After all, the fellow himself was a loser by his finesse. If he had gone into the harbour, he would have had another fare immediately back to Dover, for there was a Scotch gentleman at the inn waiting for such an opportunity. Knowing my own weak constitution, I took it for granted this morning's adventure would cost me a fit of illness, and what added to my chagrin, when we arrived at the inn, all the beds were occupied, so that we were obliged to sit in a cold kitchen above 2 hours, until some of the lodgers should get up. This was such a bad specimen of French accommodation, that my wife could not help regretting even the inns of Rochester, Sittingbourne, and Canterbury. Bad as they are, they certainly have the advantage when compared with the execrable auberges of this country, where one finds nothing but dirt and imposition. One would imagine the French were still at war with the English, for they pillaged them without mercy. Among the strangers at this inn where we lodged, there was a gentleman of the faculty, just returned from Italy. Understanding that I intended to winter in the south of France on account of a pulmonic disorder, he strongly recommended the climate of Nice in Provence, which indeed I had often heard extolled, and I am almost resolved to go thither, not only for the sake of the air, but also for its situation on the Mediterranean, where I can have the benefit of bathing, and from whence there is a short cut by sea to Italy, should I find it necessary to try the air of Naples. After having been ill accommodated 3 days at our inn, we have at last found commodious lodgings, by means of Mrs. B., a very agreeable French lady, to whom we were recommended by her husband, who is my countryman, and at present resident in London. For 3 guineas a month we have the greatest part of a house tolerably furnished, 4 bedchambers on the first floor, a large parlour below, a kitchen, and the use of a cellar. These, I own, are frivolous incidents, scarce worth committing to paper, but they may serve to introduce observations of more consequence, and in the meantime I know nothing will be indifferent to you that concerns your humble servant. Letter Roman II. Boulogne-sur-Mer, July 15, 1763. Dear Sir, the custom house officers at Boulogne, though as alert, are rather more civil than those on your side of the water. I brought no plate along with me, but 1.5 dozen of spoons and 12 teaspoons, the first being found in one of our portmanteaus when they were examined at the bureau, cost me 17 livres entree, the others being luckily in my servant's pocket, escaped duty-free. All wrought silver imported into France pays at the rate of so much per mark, therefore those who have any quantity of plate will do well to leave it behind them, unless they can confide in the dexterity of the shipmasters, some of whom will undertake to land it without the ceremony of examination. The ordinances of France are so unfavourable to strangers that they oblige them to pay at the rate of 5 per cent. For all the bed and table linen which they bring into the kingdom, even though it has been used. When my trunks arrived in a ship from the river Thames, I underwent this ordeal, but what gives me more vexation, my books have been stopped at the bureau, and will be sent to Amiens at my expense, to be examined by the chamber syndicale, lest they should contain something prejudicial to the state, or to the religion of the country. This is a species of oppression which one would not expect to meet with in France, which piques itself on its politeness and hospitality. But the truth is, I know no country in which strangers are worse treated with respect to their essential concerns. If a foreigner dies in France, the king seizes all his effects, even though his heir should be upon the spot. And this tyranny is called the droit daubing, founded at first upon the supposition that all the estate of foreigners residing in France was acquired in that kingdom, and that therefore it would be unjust to convey it to another country. If an English Protestant goes to France for the benefit of his health, attended by his wife or his son, or both, and dies with effects in the house to the amount of 1,000 guineas, the king seizes the whole, the family is left destitute, and the body of the deceased is denied Christian burial. The Swiss, by capitulation, are exempted from this despotism, and so are the Scots, in consequence of an ancient alliance between the two nations. The same droit daubing is exacted by some of the princes in Germany, but it is a great discouragement to commerce, and prejudices every country where it is exercised, to 10 times the value of what it brings into the coffers of the sovereign. I am exceedingly mortified at the detention of my books, which not only deprives me of an amusement which I can very ill dispense with, but in all probability will expose me to sundry other inconveniencies. I must be at the expense of sending them 60 miles to be examined, and run the risque of their being condemned, and in the meantime I may lose the opportunity of sending them with my heavy baggage by sea to Bordeaux, to be sent up the Garonne to Thalos, and from thence transmitted through the canal of Languedoc to Sète, which is a seaport on the Mediterranean, about 3 or 4 leagues from Montpellier. For the recovery of my books, I had recourse to the advice of my landlord, Mons. He is a handsome young fellow, about 25 years of age, and keeps house with 2 maiden sisters, who are professed devotees. The brother is a little libertine, good-natured and obliging, but a true Frenchman in vanity, which is undoubtedly the ruling passion of this volatile people. He has an inconsiderable place under the government, in consequence of which he is permitted to wear a sword, a privilege which he does not fail to use. He is likewise receiver of the tithes of the clergy in this district, an office that gives him a command of money, and he, moreover, deals in the wine trade. When I came to his house, he made a parade of all these advantages. He displayed his bags of money, and some old gold which his father had left him. He described his chateau in the country, dropped hints of the fortunes that were settled upon mademoiselles his sisters, boasted of his connections at court, and assured me it was not for my money that he let his lodgings, but altogether with a view to enjoy the pleasure of my company. The truth, when stripped of all embellishments, is this: the Sieur B is the son of an honest bourgeois lately dead, who left him the house, with some stock in trade, a little money, and a poultry farm. His sisters have about 3,000 livres, not quite 140 L apiece. The brothers' places are worth about £50 a year, and his connections at court are confined to a commis or clerk in the secretary's office, with whom he corresponds by virtue of his employment. My landlord piques himself upon his gallantry and success with the fair sex. He keeps a fille de joie, and makes no secret of his amours. He told Miss C the other day, in broken English, that in the course of the last year he had made 6 bastards. He owned, at the same time, he had sent them all to the hospital, but now his father is dead, he would himself take care of his future productions. This, however, was no better than a gasconade. Yesterday the house was in a hot alarm on account of a new windfall of this kind. The sisters were in tears, the brother was visited by the cure of the parish, the lady in the straw, a sempstress, sent him the bantling in a basket, and he transmitted it by the carriers to the infans Trouves at Paris. But to return from this digression, Mr. B advised me to send a requite or petition to the Chancellor of France, that I might obtain an order to have my books examined on the spot, by the President of Boulogne, or the Procureur du Roi, or the subdelegate of the Intendants. He recommended an advocate of his acquaintance to draw up the memoir, and introduced him accordingly, telling me at the same time in private that if he was not a drunkard, he would be at the head of his profession. He had indeed all the outward signs of a sot, a sleepy eye, a rubicund face, and carbuncled nose. He seemed to be a little out at elbows, had marvellous foul linen, and his breeches were not very sound, but he assumed an air of importance, was very courteous and very solemn. I asked him if he did not sometimes divert himself with the muse. He smiled and promised in a whisper to show me some chansonnettes de Sarfacan. Meanwhile he composed the requite in my name, which was very pompous, very tedious, and very abject. Such a style might perhaps be necessary in a native of France, but I did not think it was at all suitable to a subject of Great Britain. I thanked him for the trouble he had taken, as he would receive no other gratification. But when my landlord proposed to send the memoir to his correspondent at Paris, to be delivered to the Chancellor, I told him I had changed my mind, and would apply to the English ambassador. I have accordingly taken the liberty to address myself to the Earl of H., and at the same time I have presumed to write to the Duchess of D., who is now at Paris, to entreat her Grace's advice and interposition. What effect these applications may have I know not, but the Sieur B shakes his head, and has told my servant, in confidence, that I am mistaken if I think the English ambassador is as great a man at Paris as the Chancellor of France. I ought to make an apology for troubling you with such an unentertaining detail, and consider that the detention of my books must be a matter of very little consequence to anybody, but to your affectionate humble servant. Letter Roman 3. Boulogne, August 15, 1763. Sir, I am much obliged to you for your kind inquiries after my health, which has been lately in a very declining condition. In consequence of a cold caught a few days after my arrival in France, I was seized with a violent cough, attended with a fever and stitches in my breast, which tormented me all night long without ceasing. At the same time I had a great discharge by expectoration, and such a dejection of spirits as I never felt before. In this situation I took a step which may appear to have been desperate. I knew there was no imposthume in my lungs, and I supposed the stitches were spasmodical. I was sensible that all my complaints were originally derived from relaxation. I therefore hired a chaise, and going to the beach about a league from the town, plunged into the sea without hesitation. By this desperate remedy I got a fresh cold in my head, but my stitches and fever vanished the very first day, and by a daily repetition of the bath I have diminished my cough, strengthened my body, and recovered my spirits. I believe I should have tried the same experiment, even if there had been an abscess in my lungs, though such practice would have been contrary to all the rules of medicine, but I am not one of those who implicitly believe in all the dogmata of physic. I saw one of the guides at Bath, the stoutest fellow among them, who recovered from the last stage of a consumption by going into the king's bath, contrary to the express injunction of his doctor. He said if he must die, the sooner the better, as he had nothing left for his subsistence. Instead of immediate death, he found instant case and continued mending every day till his health was entirely re-established. I myself drank the waters of Bath and bathed in diametrical opposition to the opinion of some physicians there settled, and found myself better every day, notwithstanding their unfavourable prognostic. If I had been of the rigid fibre, full of blood, subject to inflammation, I should have followed a different course. Our acquaintance, Dr. C., while he actually spit up matter and rode out every day for his life, led his horse to water at the pond in Hyde Park, one cold frosty morning, and the beast, which happened to be of a hot constitution, plunged himself and his master over head and ears in the water. The poor doctor hastened home, half dead with fear, and was put to bed in the apprehension of a new imposthume, instead of which he found himself exceedingly recruited in his spirits, and his appetite much mended. I advised him to take the hint and go into the cold bath every morning, but he did not choose to run any risque. How cold water comes to be such a bugbear I know not. If I am not mistaken, Hippocrates recommends immersion in cold water for the gout, and Celsus expressly says, in omni tussi utilis est natatio, in every cough swimming is of service. I have conversed with a physician of this place, a sensible man, who assured me he was reduced to mere skin and bone by a cough and hectic fever, when he ordered a bath to be made in his own house, and dipped himself in cold water every morning. He at the same time left off drinking and swallowing any liquid that was warm. He is now strong and lusty, and even in winter has no other cover than a single sheet. His notions about the warm drink were a little whimsical. He imagined it relaxed the tone of the stomach, and this would undoubtedly be the case if it was drank in large quantities, warmer than the natural temperature of the blood. He alleged the example of the inhabitants of the Ladrone Islands, who never taste anything that is not cold, and are remarkably healthy. But to balance this argument I mentioned the Chinese, who scarce drink anything but warm tea, and the Laplanders, who drink nothing but warm water. Yet the people of both these nations are remarkably strong, healthy, and long-lived. You desire to know the fate of my books. My Lord H.D. is not yet come to France, but my letter was transmitted to him from Paris, and his lordship, with that generous humanity which is peculiar to his character, has done me the honour to assure me under his own hand that he has directed Mr. Ennell, our resident at Paris, to apply for an order that my books may be restored. I have met with another piece of good fortune in being introduced to General Patterson and his lady, in their way to England from Nice, where the general has been many years commandant for the King of Sardinia. You must have heard of this gentleman, who has not only eminently distinguished himself by his courage and conduct as an officer, but also by his probity and humanity in the exercise of his office, and by his remarkable hospitality to all strangers, especially the subjects of Great Britain, whose occasions called them to the place where he commanded. Being pretty far advanced in years, he begged leave to resign, that he might spend the evening of his days in his own country, and his Sardinian Majesty granted his request with regret, after having honoured him with very particular marks of approbation and esteem. The general talks so favourably of the climate of Nice, with respect to disorders of the breast, that I am now determined to go thither. It would have been happy for me had he continued in his government. I think myself still very fortunate in having obtained of him a letter of recommendation to the English consul at Nice, together with directions how to travel through the south of France. I propose to begin my journey some time next month, when the weather will be temperate to the southward, and in the wine countries I shall have the pleasure of seeing the vintage, which is always a season of festivity among all ranks of people. You have been very much misinformed by the person who compared Boulogne to Wapping. He did a manifest injustice to this place, which is a large agreeable town, with broad open streets, excellently paved, and the houses are of stone, well built and commodious. The number of inhabitants may amount to 16,000. You know this was generally supposed to be the Portus Itius and Gessoriacum of the Antients, though it is now believed that the Portus Itius, from whence Caesar sailed to Britain, is a place called Whitsand, about halfway between this place and Calais. Boulogne is the capital of the Boulonnois, a district extending about 12 leagues, ruled by a governor independent of the governor of Picardy, of which province, however, this country forms a part. The present governor is the Duc d'Ormout. The town of Boulogne is the see of a bishop suffragan of Rheims, whose revenue amounts to about 24,000 livres, or £1,000 sterling. It is also the seat of a seneschal's court, from whence an appeal lies to the Parliament of Paris, and thither all condemned criminals are sent to have their sentence confirmed or reversed. Here is likewise a bailiwick and a court of admiralty. The military jurisdiction of the city belongs to a commandant appointed by the king, a sort of sinecure bestowed upon some old officer. His appointments are very inconsiderable. He resides in the upper town, and his garrison at present consists of a few hundreds of invalids. Boulogne is divided into the upper and lower towns. The former is a kind of citadel, about a short mile in circumference, situated on a rising ground, surrounded by a high wall and rampart, planted with rows of trees, which form a delightful walk. It commands a fine view of the country and lower town, and in clear weather the coast of England from Dover to Folkestone appears so plain that one would imagine it was within 4 or 5 leagues of the French shore. The upper town was formerly fortified with outworks which are now in ruins. Here is a square, a town house, the cathedral, and 2 or 3 convents of nuns, in one of which there are several English girls sent hither for their education. The smallness of the expense encourages parents to send their children abroad to these seminaries, where they learn scarce anything that is useful but the French language. But they never fail to imbibe prejudices against the Protestant religion, and generally return enthusiastic converts to the religion of Rome. This conversion always generates a contempt for, and often an aversion to, their own country. Indeed, it cannot reasonably be expected that people of weak minds, addicted to superstition, should either love or esteem those whom they are taught to consider as reprobated heretics. £10 a year is the usual pension in these convents, but I have been informed by a French lady who had her education in one of them that nothing can be more wretched than their entertainment. The civil magistracy of Boulogne consists of a mayor and échevins, and this is the case in almost all the towns of France. The lower town is continued from the gate of the upper town, down the slope of a hill as far as the harbour, stretching on both sides to a large extent, and is much more considerable than the upper, with respect to the beauty of the streets, the convenience of the houses, and the number and wealth of the inhabitants. These, however, are all merchants or bourgeois, for the noblesse or gentry live all together in the upper town, and never mix with the others. The harbour of Boulogne is at the mouth of the small river, or rather rivulet Lion, which is so shallow that the children wade through it at low water. As the tide makes, the sea flows in, and forms a pretty extensive harbour, which, however, admits nothing but small vessels. It is contracted at the mouth by 2 stone jetties or piers, which seem to have been constructed by some engineer, very little acquainted with this branch of his profession, for they are carried out in such a manner as to collect a bank of sand just at the entrance of the harbour. The road is very open and unsafe, and the surf very high when the wind blows from the sea. There is no fortification near the harbour, except a paltry fort mounting about 20 guns, built in the last war by the Prince de Cry, upon a rock about a league to the eastward of Boulogne. It appears to be situated in such a manner that it can neither offend nor be offended. If the depth of water would admit a 40 or 50 gun ship to lie within cannon shot of it, I apprehend it might be silenced in half an hour, but in all probability there will be no vestiges of it at the next rupture between the 2 crowns. It is surrounded every day by the sea at high water, and when it blows a fresh gale towards the shore, the waves break over the top of it, to the terror and astonishment of the garrison, who have been often heard crying piteously for assistance. I am persuaded that it will one day disappear in the twinkling of an eye. The neighbourhood of this fort, which is a smooth sandy beach, I have chosen for my bathing place. The road to it is agreeable and romantic, lying through pleasant cornfields, skirted by open downs, where there is a rabbit warren and great plenty of the birds so much admired at Tunbridge under the name of wheatears. By the by, this is a pleasant corruption of Widace, the translation of their French name Colblanc, taken from their colour, for they are actually white towards the tail. Upon the top of a high rock which overlooks the harbour are the remains of an old fortification, which is indiscriminately called Tour d'Order and Julius Caesar's fort. The original tower was a lighthouse built by Claudius Caesar, denominated Turris Ardens from the fire burned in it, and this the French have corrupted into Tour d'Order, but no vestiges of this Roman work remain. What we now see are the ruins of a castle built by Charlemagne. I know of no other antiquity at Boulogne, except an old vault in the upper town, now used as a magazine, which is said to be part of an ancient temple dedicated to Isis. On the other side of the harbour, opposite to the lower town, there is a house built at a considerable expense by a general officer who lost his life in the late war. Never was situation more inconvenient, unpleasant, and unhealthy. It stands on the edge of an ugly morass formed by the stagnant water left by the tide in its retreat. The very walks of the garden are so moist that, in the driest weather, no person can make a tour of it without danger of the rheumatism. Besides, the house is altogether inaccessible, except at low water, and even then the carriage must cross the harbour, the wheels up to the axletree in mud. Nay, the tide rushes in so fast that unless you seize the time to a minute, you will be in danger of perishing. The apartments of this house are elegantly fitted up, but very small, and the garden, notwithstanding its unfavourable situation, affords a great quantity of good fruit. The ooze, impregnated with sea salt, produces on this side of the harbour an incredible quantity of the finest samphire I ever saw. The French call it passepierre, and I suspect its English name is a corruption of Saint-Pierre. It is generally found on the faces of bare rocks that overhang the sea, by the spray of which it is nourished. As it grew upon a naked rock without any appearance of soil, it might be naturally enough called sang du pierre or Saint-Pierre, blood of the rock, and hence the name samphire. On the same side of the harbour there is another new house, neatly built, belonging to a gentleman who has obtained a grant from the king of some ground which was always overflowed at high water. He has raised dikes at a considerable expense to exclude the tide, and if he can bring his project to bear, he will not only gain a good estate for himself, but also improve the harbour by increasing the depth at high water. In the lower town of Boulogne there are several religious houses, particularly a seminary, a convent of Cordeliers, and another of Capuchins. This last, having fallen to decay, was some years ago repaired, chiefly by the charity of British travellers, collected by Father Graham, a native of North Briton who had been an officer in the army of King James II, and is said to have turned monk of this mendicant order by way of voluntary penance for having killed his friend in a duel. Be that as it may, he was a well-bred, sensible man of a very exemplary life and conversation, and his memory is much revered in this place. Being superior of the convent, he caused the British arms to be put up in the church, as a mark of gratitude for the benefactions received from our nation. I often walk in the garden of the convent, the walls of which are washed by the sea at high water. At the bottom of the garden is a little private grove, separated from it by a high wall with a door of communication, and hither the Capuchins retire when they are disposed for contemplation. About 2 years ago, this place was said to be converted to a very different use. There was among the monks one Pier Charles, a lusty friar, of whom the people tell strange stories. Some young women of the town were seen mounting over the wall by a ladder of ropes in the dusk of the evening, and there was an unusual crop of bastards that season. In short, Pier Charles and his companions gave such scandal that the whole fraternity was changed, and now the nest is occupied by another flight of these birds of passage. If one of our privateers had kidnapped a Capuchin during the war and exhibited him in his habit as a show in London, he would have proved a good prize to the captors, for I know not a more uncouth and grotesque animal than an old Capuchin in the habit of his order. A friend of mine, a Swiss officer, told me that a peasant in his country used to weep bitterly whenever a certain Capuchin mounted the pulpit to hold forth to the people. The good father took notice of this man, and believed he was touched by the finger of the Lord. He exhorted him to encourage these accessions of grace, and at the same time to be of good comfort, as having received such marks of the divine favour. The man still continued to weep, as before, every time the monk preached, and at last the Capuchin insisted upon knowing what it was, in his discourse or appearance, that made such an impression upon his heart. "Ah, father," cried the peasant, "I never see you, but I think of a venerable goat which I lost at Easter. We were bred up together in the same family. He was the very picture of your reverentione would swear you were brothers. Poor Baudouin, he died of a fall, rest his soul. I would willingly pay for a couple of masses to pray him out of purgatory." Among other public edifices at Boulogne, there is an hospital or workhouse which seems to be established upon a very good foundation. It maintains several hundreds of poor people, who are kept constantly at work, according to their age and abilities, in making thread, all sorts of lace, a kind of catgut, and in knitting stockings. It is under the direction of the bishop, and the see is at present filled by a prelate of great piety and benevolence, though a little inclining to bigotry and fanaticism. The churches in this town are but indifferently built, and poorly ornamented. There is not one picture in the place worth looking at, nor indeed does there seem to be the least taste for the liberal arts. In my next, I shall endeavour to satisfy you in the other articles you desire to know. Meanwhile, I am ever yours. Letter Roman 4. Boulogne, September 1, 1763. Sir, I am infinitely obliged to 500 H for the favourable manner in which he has mentioned me to the Earl of H. I have at last recovered my books, by virtue of a particular order to the Director of the Douane, procured by the application of the English resident to the French ministry. I am now preparing for my long journey, but before I leave this place, I shall send you the packet I mentioned, by Briton. Meanwhile, I must fulfil my promise in communicating the observations I have had occasion to make upon this town and country. The air of Boulogne is cold and moist and I believe of consequence unhealthy. Last winter the frost, which continued 6 weeks in London, lasted here 8 weeks without intermission, and the cold was so intense that in the garden of the Capuchins it split the bark of several elms from top to bottom. On our arrival here we found all kinds of fruit more backward than in England. The frost, in its progress to Britain, is much weakened in crossing the sea. The atmosphere, impregnated with saline particles, resists the operation of freezing. Hence, in severe winters, all places near the seaside are less cold than more inland districts. This is the reason why the winter is often more mild at Edinburgh than at London. A very great degree of cold is required to freeze salt water. Indeed, it will not freeze at all until it has deposited all its salt. It is now generally allowed among philosophers that water is no more than ice thawed by heat, either solar or subterranean or both, and that this heat being expelled, it would return to its natural consistence. This being the case, nothing else is required for the freezing of water than a certain degree of cold, which may be generated by the help of salt or spirit of nitre, even under the line. I would propose, therefore, that an apparatus of this sort should be provided in every ship that goes to sea, and in case there should be a deficiency of fresh water on board, the sea water may be rendered potable by being first converted into ice. The air of Boulogne is not only loaded with a great evaporation from the sea, increased by strong gales of wind from the west and southwest, which blow almost continually during the greatest part of the year, but it is also subject to putrid vapours, arising from the low marshy ground in the neighbourhood of the harbour, which is every tide overflowed with sea-water. This may be one cause of the scrofula and rickets, which are two prevailing disorders among the children in Boulogne. But I believe the former is more owing to the water used in the lower town, which is very hard and unwholesome. It curdles with soap, gives a red colour to the meat that is boiled in it, and when drank by strangers never fails to occasion pains in the stomach and bowels, nay, sometimes produces dysenteries. In all appearance it is impregnated with nitre, if not with something more mischievous. We know that mundic or pyrites very often contains a proportion of arsenic, mixed with sulphur, vitriol, and mercury. Perhaps it partakes of the acid of some coal mine, for there are coal works in this district. There is a well of purging water within 1/4 mile of the upper town, to which the inhabitants resort in the morning, as the people of London go to the Dog and Duck, in St. George's Fields. There is likewise a fountain of excellent water, hard by the cathedral in the upper town, from whence I am daily supplied at a small expense. Some modern chemists affirm that no saline chalybeate waters can exist, except in the neighbourhood of cold damps, and that nothing can be more mild and gentle and friendly to the constitution than the said damps. But I know that the place where I was bred stands upon a zonic of coal, that the water which the inhabitants generally use is hard and brackish, and that the people are remarkably subject to the kings. Evil and consumption. These I would impute to the bad water, impregnated with the vitriol and brine of coal, as there is nothing in the constitution of the air that should render such distempers endemial. That the air of Boulogne encourages putrefaction appears from the effect it has upon butcher's meat, which, though the season is remarkably cold, we can hardly keep 24 hours in the coolest part of the house. Living here is pretty reasonable, and the markets are tolerably supplied. The beef is neither fat nor firm, but very good for soup, which is the only use the French make of it. The veal is not so white nor so well fed as the English veal, but it is more juicy and better tasted. The mutton and pork are very good. We buy our poultry alive and fatten them at home. Here are excellent turkeys and no want of game. The hares in particular are very large, juicy, and high-flavoured. The best part of the fish caught on this coast is sent post to Paris in chassamarines by a company of contractors, like those of Hastings in Sussex. Nevertheless, we have excellent soles, skate, flounders and whitings, and sometimes mackerel. The oysters are very large, coarse and rank. There is very little fish caught on the French coast, because the shallows run a great way from the shore, and the fish live chiefly in deep water. For this reason the fishermen go a great way out to sea, sometimes even as far as the coast of England. Notwithstanding all the haste the contractors can make, their fish in the summer is very often spoiled before it arrives at Paris, and this is not to be wondered at, considering the length of the way, which is near 150 miles. At best it must be in such a mortified condition that no other people, except the Negroes on the coast of Guinea, would feed upon it. The wine commonly drank at Boulogne comes from Auxerre, is very small and meagre, and may be had from 5 to 8 sols a bottle, that is, from 2d halfpenny to 4d. The French inhabitants drink no good wine, nor is there any to be had, unless you have recourse to the British wine merchants here established, who deal in Bordeaux wines, brought hither by sea for the London market. I have very good claret from a friend, at the rate of 15d sterling a bottle, and excellent small beer as reasonable as in England. I do not believe there is a drop of generous Burgundy in the place, and the aubergistes impose upon us shamefully when they charge it at 2 livres a bottle. There is a small white wine called Preniac, which is very agreeable and very cheap. All the brandy which I have seen in Boulogne is new, fiery and still burnt. This is the trash which the smugglers import into England. They have it for about 10d a gallon. Butcher's meat is sold for 5 sols or 2d halfpenny a pound, and the pound here consists of 18 ounces. I have a young turkey for 30 sols, a hare for 4.20, a couple of chickens for 20 sols, and a couple of good soles for the same price. Before we left England, we were told that there was no fruit in Boulogne, but we have found ourselves agreeably disappointed in this particular. The place is well supplied with strawberries, cherries, gooseberries, corinths, peaches, apricots, and excellent pears. I have eaten more fruit this season than I have done for several years. There are many well-cultivated gardens in the skirts of the town, particularly one belonging to our friend Mrs. B, where we often drink tea in a charming summer house built on a rising ground, which commands a delightful prospect of the sea. We have many obligations to this good lady, who is a kind neighbour, an obliging friend, and a most agreeable companion. She speaks English prettily, and is greatly attached to the people and the customs of our nation. They use wood for their common fuel, though if I were to live at Boulogne, I would mix it with coal, which this country affords. Both the wood and the coal are reasonable enough. I am certain that a man may keep house in Boulogne for about 1/2 of what it will cost him in London, and this is said to be one of the dearest places in France. The adjacent country is very agreeable, diversified with hill and dale, cornfields, woods and meadows. There is a forest of a considerable extent that begins about a short league from the upper town. It belongs to the king, and the wood is farmed to different individuals. In point of agriculture, the people in this neighbourhood seem to have profited by the example of the English. Since I was last in France, 15 years ago, a good number of enclosures and plantations have been made in the English fashion. There is a good many tolerable country houses within a few miles of Boulogne, but mostly empty. I was offered a complete house, with a garden of 4 acres well laid out, and 2 fields for grass or hay, about a mile from the town, for 400 livres, about £17 a year. It is partly furnished, stands in an agreeable situation with a fine prospect of the sea, and was lately occupied by a Scotch nobleman, who is in the service of France. To judge from appearance, the people of Boulogne are descended from the Flemings, who formerly possessed this country. For a great many of the present inhabitants have fine skins, fair hair and florid complexions, very different from the natives of France in general, who are distinguished by black hair, brown skins and swarthy faces. The people of the Boulonnois enjoy some extraordinary privileges, and in particular are exempted from the gabelle or duties upon salt. How they deserved this mark of favour I do not know, but they seem to have a spirit of independence among them, are very ferocious, and much addicted to revenge. Many barbarous murders are committed, both in the town and country, and the peasants, from motives of envy and resentment, frequently set their neighbours' houses on fire. Several instances of this kind have happened in the course of the last year. The interruption which is given, in arbitrary governments, to the administration of justice, by the interposition of the great, has always a bad effect upon the morals of the common people. The peasants, too, are often rendered desperate and savage by the misery they suffer from the oppression and tyranny of their landlords. In this neighborhood the laboring people are ill-lodged and wretchedly fed, and they have no idea of cleanliness. There is a substantial burgher in the high town who was some years ago convicted of a most barbarous murder. He received sentence to be broke alive upon the wheel, but was pardoned by the interposition of the governor of the county, and carries on his business as usual in the face of the whole community. A furious abbé, being refused orders by the bishop on account of his irregular life, took an opportunity to stab the prelate with a knife one Sunday as he walked out of the cathedral. The good bishop desired he might be permitted to escape, but it was thought proper to punish with the utmost severity such an atrocious attempt. He was accordingly apprehended, and though the wound was not mortal, condemned to be broke. When this dreadful sentence was executed, he cried out that it was hard he should undergo such torments for having wounded a worthless priest by whom he had been injured, while Suchion, naming the burgher mentioned above, lived in ease and security, after having brutally murdered a poor man and a helpless woman big with child, who had not given him the least provocation. The inhabitants of Boulogne may be divided into three classes: the noblesse or gentry, the burghers, and the canaille. I do not mention the clergy and the people belonging to the law, because I shall occasionally trouble you with my thoughts upon the religion and ecclesiastics of this country, and as for the lawyers, exclusive of their profession, they may be considered as belonging to one or other of these divisions. The noblesse are vain, proud, poor, and slothful. Very few of them have above 6,000 livres a year, which may amount to about £250 sterling, and many of them have not half this revenue. I think there is one heiress, said to be worth 100,000 livres, about £4,200, but then her jewels, her clothes, and even her linen are reckoned part of this fortune. The noblesse have not the common sense to reside at their houses in the country, where, by farming their own grounds, they might live at a small expense and improve their estates at the same time. They allow their country houses to go to decay, and their gardens and fields to waste, and reside in dark holes in the upper town of Boulogne without light, air, or convenience. There they starve within doors, that they may have wherewithal to purchase fine clothes, and appear dressed once a day in the church or on the rampart. They have no education, no taste for reading, no housewifery, nor indeed any earthly occupation, but that of dressing their hair and adorning their bodies. They hate walking, and would never go abroad if they were not stimulated by the vanity of being seen. I ought to except indeed those who turn devotees, and spend the greatest part of their time with the priest, either at church or in their own houses. Other amusements they have none in this place, except private parties of card-playing, which are far from being expensive. Nothing can be more parsimonious than the economy of these people. They live upon soup and boil, fish and salad. They never think of giving dinners or entertaining their friends. They even save the expense of coffee and tea, though both are very cheap at Boulogne. They presume that every person drinks coffee at home, immediately after dinner, which is always over by 1 o'clock, and in lieu of tea in the afternoon, they treat with a glass of sherbet or capillaire. In a word, I know not a more insignificant set of mortals than the noblesse of Boulogne, helpless in themselves and useless to the community, without dignity, sense, or sentiment, contemptible from pride, and ridiculous from vanity. They pretend to be jealous of their rank, and will entertain no correspondence with the merchants, whom they term plebeians. They likewise keep at a great distance from strangers, on pretence of a delicacy in the article of punctilio. But, as I am informed, this stateliness is in a great measure affected, in order to conceal their poverty, which would appear to greater disadvantage if they admitted of a more familiar communication. Considering the vivacity of the French people, one would imagine they could not possibly lead such an insipid life, altogether unanimated by society or diversion. True it is, the only profane diversions of this place are a puppet show and a mountebank, but then their religion affords a perpetual comedy. Their high masses, their feasts, their processions, their pilgrimages, confessions, images, tapers, robes, incense, benedictions, spectacles, representations, and innumerable ceremonies, which revolve almost incessantly, furnish a variety of entertainment from one end of the year to the other. If superstition implies fear, never was a word more misapplied than it is to the mummery of the religion of Rome. The people are so far from being impressed with awe and religious terror by this sort of machinery, that it amuses their imaginations in the most agreeable manner, and keeps them always in good humour. A Roman Catholic longs as impatiently for the festival of St. Suaire, or St. Croix, or St. Veronique, as a schoolboy in England for the representation of Punch and the Devil, and there is generally as much laughing at one farce as at the other. Even when the descent from the cross is acted, in the Holy Week, with all the circumstances that ought naturally to inspire the gravest sentiments, if you cast your eyes among the multitude that crowd the place, you will not discover one melancholy face. All is prattling, tittering, or laughing, and 10 to 1 but you perceive a number of them employed in hissing the female who personates the Virgin Mary. And here it may not be amiss to observe that the Roman Catholics, not content with the infinite number of saints who really existed, have not only personified the cross, but made 2 female saints out of a piece of linen. Veronique or Veronica is no other than a corruption of Vera icon, or Vera effigies, said to be the exact representation of our Saviour's face, impressed upon a piece of linen, with which he wiped the sweat from his forehead in his way to the place of crucifixion. The same is worshipped under the name of St. Suaire, from the Latin word sudarium. This same handkerchief is said to have had 3 folds, on every one of which was the impression. One of these remains at Jerusalem, a second was brought to Rome, and a third was conveyed to Spain. Baronia says there is a very antient history of the Sancta Facies in the Vatican. Tillemont, however, looks upon the whole as a fable. Some suppose Veronica to be the same with St. Hemoroisa, the patroness of those who are afflicted with the piles, who make their joint invocations to her, and St. Fiacre, the son of a Scotch king, who lived and died a hermit in France. The troops of Henry V. of England are said to have pillaged the chapel of this Highland saint, who in revenge assisted his countrymen in the French service to defeat the English at Bauge, and afterwards afflicted Henry with the piles, of which he died. This prince complained that he was not only plagued by the living Scots, but even persecuted by those who were dead. I know not whether I may be allowed to compare the Romish religion to comedy, and Calvinism to tragedy. The first amuses the senses, and excites ideas of mirth and good humour. The other, like tragedy, deals in the passions of terror and pity. Step into a conventicle of dissenters, you will, 10 to 1, hear the minister holding forth upon the sufferings of Christ, or the torments of hell, and see many marks of religious horror in the faces of the hearers. This is perhaps one reason why the Reformation did not succeed in France, among a volatile, giddy, unthinking people, shocked at the mortified appearances of the Calvinists, and accounts for its rapid progress among nations of a more melancholy turn of character and complexion. For, in the conversion of the multitude, reason is generally out of the question. Even the penance imposed upon the Catholics is little more than mock mortification. A murderer is often quit with his confessor for saying 3 prayers extraordinary, and these easy terms, on which absolution is obtained, certainly encourage the repetition of the most enormous crimes. The pomp and ceremonies of this religion, together with the great number of holidays they observe, howsoever they may keep up the spirits of the commonalty, and help to diminish the sense of their own misery, must certainly at the same time produce a frivolous taste for frippery and show, and encourage a habit of idleness, to which I in a great measure ascribe the extreme poverty of the lower people. Very near half of their time, which might be profitably employed in the exercise of industry, is lost to themselves and the community in attendance upon the different exhibitions of religious mummery. But as this letter has already run to an unconscionable length, I shall defer till another occasion what I have further to say on the people of this place, and in the meantime assure you that I am always yours affectionately. Letter V. Boulogne, September 12, 1763. Dear Sir, my stay in this place now draws towards a period, till within these few days I have continued bathing, with some advantage to my health, though the season has been cold and wet and disagreeable. There was a fine prospect of a plentiful harvest in this neighbourhood. I used to have great pleasure in driving between the fields of wheat, oats, and barley, but the crop has been entirely ruined by the rain, and nothing is now to be seen on the ground but the tarnished straw, and the rotten spoils of the husbandman's labour. The ground scarce affords subsistence to a few flocks of meagre sheep, that crop the stubble and the intervening grass, each flock under the protection of its shepherd, with his crook and dogs, who lies every night in the midst of the fold, in a little thatched travelling lodge mounted on a wheel carriage. Here he passes the night in order to defend his flock from the wolves, which are sometimes, especially in winter, very bold and desperate. 2 days ago we made an excursion with Mrs. B and Capt. L to the village of Samers on the Paris road, about 3 leagues from Boulogne. Here is a venerable abbey of Benedictines, well endowed, with large agreeable gardens prettily laid out. The monks are well lodged and well entertained. Though restricted from flesh meals by the rules of their order, they are allowed to eat wild duck and teal, as a species of fish, and when they long for a good bouillon or a partridge or pullet, they have nothing to do but to say they are out of order. In that case the appetite of the patient is indulged in his own apartment. Their church is elegantly contrived, but kept in a very dirty condition. The greatest curiosity I saw in this place was an English boy, about 8 or 9 years old, whom his father had sent hither to learn the French language. In less than 8 weeks he was become captain of the boys of the place, spoke French perfectly well, and had almost forgot his mother tongue. But to return to the people of Boulogne. The burghers here, as in other places, consist of merchants, shopkeepers, and artisans. Some of the merchants have got fortunes by fitting out privateers during the war. A great many single ships were taken from the English, notwithstanding the good lookout of our cruisers, who were so alert that the privateers from this coast were often taken in 4 hours after they sailed from the French harbour, and there is hardly a captain of an armateur in Boulogne who has not been prisoner in England 5 or 6 times in the course of the war. They were fitted out at a very small expense, and used to run over in the night to the coast of England, where they hovered as English fishing smacks, until they kidnapped some coaster, with which they made the best of their way across the channel. If they fell in with a British cruiser, they surrendered without resistance. The captain was soon exchanged, and the loss of the proprietor was not great. If they brought their prize safe into harbour, the advantage was considerable. In time of peace the merchants of Boulogne deal in wine brandies, and oil imported from the south, and export fish, with the manufactures of France to Portugal and other countries, but the trade is not great. Here are 2 or 3 considerable houses of wine merchants from Briton, who deal in Bordeaux wine, with which they supply London and other parts of England, Scotland, and Ireland. The fishery of mackerel and herring is so considerable on this coast, that it is said to yield annually 8 or 900,000 livres, about £35,000 sterling. The shopkeepers here drive a considerable traffic with the English smugglers, whose cutters are almost the only vessels one sees in the harbour of Boulogne, if we except about a dozen of those flat-bottomed boats, which raised such alarms in England in the course of the war. Indeed, they seem to be good for nothing else, and perhaps they were built for this purpose only. The smugglers from the coast of Kent and Sussex pay English gold for great quantities of French brandy, tea, coffee, and small wine, which they run from this country. They likewise buy glass trinkets, toys, and coloured prints, which sell in England for no other reason, but that they come from France, as they may be had as cheap, and much better finished, of our own manufacture. They likewise take off ribbons, laces, linen, and cambrics, though this branch of trade is chiefly in the hands of traders that come from London and make their purchases at Dunkirk, where they pay no duties. It is certainly worthwhile for any traveller to lay in a stock of linen, either at Dunkirk or Boulogne. The difference of the price at these 2 places is not great. Even here I have made a provision of shirts for 1/2 of the money they would have cost in London. Undoubtedly the practice of smuggling is very detrimental to the fair trader, and carries considerable sums of money out of the kingdom, to enrich our rivals and enemies. The custom-house officers are very watchful, and make a great number of seizures. Nevertheless, the smugglers find their account in continuing this contraband commerce, and are said to indemnify themselves if they save 1 cargo out of 3. After all, the best way to prevent smuggling is to lower the duties upon the commodities which are thus introduced. I have been told that the revenue upon tea has increased ever since the duty upon it was diminished. By the by, the tea smuggled on the coast of Sussex is most execrable stuff. While I stayed at Hastings, for the conveniency of bathing, I must have changed my breakfast, if I had not luckily brought tea with me from London. Yet we have as good tea at Boulogne for 9 livres a pound, as that which sells at 14 shillings at London. The bourgeois of this place seem to live at their ease, probably in consequence of their trade with the English. Their houses consist of the ground floor, 1 story above, and garrets. In those which are well furnished you see pier glasses and marble slabs, but the chairs are either paltry things, made with straw bottoms, which cost about 1 shilling apiece, or old-fashioned, high-backed seats of needlework, stuffed, very clumsy and incommodious, The tables are square fir boards that stand on edge in a corner, except when they are used, and then they are set upon cross legs that open and shut occasionally. The King of France dines off a board of this kind. Here is plenty of table linen, however. The poorest tradesman in Boulogne has a napkin on every cover, and silver forks with 4 prongs, which are used with the right hand, there being very little occasion for knives, for the meat is boiled or roasted to rags. The French beds are so high that sometimes one is obliged to mount them by the help of steps, and this is also the case in Flanders. They very seldom use feather beds, but they lie upon a palus or bag of straw, over which are laid 2 and sometimes 3 mattresses. Their testers are high and old-fashioned, and their curtains generally of thin baize, red or green, laced with tawdry yellow in imitation of gold. In some houses, however, one meets with furniture of stamped linen, but there is no such thing as a carpet to be seen, and the floors are in a very dirty condition. They have not even the implements of cleanliness in this country. Every chamber is furnished with an armoire or clothes-press, and a chest of drawers of very clumsy workmanship. Everything shows a deficiency in the mechanic arts. There is not a door nor a window that shuts close. The hinges, locks, and latches are of iron, coarsely made and ill contrived. The very chimneys are built so open that they admit both rain and sun, and all of them smoke intolerably. If there is no cleanliness among these people, much less shall we find delicacy, which is the cleanliness of the mind. Indeed, they are utter strangers to what we call common decency, and I could give you some high-flavoured instances at which even a native of Edinburgh would stop his nose. There are certain mortifying views of human nature, which undoubtedly ought to be concealed as much as possible, in order to prevent giving offence, and nothing can be more absurd than to plead the difference of custom in different countries, in defence of these usages which cannot fail giving disgust to the organs and senses of all mankind. Will custom exempt from the imputation of gross indecency a French lady, who shifts her frowsy smock in presence of a male visitant, and talks to him of her lavement, her medicine, and her bidet? An Italian signora makes no scruple of telling you she is such a day to begin a course of physic for the pox. The celebrated reformer of the Italian comedy introduces a child befouling itself on the stage, "O no ti senti, by Sogna disfasarlo, fa seno ci sentesi mal odora." I have known a lady handed to the house of office by her admirer who stood at the door, and entertained her with Barnes Mose all the time she was within. But I should be glad to know whether it is possible for a fine lady to speak and act in this manner, without exciting ideas to her own disadvantage in the mind of every man who has any imagination left, and enjoys the entire use of his senses, howsoever she may be authorized by the customs of her country. There is nothing so vile or repugnant to nature, but you may plead prescription for it, in the customs of some nation or other. A Parisian likes mortified flesh. A native of Legibali will not taste his fish till it is quite putrefied. The civilized inhabitants of Kamchatka get drunk with the urine of their guests, whom they have already intoxicated. The Nova Zemblans make merry on Trainel. The Groenlanders eat in the same dish with their dogs. The Kaffirs at the Cape of Good Hope piss upon those whom they delight to honour, and feast upon a sheep's intestines with their contents, as the greatest dainty that can be presented. A true-bred Frenchman dips his fingers, embrowned with snuff, into his plate filled with ragout. Between every 3 mouthfuls, he produces his snuff-box and takes a fresh pinch with the most graceful gesticulations. Then he displays his handkerchief, which may be termed the flag of abomination, and in the use of both, scatters his favours among those who have the happiness to sit near him. It must be owned, however, that a Frenchman will not drink out of a tankard, in which perhaps a dozen of filthy mouths have flabbered, as is the custom in England. Here every individual has his own goblet, which stands before him, and he helps himself occasionally with wine or water or both, which likewise stand upon the table. But I know no custom more beastly than that of using water-glasses, in which polite company spurt and squirt, and spew the filthy scourings of their gums under the eyes of each other. I knew a lover cured of his passion by seeing this nasty cascade discharged from the mouth of his mistress. I do not doubt but I shall live to see the day when the hospitable custom of the antient Egyptians will be revived. Then a conveniency will be placed behind every chair in company, with a proper provision of waste paper, that individuals may make themselves easy without parting company. I insist upon it that this practice would not be more indelicate than that which is now in use. What then, you will say, must a man sit with his chops and fingers up to the ears and knuckles in grease? No, Let those who cannot eat without defiling themselves step into another room provided with basins and towels, but I think it would be better to institute schools, where youth may learn to eat their victuals without daubing themselves or giving offence to the eyes of one another. The bourgeois of Boulogne have commonly soup and bouillie at noon, and a roast with a salad for supper, and at all their meals there is a dessert of fruit. This indeed is the practice all over France. On meagre days they eat fish, omelettes, fried beans, fricassees of eggs and onions, and burnt cream. The tea which they drink in the afternoon is rather boiled than infused. It is sweetened altogether with coarse sugar, and drank with an equal quantity of boiled milk. We had the honour to be entertained the other day by our landlord, Mr. B., who spared no cost on this banquet, exhibited for the glory of France. He had invited a new married couple, together with the husband's mother and the lady's father, who was one of the noblesse of Montreuil, his name Mons. There were likewise some merchants of the town and Mons. B.'s uncle, a facetious little man who had served in the English navy, and was as big and as round as a hogshead. We were likewise favoured with the company of Father K., a native of Ireland who is vicar or curate of the parish, and among the guests was Mons. Lie's son, a pretty boy about 13 or 14 years of age. The repast served up in 3 services or courses with entrees and hors d'oeuvres exclusive of the fruit, consisted of about 20 dishes, extremely well dressed by the rôtisseur, who is the best cook I ever knew in France or elsewhere, but the plates were not presented with much order. Our young ladies did not seem to be much used to do the honours of the table. The most extraordinary circumstance that I observed on this occasion is, that all the French who were present ate of every dish that appeared, and I am told that if there had been 100 articles more they would have had a trial of each. This is what they call doing justice to the founder, Mons. Lie was placed at the head of the table, and indeed he was the oracle and orator of the company, tall, thin, and weather-beaten, not unlike the picture of Don Quixote after he had lost his teeth. He had been garde du corps or lifeguardman at Versailles, and by virtue of this office he was perfectly well acquainted with the persons of the king and the dauphin, with the characters of the ministers and grandees, and, in a word, with all the secrets of state, on which he held forth with equal solemnity and elocution. He exclaimed against the Jesuits, and the farmers of the revenue who, he said, had ruined France. Then, addressing himself to me, asked if the English did not every day drink to the health of Madame la Marquise. I did not at first comprehend his meaning, but answered in general that the English were not deficient in complaisance for the ladies. Ah, cried he, she is the best friend they have in the world. If it had not been for her, they would not have such reason to boast of the advantages of the war. I told him the only conquest which the French had made in the war was achieved by one of her generals. I meant the taking of Man. But I did not choose to prosecute the discourse, remembering that in the year 1749 I had like to have had an affair with a Frenchman at Ghent, who affirmed that all the battles gained by the great Duke of Marlborough were purposely lost by the French generals, in order to bring the schemes of Madame de Maintenon into disgrace. This is no bad resource for the national vanity of these people, though in general they are really persuaded that theirs is the richest, the bravest, the happiest, and the most powerful nation under the sun, and therefore without some such cause they must be invincible. By the by, the common people here still frighten their wayward children with the name of Marlborough. Mr. B.'s son, who was nursed at a peasant's house, happening one day after he was brought home to be in disgrace with his father, who threatened to correct him, the child ran for protection to his mother, crying, "Fate sortir si villain Malbroug, turn out that rogue Marlborough." It is amazing to hear a sensible Frenchman assert that the revenues of France amount to 400 millions of livres, about 20 millions sterling, clear of all encumbrances, when in fact their clear revenue is not much above 10. Without all doubt they have reason to inveigh against the fermiers generaux, who oppress the people in raising the taxes, not above 2/3 of which are brought into the king's coffers. The rest enriches themselves, and enables them to bribe high for the protection of the great, which is the only support they have against the remonstrances of the states and parliaments, and the suggestions of common sense, which will ever demonstrate this to be, of all others, the most pernicious method of supplying the necessities of government. Mons seasoned the severity of his political apothegms with intermediate sallies of mirth and gallantry. He ogled the venerable gentlewoman his commere, who sat by him. He looked, sighed, and languished, sung tender songs, and kissed the old lady's hand with all the ardour of a youthful admirer. I unfortunately congratulated him on having such a pretty young gentleman to his son. He answered, sighing, that the boy had talents, but did not put them to a proper use long before I attained his age. Said he, I had finished my rhetoric. Captain B, who had eaten himself black in the face, and with the napkin under his chin, was no bad representation of Sancho Panza in the suds, with the dishclout about his neck, when the Duke's scullions insisted upon shaving him. This Seawit, turning to the boy with a waggish leer, I suppose, said he, you do not understand the figure of amplification so well as monsieur your father. At that instant, one of the nieces, who knew her uncle to be very ticklish, touched him under the short ribs, on which the little man attempted to spring up, but lost the centre of gravity. He overturned his own plate in the lap of the person that sat next to him, and falling obliquely upon his own chair, both tumbled down upon the floor together, to the great discomposure of the whole company, for the poor man would have been actually strangled had not his nephew loosed his stock with great expedition. Matters being once more adjusted, and the captain condoled on his disaster, Mons Lai took it in his head to read his son a lecture upon filial obedience. This was mingled with some sharp reproof, which the boy took so ill that he retired. The old lady observed that he had been too severe. Her daughter-in-law, who was very pretty, said her brother had given him too much reason, hinting at the same time that he was addicted to some terrible vices, upon which several individuals repeated the interjection. Ah, yes, said Mons Lai, with a rueful aspect. The boy has a pernicious turn for gaming. In one afternoon he lost at billiards such a sum as gives me horror to think of it. 50 souls in one afternoon, cried the sister. 50 souls, exclaimed the mother-in-law with marks of astonishment. That's too much, that's too much. He's to blame, he's to blame. But youth, you know, Mons Liar, vive la jeunesse, et l'âme, cried the father, wiping his eyes, squeezing her hand, and looking tenderly upon her. Mr. B took this opportunity to bring in the young gentleman, who was admitted into favour, and received a second exhortation. Thus harmony was restored, and the entertainment concluded with fruit, coffee, and liqueurs. When a bourgeois of Boulogne takes the air, he goes in a one-horse chaise, which is here called cabriolet, and hires it for half a crown a day. There are also travelling chaises, which hold 4 persons, 2 seated with their faces to the horses and 2 behind their backs, but those vehicles are all very ill-made, and extremely inconvenient. The way of riding most used in this place is on a spack. You will see every day in the skirts of the town a great number of females thus mounted, with the feet on either side occasionally, according as the wind blows, so that sometimes the right and sometimes the left hand guides the beast. But in other parts of France, as well as in Italy, the ladies sit on horseback with their legs astride, and are provided with drawers for that purpose. When I said the French people were kept in good humour by the fopperies of their religion, I did not mean that there were no gloomy spirits among them. There will be fanatics in religion, while there are people of a saturnine disposition and melancholy turn of mind. The character of a devotee, which is hardly known in England, is very common here. You see them walking to and from church at all hours, in their hoods and long camblet cloaks, with a slow pace, demure aspect, and downcast eye. Those who are poor become very troublesome to the monks, with their scruples and cases of conscience. You may see them on their knees at the confessional every hour in the day. The rich devotee has her favourite confessor, whom she consults and regales in private, at her own house, and this spiritual director generally governs the whole family. For my part, one never knew a fanatic that was not an hypocrite at bottom. Their pretensions to superior sanctity, and an absolute conquest over all the passions, which human reason was never yet able to subdue, introduce a habit of dissimulation, which, like all other habits, is confirmed by use, till at length they become adepts in the art and science of hypocrisy. Enthusiasm and hypocrisy are by no means incompatible. The wildest fanatics I ever knew were real sensualists in their way of living, and cunning cheats in their dealings with mankind. Among the lower class of people at Boulogne, those who take the lead are the seafaring men who live in one quarter, divided into classes and registered for the service of the king. They are hardy and raw-boned, exercise the trade of fishermen and boatmen, and propagate like rabbits. They have put themselves under the protection of a miraculous image of the Virgin Mary, which is kept in one of their churches, and every year carried in procession. According to the legend, this image was carried off with other pillage by the English when they took Boulogne in the reign of Henry VIII. The lady, rather than reside in England, where she found a great many heretics, trusted herself alone in an open boat, and crossed the sea to the road of Boulogne, where she was seen waiting for a pilot. Accordingly, a boat put off to her assistance and brought her safe into the harbour, since which time she has continued to patronize the watermen of Boulogne. At present she is very black and very ugly, besides being cruelly mutilated in different parts of her body, which I suppose have been amputated and converted into tobacco stoppers. But once a year she is dressed in very rich attire, and carried in procession with a silver boat provided at the expense of the sailors. That vanity which characterizes the French extends even to the canaille. The lowest creature among them is sure to have her earrings and golden cross hanging about her neck. Indeed, this last is an implement of superstition as well as of dress, without which no female appears. The common people here, as in all countries where they live poorly and dirtily, are hard-featured and of very brown or rather tawny complexions. As they seldom eat meat, their juices are destitute of that animal oil which gives a plumpness and smoothness to the skin, and defends those fine capillaries from the injuries of the weather, which would otherwise coalesce, or be shrunk up, so as to impede the circulation on the external surface of the body. As for the dirt, it undoubtedly blocks up the pores of the skin, and disorders the perspiration, consequently must contribute to the scurvy, itch, and other cutaneous distempers. In the quarter of the Matelots at Boulogne, there is a number of poor Canadians who were removed from the island of St. John in the Gulf of St. Lawrence when it was reduced by the English. These people are maintained at the expense of the king, who allows them soldiers' pay, that is 5 sols or 2 halfpenny a day, or rather 3 sols and ammunition bread. How the soldiers contrive to subsist upon this wretched allowance, I cannot comprehend, but it must be owned that those invalids who do duty at Boulogne betray no marks of want. They are hale and stout, neatly and decently clothed, and on the whole look better than the pensioners of Chelsea. About 3 weeks ago I was favoured with a visit by one Mr. M., an English gentleman who seems far gone in a consumption. He passed the last winter at Nismes in Languedoc, and found himself much better in the beginning of summer, when he embarked at Sète and returned by sea to England. He soon relapsed, however, and as he imagines in consequence of a cold caught at sea. He told me his intention was to try the south again, and even to go as far as Italy. I advised him to make trial of the air of Nice, where I myself proposed to reside. He seemed to relish my advice, and proceeded towards Paris in his own carriage. I shall tomorrow ship my great chests on board of a ship bound to Bordeaux. They are directed and recommended to the care of a merchant of that place, who will forward them by Thoulouse and the canal of Languedoc to his correspondent at Sète, which is the seaport of Montpellier. The charge of their conveyance to Bordeaux does not exceed 1 guinea. They consist of 2 very large chests and a trunk, about 1,000 pounds weight, and the expense of transporting them from Bordeaux to Sète will not exceed 30 livres. They are already sealed with lead at the custom house, that they may be exempted from further visitation. This is a precaution which every traveller takes both by sea and land. He must likewise provide himself with a passivant at the bureau, otherwise he may be stopped, and rummaged at every town through which he passes. I have hired a berlin and 4 horses to Paris for 14 louis d'ors, 2 of which the voiturier is obliged to pay for a permission from the farmers of the post, for everything is farmed in this country, and if you hire a carriage, as I have done, you must pay 12 livres or half a guinea for every person that travels in it. The common coach between Calais and Paris is such a vehicle as no man would use, who has any regard to his own case and convenience, and it travels at the pace of an English wagon. In 10 days I shall set out on my journey, and I shall leave Boulogne with regret. I have been happy in the acquaintance of Mrs. B. and a few British families in the place, and it was my good fortune to meet here with 2 honest gentlemen whom I had formerly known in Paris, as well as with some of my countrymen, officers in the service of France. My next will be from Paris. Remember me to our friends at Az. I am a little heavy-hearted at the prospect of removing to such a distance from you. It is a moot point whether I shall ever return. My health is very precarious. Adieu. Letter Roman 6. Paris, October 12, 1763. Dear Sir, of our journey from Boulogne I have little to say. The weather was favourable and the roads were in tolerable order. We found good accommodation at Montreuil and Amiens, but in every other place where we stopped, we met with abundance of dirt and the most flagrant imposition. I shall not pretend to describe the cities of Abbeville and Amiens, which we saw only en passant. nor take up your time with an account of the stables and palace of Chantilly, belonging to the Prince of Condé, which we visited the last day of our journey, nor shall I detain you with a detail of the Trefours de Saint Denis, which, together with the tombs in the Abbey Church, afforded us some amusement while our dinner was getting ready. All these particulars are mentioned in 20 different books of tour, travels, and directions, which you have often perused. I shall only observe that the Abbey Church is the lightest piece of Gothic architecture I have seen, and the air within seems perfectly free from that damp and moisture, so perceivable in all our old cathedrals. This must be owing to the nature of its situation. There are some fine marble statues that adorn the tombs of certain individuals here interred, but they are mostly in the French taste, which is quite contrary to the simplicity of the Antients. Their attitudes are affected, unnatural, and desultory, and their draperies fantastic, or, as one of our English artists expressed himself, they are all of a flutter. As for the treasures which are shewn on certain days to the populace gratis, they are contained in a number of presses or armoires, and if the stones are genuine they must be inestimable. But this I cannot believe. Indeed, I have been told that what they show as diamonds are no more than composition. Nevertheless, exclusive of these, there are some rough stones of great value, and many curiosities worth seeing. The monk that showed them was the very image of our friend Hamilton, both in his looks and manner. I have one thing very extraordinary to observe of the French auberges, which seems to be a remarkable deviation from the general character of the nation. The landlords, hostesses, and servants of the inns upon the road have not the least dash of complacence in their behaviour to strangers. Instead of coming to the door to receive you as in England, they take no manner of notice of you, but leave you to find or enquire your way into the kitchen, and there you must ask several times for a chamber, before they seem willing to conduct you upstairs. In general, you are served with the appearance of the most mortifying indifference, at the very time they are laying schemes for fleecing you of your money. It is a very odd contrast between France and England. In the former all the people are complacent but the publicans. In the latter there is hardly any complacence but among the publicans. When I said all the people in France, I ought also to except those vermin who examine the baggage of travellers in different parts of the kingdom. Although our portmanteaus were sealed with lead, and we were provided with a passivant from the douane, our coach was searched at the gate of Paris by which we entered, and the women were obliged to get out and stand in the open street till this operation was performed. I had desired a friend to provide lodgings for me at Paris, in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and accordingly we found ourselves accommodated at the Hôtel de Montmorency with a first floor, which costs me 10 livres a day. I should have put up with it had it been less polite, but as I have only a few days to stay in this place, and some visits to receive, I am not sorry that my friend has exceeded his commission. I have been guilty of another piece of extravagance in hiring a carrosse de remise, for which I pay 12 livres a day. Besides the article of visiting, I could not leave Paris without carrying my wife and the girls to see the most remarkable places in and about this capital, such as the Luxembourg, the Palais Royal, the Tuileries, the Louvre, the Invalides, the Gobelins, 100. Together with Versailles, Trianon, Marly, Meudon, and Choisy, and therefore I thought the difference in point of expense would not be great between a carrosse de remise and a hackney coach. The first are extremely elegant, if not too much ornamented, the last are very shabby and disagreeable. Nothing gives me such chagrin as the necessity I am under to hire a valet de place, as my own servant does not speak the language. You cannot conceive with what eagerness and dexterity those rascally valets exert themselves in pillaging strangers. There is always one ready in waiting on your arrival, who begins by assisting your own servant to unload your baggage, and interests himself in your affairs with such artful officiousness that you will find it difficult to shake him off, even though you are determined beforehand against hiring any such domestic. He produces recommendations from his former masters, and the people of the house vouch for his honesty. The truth is, those fellows are very handy, useful, and obliging, and so far honest that they will not steal in the usual way. You may safely trust one of them to bring you 100 louis d'ors from your banker, but they fleece you without mercy in every other article of expense. They lay all your tradesmen under contribution, your tailor, barber, mantua-maker, milliner, perfumer, shoemaker, mercer, jeweller, hatter, traiteur, and wine merchant. Even the bourgeois who owns your coach pays him 20 sols per day. His wages amount to twice as much, so that I imagine the fellow that serves me makes above 10 shillings a day besides his victuals, which, by the by, he has no right to demand. living at Paris, to the best of my recollection, is very near twice as dear as it was 15 years ago, and indeed this is the case in London, a circumstance that must be undoubtedly owing to an increase of taxes, for I do not find that in the articles of eating and drinking the French people are more luxurious than they were heretofore. I am told the entrees or duties paid upon provision imported into Paris are very heavy. All manner of butcher's meat and poultry are extremely good in this place. The beef is excellent. The wine which is generally drank is a very thin kind of Burgundy. I can by no means relish their cookery, but one breakfasts deliciously upon their peddy panes and their pails of butter, which last is exquisite. The common people, and even the bourgeois of Paris, live at this season chiefly on bread and grapes, which is undoubtedly very wholesome fare. If the same simplicity of diet prevailed in England, we should certainly undersell the French at all foreign markets, for they are very slothful with all their vivacity, and the great number of their holidays not only encourages this lazy disposition, but actually robs them of one half of what their labour would otherwise produce, so that, if our common people were not so expensive in their living, that is, in their eating and drinking, labour might be afforded cheaper in England than in France. There are 3 young lusty hussies, nieces or daughters of a blacksmith, that lives just opposite to my windows, who do nothing from morning till night. They eat grapes and bread from 7 till 9, from 9 till 12 they dress their hair, and are all the afternoon gaping at the window to view passengers. I do not perceive that they give themselves the trouble either to make their beds, or clean their apartment. The same spirit of idleness and dissipation I have observed in every part of France, and among every class of people. Every object seems to have shrunk in its dimensions since I was last in Paris. The Louvre, the Palais Royal, the bridges, and the river Seine by no means answer the ideas I had formed of them from my former observation. When the memory is not very correct, the imagination always betrays her into such extravagances. When I first revisited my own country, after an absence of 15 years, I found everything diminished in the same manner, and I could scarce believe my own eyes. Notwithstanding the gay disposition of the French, their houses are all gloomy. In spite of all the ornaments that have been lavished on Versailles, it is a dismal habitation. The apartments are dark, ill-furnished, dirty, and unprincely. Take the castle, chapel, and garden all together, they make a most fantastic composition of magnificence and littleness, taste and foppery. After all, it is in England only, where we must look for cheerful apartments, gay furniture, neatness, and convenience. There is a strange incongruity in the French genius. With all their volatility, prattle, and fondness for bons-mots, they delight in a species of drawling, melancholy church music. Their most favourite dramatic pieces are almost without incident, and the dialogue of their comedies consists of moral, insipid apophthegms, entirely destitute of wit or repartee. I know what I hazard by this opinion among the implicit admirers of Lully, Racine, and Molière. I do not talk of the busts, the statues, and pictures which abound at Versailles, and other places in and about Paris, particularly the great collection of capital pieces in the Palais Royal, belonging to the Duke of Orleans. I have neither capacity nor inclination to give a critique on these chefs-d'œuvre, which indeed would take up a whole volume. I have seen this great magazine of painting 3 times with astonishment, but I should have been better pleased if there had not been half the number. One is bewildered in such a profusion as not to know where to begin, and hurried away before there is time to consider one piece with any sort of deliberation. Besides, the rooms are all dark, and a great many of the pictures hang in a bad light. As for Trianon, Marly, and Choisy, they are no more than pigeon-houses, in respect to palaces, and notwithstanding the extravagant eulogiums which you have heard of the French king's houses, I will venture to affirm that the King of England is better, I mean more comfortably, lodged. I ought, however, to except Fontainebleau, which I have not seen. The city of Paris is said to be 5 leagues or 15 miles in circumference, and if it is really so, it must be much more populous than London, for the streets are very narrow and the houses very high, with a different family on every floor. But I have measured the best plans of these 2 royal cities, and am certain that Paris does not take up near so much ground as London and Westminster occupy, and I suspect the number of its inhabitants is also exaggerated by those who say it amounts to 800,000, that is 200,000 more than are contained in the bills of mortality. The hotels of the French noblesse at Paris take up a great deal of room, with their courtyards and gardens, and so do their convents and churches. It must be owned, indeed, that their streets are wonderfully crowded with people and carriages. The French begin to imitate the English, but only in such particulars as render them worthy of imitation. When I was last at Paris, no person of any condition, male or female, appeared, but in full dress, even when obliged to come out early in the morning, and there was not such a thing to be seen as a perruque ronde. But at present I see a number of frocks and scratches in a morning, in the streets of this metropolis. They have set up a petite post, on the plan of our penny post, with some improvements, and I am told there is a scheme on foot for supplying every house with water by leaden pipes from the river Seine. They have even adopted our practice of the cold bath, which is taken very conveniently, in wooden houses erected on the side of the river, the water of which is let in and out occasionally, by cocks fixed in the sides of the bath. There are different rooms for the different sexes, the accommodations are good, and the expense is a trifle. The tapestry of the Gobelins is brought to an amazing degree of perfection, and I am surprised that this furniture is not more in fashion among the great, who alone are able to purchase it. It would be a most elegant and magnificent ornament, which would always nobly distinguish their apartments from those of an inferior rank, and in this they would run no risk of being rivalled by the bourgeois. At the village of Chaillot in the neighbourhood of Paris, they make beautiful carpets and screenwork, and this is the more extraordinary, as there are hardly any carpets used in this kingdom. In almost all the lodging-houses the floors are of brick, and have no other kind of cleaning than that of being sprinkled with water and swept once a day. These brick floors, the stone stairs, the want of wainscoting in the rooms, and the thick party walls of stone, are however good preservatives against fire, which seldom does any damage in this city. Instead of wainscoting, the walls are covered with tapestry or damask. The beds in general are very good, and well ornamented, with testers and curtains. 20 years ago the river Seine, within a mile of Paris, was as solitary as if it had run through a desert. At present the banks of it are adorned with a number of elegant houses and plantations, as far as Marly. I need not mention the machine at this place for raising water, because I know you are well acquainted with its construction, nor shall I say anything more of the city of Paris, but that there is a new square, built upon an elegant plan at the end of the garden of the Tuileries. It is called Place de Louis XV, and in the middle of it there is a good equestrian statue of the reigning king. You have often heard that Louis XIV frequently regretted that his country did not afford gravel for the walks of his gardens, which are covered with a white, loose sand, very disagreeable both to the eyes and feet of those who walk upon it, but this is a vulgar mistake. There is plenty of gravel on the road between Paris and Versailles, as well as in many other parts of this kingdom, but the French, who are all for glare and glitter, think the other is more gay and agreeable. One would imagine they did not feel the burning reflection from the white sand, which in summer is almost intolerable. In the character of the French, considered as a people, there are undoubtedly many circumstances truly ridiculous. You know the fashionable people who go a-hunting are equipped with their jack-boots, bag-wigs, swords and pistols, but I saw the other day a scene still more grotesque. On the road to Choisy a fiacre or hackney coach stopped, and out came 5 or 6 men, armed with muskets, who took post, each behind a separate tree. I asked our servant who they were, imagining they might be archers or footpads of justice in pursuit of some malefactor. But guess my surprise when the fellow told me they were gentlemen à la chasse. They were in fact come out from Paris in this equipage to take the diversion of hare hunting, that is, of shooting from behind a tree at the hares that chanced to pass. Indeed, if they had nothing more in view but to destroy the game, this was a very effectual method, for the hares are in such plenty in this neighbourhood that I have seen a dozen together in the same field. I think this way of hunting, in a coach or chariot, might be properly adopted at London, in favour of those aldermen of the city, who are too unwieldy to follow the hounds a horseback. The French, however, with all their absurdities, preserve a certain ascendancy over us, which is very disgraceful to our nation, and this appears in nothing more than in the article of dress. We are contented to be thought their apes in fashion, but in fact we are slaves to their tailors, mantua-makers, barbers, and other tradesmen. One would be apt to imagine that our own tradesmen had joined them in a combination against us. When the natives of France come to London, they appear in all public places, with clothes made according to the fashion of their own country, and this fashion is generally admired by the English. Why, therefore, do not we follow it implicitly? No, we pique ourselves upon a most ridiculous deviation from the very modes we admire, and please ourselves with thinking this deviation is a mark of our spirit and liberty. But we have not spirit enough to persist in this deviation when we visit their country. Otherwise, perhaps they would come to admire and follow our example, for certainly in point of true taste, the fashions of both countries are equally absurd. At present, the skirts of the English descend from the fifth rib to the calf of the leg, and give the coat the form of a Jewish gabardine, and our hats seem to be modelled after that which Pistol wears upon the stage. In France, the haunch buttons and pocket holes are within half a foot of the coat's extremity. Their hats look as if they had been pared round the brims, and the crown is covered with a kind of cordage, which in my opinion produces a very beggarly effect. In every other circumstance of dress, male and female, the contrast between the two nations appears equally glaring. What is the consequence? When an Englishman comes to Paris, he cannot appear until he has undergone a total metamorphosis. At his first arrival, he finds it necessary to send for the tailor, perruquier, hatter, shoemaker, and every other tradesman concerned in the equipment of the human body. He must even change his buckles and the form of his ruffles, and though at the risque of his life, suit his clothes to the mode of the season. For example, though the weather should be never so cold, he must wear his habit d'eté or demi-saison, without presuming to put on a warm dress before the day which fashion has fixed for that purpose, and neither old age nor infirmity will excuse a man for wearing his hat upon his head, either at home or abroad. Females are if possible still more subject to the caprices of fashion, and as the articles of their dress are more manifold, it is enough to make a man's heart ache to see his wife surrounded by a multitude of couturières, milliners, and tirewomen. All her sacques and negligées must be altered and new trimmed. She must have new caps, new laces, new shoes, and her hair new cut. She must have her taffeties for the summer, her flowered silks for the spring and autumn, her satins and damasks for winter. The good man who used to wear the bow-drop d'Angleterre, quite plain all the year round with a long barb or tie periwig, must here provide himself with a camblet suit trimmed with silver for spring and autumn, with silk clothes for summer, and cloth laced with gold or velvet for winter, and he must wear his bagwig a la pigeon. This variety of dress is absolutely indispensable for all those who pretend to any rank above the mere bourgeois. On his return to his own country, all this frippery is useless. He cannot appear in London until he has undergone another thorough metamorphosis, so that he will have some reason to think that the tradesmen of Paris and London have combined to lay him under contribution, and they, no doubt, are the directors who regulate the fashions in both capitals, the English, however, in a subordinate capacity, for the puppets of their making will not pass at Paris, nor indeed in any other part of Europe, whereas a French petit maître is reckoned a complete figure everywhere, London not excepted. Since it is so much the humour of the English at present to run abroad, I wish they had anti-Gallican spirit enough to produce themselves in their own genuine English dress, and treat the French modes with the same philosophical contempt, which was shewn by an honest gentleman, distinguished by the name of Whig Middleton. That unshaken patriot still appears in the same kind of scratch periwig, skimming-dish hat and slit sleeve, which were worn 25 years ago, and has invariably persisted in this garb, in defiance of all the revolutions of the mode. I remember a student in the Temple, who, after a long and learned investigation of the Tacallon or beautiful, had resolution enough to let his beard grow, and wore it in all public places, until his heir at law applied for a commission of lunacy against him. Then he submitted to the razor, rather than run any risque of being found non-compos. Before I conclude, I must tell you that the most reputable shopkeepers and tradesmen of Paris think it no disgrace to practice the most shameful imposition. I myself know an instance of one of the most creditable marchands in this capital, who demanded 6 francs an ell for some lute-string, laying his hand upon his breast at the same time, and declaring en conscience that it had cost him within 3 sols of the money. Yet in less than 3 minutes he sold it for 4.5, and when the buyer upbraided him with his former declaration, he shrugged up his shoulders, saying, "Il faut marchander." I do not mention this as a particular instance. The same mean disingenuity is universal all over France, as I have been informed by several persons of veracity. The next letter you have from me will probably be dated at Nismes or Montpellier. Meanwhile, I am ever yours. Letter Roman 7 to Mrs. M. Paris, October 12, 1763. Madam, I shall be much pleased if the remarks I have made on the characters of the French people can afford you the satisfaction you require. With respect to the ladies, I can only judge from their exteriors, but indeed these are so characteristic that one can hardly judge amiss, unless we suppose that a woman of taste and sentiment may be so overruled by the absurdity of what is called fashion as to reject reason and disguise nature in order to become ridiculous or frightful. That this may be the case with some individuals is very possible. I have known it happen in our own country, where the follies of the French are adopted and exhibited in the most awkward imitation, but the general prevalence of those preposterous modes is a plain proof that there is a general want of taste and a general depravity of nature. I shall not pretend to describe the particulars of a French lady's dress. These you are much better acquainted with than I can pretend to be, but this I will be bold to affirm, that France is the general reservoir from which all the absurdities of false taste, luxury, and extravagance have overflowed the different kingdoms and states of Europe. The springs that fill this reservoir are no other than vanity and ignorance. It would be superfluous to attempt proving from the nature of things, from the first principles and use of dress, as well as from the consideration of natural beauty, and the practice of the ancients, who certainly understood it as well as the connoisseurs of these days, that nothing can be more monstrous, inconvenient, and contemptible than the fashion of modern drapery. You yourself are well aware of all its defects, and have often ridiculed them in my hearing. I shall only mention one particular of dress essential to the fashion in this country, which seems to me to carry human affectation to the very farthest verge of folly and extravagance. That is, the manner in which the faces of the ladies are primed and painted. When the Indian chiefs were in England, everybody ridiculed their preposterous method of painting their cheeks and eyelids, but this ridicule was wrong placed. Those critics ought to have considered that the Indians do not use paint to make themselves agreeable, but in order to be the more terrible to their enemies. It is generally supposed, I think, that your sex make use of fard and vermilion for very different purposes, namely to help a bad or faded complexion, to heighten the graces, or conceal the defects of nature, as well as the ravages of time. I shall not inquire at present whether it is just and honest to impose in this manner on mankind. If it is not honest, it may be allowed to be artful and politic, and shows, at least, a desire of being agreeable. But to lay it on as the fashion in France prescribes to all the ladies of condition, who indeed cannot appear without this badge of distinction, is to disguise themselves in such a manner as to render them odious and detestable to every spectator, who has the least relish left for nature and propriety. As for the fard or white with which their necks and shoulders are plastered, it may be in some measure excusable, as their skins are naturally brown or sallow. But the rouge which is daubed on their faces, from the chin up to the eyes without the least art or dexterity, not only destroys all distinction of features, but renders the aspect really frightful, or at best conveys nothing but ideas of disgust and aversion. You know that without this horrible mask no married lady is admitted at court, or in any polite assembly, and that it is a mark of distinction which no bourgeoise dare assume. Ladies of fashion only have the privilege of exposing themselves in these ungracious colours. As their faces are concealed under a false complexion, so their heads are covered with a vast load of false hair which is frizzled on the forehead, so as exactly to resemble the woolly heads of the Guinea negroes. As to the natural hue of it, this is a matter of no consequence, for powder makes every head of hair of the same colour, and no woman appears in this country, from the moment she rises till night, without being completely whitened. Powder or meal was first used in Europe by the Poles, to conceal their scald heads, but the present fashion of using it, as well as the modish method of dressing the hair, must have been borrowed from the Hottentots, who greased their woolly heads with mutton suet, and then paste it over with the powder called butchu. In like manner, the hair of our fine ladies is frizzled into the appearance of negroes' wool, and stiffened with an abominable paste of hog's grease, tallow, and white powder. The present fashion, therefore, of painting the face, and adorning the head, adopted by the beau monde in France, is taken from those two polite nations, the Chickasaws of America and the Hottentots of Africa. On the whole, when I see one of those fine creatures sailing along, in her tawdry robes of silk and gauze, frilled and flounced, and furbelowed with her false locks, her false jewels, her paint, her patches and perfumes, I cannot help looking upon her as the vilest piece of sophistication that art ever produced. This hideous mask of painting, though destructive of all beauty, is, however, favourable to natural homeliness and deformity. It accustoms the eyes of the other sex, and in time reconciles them to frightful objects. It disables them from perceiving any distinction of features between woman and woman, and by reducing all faces to a level, gives every female an equal chance for an admirer, being in this particular analogous to the practice of the antient Lacedaemonians, who were obliged to choose their helpmates in the dark. In what manner the insides of their heads are furnished, I would not presume to judge from the conversation of a very few to whom I have had access, but from the nature of their education, which I have heard described, and the natural vivacity of their tempers, I should expect neither sense, sentiment, nor discretion. From the nursery they are allowed, and even encouraged, to say everything that comes uppermost, by which means they acquire a volubility of tongue, and a set of phrases, which constitutes what is called polite conversation. At the same time they obtain an absolute conquest over all sense of shame, or rather, they avoid acquiring this troublesome sensation, for it is certainly no innate idea. Those who have not governesses at home are sent for a few years to a convent, where they lay in a fund of superstition that serves them for life. But I never heard they had the least opportunity of cultivating the mind, of exercising the powers of reason, or of imbibing a taste for letters, or any rational or useful accomplishment. After being taught to prattle, to dance and play at cards, they are deemed sufficiently qualified to appear in the grand monde, and to perform all the duties of that high rank and station in life. In mentioning cards, I ought to observe that they learn to play not barely for amusement, but also with a view to advantage, and indeed you seldom meet with a native of France, whether male or female, who is not a complete gamester, well versed in all the subtleties and finesses of the art. This is likewise the case all over Italy. A lady of a great house in Piedmont, having 4 sons, makes no scruple to declare that the first shall represent the family, the second enter into the army, the third into the church, and that she will breed the 4th a gamester. These noble adventurers devote themselves in a particular manner to the entertainment of travellers from our country, because the English are supposed to be full of money, rash, incautious, and utterly ignorant of play. But such a sharper is most dangerous when he hunts in couple with a female. I have known a French count and his wife, who found means to lay the most wary under contribution. He was smooth, supple, officious, and attentive. She was young, handsome, unprincipled, and artful. If the Englishman marked for prey was found upon his guard against the designs of the husband, then Madame plied him on the side of gallantry. She displayed all the attractions of her person. She sung, danced, ogled, sighed, complimented, and complained. If he was insensible to all her charms, she flattered his vanity and piqued his pride, by extolling the wealth and generosity of the English. And if he proved deaf to all these insinuations, she, as her last stake, endeavoured to interest his humanity and compassion. She expatiated, with tears in her eyes, on the cruelty and indifference of her great relations, represented that her husband was no more than the cadet of a noble family, that his provision was by no means suitable either to the dignity of his rank or the generosity of his disposition, that he had a lawsuit of great consequence depending, which had drained all his finances, and finally, that they should be both ruined if they could not find some generous friend who would accommodate them with a sum of money to bring the cause to a determination. Those who are not actuated by such scandalous motives become gamesters from mere habit, and having nothing more solid to engage their thoughts or employ their time, consume the best part of their lives in this worst of all dissipation. I am not ignorant that there are exceptions from this general rule. I know that France has produced a Maintenon, a Sevigin, a Scudery, a Dacia, and a Chatelet, but I would no more deduce the general character of the French ladies from these examples than I would call a field of hemp a flower garden, because there might be in it a few lilies or ranunculus planted by the hand of accident. Woman has been defined a weaker man, but in this country the men are, in my opinion, more ridiculous and insignificant than the women. They certainly are more disagreeable to a rational enquirer, because they are more troublesome. Of all the coxcombs on the face of the earth, a French petit maître is the most impertinent, and they are all petit maîtres from the marquis who glitters in lace and embroidery, to the Garcon barbier covered with meal, who struts with his hair in a long queue and his hat under his arm. I have already observed that vanity is the great and universal mover among all ranks and degrees of people in this nation, and as they take no pains to conceal or control it, they are hurried by it into the most ridiculous and indeed intolerable extravagance. When I talk of the French nation, I must again except a great number of individuals from the general censure. Though I have a hearty contempt for the ignorance, folly, and presumption which characterize the generality, I cannot but respect the talents of many great men, who have eminently distinguished themselves in every art and science. These I shall always revere and esteem as creatures of a superior species, produced for the wise purposes of Providence. Among the refuse of mankind, it would be absurd to conclude that the Welsh or Highlanders are a gigantic people, because those mountains may have produced a few individuals near 7 feet high. It would be equally absurd to suppose the French are a nation of philosophers, because France has given birth to a Descartes, a Maupertuis, a Riormer, and a Buffon. I shall not even deny that the French are by no means deficient in natural capacity, but they are at the same time remarkable for a natural levity, which hinders their youth from cultivating that capacity. This is reinforced by the most preposterous education, and the example of a giddy people, engaged in the most frivolous pursuits. A Frenchman is by some Jesuit or other monk taught to read his mother tongue, and to say his prayers in a language he does not understand. He learns to dance and to fence by the masters of those noble sciences. He becomes a complete connoisseur in dressing hair, and in adorning his own person under the hands and instructions of his barber and valet de chamber. If he learns to play upon the flute or the fiddle, he is altogether irresistible. But he piques himself upon being polished above the natives of any other country by his conversation with the fair sex. In the course of this communication, with which he is indulged from his tender years, he learns like a parrot by rote the whole circle of French compliments, which you know are a set of phrases ridiculous even to a proverb, and these he throws out indiscriminately to all women, without distinction in the exercise of that kind of address, which is here distinguished by the name of gallantry. It is no more than his making love to every woman who will give him the hearing. It is an exercise, by the repetition of which he becomes very pert, very familiar, and very impertinent. Modesty or diffidence, I have already said, is utterly unknown among them, and therefore I wonder there should be a term to express it in their language. If I was obliged to define politeness, I should call it the art of making one's self agreeable. I think it an art that necessarily implies a sense of decorum and a delicacy of sentiment. These are qualities of which, as far as I have been able to observe, a Frenchman has no idea. Therefore he never can be deemed polite, except by those persons among whom they are as little understood. His first aim is to adorn his own person with what he calls fine clothes, that is the frippery of the fashion. It is no wonder that the heart of a female, unimproved by reason and untinctured with natural good sense, should flutter at the sight of such a gaudy thing, among the number of her admirers. This impression is enforced by fustian compliments, which her own vanity interprets in a literal sense, and still more confirmed by the assiduous attention of the gallant, who indeed has nothing else to mind. A Frenchman, in consequence of his mingling with the females from his infancy, not only becomes acquainted with all their customs and humours, but grows wonderfully alert in performing 1,000 little offices, which are overlooked by other men, whose time hath been spent in making more valuable acquisitions. He enters without ceremony a lady's bedchamber while she is in bed, reaches her whatever she wants, airs her shift and helps to put it on. He attends at her toilette, regulates the distribution of her patches, and advises where to lay on the paint. If he visits her when she is dressed and perceives the least impropriety in her coiffure, he insists upon adjusting it with his own hands. If he sees a curl or even a single hair amiss, he produces his comb, his scissors, and pomatum, and sets it to rights with the dexterity of a professed friser. He squires her to every place she visits, either on business or pleasure, and by dedicating his whole time to her, renders himself necessary to her occasions. This I take to be the most agreeable side of his character. Let us view him on the quarter of impertinence. A Frenchman pries into all your secrets with the most impudent and importunate curiosity, and then discloses them without remorse. If you are indisposed, he questions you about the symptoms of your disorder, with more freedom than your physician would presume to use, very often in the grossest terms. He then proposes his remedy, for they are all quacks. He prepares it without your knowledge, and worries you with solicitation to take it, without paying the least regard to the opinion of those whom you have chosen to take care of your health. Let you be ever so ill or averse to company, he forces himself at all times into your bedchamber, and if it is necessary to give him a peremptory refusal, he is affronted. I have known one of those petty maters insist upon paying regular visits twice a day to a poor gentleman who was delirious, and he conversed with him on different subjects, till he was in his last agonies. This attendance is not the effect of attachment or regard, but of sheer vanity, that he may afterwards boast of his charity and humane disposition, though of all the people I have ever known, I think the French are the least capable of feeling for the distresses of their fellow creatures. Their hearts are not susceptible of deep impressions, and such is their levity, that the imagination has not time to brood long over any disagreeable idea or sensation. As a Frenchman piques himself on his gallantry, he no sooner makes a conquest of a female's heart than he exposes her character, for the gratification of his vanity. Nay, if he should miscarry in his schemes, he will forge letters and stories, to the ruin of the lady's reputation. This is a species of perfidy which one would think should render them odious and detestable to the whole sex, but the case is otherwise. I beg your pardon, madam, but women are never better pleased than when they see one another exposed, and every individual has such confidence in her own superior charms and discretion, that she thinks she can fix the most volatile and reform the most treacherous lover. If a Frenchman is admitted into your family, and distinguished by repeated marks of your friendship and regard, the first return he makes for your civilities is to make love to your wife, if she is handsome, if not, to your sister or daughter or niece. If he suffers a repulse from your wife, or attempts in vain to debauch your sister, or your daughter or your niece, he will, rather than not play the traitor with his gallantry, make his addresses to your grandmother. And 10 to 1, but in one shape or another, he will find means to ruin the peace of a family, in which he has been so kindly entertained. What he cannot accomplish by dint of compliment and personal attendance, he will endeavour to effect, by reinforcing these with billets doux, songs and verses, of which he always makes a provision for such purposes. If he is detected in these efforts of treachery and reproached with his ingratitude, he impudently declares that what he had done was no more than simple gallantry, considered in France as an indispensable duty on every man who pretended to good breeding. Nay, he will even affirm that his endeavours to corrupt your wife or your daughter were the most genuine proofs he could give of his particular regard for your family. If a Frenchman is capable of real friendship, it must certainly be the most disagreeable present he can possibly make to a man of a true English character. You know, madam, we are naturally taciturn, soon tired of impertinence, and much subject to fits of disgust. Your French friend intrudes upon you at all hours. He stuns you with his loquacity. He teases you with impertinent questions about your domestic and private affairs. He attempts to meddle in all your concerns, and forces his advice upon you with the most unwearied importunity. He asks the price of everything you wear, and so sure as you tell him, undervalues it without hesitation. He affirms it is in a bad taste, ill-contrived, ill-made, that you have been imposed upon both with respect to the fashion and the price, that the Marquise of this or the Countess of that has one that is perfectly elegant, quite in the bon ton, and yet it cost her little more than you gave for a thing that nobody would wear. If there were 500 dishes at table, a Frenchman will eat of all of them, and then complain he has no appetite. This I have several times remarked. A friend of mine gained a considerable wager upon an experiment of this kind. The petit maître ate of 14 different plats besides the dessert, then disparaged the cook, declaring he was no better than a marmiton or turnspit. The French have the most ridiculous fondness for their hair, and this I believe they inherit from their remote ancestors. The first race of French kings were distinguished by their long hair, and certainly the people of this country consider it as an indispensable ornament. A Frenchman will sooner part with his religion than with his hair, which indeed no consideration will induce him to forgo. I know a gentleman afflicted with a continual headache, and a defluxion on his eyes, who was told by his physician that the best chance he had for being cured would be to have his head close shaved, and bathed every day in cold water. How cried he, "Cut my hair! Mr. Doctor, your most humble servant." He dismissed his physician, lost his eyesight and almost his senses, and is now led about with his hair in a bag, and a piece of green silk hanging like a screen before his face. Count Saxe and other military writers have demonstrated the absurdity of a soldier's wearing a long head of hair. Nevertheless, every soldier in this country wears a long queue, which makes a delicate mark on his white clothing, and this ridiculous foppery has descended even to the lowest class of people. The décréteur who cleans your shoes at the corner of the Pont Neuf has a tail of this kind hanging down to his rump, and even the peasant who drives an ass loaded with dung wears his hair en queue, though perhaps he has neither shirt nor breeches. This is the ornament upon which he bestows much time and pains, and in the exhibition of which he finds full gratification for his vanity. Considering the harsh features of the common people in this country, their diminutive stature, their grimaces, and that long appendage, they have no small resemblance to large baboons walking upright, and perhaps this similitude has helped to entail upon them the ridicule of their neighbours. A French friend tires out your patience with long visits, and far from taking the most palpable hints to withdraw, when he perceives you uneasy he observes you are low-spirited, and therefore he will keep you company. This perseverance shows that he must either be void of penetration, or that his disposition must be truly diabolical. Rather than be tormented with such a fiend, a man had better turn him out of doors, even though at the hazard of being run through the body. The French are generally counted insincere, and taxed with want of generosity, but I think these reproaches are not well founded. High-flown professions of friendship and attachment constitute the language of common compliment in this country, and are never supposed to be understood in the literal acceptation of the words. And if their acts of generosity are but very rare, we ought to ascribe that rarity, not so much to a deficiency of generous sentiments, as to their vanity and ostentation, which engrossing all their funds, utterly disable them from exerting the virtues of beneficence. Vanity, indeed, predominates among all ranks to such a degree that they are the greatest egotists in the world, and the most insignificant individual talks in company with the same conceit and arrogance as a person of the greatest importance. Neither conscious poverty nor disgrace will restrain him in the least either from assuming his full share of the conversation, or making big addresses to the finest lady, whom he has the smallest opportunity to approach, nor is he restrained by any other consideration whatsoever. It is all one to him whether he himself has a wife of his own, or the lady a husband, whether she is designed for the cloister, or pre-engaged to his best friend and benefactor. He takes it for granted that his addresses cannot but be acceptable, and if he meets with a repulse he condemns her taste, but never doubts his own qualifications. I have a great many things to say of their military character, and their punctilios of honour, which last are equally absurd and pernicious, but as this letter has run to an unconscionable length, I shall defer them till another opportunity. Meanwhile, I have the honour to be, with very particular esteem, Madam, your most obedient servant. Letter Roman 8. To Mr. M. Lyon, October 19, 1763. Dear Sir, I was favoured with yours at Paris, and look upon your reproaches as the proof of your friendship. The truth is, I considered all the letters I have hitherto written on the subject of my travels as written to your society in general, though they have been addressed to one individual of it, and if they contain anything that can either amuse or inform, I desire that henceforth all I send may be freely perused by all the members. With respect to my health, about which you so kindly enquire, I have nothing new to communicate. I had reason to think that my bathing in the sea at Boulogne produced a good effect in strengthening my relaxed fibres. You know how subject I was to colds in England, that I could not stir abroad after sunset, nor expose myself to the smallest damp, nor walk till the least moisture appeared on my skin, without being laid up for 10 days or a fortnight. At Paris, however, I went out every day with my hat under my arm, though the weather was wet and cold. I walked in the garden at Versailles even after it was dark, with my head uncovered on a cold evening, when the ground was far from being dry. Nay, at Marly, I sauntered above a mile through damp alleys and wet grass, and from none of these risques did I feel the least inconvenience. In one of our excursions we visited the manufacture for porcelain, which the King of France has established at the village of St. Cloud, on the road to Versailles, and which is, indeed, a noble monument of his munificence. It is a very large building, both commodious and magnificent, where a great number of artists are employed, and where this elegant superfluity is carried to as great perfection as it ever was at Dresden. Yet, after all, I know not whether the porcelain made at Chelsea may not vie with the productions either of Dresden or St. Cloud. If it falls short of either, it is not in the design, painting, enamel, or other ornaments, but only in the composition of the metal and the method of managing it in the furnace. Our porcelain seems to be a partial vitrification of levigated flint and fine pipe clay, mixed together in a certain proportion, and if the pieces are not removed from the fire in the very critical moment, they will be either too little or too much vitrified. In the first case, I apprehend they will not acquire a proper degree of cohesion. They will be apt to be corroded, discoloured, and to crumble like the first essays that were made at Chelsea. In the second case, they will be little better than imperfect glass. There are 3 methods of travelling from Paris to Lyon, which by the shortest road is a journey of about 360 miles. One is by the diligence or stagecoach, which performs it in 5 days, and every passenger pays 100 livres, in consideration of which he not only has a seat in the carriage but is maintained on the road. The inconveniences attending this way of travelling are these: you are crowded into the carriage, to the number of 8 persons, so as to sit very uneasy, and sometimes run the risque of being stifled among very indifferent company. You are hurried out of bed at 4:03, nay often at 2 o'clock in the morning. You are obliged to eat in the French way, which is very disagreeable to an English palate, and at Chalons you must embark upon the Seine in a boat, which conveys you to Lyon, so that the 2 last days of your journey are by water. All these were insurmountable objections to me, who am in such a bad state of health, troubled with an asthmatic cough, spitting, slow fever, and restlessness, which demands a continual change of place, as well as free air and room for motion. I was this day visited by 2 young gentlemen, sons of Mr. Guastaldi, late minister from Genoa at London. I had seen them at Paris at the house of the Duchess of Douglas. They came hither with their conductor in the diligence, and assured me that nothing could be more disagreeable than their situation in that carriage. Another way of travelling in this country is to hire a coach and 4 horses, and this method I was inclined to take. But when I went to the bureau, where alone these voitures are to be had, I was given to understand that it would cost me 26 guineas, and travel so slow that I should be 10 days upon the road. These carriages are let by the same persons who farm the diligence, and for this they have an exclusive privilege which makes them very saucy and insolent. When I mentioned my servant, they gave me to understand that I must pay 2 louis d'ors more for his seat upon the coach box. As I could not relish these terms, nor brook the thoughts of being so long upon the road, I had recourse to the 3rd method, which is going post. In England, you know, I should have had nothing to do but to hire a couple of post-chaises from stage to stage with 2 horses in each, but here the case is quite otherwise. The post is farmed from the king, who lays travellers under contribution for his own benefit, and has published a set of oppressive ordinances which no stranger nor native dares transgress. The postmaster finds nothing but horses and guides. The carriage you yourself must provide. If there are 4 persons within the carriage, you are obliged to have 6 horses and 2 postilions, and if your servant sits on the outside, either before or behind, you must pay for a 7th. You pay double for the first stage from Paris, and twice double for passing through Fontainebleau when the court is there, as well as at coming to Lyon and at leaving this city. These are called royal posts, and are undoubtedly a scandalous imposition. There are 2 post roads from Paris to Lyon, one of 65 posts by the way of Moulins, the other of 59 by the way of Dijon in Burgundy. This last I chose, partly to save 60 livres, and partly to see the wine harvest of Burgundy, which I was told was a season of mirth and jollity among all ranks of people. I hired a very good coach for 10 louis d'ors to Lyon, and set out from Paris on the 13th instant, with 6 horses, 2 postilions, and my own servant on horseback. We made no stop at Fontainebleau, though the court was there, but lay at Mort, which is 1 stage further, a very paltry little town where, however, we found good accommodation. I shall not pretend to describe the castle or palace of Fontainebleau, of which I had only a glimpse in passing, but the forest in the middle of which it stands is a noble chase of great extent, beautifully wild and romantic, well stored with game of all sorts, and abounding with excellent timber. It put me in mind of the New Forest in Hampshire, but the hills, rocks, and mountains with which it is diversified render it more agreeable. The people of this country dine at noon, and travellers always find an ordinary prepared at every auberge or public house on the road. Here they sit down promiscuously, and dine at so much a head. The usual price is 30 sols for dinner, and 40 for supper, including lodging. For this moderate expense they have 2 courses and a dessert. If you eat in your own apartment, you pay, instead of 40 sols, 3, and in some places 4 livres a head. I and my family could not well dispense with our tea and toast in the morning, and had no stomach to eat at noon. For my own part, I hate French cookery and abominate garlic, with which all their ragouts in this part of the country are highly seasoned. We therefore formed a different plan of living upon the road. Before we left Paris, we laid in a stock of tea, chocolate, cured neats' tongues, and saucissons or Bologna sausages, both of which we found in great perfection in that capital, where indeed there are excellent provisions of all sorts. About 10 in the morning we stopped to breakfast at some auberge, where we always found bread, butter, and milk. In the meantime, we ordered a poulard or two to be roasted, and these, wrapped in a napkin, were put into the boot of the coach, together with bread, wine, and water. About 2 or 3 in the afternoon, while the horses were changing, we laid a cloth upon our knees, and producing our store with a few earthen plates, discussed our short meal without further ceremony. This was followed by a dessert of grapes and other fruit, which we had also provided. I must own I found these transient refreshments much more agreeable than any regular meal I ate upon the road. The wine commonly used in Burgundy is so weak and thin that you would not drink it in England. The very best which they sell at Dijon, the capital of the province, for 3 livres a bottle, is in strength, and even in flavour, greatly inferior to what I have drank in London. I believe all the first growth is either consumed in the houses of the noblesse, or sent abroad to foreign markets. I have drank excellent Burgundy at Brussels for a florin a bottle, that is, little more than 20 pence sterling. The country from the forest of Fontainebleau to the Lionnois, through which we passed, is rather agreeable than fertile, being part of Champagne and the Duchy of Burgundy, watered by 3 pleasant pastoral rivers, the Seine, the Yonne, and the Saône. The flat country is laid out chiefly for corn, but produces more rye than wheat. Almost all the ground seems to be ploughed up, so that there is little or nothing lying fallow. There are very few enclosures, scarce any meadow ground, and so far as I could observe, a great scarcity of cattle. We sometimes found it very difficult to procure half a pint of milk for our tea. In Burgundy I saw a peasant ploughing the ground with a jackass, a lean cow, and a he-goat, yoked together. It is generally observed that a great number of black cattle are bred and fed on the mountains of Burgundy, which are the highest lands in France, but I saw very few. The peasants in France are so wretchedly poor, and so much oppressed by their landlords, that they cannot afford to enclose their grounds, or give a proper respite to their lands, or to stock their farms with a sufficient number of black cattle to produce the necessary manure, without which agriculture can never be carried to any degree of perfection. Indeed, whatever efforts a few individuals may make for the benefit of their own estates, husbandry in France will never be generally improved until the farmer is free and independent. From the frequency of towns and villages, I should imagine this country is very populous, yet it must be owned that the towns are in general thinly inhabited. I saw a good number of country seats and plantations near the banks of the rivers on each side, and a great many convents, sweetly situated on rising grounds, where the air is most pure, and the prospect most agreeable. It is surprising to see how happy the founders of those religious houses have been in their choice of situations, all the world over. In passing through this country, I was very much struck with the sight of large ripe clusters of grapes, entwined with the briars and thorns of common hedges on the wayside. The mountains of Burgundy are covered with vines from the bottom to the top, and seem to be raised by nature on purpose to extend the surface, and to expose it the more advantageously to the rays of the sun. The vendange was but just begun, and the people were employed in gathering the grapes, but I saw no signs of festivity among them. Perhaps their joy was a little damped by the bad prospect of their harvest, for they complained that the weather had been so unfavourable as to hinder the grapes from ripening. I thought, indeed, there was something uncomfortable in seeing the vintage thus retarded till the beginning of winter, for in some parts I found the weather extremely cold, particularly at a place called Maisonneuve, where we lay. There was a hard frost, and in the morning the pools were covered with a thick crust of ice. My personal adventures on the road were such as will not bear a recital. They consisted of petty disputes with landladies, postmasters, and postilions. The highways seemed to be perfectly safe. We did not find that any robberies were ever committed, although we did not see one of the Merchesy from Paris to Lyon. You know the Merchesy are a body of troopers well mounted, maintained in France as safeguards to the public roads. It is a reproach upon England that some such patrol is not appointed for the protection of travellers. At Sens in Champagne, my servant, who had rode on before to bespeak fresh horses, told me that the domestic of another company had been provided before him, although it was not his turn, as he had arrived later at the post. Provoked at this partiality, I resolved to chide the postmaster, and accordingly addressed myself to a person who stood at the door of the auberge. He was a jolly figure, fat and fair, dressed in an odd kind of garb, with a gold-laced cap on his head, and a cambric handkerchief pinned to his middle. The sight of such a fantastic petit maître in the character of a postmaster increased my spleen. I called to him with an air of authority, mixed with indignation, and when he came up to the coach, asked in a peremptory tone if he did not understand the king's ordinance concerning the regulation of the posts. He laid his hand upon his breast, but before he could make any answer, I pulled out the post-book and began to read with great vociferation the article which orders that the traveller who comes first shall be first served. By this time, the fresh horses being put to the carriage, and the postilions mounted, the coach set off all of a sudden with uncommon speed. I imagined the postmaster had given the fellows a signal to be gone, and in this persuasion, thrusting my head out at the window, I bestowed some epithets upon him, which must have sounded very harsh in the ears of a Frenchman. We stopped for a refreshment at a little town called Joigneville, where by the by I was scandalously imposed upon, and even abused by a virago of a landlady. Then proceeding to the next stage, I was given to understand we could not be supplied with fresh horses. Here I perceived at the door of the inn the same person whom I had reproached at Sens. He came up to the coach, and told me that notwithstanding what the guides had said, I should have fresh horses in a few minutes. I imagined he was master both of this house and the auberge at Sens, between which he passed and repassed occasionally, and that he was now desirous of making me amends for the affront he had put upon me at the other place. Observing that one of the trunks behind was a little displaced, he assisted my servant in adjusting it. Then he entered into conversation with me, and gave me to understand that in a post-chaise which we had passed was an English gentleman on his return from Italy. I wanted to know who he was, and when he said he could not tell, I asked him, in a very abrupt manner, why he had not inquired of his servant. He shrugged up his shoulders and retired to the inn door. Having waited about half an hour, I beckoned to him, and when he approached, upbraided him with having told me that I should be supplied with fresh horses in a few minutes. He seemed shocked, and answered that he thought he had reason for what he said, observing that it was as disagreeable to him as to me to wait for a relay. As it began to rain, I pulled up the glass in his face, and he withdrew again to the door, seemingly ruffled at my deportment. In a little time the horses arrived, and 3 of them were immediately put to a very handsome post-chaise, into which he stepped and set out, accompanied by a man in a rich livery on horseback. Astonished at this circumstance, I asked the hostler who he was, and he replied that he was a man of fashion unseigneur who lived in the neighbourhood of Auxerre. I was much mortified to find that I had treated a nobleman so scurvily, and scolded my own people for not having more penetration than myself. I dare say he did not fail to descant upon the brutal behaviour of the Englishman, and that my mistake served with him to confirm the national reproach of bluntness and ill-breeding under which we lie in this country. The truth is, I was that day more than usually peevish, from the bad weather, as well as from the dread of a fit of the asthma with which I was threatened, and I dare say my appearance seemed as uncouth to him as his travelling dress appeared to me. I had a grey morning frock under a wide great coat, a bob wig without powder, a very large laced hat, and a meagre, wrinkled, discontented countenance. The 4th night of our journey we lay at Macon, and the next day passed through the Lionois, which is a fine country, full of towns, villages, and gentlemen's houses. In passing through the Macanois, we saw a great many fields of Indian corn, which grows to the height of 6 or 7 feet. It is made into flour for the use of the common people, and goes by the name of Turkey wheat. Here likewise, as well as in Dauphiné, they raise a vast quantity of very large pompions, with the contents of which they thicken their soup and ragouts. As we travelled only while the sun was up on account of my ill health, and the post horses in France are in bad order, we seldom exceeded 20 leagues a day. I was directed to a lodging-house at Lyons, which being full they showed us to a tavern, where I was led up 3 pair of stairs, to an apartment consisting of 3 poultry chambers, for which the people demanded 12 livres a day. For dinner and supper they asked 32, besides 3 livres for my servant, so that my daily expense would have amounted to about 4 to 7 livres, exclusive of breakfast and coffee in the afternoon. I was so provoked at this extortion that, without answering one word, I drove to another auberge where I now am, and pay at the rate of 32 livres a day, for which I am very badly lodged, and but very indifferently entertained. I mention these circumstances to give you an idea of the imposition to which strangers are subject in this country. It must be owned, however, that in the article of eating, I might save half the money by going to the public ordinary. But this is a scheme of economy, which, exclusive of other disagreeable circumstances, neither my own health nor that of my wife permits me to embrace. My journey from Paris to Lyons, including the hire of the coach and all expenses on the road, has cost me, within a few shillings, 40 louis d'ors. From Paris our baggage, though not plumb, was not once examined till we arrived in this city, at the gate of which we were questioned by one of the searchers, who, being tipped with half a crown, allowed us to proceed without further enquiry. I purposed to stay in Lyons until I should receive some letters I expected from London, to be forwarded by my banker at Paris, but the enormous expense of living in this manner has determined me to set out in a day or two for Montpellier, although that place is a good way out of the road to Nice. My reasons for taking that route I shall communicate in my next. Meanwhile I am ever, dear sir, your affectionate and obliged humble servant. Letter Roman 9. Montpellier, November 5, 1763. Dear sir, the city of Lyons has been so often and so circumstantially described that I cannot pretend to say anything new on the subject. Indeed, I know very little of it, but what I have read in books, as I had but one day to make a tour of the streets, squares, and other remarkable places. The bridge over the Rhone seems to be so slightly built that I should imagine it would be one day carried away by that rapid river, especially as the arches are so small that, after great rains, they are sometimes bouches or stopped up. That is, they do not admit a sufficient passage for the increased body of the water. In order to remedy this dangerous defect, in some measure, they found an artist some years ago who has removed a middle pier and thrown two arches into one. This alteration they looked upon as a masterpiece in architecture, though there is many a common mason in England who would have undertaken and performed the work without valuing himself much upon the enterprise. This bridge, as well as that of St. Esprit, is built, not in a straight line across the river, but with a curve, which forms a convexity to oppose the current. Such a bend is certainly calculated for the better resisting the general impetuosity of the stream, and has no bad effect to the eye. Lyons is a great, populous, and flourishing city, but I am surprised to find it is counted a healthy place, and that the air of it is esteemed favourable to pulmonic disorders. It is situated on the confluence of two large rivers, from which there must be a great evaporation, as well as from the low marshy grounds, which these rivers often overflow. This must render the air moist, fruzy, and even putrid, if it was not well ventilated by winds from the mountains of Switzerland, and in the latter end of autumn it must be subject to fogs. The morning we set out from thence, the whole city and adjacent plains were covered with so thick a fog that we could not distinguish from the coach the head of the foremost mule that drew it. Lyons is said to be very hot in summer and very cold in winter, therefore I imagine must abound with inflammatory and intermittent disorders in the spring and fall of the year. My reasons for going to Montpellier, which is out of the straight road to Nice, were these. Having no acquaintance nor correspondence in the south of France, I had desired my credit might be sent to the same house to which my heavy baggage was consigned. I expected to find my baggage at Sète, which is the seaport of Montpellier, and there I also hoped to find a vessel in which I might be transported by sea to Nice without further trouble. I longed to try what effect the boasted air of Montpellier would have upon my constitution, and I had a great desire to see the famous monuments of antiquity in and about the ancient city of Nismes, which is about 8 leagues short of Montpellier. At the inn where we lodged, I found a return berlin belonging to Avignon with 3 mules, which are the animals commonly used for carriages in this country. This I hired for 5 louis d'ors. The coach was large, commodious, and well-fitted, the mules were strong and in good order, and the driver, whose name was Joseph, appeared to be a sober, sagacious, intelligent fellow, perfectly well acquainted with every place in the south of France. He told me he was owner of the coach, but I afterwards learned he was no other than a hired servant. I likewise detected him in some knavery in the course of our journey, and plainly perceived he had a fellow-feeling with the innkeepers on the road, but in other respects he was very obliging, serviceable, and even entertaining. There are some knavish practices of this kind, at which a traveller will do well to shut his eyes, for his own ease and convenience. He will be lucky if he has to do with a sensible knave, like Joseph, who understood his interest too well to be guilty of very flagrant pieces of imposition. A man impatient to be at his journey's end will find this a most disagreeable way of travelling, In summer it must be quite intolerable. The mules are very sure but very slow. The journey seldom exceeds 8 leagues, about 24 miles a day, and as those people have certain fixed stages, you are sometimes obliged to rise in a morning before day, a circumstance very grievous to persons in ill health. These inconveniences, however, were overbalanced by other agreements. We no sooner quitted Lyon than we got into summer weather, and travelling through a most romantic country, along the banks of the Rhone, had opportunities from the slowness of our pace to contemplate its beauties at leisure. The rapidity of the Rhone is, in a great measure, owing to its being confined within steep banks on each side. These are formed almost through its whole course by a double chain of mountains, which rise with all abrupt ascent from both banks of the river. The mountains are covered with vineyards, interspersed with small summer houses, and in many places they are crowned with churches, chapels, and convents, which add greatly to the romantic beauty of the prospect. The highroad as far as Avignon lies along the side of the river, which runs almost in a straight line, and affords great convenience for inland commerce. Travellers bound to the southern parts of France generally embark in the diligence at Lyon and glide down this river with great velocity, passing a great number of towns and villages on each side, where they find ordinaries every day at dinner and supper. In good weather there is no danger in this method of travelling till you come to the Pont Saint Esprit, where the stream runs through the arches with such rapidity that the boat is sometimes overset. But those passengers who are under any apprehension are landed above bridge, and taken in again, after the boat has passed, just in the same manner as at London Bridge. The boats that go up the river are drawn against the stream by oxen, which swim through one of the arches of this bridge, the driver sitting between the horns of the foremost beast. We set out from Lyon early on Monday morning, and as a robbery had been a few days before committed in that neighbourhood, I ordered my servant to load my musketoon with a charge of 8 balls. By the by, this piece did not fail to attract the curiosity and admiration of the people in every place through which we passed. The carriage no sooner halted than a crowd immediately surrounded the man to view the blunderbuss, which they dignified with the title of petty cannon. At Nice in Burgundy, he fired it in the air, and the whole mob dispersed and scampered off like a flock of sheep. In our journey hither, we generally set out in a morning at 8 o'clock, and travelled till noon, when the mules were put up and rested a couple of hours. During this halt Joseph went to dinner, and we went to breakfast, after which we ordered provision for our refreshment in the coach, which we took about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, halting for that purpose by the side of some transparent brook, which afforded excellent water to mix with our wine. In this country I was almost poisoned with garlic, which they mix in their ragouts and all their sauces. Nay, the smell of it perfumes the very chambers, as well as every person you approach. I was also very sick of benficas, grives, or thrushes, and other little birds, which are served up twice a day at all ordinaries on the road. They make their appearance in vine leaves, and are always half raw, in which condition the French choose to eat them, rather than run the risque of losing the juice by over-roasting. The peasants on the south of France are poorly clad, and look as if they were half-starved, diminutive, swarthy, and meagre, and yet the common people who travel live luxuriously on the road. Every carrier and mule-driver has 2 meals a day, consisting each of a couple of courses and a dessert, with tolerable small wine. That which is called hermitage and grows in this province of Dauphine is sold on the spot for 3 livres a bottle. The common draught which you have at meals in this country is remarkably strong, though in flavour much inferior to that of Burgundy. The accommodation is tolerable, though they demand even in this cheap country the exorbitant price of 4 livres a head for every meal, of those who choose to eat in their own apartments. I insisted, however, upon paying them with 3, which they received, though not without murmuring and seeming discontented. In this journey we found plenty of good mutton, pork, poultry, and game, including the red partridge, which is near twice as big as the partridge of England. Their hairs are likewise surprisingly large and juicy. We saw great flocks of black turkeys feeding in the fields, but no black cattle, and milk was so scarce that sometimes we were obliged to drink our tea without it. One day, perceiving a meadow on the side of the road, full of a flower which I took to be the crocus, I desired my servant to alight and pull some of them. He delivered the musketoon to Joseph, who began to tamper with it, and off it went with a prodigious report, augmented by an echo from the mountains that skirted the road. The mules were so frightened that they went off at the gallop, and Joseph for some minutes could neither manage the reins nor open his mouth. At length he recollected himself, and the cattle were stopped by the assistance of the servant, to whom he delivered the musketoon with a significant shake of the head. Then, alighting from the box, he examined the heads of his 3 mules and kissed each of them in his turn. Finding they had received no damage, he came up to the coach with a pale visage and staring eyes, and said it was God's mercy he had not killed his beasts. I answered that it was a greater mercy he had not killed his passengers, for the muzzle of the piece might have been directed our way as well as any other, and in that case Joseph might have been hanged for murder. I had as good be hanged, said he, for murder, as be ruined by the loss of my cattle. This adventure made such an impression upon him that he recounted it to every person we met, nor would he ever touch the blunderbuss from that day. I was often diverted with the conversation of this fellow, who was very arch and very communicative. Every afternoon he used to stand upon the footboard at the side of the coach, and discourse with us an hour together. Passing by the gibbet of Valentia, which stands very near the highroad, we saw one body hanging quite naked, and another lying broken on the wheel. I recollected that Mandrin had suffered in this place, and calling to Joseph to mount the footboard, asked if he had ever seen that famous adventurer. At mention of the name of Mandrin, the tear started in Joseph's eye. He discharged a deep sigh, or rather groan, and told me he was his dear friend. I was a little startled at this declaration. However, I concealed my thoughts, and began to ask questions about the character and exploits of a man who had made such noise in the world. He told me Mandrin was a native of Valentia, of mean extraction, that he had served as a soldier in the army, and afterwards acted as multitier or tax-gatherer, that at length he turned contrabandier or smuggler, and by his superior qualities raised himself to the command of a formidable gang, consisting of 500 persons well armed with carbines and pistols. He had 50 horses for his troopers, and 300 mules for the carriage of his merchandise. His headquarters were in Savoy, but he made incursions into Dauphine and set the merchantry at defiance. He maintained several bloody skirmishes with these troopers, as well as with other regular detachments, and in all those actions signalized himself by his courage and conduct. Coming up at one time with 50 of the merchantry who were in quest of him, he told them very calmly he had occasion for their horses and accoutrements, and desired them to dismount. At that instant his gang appeared, and the troopers complied with his request without making the least opposition. Joseph said he was as generous as he was brave, and never molested travellers, nor did the least injury to the poor, but on the contrary relieved them very often. He used to oblige the gentlemen in the country to take his merchandise, his tobacco, brandy, and muslins at his own price, and in the same manner he laid the open towns under contribution. When he had no merchandise, he borrowed money off them upon the credit of what he should bring when he was better provided. He was at last betrayed by his wench to the colonel of a French regiment, who went with a detachment in the night to the place where he lay in Savoy, and surprised him in a woodhouse, while his people were absent in different parts of the country. For this intrusion, the court of France made an apology to the king of Sardinia, in whose territories he was taken. Mandrin, being conveyed to Valentia, his native place, was for some time permitted to go abroad under a strong guard with chains upon his legs, and here he conversed freely with all sorts of people, flattering himself with the hopes of a pardon, in which, however, he was disappointed. An order came from court to bring him to his trial, when he was found guilty, and condemned to be broke on the wheel. Joseph said he drank a bottle of wine with him the night before his execution. He bore his fate with great resolution, observing that if the letter which he had written to the king had been delivered, he certainly should have obtained his majesty's pardon. His executioner was one of his own gang, who was pardoned on condition of performing this office. You know that criminals broke upon the wheel are first strangled, unless the sentence imports that they shall be broke alive. As Mandrin had not been guilty of cruelty in the course of his delinquency, he was indulged with this favour. Speaking to the executioner whom he had formerly commanded, Joseph dit ill, Gi ni vu pas que tu me touches, jusque si que sois roid mort, Joseph, said he, thou shalt not touch me till I am quite dead. Our driver had no sooner pronounced these words than I was struck with a suspicion that he himself was the executioner of his friend Mandrin. On that suspicion I exclaimed, Ah, Joseph. The fellow blushed up to the eyes and said, Oui, son nom était Joseph aussi bien quelamine. Yes, he was called Joseph, as I am. I did not think proper to prosecute the inquiry, but did not much relish the nature of Joseph's connections. The truth is, he had very much the looks of a ruffian, though I must own his behaviour was very obliging and submissive. On the 5th day of our journey in the morning we passed the famous bridge at Saint-Esprit, which to be sure is a great curiosity from its length and the number of its arches. But these arches are too small, the passage above is too narrow, and the whole appears to be too slight, considering the force and impetuosity of the river. It is not comparable to the bridge at Westminster, either for beauty or solidity. Here we entered Languedoc, and were stopped to have our baggage examined, but the searcher, being tipped with a 3-livre piece, allowed it to pass. Before we leave Dauphine, I must observe that I was not a little surprised to see figs and chestnuts growing in the open fields, at the discretion of every passenger. It was this day I saw the famous Pont du Gard, but as I cannot possibly include in this letter a description of that beautiful bridge, and of the other antiquities belonging to Nismes, I will defer it till the next opportunity, being in the meantime, with equal truth and affection, dear Sir, your obliged humble servant. Letter X. Montpellier, November 10, 1763. Dear Sir, by the Pont Saint-Esprit we entered the province of Languedoc, and breakfasted at Bagnols, which is a little poultry town. From whence, however, there is an excellent road through a mountain, made at a great expense and extending about 4 leagues. About 5 in the afternoon I had the first glimpse of the famous Pont du Gard, which stands on the right hand, about the distance of a league from the post road to Nismes, and about 3 leagues from that city. I would not willingly pass for a false enthusiast in taste, but I cannot help observing that from the first distant view of this noble monument, till we came near enough to see it perfectly, I felt the strongest emotions of impatience that I had ever known, and obliged our driver to put his mules to the full gallop, in the apprehension that it would be dark before we reached the place. I expected to find the building in some measure ruinous, but was agreeably disappointed to see it look as fresh as the bridge at Westminster. The climate is either so pure and dry, or the freestone, with which it is built, so hard, that the very angles of them remain as acute as if they had been cut last year. Indeed, some large stones have dropped out of the arches, but the whole is admirably preserved, and presents the eye with a piece of architecture, so unaffectedly elegant, so simple and majestic, that I will defy the most phlegmatic and stupid spectator to behold it without admiration. It was raised in the Augustan age by the Roman colony of Nismes to convey a stream of water between 2 mountains for the use of that city. It stands over the river Garden, which is a beautiful pastoral stream, brawling among rocks, which form a number of pretty natural cascades, and overshadowed on each side with trees and shrubs, which greatly add to the rural beauties of the scene. It rises in the Cevennes, and the sand of it produces gold, as we learn from Mr. Réaumur, in his essay on this subject, inserted in the French Memoirs, for the year 1718. If I lived at Nismes, or Avignon, which last city is within 4 short leagues of it, I should take pleasure in forming parties to come hither in summer, to dine under one of the arches of the Pont du Gard, on a cold collation. This work consists of 3 bridges or tier of arches, one above another, the first of 6, the second of 11, and the third of 36. The height, comprehending the aqueduct on the top, amounts to 174 feet 3 inches. The length between the 2 mountains, which it unites, extends to 723. The order of architecture is the Tuscan, but the symmetry of it is inconceivable. By scooping the bases of the pilasters of the second tier of arches, they had made a passage for foot travellers, but though the antients far excelled us in beauty, they certainly fell short of the moderns in point of conveniency. The citizens of Avignon have, in this particular, improved the Roman work with a new bridge, by apposition, constructed on the same plan with that of the lower tier of arches, of which indeed it seems to be a part, affording a broad and commodious passage over the river to horses and carriages of all kinds. The aqueduct, for the continuance of which this superb work was raised, conveyed a stream of sweet water from the fountain of Jura, near the city of Uzes, and extended near 6 leagues in length. In approaching Nismes, you see the ruins of a Roman tower, built on the summit of a hill which overlooks the city. It seems to have been intended at first as a watch or signal tower, though in the sequel it was used as a fortress. What remains of it is about 90 feet high, the architecture of the Doric order. I no sooner alighted at the inn than I was presented with a pamphlet, containing an account of Nismes and its antiquities, which every stranger buys. There are persons too who attend in order to show the town, and you will always be accosted by some shabby antiquarian, who presents you with medals for sale, assuring you they are genuine antiques, and were dug out of the ruins of the Roman temple and baths. All those fellows are cheats, and they have often laid under contribution raw English travellers who had more money than discretion. To such they sell the vilest and most common trash, but when they meet with a connoisseur, they produce some medals which are really valuable and curious. Nismes, anciently called Nemosis, was originally a colony of Romans, settled by Augustus Caesar after the Battle of Actium. It is still of considerable extent, and said to contain 12,000 families, but the number seems, by this account, to be greatly exaggerated. Certain it is the city must have been formerly very extensive, as appears from the circuit of the antient walls, the remains of which are still to be seen. Its present size is not 1/3 of its former extent. Its temples, baths, statues, towers, basilica, and amphitheatre prove it to have been a city of great opulence and magnificence. At present, the remains of these antiquities are all that make it respectable or remarkable, though here are manufactures of silk and wool carried on with good success. The water necessary for these works is supplied by a source at the foot of the rock, upon which the tower is placed, and here were discovered the ruins of Roman baths, which had been formed and adorned with equal taste and magnificence. Among the rubbish they found a vast profusion of columns, vases, capitals, cornices, inscriptions, medals, statues, and among other things, the finger of a colossal statue in bronze, which, according to the rules of proportion, must have been 15 feet high. From these particulars, it appears that the edifices must have been spacious and magnificent. Part of a tessellated pavement still remains. The antient pavement of the bath is still entire. All the rubbish has been cleared away, and the baths in a great measure restored on the old plan, though they are not at present used for anything but ornament. The water is collected into 2 vast reservoirs, and a canal built and lined with hewn stone. There are 3 handsome bridges thrown over this vast canal. It contains a great body of excellent water, which by pipes and other small branching canals traverses the town, and is converted to many different purposes of economy and manufacture. Between the Roman bath and these great canals, the ground is agreeably laid out in pleasure walks, for the recreation of the inhabitants. Here are likewise ornaments of architecture, which savour much more of French foppery than of the simplicity and greatness of the antients. It is very surprising that this fountain should produce such a great body of water, as fills the basin of the source, the Roman basin, 2 large deep canals 300 feet in length, 2 vast basins that make part of the Great Canal, which is 1,800 feet long, 18 feet deep, and 48 feet broad. When I saw it, there was in it about 8 or 9 feet of water, transparent as crystal. It must be observed, however, for the honour of French cleanliness, that in the Roman basin, through which this noble stream of water passes, I perceived 2 washerwomen at work upon children's clouts and dirty linen. Surprised and much disgusted at this filthy phenomenon, I asked by what means, and by whose permission, those dirty hags had got down into the basin, in order to contaminate the water at its fountainhead, and understood they belonged to the commandant of the place, who had keys of the subterranean passage. Fronting the Roman baths are the ruins of an antient temple, which, according to tradition, was dedicated to Diana, but it has been observed by connoisseurs that all the antient temples of this goddess were of the Ionic order, whereas this is partly Corinthian and partly composite. It is about 70 foot long and 36 in breadth, arched above and built of large blocks of stone, exactly joined together without any cement. The walls are still standing, with 3 great tabernacles at the further end, fronting the entrance. On each side there are niches in the intercolumniation of the walls, together with pedestals and shafts of pillars, cornices, and an entablature, which indicate the former magnificence of the building. It was destroyed during the civil war that raged in the reign of Henry III of France. It is amazing that the successive eruptions of barbarous nations, of Goths, Vandals, and Moors, of fanatic Croissards, still more sanguinary and illiberal than those barbarians, should have spared this temple, as well as 2 other still more noble monuments. Of architecture that to this day adorn the city of Nismes, I mean the amphitheatre and the edifice, called Mason-Carry. The former of these is counted the finest monument of the kind, now extant, and was built in the reign of Antoninus Pius, who contributed a large sum of money towards its erection. It is of an oval figure, 1,080 feet in circumference, capacious enough to hold 20,000 spectators. The architecture is of the Tuscan order, 60 feet high, composed of 2 open galleries, built one over another, consisting each of 80 arcades. The entrance into the arena was by 4 great gates with porticos, and the seats, of which there were 30 rising one above another, consisted of great blocks of stone, many of which still remain. Over the north gate appear 2 bulls in alto relievo extremely well executed, emblems which, according to the custom of the Romans, signified that the amphitheatre was erected at the expense of the people. There are in other parts of it some work in bas-relief, and heads or busts but indifferently carved. It stands in the lower part of the town, and strikes the spectator with awe and veneration. The external architecture is almost entire in its whole circuit, but the arena is filled up with houses. This amphitheatre was fortified as a citadel by the Visigoths in the beginning of the 6th century. They raised within it a castle, 2 towers of which are still extant, and they surrounded it with a broad and deep fosse, which was filled up in the 13th century. In all the subsequent wars to which this city was exposed, it served as the last resort of the citizens, and sustained a great number of successive attacks, so that its preservation is almost miraculous. It is likely, however, to suffer much more from the Gothic avarice of its own citizens, some of whom are mutilating it every day, for the sake of the stones, which they employ in their own private buildings. It is surprising that the king's authority has not been exerted to put an end to such sacrilegious violation. If the amphitheatre strikes you with an idea of greatness, the mason carry enchants you with the most exquisite beauties of architecture and sculpture. This is an edifice, supposed formerly to have been erected by Adrian, who actually built a basilica in this city, though no vestiges of it remain. But the following inscription, which was discovered on the front of it, plainly proves that it was built by the inhabitants of Nismes in honor of Caius and Lucius Caesar, the grandchildren of Augustus by his daughter Julia, the wife of Agrippa. 100 Caesari avgisti efkos. El Caesari avgmi efkos. Designato Principibus Eventutis. To Caius and Lucius Caesar, sons of Augustus, consuls elect, princes of the Roman youth. This beautiful edifice, which stands upon a pediment 6 feet high, is 82 feet long, 35 broad and 37 high, without reckoning the pediment. The body of it is adorned with 20 columns engaged in the wall, and the peristyle, which is open, with 10 detached pillars that support the entablature. They are all of the Corinthian order, fluted and embellished with capitals of the most exquisite sculpture. The frieze and cornice are much admired, and the foliage is esteemed inimitable. The proportions of the building are so happily united as to give it an air of majesty and grandeur, which the most indifferent spectator cannot behold without emotion. A man needs not be a connoisseur in architecture to enjoy these beauties. They are indeed so exquisite that you may return to them every day with a fresh appetite for 7 years together. What renders them the more curious, they are still entire and very little affected, either by the ravages of time or the havoc of war. Cardinal Alberoni declared that it was a jewel that deserved a cover of gold to preserve it from external injuries. An Italian painter, perceiving a small part of the roof repaired by modern French masonry, tore his hair and exclaimed in a rage, "Zounds! What do I see? Harlequin's hat on the head of Augustus." Without all doubt it is ravishingly beautiful. The whole world cannot parallel it, and I am astonished to see it standing entire like the effects of enchantment after such a succession of ages, every one more barbarous than another. The history of the antiquities of Nismes takes notice of a grotesque statue, representing 2 female bodies and legs, united under the head of an old man, but as it does not inform us where it is kept, I did not see it. The whole country of Languedoc is shaded with olive trees, the fruit of which begins to ripen and appears as black as sloes. Those they pickle are pulled green and steeped for some time in a lye made of quick lime or wood ashes, which extracts the bitter taste and makes the fruit tender. Without this preparation it is not eatable. Under the olive and fig trees they plant corn and vines, so that there is not an inch of ground unlaboured. But here are no open fields, meadows, or cattle to be seen. The ground is overloaded, and the produce of it crowded to such a degree as to have a bad effect upon the eye, impressing the traveller with the ideas of indigence and rapacity. The heat in summer is so excessive that cattle would find no green forage, every blade of grass being parched up and destroyed. The weather was extremely hot when we entered Montpellier, and put up at the Cheval Blanc, counted the best auberge in the place, though in fact it is a most wretched hovel, the habitation of darkness, dirt, and imposition. Here I was obliged to pay 4 livres a meal for every person in my family, and 2 livres at night for every bed, though all in the same room. One would imagine that the further we advance to the southward the living is the dearer, though in fact every article of housekeeping is cheaper in Languedoc than many other provinces of France. This imposition is owing to the concourse of English who come hither, and, like simple birds of passage, allow themselves to be plucked by the people of the country, who know their weak side, and make their attacks accordingly. They affect to believe that all the travellers of our country are grand seigneurs, immensely rich and incredibly generous, and we are silly enough to encourage this opinion by submitting quietly to the most ridiculous extortion, as well as by committing acts of the most absurd extravagance. This folly of the English, together with a concourse of people from different quarters, who come hither for the re-establishment of their health, has rendered Montpellier one of the dearest places in the south of France. City, which is but small, stands upon a rising ground fronting the Mediterranean, which is about 3 leagues to the southward. On the other side is an agreeable plain, extending about the same distance towards the mountains of the Cevennes. The town is reckoned well built, and what the French call bien percé, yet the streets are in general narrow and the houses dark. The air is counted salutary in catarrhous consumptions, from its dryness and elasticity, but too sharp in cases of pulmonary imposthumes. It was at Montpellier that we saw for the first time any signs of that gaiety and mirth for which the people of this country are celebrated. In all other places through which we passed since our departure from Lyons, we saw nothing but marks of poverty and chagrin. We entered Montpellier on a Sunday, when the people were all dressed in their best apparel. The streets were crowded, and a great number of the better sort of both sexes sat upon stone seats at their doors, conversing with great mirth and familiarity. These conversations lasted the greatest part of the night, and many of them were improved with music both vocal and instrumental. Next day we were visited by the English residing in the place, who always pay this mark of respect to newcomers. They consist of 4 or 5 families, among whom I could pass the winter very agreeably, if the state of my health and other reasons did not call me away. Mr. L. had arrived 2 days before me, troubled with the same asthmatic disorder under which I have laboured so long. He told me he had been in quest of me ever since he left England. Upon comparing notes, I found he had stopped at the door of a country inn in Picardy, and drank a glass of wine and water while I was at dinner upstairs. Nay, he had even spoke to my servant and asked who was his master, and the man, not knowing him, replied, he was a gentleman from Chelsea. He had walked by the door of the house where I lodged at Paris 20 times while I was in that city, and the very day before he arrived at Montpellier, he had passed our coach on the road. The garrison of this city consists of 2 battalions, one of which is the Irish regiment of Berwick, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Tence, a gentleman with whom we contracted an acquaintance at Boulogne. He treats us with great politeness, and indeed does everything in his power to make the place agreeable to us. The Duke of Fitzjames, the governor, is expected here in a little time. We have already a tolerable concert twice a week. There will be a comedy in the winter, and the states of Provence assemble in January, so that Montpellier will be extremely gay and brilliant. These very circumstances would determine me to leave it. I have not health to enjoy these pleasures. I cannot bear a crowd of company such as pours in upon us unexpectedly at all hours, and I foresee that in staying at Montpellier I should be led into an expense which I can ill afford. I have therefore forwarded the letter I received from General P.N. to Mr. B.D., our consul at Nice, signifying my intention of going thither, and explaining the kind of accommodation I would choose to have at that place. The day after our arrival, I procured tolerable lodgings in the High Street, for which I pay 50 sols, something more than 2 shillings per day, and I am furnished with 2 meals a day by a traiteur for 10 livres, but he finds neither the wine nor the dessert, and indeed we are but indifferently served. Those families who reside here find their account in keeping house. Every traveller who comes to this or any other town in France with a design to stay longer than a day or 2, ought to write beforehand to his correspondent to procure furnished lodgings, to which he may be driven immediately, without being under the necessity of lying in an execrable inn, for all the inns of this country are execrable. My baggage is not yet arrived by the canal of Languedoc, but that gives me no disturbance, as it is consigned to the care of Mr. Ray, an English merchant and banker of this place, a gentleman of great probity and worth, from whom I have received repeated marks of uncommon friendship and hospitality. The next time you hear of me will be from Nice, Meanwhile I remain always, dear sir, your affectionate humble servant. Letters I.A. Montpellier, November 12th. Dear Doctor, I flattered myself with the hope of much amusement during my short stay at Montpellier. The university, the botanical garden, the state of physic in this part of the world, and the information I received of a curious collection of manuscripts, among which I hoped to find something for our friend Dr. H.R. All these particulars promised a rich fund of entertainment, which, however, I cannot enjoy. A few days after my arrival, it began to rain with a southerly wind, and continued without ceasing the best part of a week, leaving the air so loaded with vapours that there was no walking after sunset, without being wetted by the dew almost to the skin. I have always found a cold and damp atmosphere the most unfavourable of any to my constitution. My asthmatical disorder, which had not given me much disturbance since I left Boulogne, became now very troublesome, attended with fever, cough, spitting, and lowness of spirits, and I wasted visibly every day. I was favoured with the advice of Dr. Fitzmaurice, a very worthy, sensible physician settled in this place, but I had the curiosity to know the opinion of the celebrated Professor F., who is the Boerhaave of Montpellier. The account I had of his private character and personal deportment from some English people to whom he was well known left me no desire to converse with him, but I resolved to consult with him on paper. This great lanthorn of medicine is become very rich and very insolent, and in proportion as his wealth increases, he is said to grow the more rapacious. He piques himself upon being very slovenly, very blunt, and very unmannerly, and perhaps to these qualifications he owes his reputation rather than to any superior skill in medicine. I have known them succeed in our own country, and seen a doctor's parts estimated by his brutality and presumption. F is in his person and address not unlike our old acquaintance Dr. Smye. He stoops much, dodges along, and affects to speak the patois, which is a corruption of the old provincial tongue, spoken by the vulgar in Languedoc and Provence. Notwithstanding his great age and great wealth, he will still scramble up 2 pair of stairs for a fee of 6 livres, and without a fee he will give his advice to no person whatsoever. He is said to have great practice in the venereal branch, and to be frequented by persons of both sexes infected with this distemper, not only from every part of France, but also from Spain, Italy, Germany, and England. I need say nothing of the Montpellier method of cure, which is well known at London, but I have some reason to think the great Professor F. has, like the famous Mrs. Mapp, the bone-setter, cured many patients that were never diseased. Be that as it may, I sent my valet de place, who was his townsman and acquaintance, to his house with the following case and a louis d'or. Animitatis post quadragesimum, tertium, temperamentum humidum, crassum, pidvider pletum, cataris sepisime profligatum, catarus feber anxietate et dyspnea nunquam non comitatus, irritatio membranae piuitarii trachealis, tussim initio aridum, siliquasum, deigned vero excreationum copiosum excitat, sputum albumini ovi similimum. Excedent feber urina pallida limpida, ad acmen flagrante colorum rubrum subflavum induit, coction peracta sedimentum lateritium deponit. Appetitus raro dist, digestio segnia sed secura non autem sine ructu perfecta, alvus plerunx depata, excretio intestinalis minima, ration ingestorum habita, pulsus frequens, vacillans, exiliis, quandaquidem etiam intermittens. Feber una extincta, non deficit altera, aliac et idem statim nasciter, aer polo frigidia vel humidia vestimentum inusitatum indutum, exercitatio pollulam nimia, ambulatio equitatio in quavis vehiculo jactatio, hic omnia novos motus suscitant. Systema nervosum maxime irritabile organos patita, osteola incute hientia materiae perspirabili exitum prebentia claudanter, materies obstructa cumulata, sanguine alius humoribus circumagita, fit plethora, natura oprimi nolens excessus huius expulsionum canata, febris nova excenditor. Pars oneris in membranam trachealum laxitam ac debilitatum transferta, glanduli pituitarii turgens bronchia comprimunt, liber eri transitus negata, hinc respiratio difficilis, hac vero translation febris minuita, interdiu remittita. Dyspnea autem aliac symptomata vir hypochondriaca, residu nolunt, vesper febris exacerbata, cala inquietudo anxietas et asthma per noctem grassanter, ida quatidi res agita donac, vis viti pollatim crissim efficit, seminis joctura, sive insomniae effusi, su in gremio veneris ejaculati, inter causes horum malorum nec non numereta. Quibustum ab hinc annis, exercitationibus juvenilibus subito remissis, in vitam sedentarium lapsum, animo in studia severior converso, fiber gradatim laxabanter, inter legendum, et scribendum inclinato corpor in pectus malum rubet, morbo in grunti affectio scorbutica auxilium celit, invasio prima nimium aspernata, venientibus hostibus non accursum. Cunctando res non restituta, remedia convenientia stomachus perhoresibat, grave sent dyspnea phlebotomia frustratentata, sanguinis mission vis viti diminuta, febet pulsitis debilia respiratio difficilia, in pejus runt omnia, febris anomala in febriculum continuum mutata, dyspnea confirmata, fibrarum compages saluta, valitudo penitus eversa. His agitatus furiae ager ad mare provelat, influctus si precipitum dat, periculum factum spem non feffalit, decis iteratum felix faustum evacit, elater novus fibris conciliator, febricula fugator, acris dyspnea solvator, beneficium dextra ripa partum, sinistra perditum. Superfici corporis, aqui marine frigor et pandir, compressa et contracta, interstitia fibrarum occludanter, particulies incrementi navis parts abrasas reficientibus, locus non dater. Nutritio corporis via pristina clausa, qua data porta rut, in membranam pulmonum minus firmitam facil furter, et glandules per sputum regiciter. Hem pluviasa rignant dolors renovanter, tamet si tempor sereno equitatio profuit, estate morbus vix ullum progredibater, autumno valitudim plus declinata, thermes bathoniensibus solatium hod frustra quisitum, aqua ista mire medicata, extern ec ac interni adhibita, malis leve menatulit. Hems altera frigida horrida diuturna innocua tamen successit, vir novo casus atrox diras pro cellas animo emissit, todo corpor tota ment tumultuata, patria relicta tristitia solicitudo indignatio et sivissima recordatio sequunta, inimici priors furori inveterato revertunta, redeat febris hectica, redeat asthma cum anxietate, tus et dolor lateris lancinanti. Desperatis denique rebus aetrum admare, veludi ad anceps remedium recurrita, balneum hoc semper benignum, dolor statim avalat, tertio die febris retrocessit, immersio quotidiana antimeridiana ad vices quinquaginta repetita, symptomata gravura subjugavit, manit viro tabes pituitaria, manit temperamentum in cataros proclive, corpus macrosit, vires delabunter. The professor's eyes sparkled at sight of the fee, and he desired the servant to call next morning for his opinion of the case, which accordingly I received in these words. On voit par cette relation que monsieur le consultant don't on en a pas juge à propos de dire l'âge, mais qui nous parait etre adult et d'un age passablement avance, a eat sujet si devant des rooms frequens a compagnes de fever, on ni detail. Point aucune époque, on parle dans la relation d'asthme auquel il a eat sujet, de scorbut au affection scorbutique, don't on ni dit par les symptômes. On nous fait savoir quil est bien trouve de l'immersion dans l'eau de la mer, et des eaux de bath. On dit à present quil a une fever pituitaire sans dire depuis combien de temps, quil lui restait taugers son temperament inclin aux cathars, quel le corps maigrit, et quelles forces si perdant. On ni dit point est-il why des exacerbations dans cette fever au non, si le malade appétit au non, est-il taus au non, est-il craque au non, en un mot on en enter dans aucun détail sur ces objets, sur quoi le conseil saucine estim que monsieur le consultant est en fever lent, et que vraisemblable le paumen souffre de quelques tubercules, qui peut-être sont en font, si que nous oriens determine si dans la relation on avoid marque les qualités de crachets. La cause fontre de cette maladie doit, etre impudia une lymphe épaisse et acrimonious, qui donne occasion à des tubercules au paumen, qui étant mis en font fornescent, au sang des particules acres, et le rendant tout acrimonia. Les vues que l'on doit avoir dans si cas sent de procurer des bonnes digestions, quoique dans la relation, on y dit par un mot sur les digestions de jeter, undus de trempe, dans la masse du sang, den ebasser l'acrimonie et de l'adoucir, de deviser fort doucement à lymphe, et de déterger le paumen, lui procurant même du kami suppose que la tu l'inquiet, quoique cependant on n'y dit par un mot sur la tu dans la relation. c'est pourquoi on le perdura avec 3 onces de man, des outs dans un verre de décoction de 3 drachmes de polypode de Chesney, on passera in suite des bouillons qui seront faits avec un petit poulet, la chair, le sang, le cœur et le foie d'une torture de grandeur médiocre, c'est à dire du poid de 8 à 12 onces avec sa coquille, une poignée de chicory amur de jardin, et une pincée de fuels de lier terrestre verts en setches. Iant pris ces bouillons 15 matins on si perdura comme opéravant, pour en venir des bouillons qui seront faits avec la moitié d'un mou de veau, une poignée de pimprenel de jardin, et une drachme de racine d'angélique concassée. Iant pris ces bouillons 15 matins, on si perdura som opéravant pour en venir en late danis que elan prendre le matin à June, à la dose de 12, a 16 onces y adjutant unculerie de sucre rape. On prendre si late le matin à June observant de prendre pendant sun, usage de du jours elan, un moment avant le late un bolus fate, avec 15 grains de cray de brenken en powder fine, 20 grains de coral prepare, 8 grains d'antihectique de poterius, et si quil faut de sirop de lier terrestre, mais les jours on oni prendre par le bolus on prendre un moment avant le late 3, on 4 gouts de bonbon de Canada, de trempis dans un demi-cuillerie de sirop de lier terrestre. Si le corps maigret de plus en plus, gisways davis que pendant el usage du late danis, on soup tous les soirs avec une soupe au lait de vache. On continuera el usage du late danis tant, que le malade pour le supporter, ni le purgent que par necessit et taugers avec la médecine ordonnée. Au reste, si monsieur le consultant n'y passe les nuits by en calms, il prendra chaque soir el hura de samil, 6 grains des pilules de synaglos, dent il augmentera la dose d'un grain de plus touts, les fois que la dose du jour précédent, en aura pas suffisante pour lui faire passer la nuit by en calme. Si les malades taus, il usera soit de jour soit de nuit, par petites cuilleries à cast un luch, qui sera fait avec un once de sirop de violet, et un drachme de blanc de baline. Si les crachets sent épais et quil crake difficilement, en si cas il prendre uno du fois le jour, demi-drachme de blanc de baline, reduit en powder avec un pen de sucre candit, quil avalera avec une cuillerie d'eau. Enfin il doit observer un bon régime de vivre, c'est pourquoi il fera taugers gras et sûrement en soups, bouillie et rôti, il n'y mangera pas les herbes des soups, et on salera plus en part, il s'y privera du bœuf, cochin, chair noir oiseau d'eau ragouts. Fritures, patisseries, aliments sales, epics, vinegars, salades, fruits, cruds, et autres crudites, aliments grossiers au de difficile digestion, la boisson sera de elo tant soit plus rouge de bon vin au diner sûrement, et il n'y prendra soupe qu'une soupe. De libre à Montpellier. Le 11 November. F. Professeur en l'université honoraire. Reçu 20 et 4 livres. I thought it was a little extraordinary that a learned professor should reply in his mother tongue to a case put in Latin, but I was much more surprised, as you will also be, at reading his answer, from which I was obliged to conclude, either that he did not understand Latin, or that he had not taken the trouble to read my memoir. I shall not make any remarks upon the style of his prescription, replete as it is with a disgusting repetition of low expressions, but I could not but, in justice to myself, point out to him the passages in my case which he had overlooked. Accordingly, having marked them with letters, I sent it back, with the following billet. Appariment Mons, F.N. n'a pas dans beaucoup de tension, au mémoire de ma sainte que j'ai on el honor de lui présenter, monsieur le consultant dit il don't on en a pas juge, it propose de dire l'age, mais on voit dans le mémoire, a number 1 annum itatus post quadragesimum tertium. Mr. F. dit que gni par marque aucune époque, mais a number 2 du mémoire il trouvera ces mots, quibustum abinc annis, ji meme dito le progrès de la maladie pour 3 ans consécutifs. Mons, F. observe on no dit point essil y des exacerbations dans cette fever au non. 49. Regard la letter B il vera, vesper febris exacerbator, cala inquietudo anxietas et asthma per noctem grassanter. Mons, F. remarque on ni dit point si la malade appetit au non, essil taus au non, essil crake au non, en un mot on en enter dans aucun detail sur ces objets. Mais on voit tout ces circonstances détaillées dans la mémoire lettre A, irritatio membrani trachealis tussum, initio aridum, siliquasum, deigned vero excreationum copiosum excitet, sputum albumini ovi similimum, appetitus raro dist, digestio segnia sed secura. Mons, F observe encore, quan ni dit par moser la tu dans la relation, mais ji dit encore number 3 de memoire, redeat febris hectica, redeat asthma cum anxietate, tus et dolor lateris lancinante. Oreste, gini puis parmi persuader quil y8 des tubercules o paumen, parce que ji ni jamais crake de pus, ni otter chose que de la pituite, quia beaucoup de ressemblance au blanc des oeufs, sputum albumini ovi similimum. Il me paraît dunque ma maladie doit son, origine à la suspension de l'exercice du corps, au grand attachement d'esprit, et une vie sédentaire qui relâche le système fibreux, et qua present on pent l'apello tubes pituitaria, non tubes purulenta. J'espère que mons, fora la bonte de faire revision du mémoire, et de mn dire encore son sentiment. Considering the nature of the case, you see I could not treat him more civilly. I desired the servant to ask when he should return for an answer, and whether he expected another fee. He desired him to come next morning, and as the fellow assured me, gave him to understand that whatever monsieur might solicit should be for his the servant's advantage. In all probability he did not expect another gratification, to which indeed he had no title. Mons. F was undoubtedly much mortified to find himself detected in such flagrant instances of unjustifiable negligence, erred like all other persons in the same ungracious dilemma, instead of justifying himself by reason or argument, had recourse to recrimination. In the paper which he sent me next day, he insisted in general that he had carefully perused the case, which you will perceive was a self-evident untruth. He said the theory it contained was idle, that he was sure it could not be written by a physician, that with respect to the disorder he was still of the same opinion, and adhered to his former prescription, but if I had any doubts I might come to his house, and he would resolve them. I wrapped up 12 livres in the following note, and sent it to his house. C'est ni par sans raison que Monsieur F. Jouit d'une si grande reputation. Gni plus de doubts, graces a dia et a Monsieur fee. It is not without reason that Monsieur Fizes enjoys such a large share of reputation. I have no doubts remaining, thank heaven and Monsieur Fizes. To this I received for answer, Monsieur n'a plus de doubts, Jn sways charm, reçu 12 livres, F 100, so you have no doubts remaining, I am very glad of it, received 12 livres, Fizes 100. Instead of keeping his promise to the valet, he put the money in his pocket, and the fellow returned in a rage, exclaiming that he was un gros cheval de carrosse, a great coach horse. I shall make no other comment upon the medicines, and the regimen which this great doctor prescribed, but that he certainly mistook the case, that upon the supposition I actually laboured under a purulent discharge from the lungs, his remedies savour strongly of the old woman, and that there is a total blank with respect to the article of exercise, which you know is so essential in all pulmonary disorders. But after having perused my remarks upon his first prescription, he could not possibly suppose that I had tubercules, and was spitting up pus. Therefore his persisting in recommending the same medicines he had prescribed on that supposition was a flagrant absurdity. If, for example, there was no vomica in the lungs, and the business was to attenuate the lymph, what could be more preposterous than to advise the chalk of Briton, coral, antihecticum potiri, and the balm of Canada? As for the turtle soup, it is a good restorative and balsamic, but I apprehend will tend to thicken rather than attenuate the phlegm. He mentions not a syllable of the air, though it is universally allowed that the climate of Montpellier is pernicious to ulcerated lungs, and here I cannot help recounting a small adventure which our doctor had with a son of Mr. Odd, merchant in the city of London. I had it from Mrs. Stee, who was on the spot. The young gentleman, being consumptive, consulted Mr. F., who continued visiting and prescribing for him a whole month. At length, perceiving that he grew daily worse, doctor said I take your prescriptions punctually, but instead of being the better for them, I have now not an hour's remission from the fever in the 24. I cannot conceive the meaning of it. F., who perceived he had not long to live, told him the reason was very plain. The air of Montpellier was too sharp for his lungs, which required a softer climate. Then you are a sordid villain, cried the young man, for allowing me to stay here till my constitution is irretrievable. He set out immediately for Thalaus, and in a few weeks died in the neighbourhood of that city. I observe that the physicians in this country pay no regard to the state of the solids in chronical disorders, that exercise and the cold bath are never prescribed, that they seem to think the scurvy is entirely an English disease, and that, in all appearance, they often confound the symptoms of it with those of the venereal distemper. Perhaps I may be more particular on this subject in a subsequent letter. In the meantime, I am ever, dear sir, yours sincerely. Letter Roman 12. Nice, December 6, 1763. Dear sir, the inhabitants of Montpellier are sociable, gay, and good-tempered. They have a spirit of commerce, and have erected several considerable manufactures in the neighbourhood of the city. People assemble every day to take the air on the esplanade, where there is a very good walk, just without the gate of the citadel. But on the other side of the town, there is another still more agreeable, called the Peru, from whence there is a prospect of the Mediterranean on one side, and of the Cevennes on the other. Here is a good equestrian statue of Louis Roman XIV, fronting one gate of the city, which is built in form of a triumphal arch, in honour of the same monarch. Immediately under the Peru is the Physic Garden, and near it an arcade just finished for an aqueduct, to convey a stream of water to the upper parts of the city. Perhaps I should have thought this a neat piece of work, if I had not seen the Pont du Gard, but after having viewed the Roman arches, I could not look upon this but with pity and contempt. It is a wonder how the architect could be so fantastically modern, having such a noble model, as it were, before his eyes. There are many Protestants at this place, as well as at Nismes, and they are no longer molested on the score of religion. They have their conventicles in the country, where they assemble privately for worship. These are well known, and detachments are sent out every Sunday to intercept them, but the officer has always private directions to take another route. Whether this indulgence comes from the wisdom and lenity of the government, or is purchased with money of the commanding officer, I cannot determine. But certain it is, the laws of France punish capitally every Protestant minister convicted of having performed the functions of his ministry in this kingdom, and one was hanged about 2 years ago, in the neighbourhood of Montauban. The markets in Montpellier are well supplied with fish, poultry, butcher's meat and game, at reasonable rates. The wine of the country is strong and harsh, and never drank but when mixed with water. Burgundy is dear, and so is the sweet wine of Frontignan, though made in the neighbourhood of Sète. You know it is famous all over Europe, and so are the liqueurs or drams of various sorts, compounded and distilled at Montpellier. Sète is the seaport, about 4 leagues from that city, but the canal of Languedoc comes up within a mile of it, and is indeed a great curiosity, a work in all respects worthy of a Colbert, under whose auspices it was finished. When I find such a general tribute of respect and veneration paid to the memory of that great man, I am astonished to see so few monuments of public utility left by other ministers. One would imagine that even the desire of praise would prompt a much greater number to exert themselves for the glory and advantage of their country. Yet, in my opinion, the French have been ungrateful to Colbert in the same proportion as they have overrated the character of his master. Through all France one meets with statues and triumphal arches erected to Louis Roman XIV in consequence of his victories, by which likewise he acquired the title of Louis le Grand. But how were those victories obtained? Not by any personal merit of Louis. It was Colbert who improved his finances and enabled him to pay his army. It was Louvois that provided all the necessaries of war. It was a Condé, a Turenne, a Luxembourg, a Vendôme who fought his battles, and his first conquests, for which he was deified by the pen of adulation, were obtained almost without bloodshed over weak, dispirited, divided, and defenceless nations. It was Colbert that improved the marine, instituted manufactures, encouraged commerce, undertook works of public utility, and patronized the arts and sciences. But Louis, you will say, had the merit of choosing and supporting those ministers and those generals. I answer, no. He found Colbert and Louvois already chosen. He found Condé and Turenne in the very zenith of military reputation. Luxembourg was Condé's pupil, and Vendôme, a prince of the blood, who at first obtained the command of armies in consequence of his high birth, and happened to turn out a man of genius. The same Louis had the sagacity to revoke the Edict of Nantes, to entrust his armies to a Tallard, a Villeroy, and a Marsin. He had the humanity to ravage the country, burn the towns, and massacre the people of the Palatinate. He had the patriotism to impoverish and depopulate his own kingdom, in order to prosecute schemes of the most lawless ambition. He had the consolation to beg a peace from those he had provoked to war by the most outrageous insolence, and he had the glory to espouse Mrs. Maintenon in her old age, the widow of the buffoon Scarron. Without all doubt, it was from irony he acquired the title Legrand. Having received a favourable answer from Mr. B., the English consul at Nice, and recommended the care of my heavy baggage to Mr. Ray, who undertook to send it by sea from Sète to Villefranche, I hired a coach and mules for 7 louis d'ors, and set out from Montpellier on the 13th of November, the weather being agreeable, though the air was cold and frosty. In other respects there were no signs of winter. The olives were now ripe, and appeared on each side of the road as black as sloes, and the corn was already half a foot high. On the second day of our journey, we passed the Rhône on a bridge of boats at Beaucaire, and lay on the other side at Tarascon. Next day we put up at a wretched place called Organ, where, however, we were regaled with an excellent supper, and among other delicacies with a dish of green peas. Provence is a pleasant country, well cultivated, but the inns are not so good here as in Languedoc, and few of them are provided with a certain convenience which an English traveller can very ill dispense with. Those you find are generally on the tops of houses, exceedingly nasty, and so much exposed to the weather that a valetudinarian cannot use them without hazard of his life. At Nismes in Languedoc, where we found the temple of Clocener in a most shocking condition, the servant maid told me her mistress had caused it to be made on purpose for the English travellers, but now she was very sorry for what she had done, as all the French who frequented her house, instead of using the seat, left their offerings on the floor, which she was obliged to have cleaned 3 or 4 times a day. This is a degree of beastliness which would appear detestable even in the capital of North Britain. On the 4th day of our pilgrimage, we lay in the suburbs of Aix, but did not enter the city, which I had a great curiosity to see. The villainous asthma balked me of that satisfaction. I was pinched with the cold, and impatient to reach a warmer climate. Our next stage was at a poultry village where we were poorly entertained. I looked so ill in the morning that the good woman of the house, who was big with child, took me by the hand at parting, and even shed tears, praying fervently that God would restore me to my health. This was the only instance of sympathy, compassion, or goodness of heart that I had met with among the publicans of France. Indeed, at Valencia, our landlady, understanding I was travelling to Montpellier for my health, would have dissuaded me from going thither, and exhorted me in particular to beware of the physicians, who were all a pack of assassins. She advised me to eat fricassees of chickens and white meat, and to take a good bouillon every morning. A bouillon is an universal remedy among the good people of France, insomuch that they have no idea of any persons dying after having swallowed unbon bouillon. One of the English gentlemen, who were robbed and murdered about 30 years ago between Calais and Boulogne, being brought to the post-house of Boulogne with some signs of life, this remedy was immediately administered. "What surprises me greatly," said the postmaster, speaking of this melancholy story to a friend of mine, 2 years after it happened I made an excellent bouillon, and poured it down his throat with my own hands, and yet he did not recover. Now, in all probability, this bouillon it was that stopped his breath. When I was a very young man, I remember to have seen a person suffocated by such impertinent officiousness. A young man of uncommon parts and erudition, very well esteemed at the University of Gao, was found early one morning in a subterranean vault among the ruins of an old archiepiscopal palace, with his throat cut from ear to ear. Being conveyed to a public house in the neighbourhood, he made signs for pen, ink, and paper, and in all probability would have explained the cause of this terrible catastrophe, when an old woman, seeing the windpipe which was cut, sticking out of the wound, and mistaking it for the gullet, by way of giving him a cordial to support his spirits, poured into it, through a small funnel, a glass of burnt brandy, which strangled him in the 10th part of a minute. The gash was so hideous, and formed by so many repeated strokes of a razor, that the surgeons believed he could not possibly be the perpetrator himself. Nevertheless, this was certainly the case. At Brignoles, where we dined, I was obliged to quarrel with the landlady, and threatened to leave her house before she would indulge us with any sort of flesh meat. It was meagre day, and she had made her provision accordingly. She even hinted some dissatisfaction at having heretics in her house, but as I was not disposed to eat stinking fish, with ragouts of eggs and onions, I insisted upon a leg of mutton and a brace of fine partridges, which I found in the larder. Next day, when we set out in the morning from Luc, it blew a northwesterly wind so extremely cold and biting that even a flannel wrapper could not keep me tolerably warm in the coach. Whether the cold had put our coachman in a bad humour, or he had some other cause of resentment against himself, I know not. but we had not gone above a quarter of a mile, when he drove the carriage full against the corner of a garden wall, and broke the axle-tree, so that we were obliged to return to the inn on foot and wait a whole day, until a new piece could be made and adjusted. The wind that blew is called maestral in the provincial dialect, and indeed is the severest that ever I felt. At this inn, we met with a young French officer who had been a prisoner in England, and spoke our language pretty well. He told me that such a wind did not blow above 2 or 3 times in a winter, and was never of long continuance, that in general the weather was very mild and agreeable during the winter months, that living was very cheap in this part of Provence, which afforded great plenty of game. Here, too, I found a young Irish Recollet, in his way from Rome to his own country. He complained that he was almost starved by the inhospitable disposition of the French people, and that the regular clergy in particular had treated him with the most cruel disdain. I relieved his necessities, and gave him a letter to a gentleman of his own country at Montpellier. When I rose in the morning, and opened a window that looked into the garden, I thought myself either in a dream or bewitched. All the trees were clothed with snow, and all the country covered at least a foot thick. This cannot be the south of France, said I to myself, it must be the Highlands of Scotland. At a wretched town called Mai, where we dined, I had a warm dispute with our landlord, which, however, did not terminate to my satisfaction. I sent on the mules before to the next stage, resolving to take post-horses, and bespoke them accordingly of the aubergiste, who was at the same time innkeeper and postmaster. We were ushered into the common eating-room, and had a very indifferent dinner, after which I sent a louis d'or to be changed, in order to pay the reckoning. The landlord, instead of giving the full change, deducted 3 livres a head for dinner, and sent in the rest of the money by my servant. Provoked more at his ill manners than at his extortion, I ferreted him out of a bedchamber where he had concealed himself, and obliged him to restore the full change, from which I paid him at the rate of 2 livres a head. He refused to take the money, which I threw down on the table, and the horses being ready, stepped into the coach, ordering the postilions to drive on. Here I had certainly reckoned without my host. The fellows declared they would not budge until I should pay their master, and as I threatened them with manual chastisement, they alighted, and disappeared in a twinkling. I was now so incensed that though I could hardly breathe, though the afternoon was far advanced, and the street covered with wet snow, I walked to the consul of the town, and made my complaint in form. This magistrate, who seemed to be a tailor, accompanied me to the inn, where by this time the whole town was assembled, and endeavoured to persuade me to compromise the affair. I said, as he was the magistrate, I would stand to his award. He answered that he would not presume to determine what I was to pay. I have already paid him a reasonable price for his dinner, said I, and now I demand post-horses according to the king's ordinance. The aubergiste said the horses were ready, but the guides were run away, and he could not find others to go in their place. I argued with great vehemence, offering to leave a louis d'or for the poor of the parish, provided the consul would oblige the rascal to do his duty. The consul shrugged up his shoulders, and declared it was not in his power. This was a lie, but I perceived he had no mind to disoblige the publican. If the mules had not been sent away, I should certainly have not only paid what I thought proper, but corrected the landlord into the bargain for his insolence and extortion. But now I was entirely at his mercy, and as the consul continued to exhort me in very humble terms to comply with his demands, I thought proper to acquiesce. Then the postilions immediately appeared. The crowd seemed to exult in the triumph of the aubergiste, and I was obliged to travel in the night, in very severe weather, after all the fatigue and mortification I had undergone. We lay at Fréjus, which was the Forum Julianum of the Antients, and still boasts of some remains of antiquity, particularly the ruins of an amphitheatre and an aqueduct. The first we passed in the dark, and next morning the weather was so cold that I could not walk abroad to see it. The town is at present very inconsiderable, and indeed in a ruinous condition. Nevertheless, we were very well lodged at the post-house, and treated with more politeness than we had met with in any other part of France. As we had a very high mountain to ascend in the morning, I ordered the mules on before to the next post, and hired 6 horses for the coach. At the east end of Fréjus, we saw close to the road on our left hand the arcades of the Antient aqueduct, and the ruins of some Roman edifices, which seemed to have been temples. There was nothing striking in the architecture of the aqueduct. The arches are small and low, without either grace or ornament, and seem to have been calculated for mere utility. The mountain of Esterelles, which is 8 miles over, was formerly frequented by a gang of desperate banditti, who are now happily exterminated. The road is very good, but in some places very steep and bordered by precipices. The mountain is covered with pines, and the laurus cerasus, the fruit of which being now ripe, made a most romantic appearance through the snow that lay upon the branches. The cherries were so large that I at first mistook them for dwarf oranges. I think they are counted poisonous in England, but here the people eat them without hesitation. In the middle of the mountain is the post-house, where we dined in a room so cold that the bare remembrance of it makes my teeth chatter. After dinner I chanced to look into another chamber that fronted the south, where the sun shone, and opening a window perceived within a yard of my hand a large tree loaded with oranges, many of which were ripe. You may judge what my astonishment was to find winter in all his rigour reigning on one side of the house, and summer in all her glory on the other. Certain it is, the middle of this mountain seemed to be the boundary of the cold weather. As we proceeded slowly in the afternoon, we were quite enchanted. This side of the hill is a natural plantation of the most agreeable evergreens, pines, firs, laurel, cypress, sweet myrtle, tamarisk, box, and juniper, interspersed with sweet marjoram, lavender, thyme, wild thyme, and sage. On the right hand the ground shoots up into agreeable cones, between which you have delightful vistas of the Mediterranean, which washes the foot of the rock. And between two divisions of the mountains, there is a bottom watered by a charming stream, which greatly adds to the rural beauties of the scene. This night we passed at Cannes, a little fishing town, agreeably situated on the beach of the sea, and in the same place lodged Monsieur Nadeau de Trouille, the unfortunate French governor of Guadeloupe, condemned to be imprisoned for life in one of the Isles Marguerite, which lie within a mile of this coast. Next day we journeyed by the way of Antibes, a small maritime town, tolerably well fortified, and passing the little river Loup over a stone bridge, arrived about noon at the village of St. Laurent, the extremity of France, where we passed the Var, after our baggage had undergone examination. From Cannes to this village the road lies along the seaside, and sure nothing can be more delightful. Though in the morning there was a frost upon the ground, the sun was as warm as it is in May in England. The sea was quite smooth, and the beach formed of white polished pebbles. On the left hand the country was covered with green olives, and the side of the road planted with large trees of sweet myrtle growing wild like the hawthorns in England. From Antibes we had the first view of Nice, lying on the opposite side of the bay and making a very agreeable appearance. The author of the Grand Tour says that from Antibes to Nice the roads are very bad, through rugged mountains bordered with precipices on the left, and by the sea to the right, whereas, in fact, there is neither precipice nor mountain near it. The Var, which divides the county of Nice from Provence, is no other than a torrent fed chiefly by the snow that melts on the maritime Alps, from which it takes its origin. In the summer it is swelled to a dangerous height, and this is also the case after heavy rains, but at present the middle of it is quite dry, and the water divided into 2 or 3 narrow streams, which, however, are both deep and rapid. This river has been absurdly enough by some supposed the Rubicon, in all probability from the description of that river in the Pharsalia of Lucan, who makes it the boundary betwixt Gaul and Italy. Et Gallica certus. Limes ab Ausonias determinat arva colonis. A sure frontier that parts the Gallic plains from the rich meadows of Ansonian swains. Whereas, in fact, the Rubicon, now called Pisatolo, runs between Ravenna and Rimini, but to return to the Var. At the village of St. Laurent, famous for its muscadine wines, there is a set of guides always in attendance to conduct you in your passage over the river. 6 of those fellows, tucked up above the middle, with long poles in their hands, took charge of our coach, and by many windings guided it safe to the opposite shore. Indeed, there was no occasion for any, but it is a sort of a perquisite, and I did not choose to run any risque, how small soever it might be, for the sake of saving half a crown, with which they were satisfied. If you do not gratify the searchers at St. Laurent with the same sum, they will rummage your trunks, and turn all your clothes topsy-turvy. And here, once for all, I would advise every traveller who consults his own case and convenience to be liberal of his money to all that sort of people, and even to wink at the imposition of aubergistes on the road, unless it be very flagrant. So sure as you enter into disputes with them, you will be put to a great deal of trouble, and fret yourself to no manner of purpose. I have travelled with economists in England, who declared they would rather give away a crown than allow themselves to be cheated of a farthing. This is a good maxim, but requires a great share of resolution and self-denial to put it in practice. In one excursion of about 200 miles, my fellow traveller was in a passion, and of consequence very bad company from one end of the journey to the other. He was incessantly scolding either at landlords, landladies, waiters, hostlers, or postilions. We had bad horses and bad chaises, set out from every stage with the curses of the people, and at this expense I saved about 10 shillings in the whole journey. For such a paltry consideration, he was contented to be miserable himself, and to make every other person unhappy with whom he had any concern. When I came last from Bath, it rained so hard that the postilion who drove the chaise was wet to the skin before we had gone a couple of miles. When we arrived at the Devizes, I gave him 2 shillings instead of 1, out of pure compassion. The consequence of this liberality was, that in the next stage we seemed rather to fly than to travel upon solid ground. I continued my bounty to the second driver, and indeed through the whole journey, and found myself accommodated in a very different manner from what I had experienced before. I had elegant chaises with excellent horses, and the postilions of their own accord used such diligence, that although the roads were broken by the rain, I travelled at the rate of 12 miles an hour, and my extraordinary expense from Bath to London amounted precisely to 6 shillings. The river Var falls into the Mediterranean a little below St. Laurent, about 4 miles to the westward of Nice. Within the memory of persons now living, there have been 3 wooden bridges thrown over it, and as often destroyed in consequence of the jealousy subsisting between the kings of France and Sardinia, this river being the boundary of their dominions on the side of Provence. However, this is a consideration that ought not to interfere with the other advantages that would accrue to both kingdoms from such a convenience. If there was a bridge over the Var, and a post road made from Nice to Genoa, I am very confident that all those strangers who now pass the Alps in their way to and from Italy would choose this road as infinitely more safe, commodious, and agreeable. This would also be the case with all those who hire feluccas from Marseilles or Antibes, and expose themselves to the dangers and inconveniences of travelling by sea in an open boat. In the afternoon we arrived at Nice, where we found Mr. Me, the English gentleman whom I had seen at Boulogne and advised to come hither. He had followed my advice and reached Nice about a month before my arrival, with his lady, child, and an old gouvernante. He had travelled with his own post-chaise and horses, and is now lodged just without one of the gates of the city, in the house of the Count de Vienne, for which he pays 5 louis d'ors a month. I could hire one much better in the neighbourhood of London for the same money. Unless you will submit to this extortion, and hire a whole house for a length of time, you will find no ready-furnished lodgings at Nice. After having stewed a week in a poultry inn, I have taken a ground floor for 10 months at the rate of 400 livres a year, that is £20 sterling, for the Piedmontese liver is about an English shilling. The apartments are large, lofty, and commodious enough, with 2 small gardens, in which there is plenty of salad and a great number of oranges and lemons, but as it required some time to provide furniture, our consul Mr. B.D., one of the best-natured and most friendly men in the world, has lent me his lodgings, which are charmingly situated by the seaside, and open upon a terrace that runs parallel to the beach, forming part of the town wall. Mr. B.D. himself lives at Villa Franca, which is divided from Nice by a single mountain, on the top of which there is a small fort, called the Castle of Montalban. Immediately after our arrival we were visited by one Mr. de Martins, a most agreeable young fellow, a lieutenant in the Swiss regiment, which is here in garrison. He is a Protestant, extremely fond of our nation, and understands our language tolerably well. He was particularly recommended to our acquaintance by General P. and his lady. We are happy in his conversation, find him wonderfully obliging, and extremely serviceable on many occasions. We have likewise made acquaintance with some other individuals, particularly with Mr. St. Pierre Jr., who is a considerable merchant and consul for Naples. He is a well-bred, sensible young man, speaks English, is an excellent performer on the lute and mandolin, and has a pretty collection of books. In a word, I hope we shall pass the winter agreeably enough, especially if Mr. Me should hold out, but I am afraid he is too far gone in a consumption to recover. He spent the last winter at Nismes and consulted F. at Montpellier. I was impatient to see the prescription, and found it almost verbatim the same he had sent to me, although I am persuaded there is a very essential difference between our disorders. Mr. Me has been long afflicted with violent spasms, colliquative sweats, prostration of appetite, and a disorder in his bowels. He is likewise jaundiced all over, and I am confident his liver is unsound. He tried the tortoise soup, which he said in a fortnight stuffed him up with phlegm. This gentleman has got a smattering of physic, and I am afraid tampers with his own constitution by means of Brooke's practice of physic and some dispensatories, which he is continually poring over. I beg pardon for this tedious epistle, and am very sincerely, dear sir, your affectionate humble servant. Letter Roman 13. Nice, January 15, 1764. Dear sir, I am at last settled at Nice, and have leisure to give you some account of this very remarkable place. The county of Nice extends about 80 miles in length, and in some places it is 30 miles broad. It contains several small towns, and a great number of villages, all of which, this capital excepted, are situated among mountains, the most extensive plain of the whole country being this where I now am, in the neighbourhood of Nice. The length of it does not exceed 2 miles, nor is the breadth of it in any part above 1. It is bounded by the Mediterranean on the south. From the seashore, the maritime Alps begin with hills of a gentle ascent, rising into mountains that form a sweep or amphitheatre ending at Montalban, which overhangs the town of Villafranca. On the west side of this mountain, and in the eastern extremity of the amphitheatre, stands the city of Nice, wedged in between a steep rock and the little river Paglian, which descends from the mountains, and washing the town walls on the west side, falls into the sea after having filled some canals for the use of the inhabitants. There is a stone bridge of 3 arches over it, by which those who come from Provence enter the city. The channel of it is very broad, but generally dry in many places, the water as in the Var dividing itself into several small streams. The Paglian, being fed by melted snow and rain in the mountains, is quite dry in summer, but it is sometimes swelled by sudden rains to a very formidable torrent. This was the case in the year 1744, when the French and Spanish armies attacked 18 Piedmontese battalions, which were posted on the side of Montalban. The assailants were repulsed with the loss of 4,000 men, some hundreds of whom perished in repassing the Paglian, which had swelled to a surprising degree during the battle, in consequence of a heavy continued rain. This rain was of great service to the Piedmontese, as it prevented one half of the enemy from passing the river to sustain the other. 500 were taken prisoners, but the Piedmontese, foreseeing they should be surrounded next day by the French who had penetrated behind them by a pass in the mountains, retired in the night. Being received on board the English fleet, which lay at Villafranca, they were conveyed to Wanglia. In examining the bodies of those that were killed in the battle, the inhabitants of Nice perceived that a great number of the Spanish soldiers were circumcised, a circumstance from which they concluded that a great many Jews engage in the service of His Catholic Majesty. I am of a different opinion. The Jews are the least of any people that I know, addicted to a military life. I rather imagine they were of the Moorish race, who have subsisted in Spain since the expulsion of their brethren, and though they conform externally to the rites of the Catholic religion, still retain in private their attachment to the law of Mahomet. The city of Nice is built in form of an irregular isosceles triangle, the base of which fronts the sea. On the west side it is surrounded by a wall and rampart, on the east it is overhung by a rock, on which we see the ruins of an old castle, which, before the invention of artillery, was counted impregnable. It was taken and dismantled by Marechal Catinat in the time of Victor Amadeus, the father of His Sardinian Majesty. It was afterwards finally demolished by the Duke of Berwick towards the latter end of Queen Anne's War. To repair it would be a very unnecessary expense, as it is commanded by Montalban and several other eminences. The town of Nice is altogether indefensible, and therefore without fortifications. There are only 2 iron guns upon a bastion that fronts the beach, and here the French had formed a considerable battery against the English cruisers, in the War of 1744, when the Marshal Duke de Belleisle had his headquarters at Nice. This little town, situated in the Bay of Antibes, is almost equidistant from Marseilles, Turin and Genoa, the first and last being about 30 leagues from hence by sea, and the capital of Piedmont at the same distance to the northward, over the mountains. It lies exactly opposite to Capo di Ferro, on the coast of Barbary, and the islands of Sardinia and Corsica are laid down about 2 degrees to the eastward, almost exactly in a line with Genoa. This little town, hardly a mile in circumference, is said to contain 12,000 inhabitants. The streets are narrow, the houses are built of stone, and the windows in general are fitted with paper instead of glass. This expedient would not answer in a country subject to rain and storms, but here, where there is very little of either, the paper lozenges answer tolerably well. The bourgeois, however, begin to have their houses sashed with glass. Between the town wall and the sea, the fishermen haul up their boats upon the open beach, but on the other side of the rock where the castle stood is the port or harbour of Nice, upon which some money has been expended. It is a small basin, defended to seaward by a mole of freestone, which is much better contrived than executed, for the sea has already made 3 breaches in it, and in all probability in another winter the extremity of it will be carried quite away. It would require the talents of a very skilful architect to lay the foundation of a good mole on an open beach like this, exposed to the swell of the whole Mediterranean, without any island or rock in the offing to break the force of the waves. Besides, the shore is bold, and the bottom foul. There are 17 feet of water in the basin, sufficient to float vessels of 150 ton, and this is chiefly supplied by a small stream of very fine water, another great convenience for shipping. On the side of the mole there is a constant guard of soldiers, and a battery of 7 cannon pointing to the sea. On the other side there is a curious manufacture for twisting or reeling silk, a tavern, a coffee-house, and several other buildings, for the convenience of the seafaring people. Without the harbour is a lazaret where persons coming from infected places are obliged to perform quarantine. The harbour has been declared a free port, and it is generally full of tartans, palacas, and other small vessels that come from Sardinia, Ivica, Italy, and Spain, loaded with salt, wine, and other commodities, but here is no trade of any great consequence. The city of Nice is provided with a senate, which administers justice under the auspices of an avocat general, sent hither by the king. The internal economy of the town is managed by 4 consuls, one for the noblesse, another for the merchants, a third for the bourgeois, and a 4th for the peasants. These are chosen annually from the town council. They keep the streets and markets in order and superintend the public works. There is also an intendant, who takes care of His Majesty's revenue, but there is a discretionary power lodged in the person of the commandant, who is always an officer of rank in the service, and has under his immediate command the regiment which is here. In garrison, that which is here now is a Swiss battalion, of which the king has 5 or 6 in his service. There is likewise a regiment of militia, which is exercised once a year, but of all these particulars I shall speak more fully on another occasion. When I stand upon the rampart and look round me, I can scarce help thinking myself enchanted. The small extent of country which I see is all cultivated like a garden. Indeed, the plain presents nothing but gardens, full of green trees, loaded with oranges, lemons, citrons, and bergamots, which make a delightful appearance. If you examine them more nearly, you will find plantations of green peas ready to gather, all sorts of salading and pot herbs in perfection, and plats of roses, carnations, ranunculus, anemones, and daffodils, blowing in full glory with such beauty, vigour, and perfume, as no flower in England ever exhibited. I must tell you that presents of carnations are sent from hence in the winter to Turin and Paris, nay, sometimes as far as London by the post. They are packed up in a wooden box without any sort of preparation, one pressed upon another. The person who receives them cuts off a little bit of the stalk and steeps them for 2 hours in vinegar and water, when they recover their full bloom and beauty. Then he places them in water bottles in an apartment where they are screened from the severities of the weather, and they will continue fresh and unfaded the best part of a month. Amidst the plantations in the neighbourhood of Nice appear a vast number of white bastides, or country houses, which make a dazzling show. Some few of these are good villas belonging to the noblesse of this county, and even some of the bourgeois are provided with pretty lodgeable casins, but in general they are the habitations of the peasants and contain nothing but misery and vermin. They are all built square, and being whitened with lime or plaister, contribute greatly to the richness of the view. The hills are shaded to the tops with olivet trees, which are always green, and those hills are overtopped by more distant mountains, covered with snow. When I turn myself towards the sea, the view is bounded by the horizon, yet in a clear morning one can perceive the high lands of Corsica. On the right hand, it is terminated by Antibes, and the mountain of Esterels which I described in my last. As for the weather, you will conclude, from what I have said of the oranges, flowers, etc., that it must be wonderfully mild and serene, but of the climate I shall speak hereafter. Let me only observe en passant that the houses in general have no chimneys but in their kitchens, and that many people, even of condition at Nice, have no fire in their chambers during the whole winter. When the weather happens to be a little more sharp than usual, they warm their apartments with a brassiere or pan of charcoal. Though Nice itself retains few marks of antient splendor, there are considerable monuments of antiquity in its neighborhood. About 2 short miles from the town, upon the summit of a pretty high hill, we find the ruins of the antient city Seminelian, now called Simia, which was once the metropolis of the maritime Alps, and the scat of a Roman president. With respect to situation, nothing could be more agreeable or salubrious. It stood upon the gentle ascent and summit of a hill, fronting the Mediterranean, from the shore of which it is distant about half a league, and on the other side it overlooked a bottom or narrow vale, through which the Paglian antient lie called Polo runs towards the walls of Nice. It was inhabited by a people, whom Ptolemy and Pliny call the Vedantage, but these were undoubtedly mixed with a Roman colony, as appears by the monuments which still remain. I mean the ruins of an amphitheatre, a temple of Apollo, baths, aqueducts, sepulchral and other stones with inscriptions, and a great number of medals which the peasants have found by accident, in digging and labouring the vineyards and cornfields, which now cover the ground where the city stood. Touching this city, very little is to be learned from the antient historians, but that it was the seat of a Roman preces is proved by the 2 following inscriptions, which are still extant. P. Aelio Severino 5 EP Presidi Optimo Ordo Semin Patrono by the Senate of Seminelian, dedicated to His Excellency P. Aelius Severinus, the best of governors and patrons. This is now in the possession of the Count de Gubernatis, who has a country house upon the spot. The other, found near the same place, is in praise of the preces Marcus Aurelius Masculus. 1000 Aurelio Masclo 5 E Ab eximium praesedativis Eves integritatum et egregium ad omnis homines mansvit dinum et viargentis anani sinceram prohibitionum acm vinificentium et cuvard aqui vsvm vetstate lapsvum ricvi sitvum ac repertvum sequvi felicitate cvrsvi pristina rediderit Carleg 3 cuvib xscc p est patrono dignis inscribed by the 3 corporations under the authority of the Senate to their most worthy patron, His Excellency 1000 Aurelius Masculus, in testimony of their gratitude for the blessings of his incorruptible administration, his wonderful affability to all without distinction, his generous distribution of corn in time of dearth, his munificence in repairing the ruinous aqueduct, in searching for, discovering and restoring the water to its former course for the benefit of the community. This president well deserved such a mark of respect from a people whom he had assisted in 2 such essential articles as their corn and their water. You know the preces of a Roman province had the jus sigendi clavi, the right to drive a nail in the calendar, the privilege of wearing the latus clavus, or broad studs on his garment, the gladius, infula pretexta, purpura annulus aureus, the sword, diadem, purple, robe and gold ring. He had his vasa, vehicular, apparitors, Scipio Ebernius, cella curialis, kettle drums. I know the kettle drum is a modern invention, but the vasa militari modo conclamata was something analogous. Chariots, pursuivants, ivory staff, and chair of state. I shall give you one more sepulchral inscription on a marble, which is now placed over the gate of the church belonging to the convent of St. Pont, a venerable building, which stands at the bottom of the hill, fronting the north side of the town of Nice. This St. Pont or Pontius was a Roman convert to Christianity, who suffered martyrdom at Seminelian in the year 261 during the reigns of the emperors Valerian and Gallienus. The legends recount some ridiculous miracles wrought in favour of this saint, both before and after his death. Charles V, Emperor of Germany and King of Spain, caused this monastery to be built on the spot where Pontius suffered decapitation. But to return to the inscription, it appears in these words: 1000, A. Flavii Basili Canivg Carissum, Dam Roma Meri Erga Maritum Amoris, Ad Castitat Femini Cuvi Vixit, N 35, 1003 dp 12 Avrilives, Rodismans AVG, Lib Camem Alp, Mart et Avrilia Romvla Filiae, Impatientissum dolor Eves ad flicti, Adg desolati Carissum AC merent ferret, Fec et dead. Freely consecrated by Aurelius Rhodismanus, the emperor's freedman, to the much-honoured memory of his dear consort Flavia Aurelia of Rome, a woman equally distinguished by her unblemished virtue and conjugal affection. His children Martial and Aurelia Romula, deeply affected and distressed by the violence of his grief, erected and dedicated a monument to their dear deserving parent. I do not pretend to translate these inscriptions literally, because I am doubtful about the meaning of some abbreviations. The amphitheatre of Seminelion is but very small, compared to that of Nismes. The arena is ploughed up and bears corn. Some of the seats remain and part of two opposite porticos, but all the columns and the external facade of the building are taken away so that it is impossible to judge of the architecture. All we can perceive is that it was built in an oval form. About 100 paces from the amphitheatre stood an antient temple, supposed to have been dedicated to Apollo. The original roof is demolished, as well as the portico, the vestiges of which may still be traced. The part called the basilica, and about one half of the cella sanctia, remain, and are converted into the dwelling house and stable of the peasant who takes care of the Count de Gubernatis's garden, in which this monument stands. In the cella sanctia, I found a lean cow, a he-goat, and a jackass, the very same conjunction of animals which I had seen drawing a plough in Burgundy. Several mutilated statues have been dug up from the ruins of this temple, and a great number of medals have been found in the different vineyards, which now occupy the space upon which stood the antient city of Seminelion. These were of gold, silver, and brass. Many of them were presented to Charles Emmanuel I, Duke of Savoy. The Prince of Monaco has a good number of them in his collection, and the rest are in private hands. The peasants, in digging, have likewise found many urns, lacrimatories, and sepulchral stones, with epitaphs, which are now dispersed among different convents and private houses. All this ground is a rich mine of antiquities, which, if properly worked, would produce a great number of valuable curiosities. Just by the Temple of Apollo were the ruins of a bath, composed of great blocks of marble, which have been taken away for the purposes of modern building. In all probability, many other noble monuments of this city have been dilapidated by the same barbarous economy. There are some subterranean vaults, through which the water was conducted to this bath, still extant in the garden of the Count de Gubernatis. Of the aqueduct that conveyed water to the town, I can say very little, but that it was scooped through a mountain, that this subterranean passage was discovered some years ago by removing the rubbish which choked it up, that the people penetrating a considerable way by the help of lighted torches found a very plentiful stream of water flowing in an aqueduct, as high as an ordinary man, arched overhead, and lined with a sort of cement. They could not, however, trace this stream to its source, and it is again stopped up with earth and rubbish. There is not a soul in this country who has either spirit or understanding to conduct an inquiry of this kind. Hard by the amphitheatre is a convent of Recollets, built in a very romantic situation, on the brink of a precipice. On one side of their garden they ascend to a kind of esplanade, which they say was part of the citadel of Seminelion. They have planted it with cypress trees and flowering shrubs. One of the monks told me that it is vaulted below, as they can plainly perceive by the sound of their instruments used in hoeing the ground. A very small expense would bring the secrets of this cavern to light. They have nothing to do but to make a breach in the wall, which appears uncovered towards the garden. The city of Seminelion was first sacked by the Longobards, who made an eruption into Provence under their king Albinus about the middle of the 6th century. It was afterwards totally destroyed by the Saracens, who at different times ravaged this whole coast. The remains of the people are supposed to have changed their habitation and formed a coalition with the inhabitants of Nice. What further I have to say of Nice you shall know in good time. At present I have nothing to add but what you very well know, that I am always your affectionate humble servant. Letter Roman 14. Nice, January 20, 1764. Dear Sir, last Sunday I crossed Montalban on horseback, with some Swiss officers, on a visit to our consul, Mr. B.D., who lives at Villefranche, about half a league from Nice. It is a small town, built upon the side of a rock at the bottom of the harbour, which is a fine basin, surrounded with hills on every side, except to the south, where it lies open to the sea. If there was a small island in the mouth of it to break off the force of the waves, when the wind is southerly, it would be one of the finest harbours in the world, for the ground is exceeding good for anchorage, there is a sufficient depth of water, and room enough for the whole navy of England. On the right hand, as you enter the port, there is an elegant fanal or lighthouse kept in good repair. But in all the charts of this coast which I have seen, this lanthorn is laid down to the westward of the harbour, an error equally absurd and dangerous, as it may mislead the navigator, and induce him to run his ship among the rocks to the eastward of the lighthouse, where it would undoubtedly perish. Opposite to the mouth of the harbour is the fort, which can be of no service, but in defending the shipping and the town by sea, for by land it is commanded by Montalban and all the hills in the neighbourhood. In the War of 1744 it was taken and retaken. At present it is in tolerable good repair. On the left of the fort is the basin for the galleys, with a kind of dock in which they are built, and occasionally laid up to be refitted. This basin is formed by a pretty stone mole, and here His Sardinian Majesty's 2 galleys lie perfectly secure, moored with their sterns close to the jet. I went on board one of these vessels, and saw about 200 miserable wretches, chained to the banks on which they sit and row, when the galley is at sea. This is a sight which a British subject, sensible of the blessing he enjoys, cannot behold without horror and compassion. Not but that if we consider the nature of the case, with coolness and deliberation, we must acknowledge the justice, and even sagacity of employing for the service of the public, those malefactors who have forfeited their title to the privileges of the community. Among the slaves at Villefranche is a Piedmontese count, condemned to the galleys for life, in consequence of having been convicted of forgery. He is permitted to live on shore, and gets money by employing the other slaves to knit stockings for sale. He appears always in the Turkish habit, and is in a fair way of raising a better fortune than that which he has forfeited. It is a great pity, however, and a manifest outrage against the law of nations, as well as of humanity, to mix with those banditti, the Moorish and Turkish prisoners who are taken in the prosecution of open war. It is certainly no justification of this barbarous practice that the Christian prisoners are treated as cruelly at Tunis and Algiers. It would be for the honour of Christendom to set an example of generosity to the Turks, and if they would not follow it, to join their naval forces and extirpate at once those nests of pirates who have so long infested the Mediterranean. Certainly, nothing can be more shameful than the treaties which France and the maritime powers have concluded with those barbarians. They supply them with artillery, arms, and ammunition to disturb their neighbours. They even pay them a sort of tribute, under the denomination of presents, and often put up with insults tamely, for the sordid consideration of a little gain in the way of commerce. They know that Spain, Sardinia, and almost all the Catholic powers in the Mediterranean, Adriatic, and Levant are at perpetual war with those Mahometans, that while Algiers, Tunis, and Salé maintain armed cruisers at sea, those Christian powers will not run the risque of trading in their own bottoms, but rather employ as carriers the maritime nations, who are at peace with the infidels. It is for our share of this advantage that we cultivate the piratical states of Barbary, and meanly purchase passports of them, thus acknowledging them masters of the Mediterranean. The Sardinian galleys are mounted each with 25 oars, and 6 guns, 6-pounders of a side, and a large piece of artillery amidships, pointing ahead, which so far as I am able to judge can never be used point-blank, without demolishing the head or prow of the galley. The accommodation on board for the officers is wretched. There is a paltry cabin in the poop for the commander, but all the other officers lie below the slaves in a dungeon where they have neither light, air, nor any degree of quiet, half suffocated by the heat of the place, tormented by fleas, bugs, and lice, and disturbed by the incessant noise overhead. The slaves lie upon the naked banks without any other covering than a tilt. This, however, is no great hardship, in a climate where there is scarce any winter. They are fed with a very scanty allowance of bread, and about 14 beans a day, and twice a week they have a little rice or cheese, but most of them, while they are in harbour, knit stockings, or do some other kind of work, which enables them to make some addition to this wretched allowance. When they happen to be at sea in bad weather, their situation is truly deplorable. Every wave breaks over the vessel, and not only keeps them continually wet, but comes with such force that they are dashed against the banks with surprising violence. Sometimes their limbs are broke, and sometimes their brains dashed out. It is impossible, they say, to keep such a number of desperate people under any regular command, without exercising such severities as must shock humanity. It is almost equally impossible to maintain any tolerable degree of cleanliness, where such a number of wretches are crowded together without conveniences, or even the necessaries of life. They are ordered twice a week to strip, clean, and bathe themselves in the sea, but notwithstanding all the precautions of discipline, they swarm with vermin, and the vessel smells like an hospital or crowded jail. They seem, nevertheless, quite insensible of their misery, like so many convicts in Newgate. They laugh and sing and swear and get drunk when they can. When you enter by the stern, you are welcomed by a band of music selected from the slaves, and these expect a gratification. If you walk forwards, you must take care of your pockets. You will be accosted by one or other of the slaves, with a brush and blacking ball for cleaning your shoes, and if you undergo this operation, it is 10 to 1 but your pocket is picked. If you decline his service and keep aloof, you will find it almost impossible to avoid a colony of vermin, which these fellows have a very dexterous method of conveying to strangers. Some of the Turkish prisoners, whose ransom or exchange is expected, are allowed to go ashore under proper inspection, and those forcats, who have served the best part of the time for which they were condemned, are employed in public works under a guard of soldiers. At the harbour of Nice, they are hired by shipmasters to bring ballast, and have a small proportion of what they earn for their own use. The rest belongs to the king. They are distinguished by an iron shackle about one of their legs. The road from Nice to Villefranche is scarce passable on horseback, a circumstance the more extraordinary, as those slaves, in the space of 2 or 3 months, might even make it fit for a carriage, and the king would not be 1 farthing out of pocket, for they are quite idle the greatest part of the year. The galleys go to sea only in the summer. In tempestuous weather they could not live out of port. Indeed, they are good for nothing but in smooth water during a calm, when by dint of rowing they make good way. The King of Sardinia is so sensible of their inutility that he intends to let his galleys rot, and in lieu of them has purchased 2 large frigates in England, one of 50 and another of 30 guns, which are now in the harbour of Villefranche. He has also procured an English officer, one Mr. A., who is second in command on board of one of them, and has the title of Captain Consultor, that is, instructor to the first captain, the Marquis de Me, who knows as little of seamanship as I do of Arabic. The king, it is said, intends to have 2 or 3 more frigates, and then he will be more than a match for the Barbary corsairs, provided care be taken to man his fleet in a proper manner. But this will never be done unless he invites foreigners into his service, officers as well as seamen, for his own dominions produce neither at present. If he is really determined to make the most of the maritime situation of his dominions, as well as of his alliance with Great Britain, he ought to supply his ships with English mariners, and put a British commander at the head of his fleet. He ought to erect magazines and docks at Villafranca, or if there is not conveniency for building, he may at least have pits and wharfs for heaving down and careening, and these ought to be under the direction of Englishmen, who best understand all the particulars of marine economy. Without all doubt, he will not be able to engage foreigners without giving them liberal appointments, and their being engaged in his service will give umbrage to his own subjects. But when the business is to establish a maritime power, these considerations ought to be sacrificed to reasons of public utility. Nothing can be more absurd and unreasonable than the murmurs of the Piedmontese officers at the preferment of foreigners, who execute those things for the advantage of their country, of which they know themselves incapable. When Mr. P.N. was first promoted in the service of his Sardinian Majesty, he met with great opposition and numberless mortifications from the jealousy of the Piedmontese officers, and was obliged to hazard his life in many rencounters with them before they would be quiet. Being a man of uncommon spirit, he never suffered the least insult or affront to pass unchastised. He had repeated opportunities of signalizing his valour against the Turks, and by dint of extraordinary merit and long services not only attained the chief command of the galleys, with the rank of lieutenant general, but also acquired a very considerable share of the king's favour, and was appointed commandant of Nice. His Sardinian Majesty found his account more ways than one, in thus promoting Mr. P.N. He made the acquisition of an excellent officer, of tried courage and fidelity, by whose advice he conducted his marine affairs. This gentleman was perfectly well esteemed at the court of London. In the War of 1744, he lived in the utmost harmony with the British admirals who commanded our fleet in the Mediterranean. In consequence of this good understanding, 1,000 occasional services were performed by the English ships, for the benefit of his master, which otherwise could not have been done without a formal application to our ministry, in which case the opportunities would have been lost. I know our admirals had general orders and instructions to cooperate in all things with his Sardinian Majesty, but I know also by experience how little these general instructions avail when the admiral is not cordially interested in the service. Were the King of Sardinia at present engaged with England in a new war against France, and a British squadron stationed upon this coast, as formerly he would find a great difference in this particular. He should therefore carefully avoid having at Nice a Savoyard commandant, utterly ignorant of sea affairs, unacquainted with the true interest of his master, proud and arbitrary, reserved to strangers from a prejudice of national jealousy, and particularly averse to the English. With respect to the antient name of Villafranca, there is a dispute among antiquarians. It is not at all mentioned in the itinerarium of Antoninus, unless it is meant as the port of Nice. But it is more surprising that the accurate Strabo in describing this coast mentions no such harbour. Some people imagine it is the Portus Herculis Manisae, but this is undoubtedly what is now called Monaco, the harbour of which exactly tallies with what Strabo says of the Portus Manisae nec magnas, nec multas capit naves. It holds but a few vessels and those of small burthen. Ptolemy, indeed, seems to mention it under the name of Herculis Portus, different from the Portus Manisae. His words are these: Post vari ostium ad ligustrium mare, Massiliensium, sunt Nicea, Herculis Portus, Trafia Augusti, Manisae Portus, beyond the mouth of the Var upon the Ligurian coast. The Marsilian colonies are Nice, Port Hercules, Trafia and Monaco. In that case Hercules was worshipped both here and at Monaco, and gave his name to both places. But on this subject I shall perhaps speak more fully in another letter, after I have seen the Trafia Augusti, now called Turbia, and the town of Monaco, which last is about 3 leagues from Nice. Here I cannot help taking notice of the following elegant description from the Pharsalia, which seems to have been intended for this very harbour. Finis et Hesperii promodo milite verus, quac sub Herculeo sacratus numine portus, ergit rup cava pelagus, non chorus in illum, jus habit aut Zephyrus, solus sua litora turbet, Certius et tuta prohibit station Manisae. The troops advanced as far as flows th Hesperian boundary the Var, and where the mountain scooped by nature's hands, the spacious port of Hercules expands. Here the tall ships at anchor safe remain, though Zephyr blows or chorus sweeps the plain. The southern blast alone disturbs the bay, and to Monaco's safer port obstructs the way. The present town of Villafranca was built and settled in the 13th century by order of Charles II, King of the Sicilies and Count of Provence, in order to defend the harbour from the descents of the Saracens, who at that time infested the coast. The inhabitants were removed hither from another town, situated on the top of a mountain in the neighbourhood, which those pirates had destroyed. Some ruins of the old town are still extant. In order to secure the harbour still more effectually, Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, built the fort in the beginning of the last century, together with the mole where the galleys are moored. As I said before, Villefranche is built on the face of a barren rock, washed by the sea, and there is not an acre of plain ground within a mile of it. In summer, the reflection of the sun from the rocks must make it intolerably hot, for even at this time of the year I walked myself into a profuse sweat, by going about a quarter of a mile to see the galleys. Pray remember me to our friends at Az, and believe me to be ever yours. Letter Roman 15. Nice, January 3, 1764. Madam, in your favour which I received by Mr. M.L., you remind me of my promise to communicate the remarks I have still to make on the French nation, and at the same time you signify your opinion that I am too severe in my former observations. You even hint a suspicion that this severity is owing to some personal cause of resentment, but I protest, I have no particular cause of animosity against any individual of that country. I have neither obligation to, nor quarrel with, any subject of France, and when I meet with a Frenchman worthy of my esteem, I can receive him into my friendship with as much cordiality as I could feel for any fellow citizen of the same merit. I even respect the nation, for the number of great men it has produced in all arts and sciences. I respect the French officers, in particular for their gallantry and valour, and especially for that generous humanity which they exercise towards their enemies, even amidst the horrors of war. This liberal spirit is the only circumstance of antient chivalry which I think was worth preserving. It had formerly flourished in England, but was almost extinguished in a succession of civil wars, which are always productive of cruelty and rancour. It was Henry IV of France, a real knight-errant, who revived it in Europe. He possessed that greatness of mind which can forgive injuries of the deepest dye, and as he had also the faculty of distinguishing characters, he found his account in favouring with his friendship and confidence some of those who had opposed him in the field with the most inveterate perseverance. I know not whether he did more service to mankind in general, by reviving the practice of treating his prisoners with generosity, than he prejudiced his own country by patronizing the absurd and pernicious custom of duelling, and establishing a punto founded in diametrical opposition to common sense and humanity. I have often heard it observed that a French officer is generally an agreeable companion when he is turned of 50. Without all doubt, by that time, the fire of his vivacity, which makes him so troublesome in his youth, will be considerably abated, and in other respects he must be improved by his experience. But there is a fundamental error in the first principles of his education, which time rather confirms than removes. Early prejudices are for the most part converted into habits of thinking, and accordingly you will find the old officers in the French service more bigoted than their juniors, to the punctilios of false honour. A lad of a good family no sooner enters into the service than he thinks it incumbent upon him to show his courage in a rencontre. His natural vivacity prompts him to hazard in company everything that comes uppermost, without any respect to his seniors or betters, and 10 to 1 but he says something which he finds it necessary to maintain with his sword. The old officer, instead of checking his petulance, either by rebuke or silent disapprobation, seems to be pleased with his impertinence, and encourages every sally of his presumption. Should a quarrel ensue and the parties go out, he makes no efforts to compromise the dispute, but sits with a pleasing expectation to learn the issue of the rencontre. If the young man is wounded, he kisses him with transport, extols his bravery, puts him into the hands of the surgeon, and visits him with great tenderness every day until he is cured. If he is killed on the spot, he shrugs up his shoulder, says, "Quel damage, siet et unamiable infant. Ah, patience, what pity, he was a fine boy, it cannot be helped," and in 3 hours the defunct is forgotten. You know, in France duels are forbid on pain of death, but this law is easily evaded. The person insulted walks out. The antagonist understands the hint and follows him into the street, where they jostle as if by accident, draw their swords, and one of them is either killed or disabled, before any effectual means can be used to part them. Whatever may be the issue of the combat, the magistrate takes no cognizance of it. At least, it is interpreted into an accidental rencounter, and no penalty is incurred on either side. Thus the purpose of the law is entirely defeated by a most ridiculous and cruel connivance. The merest trifles in conversation, a rash word, a distant hint, even a look or smile of contempt, is sufficient to produce one of these combats, but injuries of a deeper dye, such as terms of reproach, the lie direct, a blow, or even the menace of a blow, must be discussed with more formality. In any of these cases, the parties agree to meet in the dominions of another prince, where they can murder each other without fear of punishment. An officer who is struck, or even threatened with a blow, must not be quiet, until he either kills his antagonist or loses his own life. A friend of mine, a Nissard who was in the service of France, told me that some years ago, one of their captains, in the heat of passion, struck his lieutenant. They fought immediately. The lieutenant was wounded and disarmed. As it was an affront that could not be made up, he no sooner recovered of his wounds than he called out the captain a second time. In a word, they fought 5 times before the combat proved decisive at last. The lieutenant was left dead on the spot. This was an event which sufficiently proved the absurdity of the punctilio that gave rise to it. The poor gentleman, who was insulted and outraged by the brutality of the aggressor, found himself under the necessity of giving him a further occasion to take away his life. Another adventure of the same kind happened a few years ago in this place. A French officer having threatened to strike another, a formal challenge ensued, and it being agreed that they should fight until one of them dropped, each provided himself with a couple of pioneers to dig his grave on the spot. They engaged just without one of the gates of Nice, in presence of a great number of spectators, and fought with surprising fury, until the ground was drenched with their blood. At length one of them stumbled and fell, upon which the other, who found himself mortally wounded, advancing and dropping his point, said, "Gt don si que tu m'as ôté, I will give thee that which thou hast taken from me." So saying, he dropped dead upon the field. The other, who had been the person insulted, was so dangerously wounded that he could not rise. Some of the spectators carried him forthwith to the beach, and putting him into a boat, conveyed him by sea to Antibes. The body of his antagonist was denied Christian burial, as he died without absolution, and every body allowed that his soul went to hell, but the gentlemen of the army declared that he died like a man of honor. Should a man be never so well inclined to make atonement in a peaceable manner, for an insult given in the heat of passion, or in the fury of intoxication, it cannot be received. Even an involuntary trespass from ignorance or absence of mind must be cleansed with blood. A certain noble lord of our country, when he was yet a commoner on his travels, involved himself in a dilemma of this sort at the court of Lorraine. He had been riding out, and strolling along a public walk in a brown study with his horsewhip in his hand, perceived a caterpillar crawling on the back of a marquis, who chanced to be before him. He never thought of the petit maître, but lifting up his whip in order to kill the insect, laid it across his shoulders with a crack that alarmed all the company in the walk. The marquis's sword was produced in a moment, and the aggressor in great hazard of his life, as he had no weapon of defence. He was no sooner waked from his reverie than he begged pardon, and offered to make all proper concessions for what he had done through mere inadvertency. The marquis would have admitted his excuses, had there been any precedent of such an affront being washed away without blood. A conclave of honour was immediately assembled, and after long disputes they agreed that an involuntary offence, especially from such a kind of man, done tel harm, might be atoned by concessions. That you may have some idea of the small beginning, from which many gigantic quarrels arise, I shall recount one that lately happened at Lyons, as I had it from the mouth of a person who was an ear and eye witness of the transaction. Two Frenchmen at a public ordinary stunned the rest of the company with their loquacity. At length one of them, with a supercilious air, asked the other's name. "I never tell my name," said he, "but in a whisper." "You may have very good reasons for keeping it secret," replied the first. "I will tell you," resumed the other. With these words he rose, and going round to him, pronounced, loud enough to be heard by the whole company, "Je m'appelle Pierre Paysan, et vous êtes un impertinent." "My name is Peter Peasant, and you are an impertinent fellow." So saying, he walked out. The interrogator followed him into the street, where they jostled, drew their swords, and engaged. He who asked the question was run through the body, but his relations were so powerful that the victor was obliged to fly his country, was tried and condemned in his absence. His goods were confiscated, his wife broke her heart, his children were reduced to beggary, and he himself is now starving in exile. In England we have not yet adopted all the implacability of the punctilio. A gentleman may be insulted even with a blow, and survive, after having once hazarded his life against the aggressor. The laws of honour in our country do not oblige him either to slay the person from whom he received the injury, or even to fight to the last drop of his own blood. One finds no examples of duels among the Romans, who were certainly as brave and as delicate in their notions of honour as the French. Cornelius Nepos tells us that a famous Athenian general, having a dispute with his colleague, who was of Sparta, a man of a fiery disposition, this last lifted up his cane to strike him. Had this happened to a French petit maître, death must have ensued, but mark what followed. The Athenian, far from resenting the outrage, in what is now called a gentlemanlike manner, said, "Do, strike if you please, but hear me." He never dreamed of cutting the Lacedaemonian's throat, but bore with his passionate temper as the infirmity of a friend who had 1,000 good qualities to overbalance that defect. I need not expatiate upon the folly and the mischief which are countenanced and promoted by the modern practice of duelling. I need not give examples of friends who have murdered each other, in obedience to this savage custom, even while their hearts were melting with mutual tenderness. Nor will I particularize the instances which I myself know, of whole families ruined of women, and children made widows and orphans, of parents deprived of only sons, and of valuable lives lost to the community, by duels, which had been produced by one unguarded expression, uttered without intention of offence, in the heat of dispute and altercation. I shall not insist upon the hardship of a worthy man's being obliged to devote himself to death, because it is his misfortune to be insulted by a brute, a bully, a drunkard, or a madman. Neither will I enlarge upon this side of the absurdity, which indeed amounts to a contradiction in terms. I mean the dilemma to which a gentleman in the army is reduced, when he receives an affront, if he does not challenge and fight his antagonist, he is broke with infamy by a court-martial. If he fights and kills him, he is tried by the civil power, convicted of murder, and if the royal mercy does not interpose, he is infallibly hanged. All this exclusive of the risque of his own life in the duel, and his conscience being burthened with the blood of a man, whom perhaps he has sacrificed to a false punctilio, even contrary to his own judgment. These are reflections which I know your own good sense will suggest, but I will make bold to propose a remedy for this gigantic evil, which seems to gain ground every day. Let a court be instituted for taking cognizance of all breaches of honour, with power to punish by fine, pillory, sentence of infamy, outlawry, and exile, by virtue of an act of Parliament made for this purpose, and all persons insulted shall have recourse to this tribunal. Let every man who seeks personal reparation with sword, pistol, or other instrument of death, be declared infamous and banish the kingdom. Let every man, convicted of having used a sword or pistol, or other mortal weapon, against another, either in duel or rencounter, occasioned by any previous quarrel, be subject to the same penalties. If any man is killed in a duel, let his body be hanged upon a public gibbet, for a certain time, and then given to the surgeons. Let his antagonist be hanged as a murderer, and dissected also, and some mark of infamy be set on the memory of both. I apprehend such regulations would put an effectual stop to the practice of duelling, which nothing but the fear of infamy can support. For I am persuaded that no being capable of reflection would prosecute the trade of assassination at the risque of his own life, if this hazard was at the same time reinforced by the certain prospect of infamy and ruin. Every person of sentiment would in that case allow that an officer, who in a duel robs a deserving woman of her husband, a number of children of their father, a family of its support, and the community of a fellow citizen, has as little merit to plead from exposing his own person as a highwayman or housebreaker, who every day risques his life to rob or plunder that which is not of half the importance to society. I think it was from the buccaneers of America that the English have learned to abolish one solecism in the practice of duelling. Those adventurers decided their personal quarrels with pistols, and this improvement has been adopted in Great Britain with good success, though in France and other parts of the continent it is looked upon as a proof of their barbarity. It is, however, the only circumstance of duelling which savours of common sense, as it puts all mankind upon a level, the old with the young, the weak with the strong, the unwieldy with the nimble, and the man who knows not how to hold a sword with the spadassin, who has practised fencing from the cradle. What glory is there in a man's vanquishing an adversary over whom he has a manifest advantage? To abide the issue of a combat in this case does not even require that moderate share of resolution which nature has indulged to her common children. Accordingly, we have seen many instances of a coward's provoking a man of honour to battle. In the reign of our second Charles, when duels flourished in all their absurdity, and the seconds fought while their principals were engaged, Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, not content with having debauched the Countess of Shrewsbury and publishing her shame, took all opportunities of provoking the Earl to single combat, hoping he should have an easy conquest, his lordship being a puny little creature, quiet, inoffensive, and every way unfit for such personal contests. He ridiculed him on all occasions, and at last declared in public company that there was no glory in cuckolding Shrewsbury, who had not spirit to resent the injury. This was an insult which could not be overlooked. The Earl sent him a challenge, and they agreed to fight at Barnselms in presence of 2 gentlemen, whom they chose for their seconds. All the 4 engaged at the same time. The first thrust was fatal to the Earl of Shrewsbury, and his friend killed the Duke's second at the same instant. Buckingham, elated with his exploit, set out immediately for the Earl's seat at Cliefden, where he lay with his wife, after having boasted of the murder of her husband, whose blood he showed her upon his sword, as a trophy of his prowess. But this very Duke of Buckingham was little better than a poltroon at bottom. When the gallant Earl of Ossory challenged him to fight in Chelsea Fields, he crossed the water to Battersea, where he pretended to wait for his lordship, and then complained to the House of Lords that Ossory had given him the rendezvous and did not keep his appointment. He knew the House would interpose in the quarrel, and he was not disappointed. Their lordships obliged them both to give their word of honour that their quarrel should have no other consequences. I ought to make an apology for having troubled a lady with so many observations on a subject so unsuitable to the softness of the fair sex. But I know you cannot be indifferent to anything that so nearly affects the interests of humanity, which I can safely aver have alone suggested everything which has been said by, Madam, your very humble servant. Letter Romans 16. Nice, May 2, 1764. Dear Doctor, a few days ago I rode out with 2 gentlemen of this country to see a stream of water which was formerly conveyed in an aqueduct to the antient city of Seminelion, from whence this place is distant about a mile, though separated by abrupt rocks and deep hollows, which last are here. Honoured with the name of valleys, the water, which is exquisitely cool and light and pure, gushes from the middle of a rock by a hole which leads to a subterranean aqueduct carried through the middle of the mountain. This is a Roman work, and the more I considered it, appeared the more stupendous. A peasant who lives upon the spot told us he had entered by this hole at 8 in the morning, and advanced so far that it was 4 in the afternoon before he came out. He said he walked in the water through a regular canal formed of a hard stone, lined with a kind of cement and vaulted overhead. But so high in most parts he could stand upright, yet in others the bed of the canal was so filled with earth and stones that he was obliged to stoop. In passing, he said that there were air-holes at certain distances, and indeed I saw one of these not far from the present issue, that there were some openings and stone seats on the sides, and here and there figures of men formed of stone, with hammers and working tools in their hands. I am apt to believe the fellow romanced a little, in order to render his adventure the more marvellous, but I am certainly informed that several persons have entered this passage, and proceeded a considerable way by the light of torches, without arriving at the source, which, if we may believe the tradition of the country, is at the distance of 8 leagues from this opening. But this is altogether incredible. The stream is now called La Fontaine de Murel, and is carefully conducted by different branches into the adjacent vineyards and gardens, for watering the ground. On the side of the same mountain, more southerly, at the distance of half a mile, there is another still more copious discharge of the same kind of water, called La Source du Temple. It was conveyed through the same kind of passage, and put to the same use as the other, and I should imagine they are both from the same source, which, though hitherto undiscovered, must be at a considerable distance, as the mountain is continued for several leagues to the westward, without exhibiting the least signs of water in any other part. But, exclusive of the subterranean conduits, both these streams must have been conveyed through aqueducts extending from hence to Seminelion over steep rocks and deep ravines, at a prodigious expense. The water from this source du Temple issues from a stone building which covers the passage in the rock. It serves to turn several olive, corn, and paper mills, being conveyed through a modern aqueduct raised upon paltry arcades at the expense of the public, and afterwards is branched off in very small streams, for the benefit of this parched and barren country. The Romans were so used to bathing that they could not exist without a great quantity of water, and this, I imagine, is one reason that induced them to spare no labour and expense in bringing it from a distance, when they had not plenty of it at home. But besides this motive they had another. They were so nice and delicate in their taste of water that they took great pains to supply themselves with the purest and lightest from afar, for drinking and culinary uses, even while they had plenty of an inferior sort for their bath and other domestic purposes. There are springs of good water on the spot where Seminelion stood, but there is a hardness in all well water, which quality is deposited in running a long course, especially if exposed to the influence of the sun and air. The Romans, therefore, had good reason to soften and meliorate this element by conveying it a good length of way in open aqueducts. What was used in the baths of Seminelion, they probably brought in leaden pipes, some of which have been dug up very lately by accident. You must know, I made a second excursion to these antient ruins, and measured the arena of the amphitheatre with packthread. It is an oval figure, the longest diameter extending to about 113 feet, and the shortest to 88, but I will not answer for the exactness of the measurement. In the centre of it there was a square stone with an iron ring to which I suppose the wild beasts were tied, to prevent their springing upon the spectators. Some of the seats remain, the two opposite entrances, consisting each of one large gate and two lateral smaller doors, arched. There is also a considerable portion of the external wall, but no columns or other ornaments of architecture. Hard by, in the garden of the Count de Gubernatis, I saw the remains of a bath, fronting the portal of the temple, which I have described in a former letter. And here were some shafts of marble pillars, particularly a capital of the Corinthian order beautifully cut, of white alabaster. Here the Count found a large quantity of fine marble, which he has converted to various uses, and some mutilated statues, bronze as well as marble. The peasant showed me some brass and silver medals, which he has picked up at different times in labouring the ground, together with several oblong beads of coloured glass, which were used as earrings by the Roman ladies, and a small seal of agate, very much defaced. 2 of the medals were of Maximian and Gallienus, the rest were so consumed that I could not read the legend. You know that on public occasions, such as games and certain sacrifices, handfuls of medals were thrown among the people, a practice which accounts for the great number which have been already found in this district. I saw some subterranean passages, which seemed to have been common sewers, and a great number of old walls still standing along the brink of a precipice which overhangs the Paglian. The peasants tell me that they never dig above a yard in depth without finding vaults or cavities. All the vineyards and garden grounds, for a considerable extent, are vaulted underneath, and all the ground that produces their grapes, fruit, and garden stuff is no more than the crumpled lime and rubbish of old Roman buildings, mixed with manure brought from Nice. This antient town commanded a most noble prospect of the sea, but is altogether inaccessible by any kind of wheel carriage. If you make shift to climb to it on horseback, you cannot descend to the plain again without running the risk of breaking your neck. About 7 or 8 miles on the other side of Nice are the remains of another Roman monument, which has greatly suffered from the barbarity of successive ages. It was a trophy erected by the Senate of Rome, in honour of Augustus Caesar, when he had totally subdued all the ferocious nations of these maritime Alps, such as the Trumpellini Camuni, Venonts, Isnarsi, Bruni, etc. It stands upon the top of a mountain which overlooks the town of Monaco, and now exhibits the appearance of an old ruined tower. There is a description of what it was in an Italian manuscript, by which it appears to have been a beautiful edifice of 2 stories, adorned with columns and trophies in altolevo, with a statue of Augustus Caesar on the top. On one of the sides was an inscription, some words of which are still legible, upon the fragment of a marble found close to the old building, but the whole is preserved in Pliny, who gives it in these words, lib 3 cap. 20. Imperatori Caesari 505, FAVG, Pont. Max Imp 14, Trivnik, Podest 18 SPQR. Q Vodivstructivi Avspasisk, Genis Alpini Omnes. QV Amari SV Piro, ad infirvum pertinbent SVB. Imperivum Po, Ro sunt redac, Gentes Alpini divicti. Tiavi Empelini Camvni, Venonits Isnarsi Brevni. Navnis Farkvnates, Vindelicorvum Gentes Cuvatver. Consvanits Vervsanates Licates Catanates Abai. Sons Arvigiviscae, Svanits Calvcones Brixents. Lepontiae Vibri Nantvates, Sedvni Veragri. Salasi, Acitavones Medvli, Vicini Catvriges. Brigiani, Sargivantea, Nemalones Edenites. Espiani Vimini Galati Travlati. Ectini Vergvni Egvitvri, Nementvri. Ortelli Nervsky Velovni Svetri. This trophy is erected by the Senate and people of Rome to the Emperor Caesar Augustus, son of the divine Julius, in the 14th year of his imperial dignity, and in the 18th of his tribunician power, because under his command and auspices all the nations of the Alps from the Adriatic to the Tuscanian Sea were reduced under the dominion of Rome. The Alpine nations subdued were the Trumpellini, etc. Pliny, however, is mistaken in placing this inscription on a trophy near the Augusta Praetoria, now called Aosta, in Piedmont, where indeed there is a triumphal arch but no inscription. This noble monument of antiquity was first of all destroyed by fire, and afterwards, in Gothic times, converted into a kind of fortification. The marbles belonging to it were either employed in adorning the church of the adjoining village, which is still called Turbia, a corruption of Trafia. This was formerly a considerable town called Villa Martis, and pretends to the honour of having given birth to Aulus Helvius, who succeeded Commodus as Emperor of Rome, by the name of Pertinax, which he acquired from his obstinate refusal of that dignity, when it was forced upon him by the Senate. You know this man, though of very low birth, possessed many excellent qualities, and was basely murdered by the Praetorian guards at the instigation of Didius Chilianus. For my part, I could never read without emotion that celebrated eulogium of the Senate, who exclaimed after his death, Pertinis imperante securi viximus neminum timuimus, pater pio, pater senatus, pater omnium honorum. We lived secure and were afraid of nothing under the government of Pertinax, our affectionate father, father of the Senate, father to all the children of virtue. Or converted into tombstones, or carried off to be preserved in one or two churches of Nice. At present, the work has the appearance of a ruinous watchtower, with Gothic battlements, and as such stands undistinguished by those who travel by sea from hence to Genoa and other ports of Italy. I think I have now described all the antiquities in the neighbourhood of Nice, except some catacombs or caverns dug in a rock at St. Hospice, which Bushing in his geography has described as a strong town and seaport, though in fact there is not the least vestige either of town or village. It is a point of land almost opposite to the Tower of Turbia, with the mountains of which it forms a bay, where there is a great and curious fishery of the tunny fish, farmed of the King of Sardinia. Upon this point there is a watchtower still kept in repair, to give notice to the people in the neighbourhood, in case any Barbary corsairs should appear on the coast. The catacombs were in all probability dug, in former times, as places of retreat for the inhabitants upon sudden descents of the Saracens, who greatly infested these seas for several successive centuries. Many curious persons have entered them and proceeded a considerable way by torchlight, without arriving at the further extremity, and the tradition of the country is that they reach as far as the ancient city of Seminelion. But this is an idle supposition, almost as ridiculous as that which ascribes them to the labour and ingenuity of the ferries. They consist of narrow subterranean passages, vaulted with stone and lined with cement. Here and there one finds detached apartments like small chambers, where I suppose the people remained concealed till the danger was over. Diodorus Siculus tells us that the antient inhabitants of this country usually lived underground. Ligiers in terra cubant ut plurimum, plurs ad cava, saxa spellincasque ob natura factus ubi tegenter corpora divertunt. The Ligurians mostly lie on the bare ground. Many of them lodge in bare caves and caverns where they are sheltered from the inclemency of the weather. This was likewise the custom of the Troglodytae, a people bordering upon Ethiopia who, according to Aelian, lived in subterranean caverns, from whence indeed they took their name Trogli, signifying a cavern, and Virgil in his Georgics thus describes the Sarmati. Ipsi indifacis specubus, secura sub alta, oscia agunt terra. In subterranean caves secure they lie, nor heed the transient seasons as they fly. These are dry subjects, but such as the country affords. If we have not white paper, we must snow with brown. Even that which I am now scrawling may be useful if not entertaining. It is therefore the more confidently offered by dear Sir, yours affectionately. Letter Roman 17. Nice, July 2, 1764. Dear Sir, Nice was originally a colony from Marseille. You know the Phocians, if we may believe Justin and Polybius, settled in Gaul, and built Marseille during the reign of Tarquinius Priscus at Rome. This city flourished to such a degree that long before the Romans were in a condition to extend their dominion, it sent forth colonies and established them along the coast of Liguria. Of these, Nice or Nicaea was one of the most remarkable, so called in all probability from the Greek word Nike, signifying Victoria, in consequence of some important victory obtained over the Salii and Ligyers, who were the antient inhabitants of this country. Nice, with its mother city, being in the sequel subdued by the Romans, fell afterwards successively under the dominion of the Goths, Burgundians, and Franks, the kings of Arles and the kings of Naples, as counts of Provence. In the year 1388, the city and county of Nice, being but ill protected by the family of Durazzo, voluntarily surrendered themselves to Amadeus, surnamed the Red Duke of Savoy. And since that period, they have continued as part of that potentate's dominions, except at such times as they have been overrun and possessed by the power of France, which hath always been a troublesome neighbour. To this country, the castle was begun by the Aragonese counts of Provence, and afterwards enlarged by several successive dukes of Savoy, so as to be deemed impregnable, until the modern method of besieging began to take place. A fruitless attempt was made upon it in the year 1543 by the French and Turks in conjunction, but it was reduced several times after that period, and is now in ruins. The celebrated engineer Vauban, being commanded by Louis Roman XIV to give in a plan for fortifying Nice, proposed that the river Paglian should be turned into a new channel, so as to surround the town to the north and fall into the harbour, that where the Paglian now runs to the westward of the city walls, there should be a deep ditch to be filled with sea-water, and that a fortress should be built to the westward of this fosse. These particulars might be executed at no very great expense, but I apprehend they would be ineffectual, as the town is commanded by every hill in the neighbourhood, and the exhalations from stagnating sea-water would infallibly render the air unwholesome. Notwithstanding the undoubted antiquity of Nice, very few monuments of that antiquity now remain. The inhabitants say they were either destroyed by the Saracens in their successive descents upon the coast, by the barbarous nations in their repeated incursions, or used in fortifying the castle, as well as in building other edifices. The city of Seminelion, however, was subject to the same disasters, and even entirely ruined, nevertheless, we still find remains of its antient splendour. There have been likewise a few stones found at Nice with antient inscriptions, but there is nothing of this kind standing, unless we give the name of antiquity to a marble cross on the road to Provence, about half a mile from the city. It stands upon a pretty high pedestal with steps, under a pretty stone cupola or dome, supported by 4 Ionic pillars on the spot where Charles V, Emperor of Germany, Francis I of France, and Pope Paul II agreed to have a conference in order to determine all their disputes. The Emperor came hither by sea with a powerful fleet, and the French king by land at the head of a numerous army. All the endeavours of His Holiness, however, could not effect a peace, but they agreed to a truce of 10 years. Mezerai affirms that these two great princes never saw one another on this occasion, and that this shyness was owing to the management of the Pope, whose private designs might have been frustrated had they come to a personal interview. In the front of the colonnade there is a small stone with an inscription in Latin which is so high and so much defaced that I cannot read it. In the 16th century there was a college erected at Nice by Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, for granting degrees to students of law, and in the year 1614 Charles Emmanuel I instituted the Senate of Nice, consisting of a president and a certain number of senators who are distinguished by their purple robes and other ensigns of authority. They administer justice, having the power of life and death, not only through the whole county of Nice, but causes are evoked from Wunglia and some other places to their tribunal, which is the dernier resort, from whence there is no appeal. The commandant, however, by virtue of his military power and unrestricted authority, takes upon him to punish individuals by imprisonment, corporal pains, and banishment, without consulting the Senate or indeed observing any form of trial. The only redress against any unjust exercise of this absolute power is by complaint to the king, and you know what chance a poor man has for being redressed in this manner. With respect to religion, I may safely say that here superstition reigns under the darkest shades of ignorance and prejudice. I think there are 10 convents and 3 nunneries within and without the walls of Nice, and among them all, I never could hear of one man who had made any tolerable advances in any kind of human learning. All ecclesiastics are exempted from any exertion of civil power, being under the immediate protection and authority of the bishop or his vicar. The Bishop of Nice is suffragan of the Archbishop of Ambron in France, and the revenues of the see amount to between £500 and £600 sterling. We have likewise an office of the Inquisition, though I do not hear that it presumes to execute any acts of jurisdiction without the king's special permission. All the churches are sanctuaries for all kinds of criminals, except those guilty of high treason, and the priests are extremely jealous of their privileges in this particular. They receive, with open arms, murderers, robbers, smugglers, fraudulent bankrupts, and felons of every denomination, and never give them up until after having stipulated for their lives and liberty. I need not enlarge upon the pernicious consequences of this infamous prerogative, calculated to raise and extend the power and influence of the Roman Church, on the ruins of morality and good order. I saw a fellow, who had 3 days before murdered his wife in the last month of pregnancy, taking the air with great composure and serenity on the steps of a church in Florence, and nothing is more common than to see the most execrable villains diverting themselves in the cloisters of some convents at Rome. Nice abounds with noblesse, marquises, counts, and barons. Of these, 3 or 4 families are really respectable. The rest are novi homines, sprung from bourgeois, who have saved a little money by their different occupations, and raised themselves to the rank of noblesse by purchase. One is descended from an avocat, another from an apothecary, a third from a retailer of wine, a fourth from a dealer in anchovies, and I am told there is actually a count at Villefranche whose father sold macaroni in the streets. A man in this country may buy a marquisate or a county for the value of 300 or 400 pounds sterling, and the title follows the fief, but he may purchase letters de noblesse for about 30 or 40 guineas. In Savoy there are 600 families of noblesse, the greater part of which have not above 100 crowns a year to maintain their dignity. In the mountains of Piedmont, and even in this country of Nice, there are some representatives of very ancient and noble families, reduced to the condition of common peasants, but they still retain the ancient pride of their houses, and boast of the noble blood that runs in their veins. A gentleman told me that in travelling through the mountains, he was obliged to pass a night in the cottage of one of these rusticated nobles, who called to his son in the evening, Chevalier, astewed on a manger ox carchans, "Have you fed the hogs, Sir Knight?" This, however, is not the case with the noblesse of Nice. 2 or 3 of them have about 400 or 500 a year. The rest, in general, may have about 100 pistoles, arising from the silk, oil, wine, and oranges produced in their small plantations, where they have also country houses. Some few of these are well built, commodious, and situated, but for the most part they are miserable enough. Our noblesse, notwithstanding their origin and the cheap rate at which their titles have been obtained, are nevertheless extremely tenacious of their privileges, very delicate in maintaining the etiquette, and keep at a very stately distance from the bourgeoisie. How they live in their families I do not choose to enquire, but in public Madame appears in her robe of gold or silver stuff, with her powder and frisure, her perfumes, her paint and her patches, while Monsieur le Comte struts about in his lace and embroidery. Rouge and fard are more peculiarly necessary in this country, where the complexion and skin are naturally swarthy and yellow. I have likewise observed that most of the females are pot-bellied, a circumstance owing, I believe, to the great quantity of vegetable trash which they eat. All the horses, mules, asses, and cattle which feed upon grass have the same distension. This kind of food produces such acid juices in the stomach as excite a perpetual sense of hunger. I have been often amazed at the voracious appetites of these people. You must not expect that I should describe the tables and the hospitality of our Nisser gentry. Our consul, who is a very honest man, told me he had lived 34 years in the country without having once eat or drank in any of their houses. The noblesse of Nice cannot leave the country without express leave from the king, and this leave, when obtained, is for a limited time, which they dare not exceed, on pain of incurring his Majesty's displeasure. They must therefore endeavour to find amusements at home, and this, I apprehend, would be no easy task for people of an active spirit or restless disposition. True it is, the religion of the country supplies a never-failing fund of pastime to those who have any relish for devotion, and this is here a prevailing taste. We have had transient visits of a puppet show, strolling musicians, and rope dancers, but they did not like their quarters, and decamped without beat of drum. In the summer, about 8 or 9 at night, part of the noblesse may be seen assembled in a place called the Pear, which is, indeed, a sort of a street formed by a row of very paltry houses on one side, and on the other by part of the town wall, which screens it from a prospect of the sea, the only object that could render it agreeable. Here you may perceive the noblesse stretched in pairs upon logs of wood, like so many seals upon the rocks by moonlight, each dame with her cicisbeo. For you must understand, this Italian fashion prevails at Nice among all ranks of people, and there is not such a passion as jealousy known. The husband and the cicisbeo live together as sworn brothers, and the wife and the mistress embrace each other with marks of the warmest affection. I do not choose to enter into particulars. I cannot open the scandalous chronicle of Nice without hazard of contamination. With respect to delicacy and decorum, You may peruse Dean Swift's description of the Yahoos, and then you will have some idea of the porcheria that distinguishes the gallantry of Nice. But the Pair is not the only place of public resort for our noblesse in a summer's evening. Just without one of our gates, you will find them seated in ditches on the highway side, serenaded with the croaking of frogs, and the bells and braying of mules and asses continually passing in a perpetual cloud of dust. Besides these amusements, there is a public conversazione every evening at the commandant's house called the Government, where those noble personages play at cards for farthings. In carnival time, there is also at this same Government a ball twice or thrice a week, carried on by subscription. At this assembly every person without distinction is permitted to dance in masquerade, but after dancing they are obliged to unmask, and if bourgeois to retire. No individual can give a ball without obtaining a permission and guard of the commandant, and then his house is open to all masks without distinction who are provided with tickets, which tickets are sold by the commandant's secretary at 5 sols apiece, and delivered to the guard at the door. If I have a mind to entertain my particular friends, I cannot have more than a couple of violins, and in that case it is called a conversazione. Though the King of Sardinia takes all opportunities to distinguish the subjects of Great Britain with particular marks of respect, I have seen enough to be convinced that our nation is looked upon with an evil eye by the people of Nice, and this arises partly from religious prejudices, and partly from envy, occasioned by ridiculous notion of our superior wealth. For my own part, I owe them nothing on the score of civilities, and therefore I shall say nothing more on the subject, lest I should be tempted to deviate from that temperance and impartiality which I would fain hope have hitherto characterized the remarks of, dear sir, your faithful, humble servant. Letter Roman 18th. Nice, September 2, 1764. Dear Doctor, I wrote in May to Mr. B. at Geneva, and gave him what information he desired to have, touching the conveniences of Nice. I shall now enter into the same detail, for the benefit of such of your friends or patients as may have occasion to try this climate. The journey from Calais to Nice of 4 persons in a coach or 2 post-chaises, with a servant on horseback travelling post, may be performed with ease, for about £120 including every expense. Either at Calais or at Paris, you will always find a travelling coach or berlin, which you may buy for 30 or 40 guineas, and this will serve very well to reconvey you to your own country. In the town of Nice, you will find no ready-furnished lodgings for a whole family. Just without one of the gates there are 2 houses to be let, ready-furnished for about 5 louis d'ors per month. As for the country houses in this neighbourhood, they are damp in winter, and generally without chimneys, and in summer they are rendered uninhabitable by the heat and the vermin. If you hire a tenement in Nice, you must take it for a year certain, and this will cost you about £20 sterling. For this price I have a ground floor paved with brick, consisting of a kitchen, 2 large halls, a couple of good rooms with chimneys, 3 large closets that serve for bedchambers and dressing rooms, a butler's room, and 3 apartments for servants, lumber or stores, to which we ascend by narrow wooden stairs. I have likewise 2 small gardens, well stocked with oranges, lemons, peaches, figs, grapes, corinths, salad, and potherbs. It is supplied with a draw-well of good water, and there is another in the vestibule of the house, which is cool, large, and magnificent. You may hire furniture for such a tenement for about 2 guineas a month, but I chose rather to buy what was necessary, and this cost me about £60. I suppose it will fetch me about half the money when I leave the place. It is very difficult to find a tolerable cook at Nice. A common maid who serves the people of the country for 3 or 4 livres a month will not live with an English family under 8 or 10. They are all slovenly, slothful, and unconscionable cheats. The markets at Nice are tolerably well supplied. Their beef, which comes from Piedmont, is pretty good, and we have it all the year. In the winter we have likewise excellent pork and delicate lamb, but the mutton is indifferent. Piedmont also affords us delicious capons, fed with maize, and this country produces excellent turkeys but very few geese. Chickens and pullets are extremely meagre. I have tried to fatten them without success. In summer they are subject to the pip and die in great numbers. Autumn and winter are the seasons for game: hares, partridges, quails, wild pigeons, woodcocks, snipes, thrushes, becaficas, and ortolans. Wild boar is sometimes found in the mountains. It has a delicious taste, not unlike that of the wild hog in Jamaica, and would make an excellent barbecue about the beginning of winter when it is in good case. But when meagre, the head only is presented at tables. Pheasants are very scarce. As for the heath game, I never saw but one cock which my servant bought in the market and brought home, but the commandant's cook came into my kitchen and carried it off after it was half plucked, saying his master had company to dinner. The hares are large, plump, and juicy. The partridges are generally of the red sort, large as pullets and of a good flavour. There are also some grey partridges in the mountains, and another sort of a white colour that weigh 4 or 5 pounds each. Becaficas are smaller than sparrows but very fat, and they are generally eaten half raw. The best way of dressing them is to stuff them into a roll, scooped of its crumb, to baste them well with butter and roast them until they are brown and crisp. The ortolans are kept in cages and crammed until they die of fat, then eaten as dainties. The thrush is presented with the trail because the bird feeds on olives. They may as well eat the trail of a sheep because it feeds on the aromatic herbs of the mountain. In the summer we have beef, veal and mutton, chicken and ducks, which last are very fat and very flabby. All the meat is tough in this season, because the excessive heat and great number of flies will not admit of its being kept any time after it is killed. Butter and milk, though not very delicate, we have all the year. Our tea and fine sugar come from Marseille at a very reasonable price. Nice is not without variety of fish, though they are not counted so good in their kinds as those of the ocean. Soles and flatfish in general are scarce. Here are some mullets, both grey and red. We sometimes see the dory, which is called St. Pierre, with rockfish, bonita and mackerel. The gurnard appears pretty often, and there is plenty of a kind of large whiting which eats pretty well, but has not the delicacy of that which is caught on our coast. One of the best fish of this country is called la loupe, about 2 or 3 pounds in weight, white, firm and well flavoured. Another, no way inferior to it, is the moustel, about the same size, of a dark grey colour and short, blunt snout, growing thinner and flatter from the shoulders downwards, so as to resemble a sole at the tail. This cannot be the mustela of the Antients, which is supposed to be the sea lamprey. Here too are found the viver, or as we call it, weaver, remarkable for its long, sharp spines, so dangerous to the fingers of the fishermen. We have abundance of the sepia, or cuttlefish, of which the people in this country make a delicate ragout, as also of the polype de mer, which is an ugly animal with long feelers like tails, which they often wind about the legs of the fishermen. They are stewed with onions, and eat something like cowheel. The market sometimes affords the écrevisse de mer, which is a lobster without claws of a sweetish taste, and there are a few rock oysters, very small and very rank. Sometimes the fishermen find under water pieces of a very hard cement, like plaister of Paris, which contain a kind of mussel, called laudat, from its resemblance to a date. These petrifactions are commonly of a triangular form, and may weigh about 12 or 15 pounds each, and one of them may contain a dozen of these mussels which have nothing extraordinary in the taste or flavour, though extremely curious, as found alive and juicy, in the heart of a rock, almost as hard as marble, without any visible communication with the air or water. I take it for granted, however, that the enclosing cement is porous, and admits the finer parts of the surrounding fluid. In order to reach the mussels, this cement must be broke with large hammers, and it may be truly said, the kernel is not worth the trouble of cracking the shell. These are found in great plenty at Ancona and other parts of the Adriatic, where they go by the name of balani, as we are informed by Kiesler. Among the fish of this country there is a very ugly animal of the eel species, which might pass for a serpent. It is of a dusky black colour, marked with spots of yellow, about 18 inches or 2 feet long. The Italians call it murena, but whether it is the fish which had the same name among the Antient Romans, I cannot pretend to determine. The Antient murena was counted a great delicacy, and was kept in ponds for extraordinary occasions. Julius Caesar borrowed 6,000 for one entertainment, but I imagined this was the river lamprey. The murena of this country is in no esteem, and only eaten by the poor people. Crawfish and trout are rarely found in the rivers among the mountains. The swordfish is much esteemed in Nice, and called El Emperor, about 6 or 7 feet long, but I have never seen it. Since I wrote the above letter, I have eaten several times of this fish, which is as white as the finest veal, and extremely delicate. The emperor associates with the tunny fish, and is always taken in their company. They are very scarce, and when taken are generally concealed, because the head belongs to the commandant, who has likewise the privilege of buying the best fish at a very low price. For which reason, the choice pieces are concealed by the fishermen, and sent privately to Piedmont or Genoa. but the chief fisheries on this coast are of the sardines, anchovies, and tunny. These are taken in small quantities all the year, but spring and summer is the season when they mostly abound. In June and July, a fleet of about 50 fishing boats puts to sea every evening about 8 o'clock and catches anchovies in immense quantities. One small boat sometimes takes in one night 25 rup, amounting to 600 weight, but it must be observed that the pound here, as well as in other parts of Italy, consists but of 12 ounces. Anchovies, besides their making a considerable article in the commerce of Nice, are a great resource in all families. The noblesse and burgheis sup on salad and anchovies, which are eaten on all their meagre days. The fishermen and mariners all along this coast have scarce any other food but dry bread with a few pickled anchovies, and when the fish is eaten they rub their crusts with the brine. Nothing can be more delicious than fresh anchovies fried in oil. I prefer them to the smelts of the Thames. I need not mention that the sardines and anchovies are caught in nets, salted, barrelled, and exported into all the different kingdoms and states of Europe. The sardines, however, are largest and fattest in the month of September. A company of adventurers have farmed the tuna fishery of the king for 6 years, a monopoly for which they pay about £3,000 sterling. They are at a very considerable expense for nets, boats, and attendants. Their nets are disposed in a very curious manner across the small bay of St. Hospice in this neighbourhood where the fish chiefly resort. They are never removed except in the winter and when they want repair, but there are avenues for the fish to enter and pass from one enclosure to another. There is a man in a boat who constantly keeps watch. When he perceives they are fairly entered, he has a method for shutting all the passes and confining the fish to one apartment of the net, which is lifted up into the boat until the prisoners are taken and secured. The tunny fish generally runs from 50 to 100 weight, but some of them are much larger. They are immediately gutted, boiled, and cut in slices. The guts and head afford oil. The slices are partly dried to be eaten occasionally with oil and vinegar or barrelled up in oil to be exported. It is counted a delicacy in Italy and Piedmont and tastes not unlike sturgeon. The famous pickle of the ancients, called garum, was made of the gills and blood of the tunny, or thinus. There is a much more considerable fishery of it in Sardinia, where it is said to employ 400 persons, but this belongs to the Duc de Saint-Pierre. In the neighbourhood of Villafranca, there are people always employed in fishing for coral and sponge, which grow adhering to the rocks under water. Their methods do not favour much of ingenuity. For the coral they lower down a swab, composed of what is called spunyarn on board our ships of war, hanging in distinct threads, and sunk by means of a great weight, which, striking against the coral in its descent, disengages it from the rocks, and some of the pieces being entangled among the threads of the swab are brought up with it above water. The sponge is got by means of a cross stick, fitted with hooks which, being lowered down, fastens upon it and tears it from the rocks. In some parts of the Adriatic and archipelago, these substances are gathered by divers, who can remain 5 minutes below water. But I will not detain you 1 minute longer, though I must observe that there is plenty of fine samphire growing along all these rocks, neglected and unknown. Adieu. Letter Roman 19th. Nice, October 10, 1764. Dear Sir, before I tell you the price of provisions at Nice, it will be necessary to say something of the money. The gold coin of Sardinia consists of the doppia di Savia, value 24 livres Piedmontese, about the size of a louis d'or, and the mezzo doppia, or piece of 12 livres. In silver there is the scudo of 6 livres, the mezzo scudo of 3, and the quarto or pezza di Trentasaldi, but all these are very scarce. We seldom see any gold and silver coin but the louis d'or and the 6 and 3 livre pieces of France, a sure sign that the French suffer by their contraband commerce with the Nissards. The coin chiefly used at market is a piece of copper silvered, that passes for 7 sols and a half, another of the same sort, valued 2 sols and a half. They have on one side the impression of the king's head, and on the other the arms of Savoy with a ducal crown inscribed with his name and titles. There are of genuine copper, pieces of 1 sol, stamped on one side with a cross fleury, and on the reverse with the king's cipher and crown inscribed as the others. Finally, there is another small copper piece, called picalin, the 6th part of a sol with a plain cross and on the reverse a slipknot. Surmounted with a crown, the legend as above. The impression and legend on the gold and silver coins are the same as those on the pieces of 7 sols and a half. The liver of Piedmont consists of 20 sols, and is very near of the same value as an English shilling. 10 soles, therefore, are equal to 6 pence sterling. Butcher's meat in general sells at Nice for 3 soles a pound, and veal is something dearer. But then there are but 12 ounces in the pound, which being allowed for 16 ounces, come for something less than 2 halfpenny English. Fish commonly sells for 4 soles the 12 ounces, or 5 for the English pound, and these 5 are equivalent to 3 of our money, but sometimes we are obliged to pay 5, and even 6 soles for the Piedmontese pound of fish. A turkey that would sell for 5 or 6 shillings at the London market costs me but 3 at Nice. I can buy a good capon for 30 soles or 18 pence, and the same price I pay for a brace of partridges or a good hare. I can have a woodcock for 24 soles, but the pigeons are dearer than in London. Rabbits are very rare, and there is scarce a goose to be seen in the whole county of Nice. Wild ducks and teal are sometimes to be had in the winter, and now I am speaking of seafowl, it may not be amiss to tell you what I know of the halcyon or king's fisher. It is a bird, though very rare in this country, about the size of a pigeon, the body brown and the belly white. By a wonderful instinct it makes its nest upon the surface of the sea, and lays its eggs in the month of November, when the Mediterranean is always calm and smooth as a millpond. The people about here call them martinets, because they begin to hatch about Martinmas. Their nests are sometimes seen floating near the shore, and generally become the prize of the boys, who are very alert in catching them. You know all seabirds are allowed by the Church of Rome to be eaten on meagre days, as a kind of fish, and the monks especially do not fail to make use of this permission. Sea turtle, or tortoises, are often found at sea by the mariners in these latitudes, but they are not the green sort, so much in request among the older men of London. All the Mediterranean turtle are of the kind called loggerhead, which in the West Indies are eaten by none but hungry seamen, negroes, and the lowest class of people. One of these, weighing about 200 pounds, was lately brought on shore by the fishermen of Nice, who found it floating asleep on the surface of the sea. The whole town was alarmed at sight of such a monster, the nature of which they could not comprehend. However, the monks, called minims of St. Francesco di Paolo, guided by a sure instinct, marked it as their prey, and surrounded it accordingly. The friars of other convents, not quite so hungry, crowding down to the beach, declared it should not be eaten, dropped some hints about the possibility of its being something preternatural and diabolical, and even proposed exorcisms and aspersions with holy water. The populace were divided according to their attachment to this or that convent. A mighty clamour arose, and the police, in order to remove the cause of their contention, ordered the tortoise to be recommitted to the waves, a sentence which the Franciscans saw executed, not without sighs and lamentation. The land turtle or terrapin is much better known at Nice, as being a native of this country, yet the best are brought from the island of Sardinia. The soup or bouillon of this animal is always prescribed here as a great restorative to consumptive patients. The bread of Nice is very indifferent, and I am persuaded very unwholesome. The flour is generally musty, and not quite free of sand. This is either owing to the particles of the millstone rubbed off in grinding, or to what adheres to the corn itself, in being threshed upon the common ground, for there are no threshing floors in this country. I shall now take notice of the vegetables of Nice. In the winter we have green peas, asparagus, artichokes, cauliflower, beans, French beans, celery and endive, cabbage, coleworts, radishes, turnips, carrots, betteraves, sorrel lettuce, onions, garlic and shallot. We have potatoes from the mountains, mushrooms, champignons and truffles. Piedmont affords white truffles, counted the most delicious in the world. They sell for about 3 livres the pound. The fruits of this season are pickled olives, oranges, lemons, citrons, citronelles, dried figs, grapes, apples, pears, almonds, chestnuts, walnuts, filberts, medlars, pomegranates, and a fruit called azaroles. The Italians call them laziruoli. About the size of a nutmeg, of an oblong shape, red colour and agreeable acid taste. I might likewise add the cherry of the Laurus cerasus, which is sold in the market, very beautiful to the eye but insipid to the palate. In summer we have all those vegetables in perfection. There is also a kind of small curge or gourd, of which the people of the country make a very savoury ragout, with the help of eggs, cheese and fresh anchovies. Another is made of the badingian, which the Spaniards call berengina. This fruit is called melanzana in Italy, and is much esteemed by the Jews in Leghorn. Perhaps melanzana is a corruption of malamsana. It is much eaten in Spain and the Levant, as well as by the Moors in Barbary. It is about the size and shape of a hen's egg, enclosed in a cup like an acorn, when ripe of a faint purple colour. It grows on a stalk about a foot high with long spines or prickles. The people here have different ways of slicing and dressing it, by broiling, boiling and stewing with other ingredients, but it is at best an insipid dish. There are some kappa bushes in this neighbourhood, which grow wild in holes of garden walls and require no sort of cultivation. In 1 or 2 gardens there are palm trees, but the dates never ripen. In my register of the weather I have marked the seasons of the principal fruits in this country. In May we have strawberries, which continue in season 2 or 3 months. These are of the wood kind, very grateful and of a good flavour, but the scarlets and hautboys are not known at Nice. In the beginning of June and even sooner the cherries begin to be ripe. They are a kind of bleeding hearts, large, fleshy and high-flavoured, though rather too luscious. I have likewise seen a few of those we call Kentish cherries, which are much more cool, acid and agreeable, especially in this hot climate. The cherries are succeeded by the apricots and peaches, which are all standards, and of consequence better flavoured than what we call wallfruit. The trees, as well as almonds, grow and bear without care and cultivation, and may be seen in the open fields about Nice, but without proper culture the fruit degenerates. The best peaches I have seen at Nice are the Ambridges, of a yellow hue and oblong shape, about the size of a small lemon. Their consistence is much more solid than that of our English peaches, and their taste more delicious. Several trees of this kind I have in my own garden. Here is likewise plenty of other sorts, but no nectarines. We have little choice of plums. Neither do I admire the pears or apples of this country, but the most agreeable apples I ever tasted come from Final and are called pomy carly. The greatest fault I find with most fruits in this climate is that they are too sweet and luscious, and want that agreeable acid which is so cooling and so grateful in a hot country. This, too, is the case with our grapes, of which there is great plenty and variety, plump and juicy, and large as plums. Nature, however, has not neglected to provide other agreeable vegetable juices to cool the human body. During the whole summer we have plenty of musk melons. I can buy one as large as my head for the value of an English penny, but one of the best and largest, weighing 10 or 12 pounds, I can have for 12 sols, or about 8 pence sterling. From Antibes in Sardinia we have another fruit called a watermelon, which is well known in Jamaica and some of our other colonies. Those from Antibes are about the size of an ordinary bombshell, but the Sardinian and Jamaica watermelons are 4 times as large. The skin is green, smooth and thin. The inside is a purple pulp, studded with broad, flat black seeds, and impregnated with a juice the most cool, delicate and refreshing that can well be conceived. One would imagine the pulp itself dissolved in the stomach, for you may eat of it until you are filled up to the tongue without feeling the least inconvenience. It is so friendly to the constitution that in ardent inflammatory fevers it is drank as the best emulsion. At Genoa, Florence and Rome it is sold in the streets, ready cut in slices, and the porters, sweating under their burthens, buy and eat them as they pass. A porter of London quenches his thirst with a draught of strong beer. A porter of Rome or Naples refreshes himself with a slice of watermelon or a glass of iced water. The one costs 3 halfpence, the last half a farthing. Which of them is most effectual? I am sure the men are equally pleased. It is commonly remarked that beer strengthens as well as refreshes. But the porters of Constantinople, who never drink anything stronger than water and eat very little animal food, will lift and carry heavier burthens than any other porters in the known world. If we may believe the most respectable travellers, a Turk will carry a load of 700 weight, which is more, I believe, than any English porter ever attempted to carry any length of way. Among the refreshments of these warm countries, I ought not to forget mentioning the sorbettes, which are sold in coffee-houses and places of public resort. They are iced froth, made with juice of oranges, apricots or peaches, very agreeable to the palate and so extremely cold that I was afraid to swallow them in this hot country, until I found from information and experience that they may be taken in moderation, without any bad consequence. Another considerable article in housekeeping is wine, which we have here good and reasonable. The wine of Tavel in Languedoc is very near as good as Burgundy, and may be had at Nice at the rate of 6 pence a bottle. The sweet wine of St. Laurent, counted equal to that of Frontignan, costs about 8 or 9 pence a quart. Pretty good Malaga may be had for half the money. Those who make their own wine choose the grapes from different vineyards, and have them picked, pressed and fermented at home. That which is made by the peasants, both red and white, is generally genuine, but the wine merchants of Nice brew and balderdash, and even mix it with pigeon's dung and quicklime. It cannot be supposed that a stranger and sojourner should buy his own grapes, and make his own provision of wine, but he may buy it by recommendation from the peasants, for about 18 or 20 livres the charge, consisting of 11 rup 5 pounds, in other words of 280 pounds of this country, so as to bring it for something less than threepence a quart. The nice wine, when mixed with water, makes an agreeable beverage. There is an inferior sort for servants drank by the common people, which in the cabaret does not cost above a penny a bottle. The people here are not so nice as the English in the management of their wine. It is kept in flacons or large flasks without corks, having a little oil at top. It is not deemed the worse for having been opened a day or two before, and they expose it to the hot sun and all kinds of weather without hesitation. Certain it is, this treatment has little or no effect upon its taste, flavour, and transparency. The brandy of Nice is very indifferent, and the liqueurs are so sweetened with coarse sugar that they scarce retain the taste or flavour of any other ingredient. The last article of domestic economy which I shall mention is fuel, or wood for firing, which I buy for 11 sols, a little more than 6 halfpenny a quintal, consisting of 150 pound nice weight. The best, which is of oak, comes from Sardinia. The common sort is olive, which being cut with the sap in it, ought to be laid in during the summer, otherwise it will make a very uncomfortable fire. In my kitchen and 2 chambers I burned 15,000 weight of wood in 4 weeks, exclusive of charcoal for the kitchen stoves, and of pine tops for lighting the fires. These last are as large as pineapples, which they greatly resemble in shape, and to which indeed they give their name, and being full of turpentine make a wonderful blaze. For the same purpose, the people of these countries use the sarments or cuttings of the vines, which they sell made up in small fascines. This great consumption of wood is owing to the large fires used in roasting pieces of beef, and joints in the English manner. The roasts of this country seldom exceed 2 or 3 pounds of meat, and their other plats are made over stove holes, but it is now high time to conduct you from the kitchen, where you have been too long detained by your humble servant. P.S. I have mentioned the prices of almost all the articles in housekeeping, as they are paid by the English, but exclusive of butcher's meat, I am certain the natives do not pay so much by 30%. Their imposition on us is not only a proof of their own villainy and hatred, but a scandal on their government, which ought to interfere in favour of the subjects of a nation, to which they are so much bound in point of policy, as well as gratitude. Letter Roman 20. Nice, October 22, 1764. Sir, as I have nothing else to do, but to satisfy my own curiosity, and that of my friends, I obey your injunctions with pleasure, though not without some apprehension that my inquiries will afford you very little entertainment. The place where I am is of very little importance or consequence as a state or community, neither is there anything curious or interesting in the character or economy of its inhabitants. There are some few merchants in Nice, said to be in good circumstances. I know one of them, who deals to a considerable extent, and goes twice a year to London to attend the sales of the East India Company. He buys up a very large quantity of muslins and other Indian goods, and freights a ship in the river to transport them to Villa Franca. Some of these are sent to Switzerland, but I believe the greater part is smuggled into France, by virtue of counterfeit stamps, which are here used without any ceremony. Indeed, the chief commerce of this place is a contraband traffic carried on to the disadvantage of France, and I am told that the farmers of the Levant Company in that kingdom find their account in conniving at it. Certain it is, a great quantity of merchandise is brought hither every week by mules from Turin and other parts in Piedmont, and afterwards conveyed to the other side of the Var, either by land or water. The mules of Piedmont are exceeding strong and hardy. One of them will carry a burthen of near 600 weight. They are easily nourished, and require no other respite from their labour but the night's repose. They are the only carriage that can be used in crossing the mountains, being very sure-footed, and it is observed that in choosing their steps they always march upon the brink of the precipice. You must let them take their own way, otherwise you will be in danger of losing your life, for they are obstinate even to desperation. It is very dangerous for a person on horseback to meet those animals. They have such an aversion to horses that they will attack them with incredible fury, so as even to tear them and their riders in pieces, and the best method for avoiding this fate is to clap spurs to your beast and seek your safety in flight. I have been more than once obliged to fly before them. They always give you warning, by raising a hideous braying as soon as they perceive the horse at a distance. The mules of Provence are not so mischievous, because they are more used to the sight and society of horses, but those of Piedmont are by far the largest and the strongest I have seen. Some very feasible schemes for improving the commerce of Nice have been presented to the Ministry of Turin, but hitherto without success. The English import annually between 2,000 and 3,000 bales of raw silk, the growth of Piedmont, and this declaration would be held legal evidence. In some parts of France, the cure of the parish on All Souls' Day, which is called Le Jour des Morts, says a libera damine for 2 souls, at every grave in the burying ground, for the release of the soul whose body is there interred. The artisans of Nice are very lazy, very needy, very awkward and void of all ingenuity. The price of their labour is very near as high as at London or Paris. Rather than work for moderate profit, arising from constant employment, which would comfortably maintain them and their families, they choose to starve at home, to lounge about the ramparts, bask themselves in the sun, or play at bowls in the streets from morning till night. The lowest class of people consists of fishermen, day labourers, porters, and peasants. These last are distributed chiefly in the small cascines in the neighbourhood of the city, and are said to amount to 12,000. They are employed in labouring the ground, and have all the outward signs of extreme misery. They are all diminutive, meagre, withered, dirty, and half-naked, in their complexions not barely swarthy but as black as Moors, and I believe many of them are descendants of that people. They are very hard-favoured, and their women in general have the coarsest features I have ever seen. It must be owned, however, they have the finest teeth in the world. The nourishment of those poor creatures consists of the refuse of the garden, very coarse bread, a kind of meal called polenta, made of Indian corn, which is very nourishing and agreeable, and a little oil. But even in these particulars, they seem to be stinted to very scanty meals. I have known a peasant feed his family with the skins of boiled beans. Their hogs are much better fed than their children. 'Tis pity they have no cows, which would yield milk, butter, and cheese for the sustenance of their families. With all this wretchedness, one of these peasants will not work in your garden for less than 18 sols, about 11 pence sterling per diem, and then he does not half the work of an English labourer. If there is fruit in it, or anything he can convey, he will infallibly steal it, if you do not keep a very watchful eye over him. All the common people are thieves and beggars, and I believe this is always the case with people who are extremely indigent and miserable. In other respects they are seldom guilty of excesses. They are remarkably respectful and submissive to their superiors. The populace of Nice are very quiet and orderly. They are little addicted to drunkenness. I have never heard of one riot since I lived among them, and murder and robbery are altogether unknown. A man may walk alone over the county of Nice at midnight without danger of insult. The police is very well regulated. No man is permitted to wear a pistol or dagger on pain of being sent to the galleys. I am informed that both murder and robbery are very frequent in some parts of Piedmont. Even here, when the peasants quarrel in their cups, which very seldom happens, they draw their knives, and the one infallibly stabs the other. To such extremities, however, they never proceed except when there is a woman in the case, and mutual jealousy cooperates with the liquor they have drank to inflame their passions. In Nice, the common people retire to their lodgings at 8 o'clock in winter and 9 in summer. Every person found in the streets after these hours is apprehended by the patrol, and if he cannot give a good account of himself, sent to prison. At 9 in winter and 10 in summer, there is a curfew bell rung, warning the people to put out their lights and go to bed. This is a very necessary precaution in towns subject to conflagrations, but of small use in Nice, where there is very little combustible in the houses. The punishments inflicted upon malefactors and delinquents at Nice are hanging for capital crimes, slavery on board the galleys for a limited term, or for life, according to the nature of the transgression, flagellation, and the strappado. This last is performed by hoisting up the criminal by his hands tied behind his back, on a pulley about 2 stories high, from whence, the rope being suddenly slackened, he falls to within a yard or 2 of the ground, where he is stopped with a violent shock arising from the weight of his body and the velocity of his descent, which generally dislocates his shoulders, with incredible pain. This dreadful execution is sometimes repeated in a few minutes on the same delinquent, so that the very ligaments are tore from his joints, and his arms are rendered useless for life. The poverty of the people in this country, as well as in the south of France, may be conjectured from the appearance of their domestic animals. The draft horses, mules, and asses of the peasants are so meagre as to excite compassion. There is not a dog to be seen in tolerable case, and the cats are so many emblems of famine, frightfully thin and dangerously rapacious. I wonder the dogs and they do not devour young children. Another proof of that indigence which reigns among the common people is this: you may pass through the whole south of France, as well as the county of Nice, where there is no want of groves, woods, and plantations, without hearing the song of blackbird, thrush, linnet, goldfinch, or any other bird whatsoever. All is silent and solitary. The poor birds are destroyed or driven for refuge into other countries by the savage persecution of the people, who spare no pains to kill and catch them for their own subsistence. Scarce a sparrow, redbreast, tomtit, or wren can scape the guns and snares of those indefatigable fowlers. Even the noblesse make parties to go a la chasse a hunting, that is, to kill those little birds which they eat as gibier or game. The great poverty of the people here is owing to their religion. Half of their time is lost in observing the great number of festivals, and half of their substance is given to mendicant friars and parish priests. But if the church occasions their indigence, it likewise in some measure alleviates the horrors of it, by amusing them with shows, processions, and even those very feasts which afford a recess from labour, in a country where the climate disposes them to idleness. If the peasants in the neighbourhood of any chapel dedicated to a saint, whose day is to be celebrated, have a mind to make a festin, in other words, a fair, they apply to the commandant of Nice for a licence, which costs them about a French crown. This being obtained, they assemble after service, men and women in their best apparel, and dance to the music of fiddles, and pipe and tabor, or rather pipe and drum. There are hucksters' stands, with pedlary ware and knickknacks for presents, cakes and bread, liqueurs and wine, and thither generally resort all the company of Nice. I have seen our whole noblesse at one of these festins, kept on the highway in summer, mingled with an immense crowd of peasants, mules, and asses, covered with dust, and sweating at every pore with the excessive heat of the weather. I should be much puzzled to tell whence their enjoyment arises on such occasions, or to explain their motives for going thither, unless they are prescribed it for penance, as a foretaste of purgatory. Now I am speaking of religious institutions, I cannot help observing that the antient Romans were still more superstitious than the modern Italians, and that the number of their religious feasts, sacrifices, fasts, and holidays was even greater than those of the Christian Church of Rome. They had their festi and profesti, their fyrii stativi, and conceptivi, their fixed and movable feasts, their esserales or fasting days, and their presidani or vigils. The agonales were celebrated in January, the carmentales in January and February, the lupercales and matronales in March, the megalesia in April, the floralia in May, and the matralia in June. They had their saturnalia, robigalia, venalia, vertumnalia, fornacalia, palilia, and lauralia, their latini, their paganales, their sementini, their compitals, and their imperativi, such as the novum dalia, instituted by the Senate, on account of a supposed shower of stones. Besides, every private family had a number of fyrii, kept either by way of rejoicing for some benefit or mourning for some calamity. Every time it thundered, the day was kept holy. Every 9th day was a holiday, thence called nundini quaes I novundini. There was the dies denominales, which was the 4th of the calends, nones and ides of every month, over and above the anniversary of every great defeat which the Republic had sustained, particularly the dies alliancis, or 15th of the calends of December, on which the Romans were totally defeated by the Gauls and Veients, as Lucan seiset damnata deu Romanis alia fastes, and alia in Rome's calendar condemn 500. The vast variety of their deities, said to amount to 30,000, with their respective rites of adoration, could not fail to introduce such a number of ceremonies, shows, sacrifices, lustrations, and public processions, as must have employed the people almost constantly from one end of the year to the other. This continual dissipation must have been a great enemy to industry, and the people must have been idle and effeminate. I think it would be no difficult matter to prove that there is very little difference in point of character between the antient and modern inhabitants of Rome, and that the great figure which this empire made of old was not so much owing to the intrinsic virtue of its citizens, as to the barbarism, ignorance, and imbecility of the nations they subdued. Instances of public and private virtue I find as frequent and as striking in the history of other nations as in the annals of antient Rome, and now that the kingdoms and states of Europe are pretty equally enlightened and balanced in the scale of political power, I am of opinion that if the most fortunate generals of the Roman Commonwealth were again placed at the head of the very armies they once commanded, instead of extending their conquests over all Europe and Asia, they would hardly be able to subdue and retain under their dominion all the petty republics that subsist in Italy. But I am tired with writing, and I believe you will be tired with reading this long letter, notwithstanding all your prepossession in favour of your very humble servant. Letter Roman 21. Nice, November 10, 1764. Dear Doctor, in my inquiries about the revenues of Nice, I am obliged to trust to the information of the inhabitants, who are much given to exaggerate. They tell me the revenues of this town amount to 100,000 livres, or £5,000 sterling, of which I would strike off at least 1/4 as an addition of their own vanity. Perhaps, if we deduct 1/3, it will be nearer the truth. For I cannot find out any other funds they have, but the butchery and the bakery, which they farm at so much a year to the best bidder, and the droits d'entrée or duties upon provision brought into the city, but these are very small. The king is said to draw from Nice 100,000 livres annually, arising from a free gift amounting to £700 sterling, in lieu of the taille, from which this town and county are exempted, an inconsiderable duty upon wine sold in public houses, and the droits du port. These last consist of anchorage, paid by all vessels in proportion to their tonnage, when they enter the harbours of Nice and Villa Franca. Besides, all foreign vessels, under a certain stipulated burthen that pass between the island of Sardinia and this coast, are obliged in going to the eastward to enter, and pay a certain regulated imposition, on pain of being taken and made prize. The Prince of Monaco exacts a talliage of the same kind, and both he and the King of Sardinia maintain armed cruisers to assert this prerogative, from which, however, the English and French are exempted by treaty, in consequence of having paid a sum of money at once. In all probability, it was originally given as a consideration for maintaining lights on the shore, for the benefit of navigators, like the toll paid for passing the Sound in the Baltic. Upon further inquiry, I find it was given in consideration of being protected from the corsairs by the naval force of the Duke of Savoy and Prince of Monaco. The Fannel or lanthorn to the eastward of Villa Franca is kept in good repair and still lighted in the winter. The toll, however, is a very troublesome tax upon feluccas and other small craft, which are greatly retarded in their voyages, and often lose the benefit of a fair wind, by being obliged to run inshore and enter those harbours. The tobacco the king manufactures at his own expense, and sells for his own profit at a very high price, and every person convicted of selling this commodity in secret is sent to the galleys for life. The salt comes chiefly from Sardinia, and is stored up in the king's magazine, from whence it is exported to Piedmont and other parts of his inland dominions. And here it may not be amiss to observe that Sardinia produces very good horses, well-shaped though small, strong, hardy, full of mettle, and easily fed. The whole county of Nice is said to yield the king 500,000 of livres, about £25,000 sterling, arising from a small donative made by every town and village, for the lands pay no tax or imposition, but the tithes to the church. His revenue then flows from the gabelle on salt and wine, and these free gifts, so that we may strike off 1/5 of the sum at which the whole is estimated, and conclude that the king draws from the county at Nice about 400,000 livres, or £20,000 sterling. That his revenues from Nice are not great appears from the smallness of the appointments allowed to his officers. The president has about £300 per annum, and the intendant about £2. The pay of the commandant does not exceed £350, but he has certain privileges called the tour du baton, some of which a man of spirit would not insist upon. He who commands at present, having no estate of his own, enjoys a small commandery, which being added to his appointments at Nice, make the whole amount to about £500 sterling. If we may believe the politicians of Nice, the King of Sardinia's whole revenue does not fall short of 20 millions of Piedmontese livres, being above 1 million of our money. It must be owned that there is no country in Christendom less taxed than that of Nice, and as the soil produces the necessaries of life, the inhabitants with a little industry might renew the golden age in this happy climate, among their groves, woods, and mountains, beautified with fountains, brooks, rivers, torrents, and cascades. In the midst of these pastoral advantages, the peasants are poor and miserable. They have no stock to begin the world with, They have no leases of the lands they cultivate, but entirely depend from year to year on the pleasure of the arbitrary landholder, who may turn them out at a minute's warning, and they are oppressed by the mendicant friars and parish priests, who rob them of the best fruits of their labour. After all, the ground is too scanty for the number of families which are crowded on it. You desire to know the state of the arts and sciences at Nice, which indeed is almost a total blank. I know not what men of talents this place may have formerly produced, but at present it seems to be consecrated to the reign of dullness and superstition. It is very surprising to see a people established between two enlightened nations so devoid of taste and literature. Here are no tolerable pictures, busts, statues, nor edifices. The very ornaments of the churches are wretchedly conceived and worse executed. They have no public nor private libraries that afford anything worth perusing. There is not even a bookseller in Nice. Though they value themselves upon their being natives of Italy, they are unacquainted with music. The few that play upon instruments attend only to the execution. They have no genius nor taste, nor any knowledge of harmony and composition. Among the French, a Nisard piques himself on being Provençal, but in Florence, Milan, or Rome, he claims the honour of being born a native of Italy. The people of condition here speak both languages equally well, or rather equally ill, for they use a low, uncouth phraseology, and their pronunciation is extremely vicious. Their vernacular tongue is what they call patois, though in so calling it they do it injustice. Patois, from the Latin word patavanitas, means no more than a provincial accent or dialect. It takes its name from Patavium or Padua, which was the birthplace of Livy, who, with all his merit as a writer, has admitted into his history some provincial expressions of his own country. The patois, or native tongue of Nice, is no other than the ancient Provençal, from which the Italian, Spanish, and French languages have been formed. This is the language that rose upon the ruins of the Latin tongue, after the eruptions of the Goths, Vandals, Huns, and Burgundians, by whom the Roman Empire was destroyed. It was spoke all over Italy, Spain, and the southern parts of France, until the 13th century, when the Italians began to polish it into the language which they now call their own. The Spaniards and French, likewise, improved it into their respective tongues. From its great affinity to the Latin, it was called Romance, a name which the Spaniards still give to their own language. As the first legends of knight-errantry were written in Provençal, all subsequent performances of the same kind have derived from it the name of romance, and as those annals of chivalry contained extravagant adventures of knights, giants, and necromancers, every improbable story or fiction is, to this day, called a romance. Mr. Walpole, in his catalogue of royal and noble authors, has produced 2 sonnets in the Antient Provençal, written by our King Richard I, surnamed Coeur de Lion, and Voltaire, in his historical tracts, has favoured the world with some specimens of the same language. The patois of Nice must, without doubt, have undergone changes and corruptions in the course of so many ages, especially as no pains have been taken to preserve its original purity, either in orthography or pronunciation. It is neglected as the language of the vulgar, and scarce anybody here knows either its origin or constitution. I have in vain endeavoured to procure some pieces in the Antient Provençal, that I might compare them with the modern patois, but I can find no person to give me the least information on the subject. The shades of ignorance, sloth, and stupidity are impenetrable. Almost every word of the patois may still be found in the Italian, Spanish, and French languages, with a small change in the pronunciation. Cavallo, signifying a horse in Italian and Spanish, is called cavo. Mason, the French word for a house, is changed into mayon. Aqua, which means water in Spanish, the Nisards call daigua. To express what a slop is here, they say a co fa lac acqui, which is a sentence composed of 2 Italian words, 1 French and 1 Spanish. This is nearly the proportion in which these 3 languages will be found mingled in the patois of Nice, which with some variation extends over all Provence, Languedoc, and Gascony. I will now treat you with 2 or 3 stanzas of a canzon, or hymn in this language, to the Virgin Mary, which was lately printed at Nice. Virge Mère de Dieu. Nuostro buono avocado. En bel car u vostro siu. En fenestro adorado. Dieu vous saludi. E demandi en soccers. E sense otter preludi. Can't lose you vostre honours. Virgin, Mother of God, our good advocate, with your dear Son, In fenestro adored. I salute you, and ask his assistance, and without further prelude, I sing your honors. Fenestro is the name of a place in this neighborhood, where there is a supposed miraculous sanctuary, or chapel of the Virgin Mary. Quario de Paradis. Quae Meister Divine. Salomon eased advise. Giugia de vostro mino. Vus dis plus bello. Ilu dis ben soven. De tauti le femelo. E non essengano rend. What air of paradise! What majesty divine! Solomon is of opinion, to judge of your appearance, says you are the fairest, and it is often said, of all females, and we are not all deceived. Quario de Paradis. Quae Meister Divine. La bellezo eblevis. La bonta el uigal raffino. Jes carinado. Tens lu monde en man. Sus del trono accitado. Rigs lu avoster en fan. What air of paradise! What majesty divine! The beauty dazzles. The goodness purifies the eye. You are crowned. You hold the world in your hand. Seated on the throne. You support your child. You see, I have not chosen this canzon for the beauty and elegance of thought and expression, but give it you as the only printed specimen I could find of the modern provencal. If you have any curiosity to be further acquainted with the patois, I will endeavour to procure you satisfaction. Meanwhile, I am, in plain English, dear sir, ever yours. Letter Roman 22. Nice, November 10, 1764. Dear sir, I had once thoughts of writing a complete natural history of this town and county, but I found myself altogether unequal to the task. I have neither health, strength, nor opportunity to make proper collections of the mineral, vegetable, and animal productions. I am not much conversant with these branches of natural philosophy. I have no books to direct my inquiries. I can find no person capable of giving me the least information or assistance, and I am strangely puzzled by the barbarous names they give to many different species, the descriptions of which I have read under other appellations, and which, as I have never seen them before, I cannot pretend to distinguish by the eye. You must therefore be contented with such imperfect intelligence as my opportunities can afford. The useful arts practiced at Nice are these: gardening and agriculture with their consequences, the making of wine, oil, and cordage, the rearing of silkworms with the subsequent management and manufacture of that production, and the fishing which I have already described. Nothing can be more unpromising than the natural soil of this territory, except in a very few narrow bottoms, where there is a stiff clay, which when carefully watered, yields tolerable pasturage. In every other part, the soil consists of a light sand mingled with pebbles, which serves well enough for the culture of vines and olives, but the ground laid out for kitchen herbs, as well as for other fruit, must be manured with great care and attention. They have no black cattle to afford such compost as our farmers use in England. The dung of mules and asses, which are their only beasts of burthen, is of very little value for this purpose, and the natural sterility of their ground requires something highly impregnated with nitre and volatile salts. They have recourse therefore to pigeons' dung and ordure, which fully answer their expectations. Every peasant opens, at one corner of his wall, a public house of office for the reception of passengers, and in the town of Nice, every tenement is provided with one of these receptacles, the contents of which are carefully preserved for sale. The peasant comes with his asses and casks to carry it off before day, and pays for it according to its quality, which he examines and investigates by the taste and flavour. The jakes of a Protestant family, who eat gras every day, bears a much higher price than the privy of a good Catholic who lives maigre 1/2 of the year. The vaults belonging to the convent of Minims are not worth emptying. The ground here is not delved with spades as in England, but laboured with a broad, sharp hoe, having a short horizontal handle, and the climate is so hot and dry in the summer that the plants must be watered every morning and evening, especially where it is not shaded by trees. It is surprising to see how the productions of the earth are crowded together. One would imagine they would rob one another of nourishment, and moreover be stifled for want of air, and doubtless this is in some measure the case. Olive and other fruit trees are planted in rows very close to each other. These are connected by vines, and the interstices between the rows are filled with corn. The gardens that supply the town with salad and pot herbs lie all on the side of Provence by the highway. They are surrounded with high stone walls or ditches, planted with a kind of cane or large reed, which answers many purposes in this country. The leaves of it afford sustenance to the asses, and the canes not only serve as fences to the enclosures, but are used to prop the vines and peas, and to build habitations for the silkworms. They are formed into arbours and wore as walking staves. All these gardens are watered by little rills that come from the mountains, particularly by the small branches of the two sources which I have described in a former letter, as issuing from the two sides of a mountain under the names of Fontaine de Murel and Fontaine du Temple. In the neighbourhood of Nice they raise a considerable quantity of hemp, the largest and strongest I ever saw. Part of this, when dressed, is exported to other countries, and part is manufactured into cordage. However profitable it may be to the grower, it is certainly a great nuisance in the summer. When taken out of the pits where it has been put to rot, the stench it raises is quite insupportable, and must undoubtedly be unwholesome. There is such a want of land in this neighbourhood that terraces are built over one another with loose stones, on the faces of bare rocks, and these being covered with earth and manured, are planted with olives, vines, and corn. The same shift was practised all over Palestine, which was rocky and barren, and much more populous than the county of Nice. Notwithstanding the small extent of this territory, there are some pleasant meadows in the skirts of Nice that produce excellent clover, and the corn which is sown in open fields, where it has the full benefit of the soil, sun, and air, grows to a surprising height. I have seen rye 7 or 8 feet high. All vegetables have a wonderful growth in this climate. Besides wheat, rye, barley, and oats, this country produces a good deal of meliga, or Turkish wheat, which is what we call Indian corn. I have in a former letter observed that the meal of this grain goes by the name polenta, and makes excellent hasty pudding, being very nourishing, and counted an admirable pectoral. The pods and stalks are used for fuel, and the leaves are much preferable to common straw, for making paillasses. The peas and beans in the garden appear in the winter like beautiful plantations of young trees in blossom, and perfume the air. Myrtle, sweetbriar, sweet marjoram, sage, thyme, lavender, rosemary, with many other aromatic herbs and flowers, which with us require the most careful cultivation, are here found wild in the mountains. It is not many years since the Nissards learned the culture of silkworms, of their neighbours the Piedmontese, and hitherto the progress they have made is not very considerable. The whole county of Nice produces about 133 bales of 300 pounds each, amounting in value to 400,000 livres. In the beginning of April, when the mulberry leaves begin to put forth, the eggs or grains that produce the silkworm are hatched. The grains are washed in wine, and those that swim on the top are thrown away as good for nothing. The rest being deposited in small bags of linen, are worn by women in their bosoms, until the worms begin to appear. Then they are placed in shallow wooden boxes, covered with a piece of white paper, cut into little holes, through which the worms ascend as they are hatched to feed on the young mulberry leaves, of which there is a layer above the paper. These boxes are kept for warmth between 2 mattresses, and visited every day. Fresh leaves are laid in, and the worms that feed are removed successively to the other place prepared for their reception. This is an habitation, consisting of 2 or 3 stories, about 20 inches from each other, raised upon 4 wooden posts. The floors are made of canes and strewed with fresh mulberry leaves. The corner posts and other occasional props for sustaining the different floors are covered with a coat of loose heath, which is twisted round the wood. The worms when hatched are laid upon the floors, and here you may see them in all the different stages if moulting or casting the slough, a change which they undergo 3 times successively before they begin to work. The silkworm is an animal of such acute and delicate sensations that too much care cannot be taken to keep its habitation clean, and to refresh it from time to time with pure air. I have seen them languish and die in scores, in consequence of an accidental bad smell. The soiled leaves, and the filth which they necessarily produce, should be carefully shifted every day, and it would not be amiss to purify the air sometimes with fumes of vinegar, rose, or orangeflower water. These niceties, however, are but little observed. They commonly lie in heaps as thick as shrimps in a plate, some feeding on the leaves, some new hatched, some entranced in the agonies of casting their skin, sonic languishing, and some actually dead, with a litter of half-eaten faded leaves about them, in a close room crowded with women and children, not at all remarkable for their cleanliness. I am assured by some persons of credit that if they are touched or even approached by a woman in her catamenia, they infallibly expire. This, however, must be understood of those females whose skins have naturally a very rank flavour, which is generally heightened at such periods. The mulberry leaves used in this country are of the tree which bears a small white fruit not larger than a damascene. They are planted on purpose, and the leaves are sold at so much a pound. By the middle of June all the mulberry trees are stripped, but new leaves succeed, and in a few weeks they are clothed again with fresh verdure. In about 10 days after the last molting, the silkworm climbs upon the props of his house, and choosing a situation among the heath, begins to spin in a most curious manner until he is quite enclosed, and the cocon or pod of silk, about the size of a pigeon's egg, which he has produced remains suspended by several filaments. It is no unusual to see double cocons, spun by 2 worms included under a common cover. There must be an infinite number of worms to yield any considerable quantity of silk. 1 ounce of eggs or grains produces 4 rup or 100 nice pounds of cocons, and 1 rup or 25 pounds of cocons, if they are rich, gives 3 pounds of raw silk. That is, 12 pounds of silk are got from 1 ounce of grains, which ounce of grains it's produced by as many worms as are enclosed in 1 pound or 12 ounces of cocons. In preserving the cocons for breed, you must choose an equal number of males and females, and these are very easily distinguished by the shape of the cocons. That which contains the male is sharp, and the other obtuse at the 2 ends. In 10 or 12 days after the cocon is finished, the worm makes its way through it, in the form of a very ugly, unwieldy, awkward butterfly, and as the different sexes are placed by one another on paper or linen, they immediately engender. The female lays her eggs, which are carefully preserved, but neither she nor her mate takes any nourishment, and in 8 or 10 days after they quit the cocons, they generally die. The silk of these cocons cannot be wound, because the animals in piercing through them have destroyed the continuity of the filaments. It is therefore first boiled, and then picked and carded like wool, and being afterwards spun, is used in the coarser stuffs of the silk manufacture. The other cocons, which yield the best silk, are managed in a different manner. Before the enclosed worm has time to penetrate, the silk is reeled off with equal care and ingenuity. A handful of the cocons are thrown away into a kettle of boiling water, which not only kills the animal, but dissolves the glutinous substance by which the fine filaments of the silk cohere or stick together, so that they are easily wound off without breaking. 6 or 7 of these small filaments being joined together are passed over a kind of twisting iron, and fixed to the wheel which one girl turns, while another, with her hands in the boiling water, disentangles the threads, joins them when they chance to break, and supplies fresh cocons with admirable dexterity and dispatch. There is a manufacture of this kind just without one of the gates of Nice, where 40 or 50 of these wheels are worked together, and give employment for some weeks to double the number of young women. Those who manage the pods that float in the boiling water must be very alert, otherwise they will scald their fingers. The smell that comes from the boiling cocons is extremely offensive. Hard by the harbour there is a very curious mill for twisting the silk, which goes by water. There is in the town of Nice a well-regulated hospital for poor orphans of both sexes, where above 100 of them are employed in dressing, dyeing, spinning, and weaving the silk. In the villages of Provence, you see the poor women in the streets spinning raw silk upon distaves, but here the same instrument is only used for spinning hemp and flax, which last, however, is not of the growth of Nice. But lest I should spin this letter to a tedious length, I will now wind up my bottom, and bid you heartily farewell. Letter Roman 23. Nice, December 19, 1764. Sir, in my last, I gave you a succinct account of the silkworm, and the management of that curious insect in this country. I shall now proceed to describe the methods of making wine and oil. The vintage begins in September. The grapes being chosen and carefully picked are put into a large vat where they are pressed by a man's naked feet, and the juices drawn off by a cock below. When no more is procured by this operation, the bruised grapes are put into the press and yield still more liquor. The juice obtained by this double pressure, being put in casks with their bungs open, begins to ferment and discharge its impurities at the openings. The waste occasioned by this discharge is constantly supplied with fresh wine, so that the casks are always full. The fermentation continues for 12, 15, or 20 days, according to the strength and vigor of the grape. In about a month the wine is fit for drinking. When the grapes are of a bad, meagre kind, the wine dealers mix the juice with pigeon stung or quicklime, in order to give it a spirit which nature has denied. But this is a very mischievous adulteration. The process for all making is equally simple. The best olives are those that grow wild, but the quantity of them is very inconsiderable. Olives begin to ripen and drop in the beginning of November, but some remain on the trees till February and even till April, and these are counted the most valuable. When the olives are gathered, they must be manufactured immediately, before they fade and grow wrinkled, otherwise they will produce bad oil. They are first of all ground into a paste by a millstone set edgeways in a circular stone trough, the wheel being turned by water. This paste is put into trails or circular cases made of grass woven, having a round hole at top and bottom. When filled they resemble in shape our Cheshire cheeses. A number of these placed one upon another are put in a press, and being squeezed, the oil with all its impurities runs into a receptacle below fixed in the ground. From hence it is laded into a wooden vat, half filled with water. The swords or dirt falls to the bottom, the oil swims atop, and being skimmed off is barrelled up in small oblong casks. What remains in the vat is thrown into a large stone cistern with water, and after being often stirred, and standing 12 or 14 days, yields a coarser oil used for lamps and manufactures. After these processes, they extract an oil still more coarse and fetid from the refuse of the whole. Sometimes, in order to make the olives grind the more easily into a paste, and part with more oil, they are mixed with a little hot water, but the oil thus procured is apt to grow rancid. The very finest, called virgin oil, is made chiefly of green olives, and sold at a very high price, because a great quantity is required to produce a very little oil. Even the stuff that is left after all these operations, consisting of the dried pulp, is sold for fuel, and used in brassières for warming apartments which have no chimney. I have now specified all the manufactures of nice which are worth mentioning. True it is, there is some coarse paper made in this neighbourhood. There are also people here who dress skins and make leather for the use of the inhabitants, but this business is very ill performed. The gloves and shoes are generally rotten, as they come from the hands of the maker. Carpenters', joiners' and blacksmiths' work is very coarsely and clumsily done. There are no chairs to be had at Nice, but crazy things made of a few sticks, with rush bottoms, which are sold for 12 livres a dozen. Nothing can be more contemptible than the hardware made in this place, such as knives, scissors, and candle snuffers. All utensils in brass and copper are very ill made and finished. The silversmiths make nothing but spoons, forks, poultry rings, and crosses for the necks of the women. The houses are built of a ragged stone dug from the mountains, and the interstices are filled with rubble, so that the walls would appear very ugly if they were not covered with plaister, which has a good effect. They generally consist of 3 stories, and are covered with tiles. The apartments of the better sort are large and lofty, the floors paved with brick, the roofs covered with a thick coat of stucco, and the walls whitewashed. People of distinction hang their chambers with damask, striped silk, painted cloths, tapestry, or printed linen. All the doors, as well as the windows, consist of folding leaves. As there is no wainscot in the rooms, which are divided by stone partitions, and the floors and ceiling are covered with brick and stucco, fires are of much less dreadful consequence here than in our country. Wainscot would afford harbour for bugs. Besides, white walls have a better effect in this hot climate. The beds commonly used in this place and all over Italy consist of a paillasse with 1 or 2 mattresses, laid upon planks supported by 2 wooden benches. Instead of curtains there is a cousinière or mosquito net, made of a kind of gauze that opens and contracts occasionally and encloses the place where you lie. Persons of condition, however, have also bedsteads and curtains, but these last are never used in the summer. In these countries people of all ranks dine exactly at noon, and this is the time I seize in winter for making my daily tour of the streets and ramparts, which at all other hours of the day are crowded with men, women, children, and beasts of burthen. The rampart is the common road for carriages of all kinds. I think there are 2 private coaches in Nice besides that of the commandant, but there are sedan chairs which may be had at a reasonable rate. When I bathed in the summer, I paid 30 sols, equal to 18 pence, for being carried to and from the bathing place, which was a mile from my own house. Now I am speaking of bathing, it may not be amiss to inform you that though there is a fine open beach, extending several miles to the westward of Nice, those who cannot swim ought to bathe with great precaution, as the sea is very deep, and the descent very abrupt from within a yard or two of the water's edge. The people here were much surprised when I began to bathe in the beginning of May. They thought it very strange that a man seemingly consumptive should plunge into the sea, especially when the weather was so cold, and some of the doctors prognosticated immediate death. But when it was perceived that I grew better in consequence of the bath, some of the Swiss officers tried the same experiment, and in a few days our example was followed by several inhabitants of Nice. There is, however, no convenience for this operation, from the benefit of which the fair sex must be entirely excluded, unless they lay aside all regard to decorum, for the shore is always lined with fishing boats and crowded with people. If a lady should be at the expense of having a tent pitched on the beach where she might put on and of her bathing dress, she could not pretend to go into the sea without proper attendance, nor could she possibly plunge headlong into the water, which is the most effectual and least dangerous way of bathing. All that she can do is to have the sea-water brought into her house, and make use of a bathing tub, which may be made according to her own or physician's direction. What further I have to say of this climate and country you shall have in my next, and then you will be released from a subject, which I am afraid has been but too circumstantially handled by Sir, your very humble servant. Letter Roman 24. Nice, January 4, 1765. Dear Sir, the constitution of this climate may be pretty well ascertained from the enclosed register of the weather, which I kept with all possible care and attention. From a perusal of it you will see that there is less rain and wind at Nice than in any other part of the world that I know, and such is the serenity of the air that you see nothing above your head for several months together, but a charming blue expanse without cloud or speck. Whatever clouds may be formed by evaporation of the sea, they seldom or never hover over this small territory, but in all probability are attracted by the mountains that surround it, and there fall in rain or snow. As for those that gather from other quarters, I suppose their progress hitherward is obstructed by those very Alps, which rise one over another, to an extent of many leagues. This air being dry, pure, heavy, and elastic, must be agreeable to the constitution of those who labour under disorders arising from weak nerves, obstructed perspiration, relaxed fibres, a viscidity of lymph, and a languid circulation. In other respects it encourages the scurvy, the atmosphere being undoubtedly impregnated with sea salt. Ever since my arrival at Nice, I have had a scorbutical eruption on my right hand, which diminishes and increases according to the state of my health. One day last summer, when there was a strong breeze from the sea, the surface of our bodies was covered with a salt brine, very perceptible to the taste. My gums, as well as those of another person in my family, began to swell and grow painful, though this had never happened before, and I was seized with violent pains in the joints of my knees. I was then at a country house fronting the sea, and particularly exposed to the marine air. The swelling of our gums subsided as the wind fell, but what was very remarkable, the scurvy spot on my hand disappeared, and did not return for a whole month. It is affirmed that sea salt will dissolve, and render the blood so fluid that it will exude through the coats of the vessels. Perhaps the sea scurvy is a partial dissolution of it, by that mineral absorbed from the air by the lymphatics on the surface of the body, and by those of the lungs in respiration. Certain it is in the last stages of the sea scurvy, the blood often bursts from the pores, and this phenomenon is imputed to a high degree of putrefaction. Sure enough it is attended with putrefaction. We know that a certain quantity of salt is required to preserve the animal juices from going putrid, but how a greater quantity should produce putrefaction, I leave to wiser heads to explain. Many people here have scorbutical complaints, though their teeth are not affected. They are subject to eruptions on the skin, putrid gums, pains in the bones, lassitude, indigestion, and low spirits. But the reigning distemper is a marasmus, or consumption, which proceeds gradually without any pulmonary complaint, the complexion growing more and more florid, till the very last scene of the tragedy. This I would impute to the effects of a very dry, saline atmosphere, upon a thin habit in which there is an extraordinary waste by perspiration. The air is remarkably salt in this district, because the mountains that hem it in, prevent its communication with the circumambient atmosphere, in which the saline particles would otherwise be diffused, and there is no rain nor dew to precipitate or dissolve them. Such an air as I have described should have no bad effect upon a moist, phlegmatic constitution, such as mine, and yet it must be owned, I have been visibly wasting since I came hither, though this decay I considered as the progress of the Tabes which began in England. But the air of Nice has had a still more sensible effect upon Mr. Sh, who laboured under nervous complaints to such a degree that life was a burthen to him. He had also a fixed pain in his breast, for which complaint he had formerly tried the air of Naples, where he resided some considerable time, and in a great measure recovered. But this returning with weakness, faintness, low spirits, and entire loss of appetite, he was advised to come hither, and the success of his journey has greatly exceeded his expectation. Though the weather has been remarkably bad for this climate, he has enjoyed perfect health. Since he arrived at Nice, the pain in his breast has vanished. He eats heartily, sleeps well, is in high spirits, and so strong that he is never off his legs in the daytime. He can walk to the Var and back again before dinner, and he has climbed to the tops of all the mountains in this neighbourhood. I never saw before such sudden and happy effects from the change of air. I must also acknowledge that ever since my arrival at Nice, I have breathed more freely than I had done for some years, and my spirits have been more alert. The father of my housekeeper, who was a dancing master, had been so afflicted with an asthmatic disorder that he could not live in France, Spain, or Italy, but found the air of Nice so agreeable to his lungs that he was enabled to exercise his profession for above 20 years, and died last spring turned of 70. Another advantage I have reaped from this climate is my being, in a great measure, delivered from a slow fever which used to hang about me, and render life a burthen. Neither am I so apt to catch cold as I used to be in England and France, and the colds I do catch are not of the same continuance and consequence as those to which I was formerly subject. The air of Nice is so dry, that in summer and even in winter, except ill wet weather, you may pass the evening, and indeed the whole night sub dio, without feeling the least dew or moisture, and as for fogs, they are never seen in this district. In summer the air is cooled by a regular sea breeze blowing from the cast, like that of the West Indies. It begins in the forenoon, and increases with the heat of the day. It dies away about 6 or 7, and immediately after sunset is succeeded by an agreeable land breeze from the mountains. The sea breeze from the eastward, however, is not so constant here, as in the West Indies between the tropics, because the sun, which produces it, is not so powerful. This country lies nearer the region of variable winds, and is surrounded by mountains, capes, and straits, which often influence the constitution and current of the air. About the winter solstice, the people of Nice expect wind and rain, which generally lasts with intervals till the beginning of February, but even during this their worst weather, the sun breaks out occasionally, and you may take the air either afoot or on horseback every day, for the moisture is immediately absorbed by the earth, which is naturally dry. They likewise lay their account with being visited by showers of rain and gusts of wind in April. A week's rain in the middle of August makes them happy. It not only refreshes the parched ground and plumps up the grapes and other fruit, but it cools the air and assuages the beets, which then begin to grow very troublesome. But the rainy season is about the autumnal equinox, or rather something later. It continues about 12 days or a fortnight, and is extremely welcome to the natives of this country. This rainy season is often delayed till the latter end of November, and sometimes till the month of December, in which case the rest of the winter is generally dry. The heavy rains in this country generally come with a southwest wind, which was the Crebuc Perkeles Africus, the stormy southwest of the Antients. It is here called lebech, a corruption of libicus. It generally blows high for a day or two, and rolls the Mediterranean before it in huge waves, that often enter the town of Nice. It likewise drives before it all the clouds which had been formed above the surface of the Mediterranean. These being expended in rain, fair weather naturally ensues. For this reason the Nisards observe le lebech raccommode le Thames, the lebech settles the weather. During the rains of this season, however, the winds have been variable. From the 16th of November till the 4th of January, we have had 22 days of heavy rain, a very extraordinary visitation in this country, but the seasons seem to be more irregular than formerly all over Europe. In the month of July, the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer rose to 84 at Rome, the highest degree at which it was ever known in that country, and the very next day the Sabine mountains were covered with snow. The same phenomenon happened on the 11th of August and the 30th of September. The consequence of these sudden variations of weather was this: putrid fevers were less frequent than usual, but the sudden cheek of perspiration from the cold produced colds, inflammatory sore throats, and the rheumatism. I know instances of some English valetudinarians who have passed the winter at Aix, on the supposition that there was little or no difference between that air and the climate of Nice. But this is a very great mistake, which may be attended with fatal consequences. Aix is altogether exposed to the north and northwest winds, which blow as cold in Provence as ever I felt them on the mountains of Scotland, whereas Nice is entirely screened from these winds by the maritime Alps, which form an amphitheatre to the landside around this little territory. But another incontestable proof of the mildness of this climate is deduced from the oranges, lemons, citrons, roses, narcissuses, juliflowers, and jonquils, which ripen and blow in the middle of winter. I have described the agreeable side of this climate, and now I will point out its inconveniences. In the winter, but especially in the spring, the sun is so hot that one can hardly take exercise of any sort abroad without being thrown into a breathing sweat, and the wind at this season is so cold and piercing that it often produces a mischievous effect on the pores thus opened. If the heat rarefies the blood and juices, while the cold air constringes the fibres and obstructs the perspiration, inflammatory disorders must ensue. Accordingly, the people are then subject to colds, pleurisy, peripneumonies, and ardent fevers. An old count advised me to stay within doors in March, car alors les humeurs commencent à se remuer, for then the humours begin to be in motion. During the heats of summer, some few persons of gross habits have, in consequence of violent exercise and excess, been seized with putrid fevers, attended with exanthemata, erysipelas, and miliary eruptions, which commonly prove fatal. But the people in general are healthy, even those that take very little exercise, a strong presumption in favour of the climate. As to medicine, I know nothing of the practice of the nice physicians. Here are 11 in all, but 4 or 5 make shift to live by the profession. They receive, by way of fee, 10 sols an English sixpence a visit, and this is but ill paid. So you may guess whether they are in a condition to support the dignity of physic, and whether any man of a liberal education would bury himself at Nice on such terms. I am acquainted with an Italian physician settled at Villafranca, a very good sort of a man who practices for a certain salary, raised by annual contribution among the better sort of people, and an allowance from the king for visiting the sick belonging to the garrison and the galleys. The whole may amount to near £30. Among the inconveniences of this climate, the vermin form no inconsiderable article. Vipers and snakes are found in the mountains, our gardens swarm with lizards, and there are some few scorpions, but as yet I have seen but one of this species. In summer, notwithstanding all the care and precautions we can take, we are pestered with incredible swarms of flies, fleas, and bugs, but the gnats or cousins are more intolerable than all the rest. In the daytime, it is impossible to keep the flies out of your mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. They crowd into your milk, tea, chocolate, soup, wine, and water. They soil your sugar, contaminate your victuals, and devour your fruit. They cover and defile your furniture, floors, ceilings, and indeed your whole body. As soon as candles are lighted, the cousins begin to buzz about your ears in myriads, and torment you with their stings, so that you have no rest nor respite till you get into bed, where you are secured by your mosquitonet. This enclosure is very disagreeable in hot weather, and very inconvenient to those who, like me, are subject to a cough and spitting. It is moreover ineffectual, for some of those cursed insects insinuate themselves within it almost every night, and 6 of them are sufficient to disturb you till morning. This is a plague that continues all the year, but in summer it is intolerable. During this season likewise, the moths are so mischievous that it requires the utmost care to preserve woolen cloths from being destroyed. From the month of May till the beginning of October, the heat is so violent that you cannot stir abroad after 6 in the morning till 8 at night, so that you are entirely deprived of the benefit of exercise. There is no shaded walk in or near the town, and there is neither coach nor chaise to hire unless you travel post. Indeed, there is no road fit for any wheel carriage, but the common highway to the Var, in which you are scorched by the reflection of the sun from the sand and stones, and at the same time half stifled with dust. If you ride out in the cool of the evening, you will have the disadvantage of returning in the dark. Among the demerits of Nice I must also mention the water which is used in the city. It is drawn from wells, and for the most part so hard that it curdles with soap. There are many fountains and streams in the neighbourhood that afford excellent water, which at no great charge might be conveyed into the town, so as to form conduits in all the public streets. But the inhabitants are either destitute of public spirit, or cannot afford the expense. General Patterson delivered a plan to the King of Sardinia for supplying Nice with excellent water for so small an expense as 1 liver a house per annum, but the inhabitants remonstrated against it as an intolerable imposition. I have a drawwell in my porch and another in my garden, which supply tolerable water for culinary uses, but what we drink is fetched from a well belonging to a convent of Dominicans in this neighbourhood. Our linen is washed in the river Paglian, and when that is dry in the brook called Limpia, which runs into the harbour. In mentioning the water of this neighbourhood, I ought not to omit the baths of Roccabilia, a small town among the mountains, about 25 miles from Nice. There are 3 sources, each warmer than the other, the warmest being nearly equal to the heat of the King's Bath at Bath in Somersetshire, as far as I can judge from information. I have perused a Latin manuscript, which treats of these baths at Roccabilia, written by the Duke of Savoy's first physician about 60 years ago. He talks much of the sulphur and the nitre which they contain, but I apprehend their efficacy is owing to the same volatile vitriolic principle which characterizes the waters at Bath. They are attenuating and deobstruent, consequently of service in disorders arising from a languid circulation, a viscidity of the juices, a lax fibre and obstructed viscera. The road from hence to Roccabilia is in some parts very dangerous, lying along the brink of precipices, impassable to any other carriage but a mule. The town itself affords bad lodging and accommodation, and little or no society. The waters are at the distance of 1.5 miles from the town. There are no baths nor shelter, nor any sort of convenience for those that drink them, and the best part of their efficacy is lost, unless they are drank at the fountainhead. If these objections were in some measure removed, I would advise valetudinarians, who come hither for the benefit of this climate, to pass the heats of summer at Roccabilia, which being situated among mountains, enjoys a cool temperate air all the summer. This would be a salutary respite from the salt air of Nice, to those who labour under scorbutical complaints, and they would return with fresh vigour and spirits to pass the winter in this place, where no severity of weather is known. Last June, when I found myself so ill at my cassin, I had determined to go to Roccabilia, and even to erect a hut at the spring for my own convenience. A gentleman of Nice undertook to procure me a tolerable lodging in the house of the cure, who was his relation. He assured me there was no want of fresh butter, good poultry, excellent veal, and delicate trout, and that the articles of living might be had at Roccabilia for half the price we paid at Nice, but finding myself grow better immediately on my return from the cassin to my own house, I would not put myself to the trouble and expense of a further removal. I think I have now communicated all the particulars relating to Nice that are worth knowing, and perhaps many more than you desire to know, but in such cases I would rather be thought prolix and unentertaining than deficient in that regard and attention with which I am very sincerely your friend and servant. Letter Roman 25. Nice, January 1, 1765. Dear Sir, it was in deference to your opinion, reinforced by my own inclination, and the repeated advice of other friends, that I resolved upon my late excursion to Italy. I could plainly perceive from the anxious solicitude and pressing exhortations contained in all the letters I had lately received from my correspondents in Briton that you had all despaired of my recovery. You advised me to make a pilgrimage among the Alps, and the advice was good. In scrambling among those mountains, I should have benefited by the exercise, and at the same time have breathed a cool, pure, salubrious air, which in all probability would have expelled the slow fever arising in a great measure from the heat of this climate. But I wanted a companion and fellow traveller, whose conversation and society could alleviate the horrors of solitude. Besides, I was not strong enough to encounter the want of conveniences, and even of necessaries to which I must have been exposed in the course of such an expedition. My worthy friend Dr. A. earnestly entreated me to try the effect of a seviage, which you know has been found of wonderful efficacy in consumptive cases. After some deliberation, I resolved upon the scheme, which I have now happily executed. I had a most eager curiosity to see the antiquities of Florence and Rome. I longed impatiently to view those wonderful edifices, statues, and pictures, which I had so often admired in prints and descriptions. I felt an enthusiastic ardour to tread that very classical ground which had been the scene of so many great achievements, and I could not bear the thought of returning to England from the very skirts of Italy, without having penetrated to the capital of that renowned country. With regard to my health, I knew I could manage matters so as to enjoy all the benefits that could be expected from the united energy of a voyage by sea, a journey by land, and a change of climate. Rome is betwixt 400 and 500 miles distant from Nice, and one half of the way I was resolved to travel by water. Indeed, there is no other way of going from hence to Genoa, unless you take a mule, and clamber along the mountains at the rate of 2 miles an hour, and at the risk of breaking your neck every minute. The Apennine Mountains, which are no other than a continuation of the Maritime Alps, form an almost continued precipice from Villefranche to Lerici, which is almost 45 miles on the other side of Genoa, and as they are generally washed by the sea, there is no beach or shore. Consequently, the road is carried along the face of the rocks, except at certain small intervals, which are occupied by towns and villages. But as there is a road for mules and foot passengers, it might certainly be enlarged and improved so as to render it practicable by chaises and other wheel carriages, and a toll might be exacted, which in a little time would defray the expense, for certainly no person who travels to Italy, from England, Holland, France, or Spain, would make a troublesome circuit to pass the Alps by the way of Savoy and Piedmont, if he could have the convenience of going post by the way of Aix, Antibes, and Nice, along the side of the Mediterranean, and through the Riviera of Genoa, which from the sea affords the most agreeable and amazing prospect I ever beheld. What pity it is, they cannot restore the celebrated Via Aurelia, mentioned in the itinerarium of Antoninus, which extended from Rome by the way of Genoa, and through this country as far as Arles upon the Rhone. It was said to have been made by the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, and some of the vestiges of it are still to be seen in Provence. The truth is, the nobility of Genoa, who are all merchants from a low, selfish, and absurd policy, take all methods to keep their subjects of the Riviera in poverty and dependence. With this view, they carefully avoid all steps towards rendering that country accessible by land, and at the same time discourage their trade by sea, lest it should interfere with the commerce of their capital, in which they themselves are personally concerned. Those who either will not or cannot bear the sea, and are equally averse to riding, may be carried in a common chair, provided with a footboard on men's shoulders. This is the way of travelling practised by the ladies of Nice in crossing the mountains to Turin, but it is very tedious and expensive, as the men must be often relieved. The most agreeable carriage from here to Genoa is a felucca or open boat, rowed by 10 or 12 stout mariners. Though none of these boats belong to Nice, they are to be found every day in our harbour, waiting for a fare to Genoa, and they are seen passing and repassing continually, with merchandise or passengers, between Marseilles, Antibes, and the Genoese territories. A felucca is large enough to take in a post-chaise, and there is a tilt over the stern sheets where the passengers sit to protect them from the rain. Between the seats one person may lie commodiously upon a mattress, which is commonly supplied by the patron. A man in good health may put up with anything, but I would advise every valetudinarian who travels this way to provide his own chaise, mattress, and bed linen, otherwise he will pass his time very uncomfortably. If you go as a simple passenger in a felucca, you pay about a louis d'or for your place, and you must be entirely under the direction of the patron, who, while he can bear the sea, will prosecute his voyage by night as well as by day, and expose you to many other inconveniencies. But for 8 zecquines or 4 louis d'ors, you can have a whole felucca to yourself from Nice to Genoa, and the master shall be obliged to put ashore every evening. If you would have it still more at your command, you may hire it at so much per day, and in that case, go on shore as often and stay as long as you please. This is the method I should take, were I to make the voyage again, for I am persuaded I should find it very near as cheap, and much more agreeable than any other. The distance between this place and Genoa, when measured on the cart, does not exceed 90 miles, but the people of the feluccas insist upon its being 120. If they creep along shore round the bottoms of all the bays, this computation may be true, but, except when the sea is rough, they stretch directly from one headland to another, and even when the wind is contrary, provided the gale is not fresh, they perform the voyage in 2 days and a half, by dint of rowing. When the wind is favourable, they will sail it easily in 14 hours. A man who has nothing but expedition in view may go with the courier, who has always a light boat well manned, and will be glad to accommodate a traveller for a reasonable gratification. I know an English gentleman who always travels with the courier in Italy, both by sea and land. In posting by land, he is always sure of having part of a good calash and the best horses that can be found, and as the expense of both is defrayed by the public, it costs him nothing but a present to his companion, which does not amount to 1/4 part of the expense he would incur by travelling alone. These opportunities may be had every week in all the towns of Italy. For my own part, I hired a gondola from hence to Genoa. This is a boat smaller than a felucca, rowed by 4 men and steered by the patron, but the price was 9 zecchines, rather more than I should have paid for a felucca of 10 oars. I was assured that being very light, it would make great way, and the master was particularly recommended to me as an honest man and an able mariner. I was accompanied in this voyage by my wife and Miss C, together with one Mr. R, a native of Nice, whom I treated with the jaunt, in hopes that as he was acquainted with the customs of the country and the different ways of travelling in it, he would save us much trouble and some expense, but I was much disappointed. Some persons at Nice offered to lay wagers that he would return by himself from Italy, but they were also disappointed. We embarked in the beginning of September, attended by one servant. The heats, which render travelling dangerous in Italy, begin to abate at this season. The weather was extremely agreeable, and if I had postponed my voyage a little longer, I foresaw that I should not be able to return before winter, in which case I might have found the sea too rough, and the weather too cold for a voyage of 135 miles in an open boat. Having therefore provided myself with a proper pass, signed and sealed by our consul, as well as with letters of recommendation from him to the English consuls at Genoa and Leghorn, a precaution which I would advise all travellers to take, in case of meeting with accidents on the road, we went on board about 10 in the morning, stopped about half an hour at a friend's country house in the Bay of St. Hospice, and about noon entered the harbour of Monaco, where the patron was obliged to pay toll, according to the regulation which I have explained in a former letter. This small town, containing about 800 or 900 souls besides the garrison, is built on a rock which projects into the sea, and makes a very romantic appearance. The prince's palace stands in the most conspicuous part, with a walk of trees before it. The apartments are elegantly furnished, and adorned with some good pictures. The fortifications are in good repair, and the place is garrisoned by 2 French battalions. The present Prince of Monaco is a Frenchman, son of the Duke Matignon, who married the heiress of Monaco, whose name was Grimaldi. The harbour is well sheltered from the wind, but has not water sufficient to admit vessels of any great burthen. Towards the north, the King of Sardinia's territories extend to within a mile of the gate, but the Prince of Monaco can go upon his own ground along shore about 5 or 6 miles to the eastward, as far as Menton, another small town which also belongs to him, and is situated on the seaside. His revenues are computed at 1,000,000 of French livres, amounting to something more than 40,000 pounds sterling, but the Principality of Monaco, consisting of 3 small towns and an inconsiderable tract of barren rock, is not worth above 7,000 a year. The rest arises from his French estate. This consists partly of the Duchy of Matignon, and partly of the Duchy of Valentinois, which last was given to the ancestors of this Prince of Monaco in the year 1640 by the French king, to make up the loss of some lands in the kingdom of Naples, which were confiscated when he expelled the Spanish garrison from Monaco and threw himself into the arms of France, so that he is Duke of Valentinois as well as of Matignon in that kingdom. He lives almost constantly in France, and has taken the name and arms of Grimaldi. The Genoese territories begin at Ventimiglia, another town lying on the coast, at the distance of 20 miles from Nice, a circumstance from which it borrows the name. Having passed the towns of Monaco, Menton, Ventimiglia, and several other places of less consequence that lie along this coast, we turned the point of St. Martin with a favourable breeze, and might have proceeded 20 miles further before night, but the women began to be sick, as well as afraid at the roughness of the water. Mr. R was so discomposed that he privately desired the patron to put ashore at St. Remo, on pretence that we should not find a tolerable auberge in any other place between this and Noli, which was at the distance of 40 miles. We accordingly landed, and were conducted to the post, which our gondolier assured us was the best auberge in the whole Riviera of Genoa. We ascended by a dark, narrow, steep stair into a kind of public room, with a long table and benches so dirty and miserable that it would disgrace the worst hedge alehouse in England. Not a soul appeared to receive us. This is a ceremony one must not expect to meet with in France, far less in Italy. Our patron, going into the kitchen, asked a servant if the company could have lodging in the house, and was answered he could not tell, the patron was not at home. When he desired to know where the patron was, the other answered he was gone to take the air, e andato a passeggire. In the meantime we were obliged to sit in the common room among watermen and muleteers. At length the landlord arrived and gave us to understand that he could accommodate us with chambers. In that where I lay there was just room for 2 beds, without curtains or bedstead, an old rotten table covered with dried figs and a couple of crazy chairs. The walls had been once whitewashed, but were now hung with cobwebs and speckled with dirt of all sorts, and I believe the brick floor had not been swept for half a century. We supped in an outward room suitable in all respects to the chamber, and fared villainously. The provision was very ill-dressed, and served up in the most slovenly manner. You must not expect cleanliness or conveniency of any kind in this country. For this accommodation I paid as much as if I had been elegantly entertained in the best auberge of France or Italy. Next day the wind was so high that we could not prosecute our voyage, so that we were obliged to pass other 24 hours in this comfortable situation. Luckily Mr. R found 2 acquaintances in the place, one a Franciscan monk, a jolly fellow, and the other a maestro di capella, who sent a spinet to the inn, and entertained us agreeably with his voice and performance, in both of which accomplishments he excelled. The padre was very good-humoured, and favoured us with a letter of recommendation to a friend of his, a professor in the University of Pisa. You would laugh to see the hyperbolical terms in which he mentioned your humble servant, but Italy is the native country of hyperbole. St. Remo is a pretty considerable town, well built upon the declivity of a gently rising hill, and has a harbour capable of receiving small vessels, a good number of which are built upon the beach, but ships of any burden are obliged to anchor in the bay, which is far from being secure. The people of St. Remo form a small republic, which is subject to Genoa. They enjoyed particular privileges, till the year 1753, when in consequence of a new gabelle upon salt they revolted, but this effort in behalf of liberty did not succeed. They were soon reduced by the Genoese, who deprived them of all their privileges, and built a fort by the seaside, which serves the double purpose of defending the harbour and overawing the town. The garrison at present does not exceed 200 men. The inhabitants are said to have lately sent a deputation to Ratisbon, to crave the protection of the Diet of the Empire. There is very little plain ground in this neighbourhood, but the hills are covered with oranges, lemons, pomegranates, and olives, which produce a considerable traffic in fine fruit and excellent oil. The women of St. Remo are much more handsome and better tempered than those of Provence. They have in general good eyes, with open, ingenuous countenances. Their dress, though remarkable, I cannot describe, but upon the whole they put me in mind of some portraits I have seen, representing the females of Georgia and Mingrelia. On the 3rd day, the wind being abated, though still unfavourable, we re-embarked and rowed along shore, passing by Porto Mauricio and Wunglia. Then turning the promontory called Capo di Mel, we proceeded by Albenga, Finale, and many other places of inferior note. Porto Mauricio is seated on a rock washed by the sea, but indifferently fortified, with an inconsiderable harbour, which none but very small vessels can enter. About 2 miles to the eastward is Wunglia, a small town with fortifications, lying along the open beach, and belonging to the King of Sardinia. This small territory abounds with olivet trees, which produce a considerable quantity of oil, counted the best of the whole Riviera. Albenga is a small town, the see of a bishop, suffragan to the Archbishop of Genoa. It lies upon the sea, and the country produces a great quantity of hemp. Finale is the capital of a marquisate belonging to the Genoese, which has been the source of much trouble to the Republic, and indeed was the sole cause of their rupture with the King of Sardinia and the House of Austria in the year 1745. The town is pretty well built, but the harbour is shallow, open, and unsafe. Nevertheless, they built a good number of tartans and other vessels on the beach, and the neighbouring country abounds with oil and fruit, particularly with those excellent apples called pomi carli, which I have mentioned in a former letter. In the evening we reached the Capo di Noli, counted very dangerous in blowing weather. It is a very high perpendicular rock or mountain washed by the sea, which has eaten into it in divers places, so as to form a great number of caverns. It extends about a couple of miles, and in some parts is indented into little creeks or bays, where there is a narrow margin of sandy beach between it and the water. When the wind is high, no felucca will attempt to pass it. Even in a moderate breeze, the waves dashing against the rocks and caverns, which echo with the sound, make such an awful noise, and at the same time occasion such a rough sea, as one cannot hear and see and feel without a secret horror. On this side of the cape, there is a beautiful strand cultivated like a garden. The plantations extend to the very tops of the hills, interspersed with villages, castles, churches, and villas. Indeed, the whole Riviera is ornamented in the same manner, except in such places as admit of no building nor cultivation. Having passed the cape, we followed the winding of the coast into a small bay and arrived at the town of Noli, where we proposed to pass the night. You will be surprised that we did not go ashore sooner, in order to take some refreshment, but the truth is, we had a provision of ham, tongues, roasted pullets, cheese, bread, wine, and fruit, in the felucca, where we every day enjoyed a slight repast about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This I mention as a necessary piece of information to those who may be inclined to follow the same route. We likewise found it convenient to lay in store of eau de vie, or brandy, for the use of the rowers, who always expect to share your comforts. On a meagre day, however, those ragamuffins will rather die of hunger than suffer the least morsel of flesh-meat to enter their mouths. I have frequently tried the experiment by pressing them to eat something gras on a Friday or Saturday, but they always declined it with marks of abhorrence, crying Dio me niliber, God deliver me from it, or some other words to that effect. I moreover observed that not one of those fellows ever swore an oath or spoke an indecent word. They would by no means put to sea of a morning before they had heard Mass, and when the wind was unfavourable, they always set out with a hymn to the Blessed Virgin or St. Elmo, keeping time with their oars as they sung. I have indeed remarked all over this country that a man who transgresses the institutions of the Church in these small matters is much more infamous than one who has committed the most flagrant crimes against nature and morality. A murderer, adulterer, or SMTE will obtain easy absolution from the Church, and even find favour with society, but a man who eats a pigeon on a Saturday without express licence is avoided and abhorred as a monster of reprobation. I have conversed with several intelligent persons on the subject, and have reason to believe that a delinquent of this sort is considered as a lukewarm Catholic, little better than a heretic, and of all crimes they look upon heresy as the most damnable. Noli is a small republic of fishermen subject to Genoa, but very tenacious of their privileges. The town stands on the beach, tolerably well built, defended by a castle situated on a rock above it, and the harbour is of little consequence. The auberge was such as made us regret even the inn we had left at St. Remo. After a very odd kind of supper, which I cannot pretend to describe, we retired to our repose. But I had not been in bed 5 minutes when I felt something crawling on different parts of my body, and taking a light to examine, perceived above a dozen large bugs. You must know I have the same kind of antipathy to these vermin that some persons have to a cat or breast of veal. I started up immediately, and wrapping myself in a great coat, sick as I was, laid down in the outer room upon a chest, where I continued till morning. One would imagine that in a mountainous country like this there should be plenty of goats, and indeed we saw many flocks of them feeding among the rocks, yet we could not procure half a pint of milk for our tea if we had given the weight of it in gold. The people here have no idea of using milk, and when you ask them for it, they stand gaping with a foolish face of surprise, which is exceedingly provoking. It is amazing that instinct does not teach the peasants to feed their children with goat's milk, so much more nourishing and agreeable than the wretched sustenance on which they live. Next day we rode by Vado and Savona, which last is a large town with a strong citadel, and a harbour which was formerly capable of receiving large ships. But it fell a sacrifice to the jealousy of the Genoese, who have partly choked it up, on pretence that it should not afford shelter to the ships of war belonging to those states, which might be at enmity with the Republic. Then we passed Albifola, Sestri di Ponente, Novi, Voltri, and a great number of villages, villas, and magnificent palaces belonging to the Genoese nobility, which form almost a continued chain of buildings along the strand for 30 miles. About 5 in the afternoon, we skirted the fine suburbs of St. Pietro di Arena and arrived at Genoa, which makes a dazzling appearance when viewed from the sea. rising like an amphitheatre in a circular form from the water's edge, a considerable way up the mountains, and surrounded on the land side by a double wall, the most exterior of which is said to extend 15 miles in circuit. The first object that strikes your eye at a distance is a very elegant pharos or lighthouse, built on the projection of a rock on the west side of the harbour, so very high that in a clear day you may see it at the distance of 30 miles. Turning the lighthouse point, you find yourself close to the mole, which forms the harbour of Genoa. It is built at a great expense from each side of the bay, so as to form in the sea two long magnificent jets. At the extremity of each is another smaller lanthorn. These moles are both provided with brass cannon, and between them is the entrance into the harbour. But this is still so wide as to admit a great sea, which, when the wind blows hard from south and southwest, is very troublesome to the shipping. Within the mole there is a smaller harbour or wet dock called Darsena for the galleys of the Republic. We passed through a considerable number of ships and vessels lying at anchor, and landing at the Watergate, repaired to an inn called La Croix de Malthe in the neighbourhood of the harbour. Here we met with such good entertainment as prepossessed us in favour of the interior parts of Italy, and contributed with other motives to detain us some days in this city. But I have detained you so long, that I believe you wish I may proceed no farther, and therefore I take my leave for the present, being very sincerely yours. Letter Roman 26. Nice, January 15, 1765. Dear Sir, it is not without reason that Genoa is called La Superba. The city itself is very stately, and the nobles are very proud. Some few of them may be proud of their wealth, but in general their fortunes are very small. My friend Mr. R. assured me that many Genoese noblemen had fortunes of 500,000 of livres per annum, but the truth is, the whole revenue of the state does not exceed this sum, and the liver of Genoa is but about 9 pence sterling. There are about 6 of their nobles who have 10,000 a year, but the majority have not above a 20th part of that sum. They live with great parsimony in their families, and wear nothing but black in public, so that their expenses are but small. If a Genoese nobleman gives an entertainment once a quarter, he is said to live upon the fragments all the rest of the year. I was told that one of them lately treated his friends, and left the entertainment to the care of his son, who ordered a dish of fish that cost a zecchine, which is equal to about 10 shillings sterling. The old gentleman no sooner saw it appear on the table than, unable to suppress his concern, he burst into tears and exclaimed, "Ah, figliuolo indigno, Siamo in ravena, Siamo in precipizio, ah, prodigal, ruined, undone." I think the pride or ostentation of the Italians in general takes a more laudable turn than that of other nations. A Frenchman lays out his whole revenue upon tawdry suits of clothes, or in furnishing a magnificent repast of 50 or 100 dishes, one half of which are not eatable nor intended to be eaten. His wardrobe goes to the fripier, his dishes to the dogs, and himself to the devil, and after his decease no vestige of him remains. A Genoese, on the other hand, keeps himself and his family at short allowance, that he may save money to build palaces and churches, which remain to afterages so many monuments of his taste, piety, and munificence, and in the meantime give employment and bread to the poor and industrious. There are some Genoese nobles who have each 5 or 6 elegant palaces magnificently furnished, either in the city or in different parts of the Riviera. The 2 streets called Strada Balbi and Strada Nuova are continued double ranges of palaces adorned with gardens and fountains, but their being painted on the outside has, in my opinion, a poor effect. The commerce of this city is at present not very considerable, yet it has the face of business. The streets are crowded with people, the shops are well furnished, and the markets abound with all sorts of excellent provision. The wine made in this neighbourhood is, however, very indifferent, and all that is consumed must be bought at the public canteen, where it is sold for the benefit of the state. Their bread is the whitest and the best I have tasted anywhere, and the beef, which they have from Piedmont, is juicy and delicious. The expense of eating in Italy is nearly the same as in France, about 3 shillings a head for every meal. The state of Genoa is very poor, and their Bank of St. George has received such rude shocks, first from the revolt of the Corsicans, and afterwards from the misfortunes of the city, when it was taken by the Austrians in the War of 1745, that it still continues to languish without any near prospect of its credit being restored. Nothing shows the weakness of their state, more than their having recourse to the assistance of France to put a stop to the progress of Paoli in Corsica. For after all that has been said of the gallantry and courage of Paoli and his islanders, I am very credibly informed that they might be very easily suppressed if the Genoese had either vigour in the council or resolution in the field. True it is, they made a noble effort in expelling the Austrians who had taken possession of their city, but this effort was the effect of oppression and despair, and if I may believe the insinuations of some politicians in this part of the world, the Genoese would not have succeeded in that attempt if they had not previously purchased with a large sum of money the connivance of the only person who could defeat the enterprise. For my own part, I can scarce entertain thoughts so prejudicial to the character of human nature as to suppose a man capable of sacrificing to such a consideration the duty he owed his prince, as well as all regard to the lives of his soldiers, even those who lay sick in hospitals, and who, being dragged forth, were miserably butchered by the furious populace. There is one more presumption of his innocence: he still retains the favour of his sovereign, who could not well be supposed to share in the booty. There are mysteries in politics which were never dreamed of in our philosophy, Horatio. The possession of Genoa might have proved a troublesome bone of contention, which it might be convenient to lose by accident. Certain it is, when the Austrians returned after their expulsion, in order to retake the city, the engineer, being questioned by the general, declared he would take the place in 15 days, on pain of losing his head, and in 4 days after this declaration the Austrians retired. This anecdote I learned from a worthy gentleman of this country, who had it from the engineer's own mouth. Perhaps it was the will of heaven. You see how favourably Providence has interposed in behalf of the reigning Empress of Russia, first in removing her husband, secondly in ordering the assassination of Prince Ivan, for which the perpetrators have been so liberally rewarded. It even seems determined to shorten the life of her own son, the only surviving rival from whom she had anything to fear. The Genoese have now thrown themselves into the arms of France for protection. I know not whether it would not have been a greater mark of sagacity to cultivate the friendship of England, with which they carry on an advantageous commerce. While the English are masters of the Mediterranean, they will always have it in their power to do incredible damage all along the Riviera, to ruin the Genoese trade by sea, and even to annoy the capital. For notwithstanding all the pains they have taken to fortify the mole and the city, I am greatly deceived if it is not still exposed to the danger, not only of a bombardment, but even of cannonade. I am even sanguine enough to think a resolute commander might, with a strong squadron, sail directly into the harbour, without sustaining much damage, notwithstanding all the cannon of the place, which are said to amount to near 500. I have seen a cannonade of above 400 pieces of artillery, besides bombs and cohorns, maintained for many hours without doing much mischief. During the last siege of Genoa, the French auxiliaries were obliged to wait at Monaco, until a gale of wind had driven the English squadron off the coast, and then they went along shore in small vessels at the imminent risk of being taken by the British cruisers. By land I apprehend their march would be altogether impracticable, if the King of Sardinia had any interest to oppose it. He might either guard the passes, or break up the road in 20 different places, so as to render it altogether impassable. Here it may not be amiss to observe that when Don Philip advanced from Nice with his army to Genoa, he was obliged to march so close to the shore that in above 50 different places the English ships might have rendered the road altogether impassable. The path, which runs generally along the face of a precipice washed by the sea, is so narrow that 2 men on horseback can hardly pass each other, and the road itself so rugged, slippery, and dangerous that the troopers were obliged to dismount and lead their horses one by one. On the other hand, Baron de Leutram, who was at the head of a large body of Piedmontese troops, had it in his power to block up the passes of the mountains, and even to destroy this road in such a manner that the enemy could not possibly advance. Why these precautions were not taken, I do not pretend to explain. Neither can I tell you wherefore the Prince of Monaco, who is a subject and partisan of France, was indulged with a neutrality for his town, which served as a refreshing place, a safe port, and an intermediate post for the French succours sent from Marseille to Genoa. This I will only venture to affirm, that the success and advantage of great alliances are often sacrificed to low, partial, selfish, and sordid considerations. The town of Monaco is commanded by every haith in its neighbourhood, and might be laid in ashes by a bomb-ketch in 4 hours by sea. I was fortunate enough to be recommended to a lady in Genoa, who treated us with great politeness and hospitality. She introduced me to an abbate, a man of letters, whose conversation was extremely agreeable. He already knew me by reputation, and offered to make me known to some of the first persons in the Republic with whom he lived in intimacy. The lady is one of the most intelligent and best-bred persons I have known in any country. We assisted at her conversazione, which was numerous. She pressed us to pass the winter at Genoa, and indeed I was almost persuaded, but I had attachments at Nice, from which I could not easily disengage myself. The few days we stayed at Genoa were employed in visiting the most remarkable churches and palaces. In some of the churches, particularly that of the Annunziata, I found a profusion of ornaments, which had more magnificence than taste. There is a great number of pictures, but very few of them are capital pieces. I had heard much of the Ponte Carignano, which did not at all answer my expectation. It is a bridge that unites two eminences which form the higher part of the city, and the houses in the bottom below do not rise so high as the springing of its arches. There is nothing at all curious in its construction, nor any way remarkable, except the height of the piers from which the arches are sprung. Hard by the bridge there is an elegant church, from the top of which you have a very rich and extensive prospect of the city, the sea and the adjacent country, which looks like a continent of groves and villas. The only remarkable circumstance about the cathedral, which is Gothic and gloomy, is the chapel where the pretended bones of John the Baptist are deposited, and in which 30 silver lamps are continually burning. I had a curiosity to see the palaces of Durazzo and Doria, but it required more trouble to procure admission than I was willing to give myself. As for the arsenal, and the rostrum of an ancient galley which was found by accident in dragging the harbour, I postponed seeing them till my return. Having here provided myself with letters of credit for Florence and Rome, I hired the same boat which had brought us hither, to carry us forward to Lerisi, which is a small town about halfway between Genoa and Leghorn, where travellers, who are tired of the sea, take postchaises to continue their route by land to Pisa and Florence. I paid 3 louis d'ors for this voyage of about 50 miles, though I might have had a felucca for less money. When you land on the wharf at Genoa, you are plied by the felucca men just as you are plied by the watermen at Hungerford Stairs in London. They are always ready to set off at a minute's warning for Lerisi, Leghorn, Nice, Antibes, Marseille, and every part of the Riviera. The wind being still unfavourable, though the weather was delightful, we rowed along shore, passing by several pretty towns, villages, and a vast number of casins, or little white houses, scattered among woods of olivetries that cover the hills, and these are the habitations of the velvet and damask weavers. Turning Capo Fino, we entered a bay, where stand the towns of Porto Fino, Lavagna, and Sestri di Levante, at which last we took up our night's lodging. The house was tolerable, and we had no great reason to complain of the beds, but the weather being hot, there was a very offensive smell, which proceeded from some skins of beasts new killed, that were spread to dry on an outhouse in the yard. Our landlord was a butcher, and had very much the looks of an assassin. His wife was a great masculine virago, who had all the air of having frequented the slaughter-house. Instead of being welcomed with looks of complacence, we were admitted with a sort of gloomy condescension, which seemed to say, "We do not much like your company, but however you shall have a night's lodging in favour of the patron of the gondola, who is our acquaintance." In short, we had a very bad supper, miserably dressed, passed a very disagreeable night, and paid a very extravagant bill in the morning, without being thanked for our custom. I was very glad to get out of the house with my throat uncut. Sestri di Levante is a little town pleasantly situated on the seaside, but has not the conveniency of a harbour. The fish taken here is mostly carried to Genoa. This is likewise the market for their oil, and the paste called macaroni, of which they make a good quantity. Next day we skirted a very barren coast, consisting of almost perpendicular rocks, on the faces of which, however, we saw many peasants' houses and hanging terraces for vines, made by dint of incredible labour. In the afternoon, we entered by the Porti di Venere into the bay, or Gulf of Specia or Spezza, which was the Portus Luni of the ancients. This bay, at the mouth of which lies the island Pameria, forms a most noble and secure harbour, capacious enough to contain all the navies in Christendom. The entrance on one side is defended by a small fort built above the town of Porto Venere, which is a very poor place. Farther in there is a battery of about 20 guns, and on the right hand, opposite to Porto Venere, is a blockhouse, founded on a rock in the sea. At the bottom of the bay is the town of Specia on the left, and on the right that of Lerisi, defended by a castle of very little strength or consequence. The whole bay is surrounded with plantations of olives and oranges, and makes a very delightful appearance. In case of a war, this would be an admirable station for a British squadron, as it lies so near Genoa and Leghorn, and has a double entrance, by means of which the cruisers could sail in and out continually, which way soever the wind might chance to sit. I am sure the fortifications would give very little disturbance. At the post-house in Lerisai, the accommodation is intolerable. We were almost poisoned at supper. I found the place where I was to lie so close and confined that I could not breathe in it, and therefore lay all night in an outward room upon 4 chairs, with a leather portmanteau for my pillow. For this entertainment I paid very near a louis d'or. Such bad accommodation is the less excusable, as the fellow has a great deal of business, this being a great thoroughfare for travellers going into Italy, or returning from thence. I might have saved some money by prosecuting my voyage directly by sea to Leghorn, but by this time we were all heartily tired of the water. The business then was to travel by land to Florence, by the way of Pisa, which is 7 posts distant from Lerisai. Those who have not their own carriage must either hire chaises to perform the whole journey, or travel by way of cambiatura, which is that of changing the chaises every post, as the custom is in England. In this case the great inconvenience arises from your being obliged to shift your baggage every post. The chaise or calace of this country is a wretched machine with 2 wheels, as uneasy as a common cart, being indeed no other than what we should call in England a very ill-contrived 1-horse chair, narrow, naked, shattered and shabby. For this vehicle and 2 horses you pay at the rate of 8 paoli a stage, or 4 shillings sterling, and the postillion expects 2 paoli for his gratification, so that every 8 miles cost about 5 shillings, and 4 only if you travel in your own carriage, as in that case you pay no more than at the rate of 3 paoli a horse. About 3 miles from Lerisai we crossed the Magra, which appeared as a rivulet almost dry, and in half a mile farther arrived at Sarzana, a small town at the extremity of the Genoese territories, where we changed horses. Then entering the principalities of Massa and Carrara, belonging to the Duke of Modena, we passed Lavenza, which seems to be a decayed fort with a small garrison, and dined at Massa, which is an agreeable little town, where the old Duchess of Modena resides. Notwithstanding all the expedition we could make, it was dark before we passed the Serchio, which is an inconsiderable stream in the neighbourhood of Pisa, where we arrived about 8 in the evening. The country from Sarzana to the frontiers of Tuscany is a narrow plain, bounded on the right by the sea, and on the left by the Apennine Mountains. It is well cultivated and enclosed, consisting of meadow ground, corn fields, plantations of olives, and the trees that form the hedgerows serve as so many props to the vines, which are twisted round them, and continued from one to another. After entering the dominions of Tuscany, we travelled through a noble forest of oak trees of a considerable extent, which would have appeared much more agreeable, had we not been benighted and apprehensive of robbers. The last post but one in this day's journey is at the little town of Viareggio, a kind of seaport on the Mediterranean belonging to Lucia. The roads are indifferent and the accommodation is execrable. I was glad to find myself housed in a very good inn at Pisa, where I promised myself a good night's rest, and was not disappointed. I heartily wish you the same pleasure, and am very sincerely yours. Letter Roman 27. Nice, January 28, 1765. Dear Sir, Pisa is a fine old city that strikes you with the same veneration you would feel at sight of an antient temple which bears the marks of decay, without being absolutely dilapidated. The houses are well built, the streets open, straight and well paved, the shops well furnished, and the markets well supplied. There are some elegant palaces designed by great masters. The churches are built with taste and tolerably ornamented. There is a beautiful wharf of freestone on each side of the river Arno, which runs through the city, and 3 bridges thrown over it, of which that in the middle is of marble, a pretty piece of architecture. But the number of inhabitants is very inconsiderable, and this very circumstance gives it an air of majestic solitude, which is far from being unpleasant to a man of a contemplative turn of mind. For my part, I cannot bear the tumult of a populous commercial city, and the solitude that reigns in Pisa would with me be a strong motive to choose it as a place of residence. Not that this would be the only inducement for living at Pisa. Here is some good company, and even a few men of taste and learning. The people in general are counted sociable and polite, and there is great plenty of provisions at a very reasonable rate. At some distance from the more frequented parts of the city, a man may hire a large house for 30 crowns a year. But near the centre you cannot have good lodgings, ready furnished, for less than a scudo, about 5 shillings a day. The air in summer is reckoned unwholesome by the exhalations arising from stagnant water in the neighbourhood of the city, which stands in the midst of a fertile plain, low and marshy. Yet these marshes have been considerably drained, and the air is much meliorated. As for the Arno, it is no longer navigated by vessels of any burthen. The University of Pisa is very much decayed, and except the little business occasioned by the emperor's galleys, which are built in this town, this is a mistake. No galleys have been built here for a great many years, and the dock is now converted into stables for the Grand Duke's horse guards. I know of no commerce it carried on. Perhaps the inhabitants live on the produce of the country, which consists of corn, wine, and cattle. They are supplied with excellent water for drinking by an aqueduct consisting of above 5,000 arches, begun by Cosmo and finished by Ferdinand I, Grand Dukes of Tuscany. It conveys the water from the mountains at the distance of 5 miles. This noble city, formerly the capital of a flourishing and powerful republic, which contained above 150,000 inhabitants within its walls, is now so desolate that grass grows in the open streets, and the number of its people do not exceed 16,000. You need not doubt but I visited the campanile, or hanging tower, which is a beautiful cylinder of 8 stories, each adorned with a round of columns, rising one above another. It stands by the cathedral, and inclines so far on one side from the perpendicular, that in dropping a plummet from the top, which is 188 feet high, it falls 16 feet from the base. For my part, I should never have dreamed that this inclination proceeded from any other cause than an accidental subsidence of the foundation on this side, if some connoisseurs had not taken great pains to prove it was done on purpose by the architect. Any person who has eyes may see that the pillars on that side are considerably sunk, and this is the case with the very threshold of the door by which you enter. I think it would have been a very preposterous ambition in the architects to show how far they could deviate from the perpendicular in this construction, because in that particular any common mason could have rivaled them. All the world knows that a building with such inclination may be carried up till a line drawn from the centre of gravity falls without the circumference of the base. And if they really intended it as a specimen of their art, they should have shortened the pilasters on that side, so as to exhibit them entire without the appearance of sinking. These leaning towers are not unfrequent in Italy. There is one at Bologna, another at Venice, a third betwixt Venice and Ferrara, and a fourth at Ravenna, and the inclination in all of them has been supposed owing to the foundations giving way on one side only. In the cathedral, which is a large Gothic pile, this edifice is not absolutely Gothic. It was built in the 12th century after the design of a Greek architect from Constantinople, where by that time the art was much degenerated. The pillars of granite are mostly from the islands of Ebba and Giglia on the coast of Tuscany, where those quarries were worked by the antient Romans. The giallo and the verd antico are very beautiful species of marble, yellow and green. The first, antient lie called marmor numidicum, came from Africa. The other was found according to Strabo on the Mons Taygetus in Lacedaemonia. But at present, neither the one nor the other is to be had except among the ruins of antiquity. There is a great number of massy pillars of porphyry, granite, jasper, giallo, and verd antico, together with some good pictures and statues. But the greatest curiosity is that of the brass gates, designed and executed by John of Bologna, representing embossed in different compartments the history of the Old and New Testament. I was so charmed with this work that I could have stood a whole day to examine and admire it. In the baptisterium, which stands opposite to this front, there are some beautiful marbles, particularly the font, and a pulpit, supported by the statues of different animals. Between the cathedral and this building, about 100 paces on one side, is the famous burying ground, called Campo Santo, from its being covered with earth brought from Jerusalem. It is an oblong square, surrounded by a very high wall and always kept shut. Withinside there is a spacious corridor round the whole space, which is a noble walk for a contemplative philosopher. It is paved chiefly with flat gravestones. The walls are painted in fresco by Giotto, Giottino, Stefano, Benodi, Buffalmacco, and some others of his contemporaries and disciples, who flourished immediately after the restoration of painting. The subjects are taken from the Bible. Though the manner is dry, the drawing incorrect, the design generally lame, and the colouring unnatural, yet there is merit in the expression, and the whole remains as a curious monument of the efforts made by this noble art immediately after her revival. The history of Job by Giotto is much admired. Here are some deceptions in perspective equally ingenious and pleasing, particularly the figures of certain animals which exhibit exactly the same appearance from whatever different points of view they are seen. One division of the burying ground consists of a particular compost, which in 9 days consumes the dead bodies to the bones. In all probability, it is no other than common earth mixed with quicklime. At one corner of the corridor, there are the pictures of 3 bodies represented in the 3 different stages of putrefaction which they undergo when laid in this composition. At the end of the 3 first days, the body is bloated and swelled, and the features are enlarged and distorted to such a degree as fills the spectator with horror. At the 6th day, the swelling is subsided, and all the muscular flesh hangs loosened from the bones. At the 9th, nothing but the skeleton remains. There is a small neat chapel at one end of the Campo Santo, with some tombs, on one of which is a beautiful bust by Buona Rodi. Here is a sumptuous cenotaph erected by Pope Gregory XIII, to the memory of his brother Giovanni Buoncampagni. It is called the Monumentum Gregorianum, of a violet-coloured marble from Scravesar in this neighbourhood, adorned with a couple of columns of touchstone and 2 beautiful spherical plates of alabaster. At the other end of the corridor, there is a range of antient sepulchral stones ornamented with bas-relivo brought hither from different parts by the Pisan fleets in the course of their expeditions. I was struck with the figure of a woman lying dead on a tombstone, covered with a piece of thin drapery, so delicately cut as to show all the flexures of the attitude, and even all the swellings and sinuosities of the muscles. Instead of stone, it looks like a sheet of wet linen. One of these antiquities representing the hunting of Meleager was converted into a coffin for the Countess Beatrice, mother of the famous Countess Mathilda. It is now fixed to the outside of the church wall, just by one of the doors, and is a very elegant piece of sculpture. Near the same place is a fine pillar of porphyry supporting the figure of a lion, and a kind of urn which seems to be a sarcophagus, though an inscription round the base declares it is a talentum in which the antient Pisans measured the census, or tax which they paid to Augustus. But in what metal or specie this census was paid we are left to divine. There are likewise in the Campo Santo 2 antique Latin edicts of the Pisan Senate, enjoining the citizens to go into mourning for the death of Caius and Lucius Caesar, the sons of Agrippa, and heirs declared of the emperor. Fronting this cemetery, on the other side of the piazza of the dome, is a large, elegant hospital in which the sick are conveniently and comfortably lodged, entertained and attended. For 4 zecchins I hired a return coach, and 4 from Pisa to Florence. This road which lies along the Arno is very good, and the country is delightful, variegated with hill and vale, wood and water, meadows and cornfields, planted and enclosed like the counties of Middlesex and Hampshire. With this difference, however, that all the trees in this tract were covered with vines, and the ripe clusters black and white, hung down from every bough in a most luxuriant and romantic abundance. The vines in this country are not planted in rows and propped with sticks, as in France and the county of Nice, but twine around the hedgerow trees, which they almost quite cover with their foliage and fruit. The branches of the vine are extended from tree to tree, exhibiting beautiful festoons of real leaves, tendrils and swelling clusters a foot long. By this economy, the ground of the enclosure is spared for corn, grass, or any other production. The trees commonly planted for the purpose of sustaining the vines are maple, elm, and oler, with which last the banks of the Arno abound. It would have been still more for the advantage of the country and the prospect, if instead of these they had planted fruit trees for the purpose. This river, which is very inconsiderable with respect to the quantity of water, would be a charming pastoral stream if it was transparent, but it is always muddy and discoloured. About 10 or a dozen miles below Florence, there are some marble quarries on the side of it, from whence the blocks are conveyed in boats, when there is water enough in the river to float them, that is after heavy rains, or the melting of the snow upon the mountains of Umbria, being part of the Apennines, from whence it takes its rise. Florence is a noble city that still retains all the marks of a majestic capital, such as piazzas, palaces, fountains, bridges, statues, and arcades. I need not tell you that the churches here are magnificent, and adorned not only with pillars of oriental granite, porphyry, jasper, verd antiquo, and other precious stones, but also with capital pieces of painting by the most eminent masters. Several of these churches, however, stand without fronts, for want of money to complete the plans. It may also appear superfluous to mention my having viewed the famous gallery of antiquities, the chapel of St. Lorenzo, the Palace of Pitti, the cathedral, the baptisterium, Pont de Trinita, with its statues, the triumphal arch, and everything which is commonly visited in this metropolis. But all these objects having been circumstantially described by 20 different authors of travels, I shall not trouble you with a repetition of trite observations. That part of the city which stands on each side of the river makes a very elegant appearance, to which the 4 bridges and the stone quay between them contribute in a great measure. I lodged at the widow Vanini's, an English house delightfully situated in this quarter. The landlady, who is herself a native of England, we found very obliging. The lodging rooms are comfortable, and the entertainment is good and reasonable. There is a considerable number of fashionable people at Florence, and many of them in good circumstances. They affect a gaiety in their dress, equipage, and conversation, but stand very much on their punctilio with strangers, and will not, without great reluctance, admit into their assemblies any lady of another country, whose noblesse is not ascertained by a title. This reserve is in some measure excusable among a people who are extremely ignorant of foreign customs, and who know that in their own country every person, even the most insignificant, who has any pretensions to family, either inherits or assumes the title of principe, comte, or marchese. With all their pride, however, the nobles of Florence are humble enough to enter into partnership with shopkeepers, and even to sell wine by retail. It is an undoubted fact that in every palace or great house in this city there is a little window fronting the street, provided with an iron knocker, and over it hangs an empty flask by way of signpost. Thither you send your servant to buy a bottle of wine. He knocks at the little wicket, which is opened immediately by a domestic, who supplies him with what he wants, and receives the money like the waiter of any other cabaret. It is pretty extraordinary that it should not be deemed a disparagement in a nobleman to sell half a pound of figs, or a palm of ribbon or tape, or to take money for a flask of sour wine, and yet be counted infamous to match his daughter in the family of a person who has distinguished himself in any one of the learned professions. Though Florence be tolerably populous, there seems to be very little trade of any kind in it, but the inhabitants flatter themselves with the prospect of reaping great advantage from the residence of one of the archdukes, for whose reception they are now repairing. The Palace of Pitti, I know not what the revenues of Tuscany may amount to since the succession of the princes of Lorraine, but under the last dukes of the Medici family they were said to produce 2 millions of crowns, equal to £500,000 sterling. These arose from a very heavy tax upon land and houses, the portions of maidens and suits at law, besides the duties upon traffic, a severe gabelle upon the necessaries of life, and a toll upon every eatable entered into this capital. If we may believe Leti, the Grand Duke was then able to raise and maintain an army of 40,000 infantry and 3,000 horse, with 12 galleys, 2 galasses, and 20 ships of war. I question if Tuscany can maintain at present above 1/2 of such an armament. He that now commands the Emperor's navy, consisting of a few frigates, is an Englishman, called Acton, who was heretofore captain of a ship in our East India Company's service. He has lately embraced the Catholic religion, and been created Admiral of Tuscany. There is a tolerable opera in Florence for the entertainment of the best company, though they do not seem very attentive to the music. Italy is certainly the native country of this art, and yet I do not find the people in general either more musically inclined, or better provided with ears than their neighbours. Here is also a wretched troupe of comedians for the burghese and lower class of people, but what seems most to suit the taste of all ranks is the exhibition of church pageantry. I had occasion to see a procession, where all the noblesse of the city attended in their coaches, which filled the whole length of the great street called the Corso. It was the anniversary of a charitable institution in favour of poor maidens, a certain number of whom are portioned every year. About 200 of these virgins walked in procession, 2 and 2 together, clothed in violet-coloured wide gowns, with white veils on their heads, and made a very classical appearance. They were preceded and followed by an irregular mob of penitents in sackcloth, with lighted tapers, and monks carrying crucifixes, bawling and bellowing the litanies. But the great object was a figure of the Virgin Mary, as big as the life, standing within a gilt frame, dressed in a gold stuff with a large hoop, a great quantity of false jewels, her face painted and patched, and her hair frizzled and curled in the very extremity of the fashion. Very little regard had been paid to the image of our Saviour on the cross, but when his Lady Martha appeared on the shoulders of 3 or 4 lusty friars, the whole populace fell upon their knees in the dirt. This extraordinary veneration paid to the Virgin must have been derived originally from the French, who pique themselves on their gallantry to the fair sex. Amidst all the scenery of the Roman Catholic religion, I have never yet seen any of the spectators affected at heart, or discover the least signs of fanaticism. The very disciplinants who scourge themselves in the Holy Week are generally peasants or parties hired for the purpose. Those of the confreres who have an ambition to distinguish themselves on such occasions take care to secure their backs from the smart, by means of secret armour, either women's bodice or quilted jackets. The confreres are fraternities of devotees, who enlist themselves under the banners of particular saints. On days of procession they appear in a body dressed as penitents and masked, and distinguished by crosses on their habits. There is scarce an individual, whether noble or plebeian, who does not belong to one of these associations, which may be compared to the Freemasons, Gregorians, and Antigallicans of England. Just without one of the gates of Florence, there is a triumphal arch erected on occasion of the late emperor's making his public entry, when he succeeded to the dukedom of Tuscany, and herein the summer evenings, the quality resort to take the air in their coaches. Every carriage stops and forms a little separate conversazione. The ladies sit within, and the cicisbei stand on the footboards on each side of the coach, entertaining them with their discourse. It would be no unpleasant inquiry to trace this sort of gallantry to its original, and investigate all its progress. The Italians, having been accused of jealousy, were resolved to wipe off the reproach, and, seeking to avoid it for the future, have run into the other extreme. I know it is generally supposed that the custom of choosing cicisbei was calculated to prevent the extinction of families, which would otherwise often happen in consequence of marriages founded upon interest, without any mutual affection in the contracting parties. How far this political consideration may have weighed against the jealous and vindictive temper of the Italians, I will not pretend to judge, but certain it is, every married lady in this country has her cicisbeo, or servant, who attends her everywhere, and on all occasions, and upon whose privileges the husband dares not encroach, without incurring the censure and ridicule of the whole community. For my part, I would rather be condemned for life to the galleys, than exercise the office of a cicisbeo, exposed to the intolerable caprices and dangerous resentment of an Italian virago. I pretend not to judge of the national character from my own observation, but if the portraits drawn by Goldoni in his comedies are taken from nature, I would not hesitate to pronounce the Italian women the most haughty, insolent, capricious, and revengeful females on the face of the earth. Indeed, their resentments are so cruelly implacable, and contain such a mixture of perfidy, that, in my opinion, they are very unfit subjects for comedy, whose province it is, rather to ridicule folly than to stigmatize such atrocious vice. You have often heard it said that the purity of the Italian is to be found in the lingua toscana and bocca romana. Certain it is, the pronunciation of the Tuscans is disagreeably guttural. The letters C and G they pronounce with an aspiration which hurts the ear of an Englishman, and is, I think, rather rougher than that of the X in Spanish. It sounds as if the speaker had lost his palate. I really imagine the first man I heard speak in Pisa had met with that misfortune in the course of his amours. One of the greatest curiosities you meet with in Italy is the improvisator. Such is the name given to certain individuals who have the surprising talent of reciting verses extempore on any subject you propose. Mr. Corvesi, my landlord, has a son, a Franciscan friar, who is a great genius in this way. When the subject is given, his brother tunes his violin to accompany him, and he begins to rehearse in recitative, with wonderful fluency and precision. Thus he will, at a minute's warning, recite 200 or 300 verses, well turned and well adapted, and generally mingled with an elegant compliment to the company. The Italians are so fond of poetry that many of them have the best part of Ariosto, Tasso, and Petrarch by heart, and these are the great sources from which the improvisatori draw their rhymes, cadence, and turns of expression. But lest you should think there is neither rhyme nor reason in protracting this tedious epistle, I shall conclude it with the old burden of my song, that I am always your affectionate humble servant. Letter Roman 28. Nice, February 5, 1765. Dear Sir, your entertaining letter of the 5th of last month was a very charitable and a very agreeable donation, but your suspicion is groundless. I assure you, upon my honour, I have no share whatever in any of the disputes which agitate the public, nor do I know anything of your political transactions, except what I casually see in one of your newspapers, with the perusal of which I am sometimes favoured by our consul at Villafranche. You insist upon my being more particular in my remarks on what I saw at Florence, and I shall obey the injunction. The famous gallery which contains the antiquities is the third story of a noble stone edifice, built in the form of the Greek pie, the upper part fronting the river Arno, and one of the legs adjoining to the ducal palace, where the courts of justice are held. As the House of Medici had for some centuries resided in the Palace of Pitti, situated on the other side of the river, a full mile from these tribunals, the architect Vasari, who planned the new edifice, at the same time contrived a corridor, or covered passage, extending from the Palace of Pitti along one of the bridges to the Gallery of Curiosities, through which the Grand Duke passed unseen, when he was disposed either to amuse himself with his antiquities, or to assist at his courts of judicature. But there is nothing very extraordinary either in the contrivance or execution of this corridor. If I resided in Florence, I would give something extraordinary for permission to walk every day in the gallery, which I should much prefer to the Lyceum, the groves of Academus, or any porch or philosophical alley in Athens or in Rome. Here, by viewing the statues and busts ranged on each side, I should become acquainted with the faces of all the remarkable personages, male and female, of antiquity, and even be able to trace their different characters from the expression of their features. This collection is a most excellent commentary upon the Roman historians, particularly Suetonius and Dion Cassius. There was one circumstance that struck me in viewing the busts of Caracalla, both here and in the capital at Rome. There was a certain ferocity in the eyes, which seemed to contradict the sweetness of the other features, and remarkably justified the epithet Caracile, by which he was distinguished by the antient inhabitants of North Britain. In the language of the Highlanders, Caracile signifies cruel eye, as we are given to understand by the ingenious editor of Fingal, who seems to think that Caracalla is no other than the Celtic word, adapted to the pronunciation of the Romans, but the truth is, Caracalla was the name of a Gaulish vestment which this prince affected to wear, and hence he derived that surname. The Caracile of the Britons is the same as the Eupadra Idon of the Greeks, which Homer has so often applied to his scolding heroes. I like the Bacchanalian, chiefly for the fine drapery. The wind, occasioned by her motion, seems to have swelled and raised it from the parts of the body which it covers. There is another gay Bacchanalian in the attitude of dancing, crowned with ivy, holding in her right hand a bunch of grapes, and in her left the thyrsus. The head of the celebrated Flora is very beautiful. The group of Cupid and Psyche, however, did not give me all the pleasure I expected from it. Of all the marbles that appear in the open gallery, the following are those I most admire. Leda with the swan. As for Jupiter in this transformation, he has much the appearance of a goose. I have not seen anything tamer, but the sculptor has admirably shewn his art in representing Leda's hand partly hid among the feathers, which are so lightly touched off that the very shape of the fingers are seen underneath. The statue of a youth supposed to be Ganymede is compared by the connoisseurs to the celebrated Venus, and as far as I can judge, not without reason. It is, however, rather agreeable than striking, and will please a connoisseur much more than a common spectator. I know not whether it is my regard to the faculty that enhances the value of the noted Aesculapius, who appears with a venerable beard of delicate workmanship. He is larger than the life, clothed in a magnificent pallium, his left arm resting on a knotted staff, round which the snake is twined according to Ovid. Hunc modo serpentem baculum, qui nexibus ambit perspice. Behold the snake his mystic rod entwine. He has in his hand the fascia herbarum, and the crepidi on his feet. There is a wild boar represented lying on one side, which I admire as a masterpiece. The savageness of his appearance is finely contrasted with the case and indolence of the attitude. Were I to meet with a living boar lying with the same expression, I should be tempted to stroke his bristles. Here is an elegant bust of Antinous, the favourite of Adrian, and a beautiful head of Alexander the Great, turned on one side, with an expression of languishment and anxiety in his countenance. The virtuosi are not agreed about the circumstance in which he is represented, whether fainting with the loss of blood which he suffered in his adventure at Oxydrace, or languishing with the fever contracted by bathing in the Cydnus, or finally complaining to his father Jove that there were no other worlds for him to conquer. The kneeling Narcissus is a striking figure, and the expression admirable. The two Bacchae are perfectly well executed, but to my shame be it spoken, I prefer to the antique that which is the work of Michelangelo Buonarroti, concerning which the story is told, which you well know. The artist, having been blamed by some pretended connoisseurs for not imitating the manner of the ancients, is said to have privately finished this Bacchus and buried it after having broke off an arm, which he kept as a voucher. The statue, being dug up by accident, was allowed by the best judges to be a perfect antique, upon which Buonarroti produced the arm and claimed his own work. Bianchi looks upon this as a fable, but owns that Vasari tells such another of a child cut in marble by the same artist, which being carried to Rome and kept for some time underground, was dug up as an antique and sold for a great deal of money. I was likewise attracted by the Morpheus in Touchstone, which is described by Addison, who, by the by, notwithstanding all his taste, has been convicted by Bianchi of several gross blunders in his account of this gallery. With respect to the famous Venus Pontia, commonly called de Medicis, which was found at Tivoli, and is kept in a separate apartment called the Tribuna, I believe I ought to be entirely silent, or at least conceal my real sentiments, which will otherwise appear equally absurd and presumptuous. It must be want of taste that prevents my feeling that enthusiastic admiration with which others are inspired at sight of this statue, a statue which in reputation equals that of Cupid by Praxiteles, which brought such a concourse of strangers of old to the little town of Thespiae. I cannot help thinking that there is no beauty in the features of Venus, and that the attitude is awkward and out of character. It is a bad plea to urge that the antients and we differ in the ideas of beauty. We know the contrary from their medals, busts, and historians. Without all doubt, the limbs and proportions of this statue are elegantly formed and accurately designed according to the nicest rules of symmetry and proportion, and the back parts especially are executed so happily as to excite the admiration of the most indifferent spectator. One cannot help thinking it is the very Venus of Cnidos by Praxiteles, which Lucian describes. Hercule quanta dorsi consonitas, ut exuberans lumbae amplixantes manus implant, quam sit circumducti clunium pulpi in si rotundanta, nec tenus nimis ipsis arsibus ad stricti, nec in immensum effusi pingdonum. That the statue thus described was not the Venus de Medicis would appear from the Greek inscription on the base, Cleomenes Apollodoroi Athenaeos Epose, Cleomenes filius Apollodori fecit. Did we not know that this inscription is counted spurious, and that instead of Epose it should be Epes? This, however, is but a frivolous objection, as we have seen many inscriptions undoubtedly antique, in which the orthography is false, either from the ignorance or carelessness of the sculptor. Others suppose, not without reason, that this statue is a representation of the famous Phryne, the courtesan of Athens, who at the celebration of the Eleusinian Games exhibited herself coming out of the bath naked to the eyes of the whole Athenian people. I was much pleased with the dancing faun, and still better with the lati or wrestlers, the attitudes of which are beautifully contrived to show the different turns of the limbs and the swelling of the muscles. But what pleased me best of all the statues in the Tribuna was the Aretino, commonly called the whetter, and generally supposed to represent a slave, who in the act of whetting a knife overhears the conspiracy of Catiline. You know he is represented on one knee, and certain it is I never saw such an expression of anxious attention as appears in his countenance. But it is not mingled with any marks of surprise, such as could not fail to lay hold on a man who overhears by accident a conspiracy against the state. The Marquis de Maffei has justly observed that Sallust, in his very circumstantial detail of that conspiracy, makes no mention of any such discovery. Neither does it appear that the figure is in the act of whetting, the stone which he holds in one hand being rough and unequal, no ways resembling a whetstone. Others allege it represents Milico, the freedman of Scaevenus who conspired against the life of Nero, and gave his poniard to be whetted to Milico, who presented it to the emperor with an account of the conspiracy. But the attitude and expression will by no means admit of this interpretation. Bianchi, this antiquarian, is now imprisoned for life, for having robbed the gallery and then set it on fire. Who shows the gallery thinks the statue represents the augur Aetius Navius, who cut a stone with a knife at the command of Tarquinius Priscus. This conjecture seems to be confirmed by a medallion of Antoninus Pius, inserted by Valent among his numismata praestantera, on which is delineated nearly such a figure as this in question, with the following legend: Atius navius genuflexus ante Tarquinium priscum cotum cultro discidit. He owns indeed that in the statue the augur is not distinguished either by his habit or emblems, and he might have added, neither is the stone a coats. For my own part, I think neither of these three opinions is satisfactory, though the last is very ingenious. Perhaps the figure allude to a private incident, which never was recorded in any history. Among the great number of pictures in this tribuna, I was most charmed with the Venus by Titian, which has a sweetness of expression and tenderness of colouring, not to be described. In this apartment they reckon 300 pieces, the greatest part by the best masters, particularly by Raphael, in the three manners by which he distinguished himself at different periods of his life. As for the celebrated statue of the hermaphrodite, which we find in another room, I give the sculptor credit for his ingenuity in mingling the sexes in the composition. But it is, at best, no other than a monster in nature, which I never had any pleasure in viewing, nor indeed do I think there was much talent required in representing a figure with the head and breasts of a woman, and all the other parts of the body masculine. There is such a profusion of curiosities in this celebrated museum: statues, busts, pictures, medals, tables inlaid in the way of marquetry, cabinets adorned with precious stones, jewels of all sorts, mathematical instruments, antient arms, and military machines, that the imagination is bewildered, and a stranger of a visionary turn would be apt to fancy himself in a palace of the fairies, raised and adorned by the power of enchantment. In one of the detached apartments I saw the antependium of the altar, designed for the famous chapel of St. Lorenzo. It is a curious piece of architecture, inlaid with coloured marble and precious stones, so as to represent an infinite variety of natural objects. It is adorned with some crystal pillars, with capitals of beaten gold. The second story of the building is occupied by a great number of artists employed in this very curious work of marquetry, representing figures with gems and different kinds of coloured marble, for the use of the emperor. The Italians call it pietra commesse, a sort of inlaying with stones, analogous to the veneering of cabinets in wood. It is peculiar to Florence, and seems to be still more curious than the mosaic work, which the Romans have brought to great perfection. The Cathedral of Florence is a great Gothic building, encrusted on the outside with marble. It is remarkable for nothing but its cupola, which is said to have been copied by the architect of St. Peter's at Rome, and for its size, which is much greater than that of any other church in Christendom. In this cathedral is the tomb of Johannes Acutus Angelus, which a man would naturally interpret as John Sharp, but his name was really Hawkwood, which the Italians have corrupted into a cut. He was a celebrated general or condottieri who arrived in Italy at the head of 4,000 soldiers of fortune, mostly Englishmen who had served with him in the army of King Edward III, and were dismissed at the Peace of Bontigny. Hawkwood greatly distinguished himself in Italy by his valour and conduct, and died a very old man in the Florentine service. He was the son of a tanner in Essex, and had been put apprentice to a tailor. The baptistry which stands by it was an antient temple, said to be dedicated to Mars. There are some good statues of marble within, and one or two of bronze on the outside of the doors, but it is chiefly celebrated for the embossed work of its brass gates, by Lorenzo Ghiberti, which Buonarroti used to say deserved to be made the gates of paradise. I viewed them with pleasure, but still I retained a greater veneration for those of Pisa, which I had first admired, a preference which either arises from want of taste or from the charm of novelty, by which the former were recommended to my attention. Those who would have a particular detail of everything worth seeing at Florence, comprehending churches, libraries, palaces, tombs, statues, pictures, fountains, bridge, etc., may consult Kiesler, who is so laboriously circumstantial in his descriptions that I never could peruse them without suffering the headache, and recollecting the old observation that the German genius lies more in the back than in the brain. I was much disappointed in the chapel of St. Lorenzo, notwithstanding the great profusion of granite, porphyry, jasper, verd antico, lapis lazuli, and other precious stones, representing figures in the way of marquetry. I think the whole has a gloomy effect. These pietra commesse are better calculated for cabinets than for ornaments to great buildings, which ought to be large masses proportioned to the greatness of the edifice. The compartments are so small that they produce no effect in giving the first impression when one enters the place, except to give an air of littleness to the whole, just as if a grand saloon was covered with pictures painted in miniature. If they have as little regard to proportion and perspective, when they paint the dome, which is not yet finished, this chapel will, in my opinion, remain a monument of ill taste and extravagance. The court of the Palace of Pity is formed by 3 sides of an elegant square, with arcades all round like the Palace of Holyrood House at Edinburgh, and the rustic work which constitutes the lower part of the building gives it an air of strength and magnificence. In this court there is a fine fountain in which the water trickles down from above, and here is also an admirable antique statue of Hercules, inscribed Lucipoi Ergon, the work of Lysippus. The apartments of this palace are generally small, and many of them dark. Among the paintings the most remarkable is the Madonna della Seggiola, by Raphael, counted one of the best coloured pieces of that great master. If I was allowed to find fault with the performance, I should pronounce it defective in dignity and sentiment. It is the expression of a peasant rather than of the Mother of God. She exhibits the fondness and joy of a young woman towards her firstborn son, without that rapture of admiration which we expect to find in the Virgin Mary, while she contemplates in the fruit of her own womb the Saviour of mankind. In other respects it is a fine figure, gay, agreeable, and very expressive of maternal tenderness, and the bambino is extremely beautiful. There was an English painter employed in copying this picture, and what he had done was executed with great success. I am one of those who think it very possible to imitate the best pieces in such a manner that even the connoisseurs shall not be able to distinguish the original from the copy. After all, I do not set up for a judge in these matters, and very likely I may incur the ridicule of the virtuosi for the remarks I have made, but I am used to speak my mind freely on all subjects that fall under the cognizance of my senses, though I must as freely own there is something more than common sense required to discover and distinguish the more delicate beauties of painting. I can safely say, however, that without any daubing at all, I am, very sincerely your affectionate humble servant. Letter Roman 29. Nice, February 20, 1765. Dear Sir, having seen all the curiosities of Florence, and hired a good travelling coach for 7 weeks, at the price of 7 zecchines, something less than 3 guineas and a half, we set out post for Rome, by the way of Siena, where we lay the first night. The country through which we passed is mountainous but agreeable. Of Siena I can say nothing from my own observation, but that we were indifferently lodged in a house that stunk like a privy, and fared wretchedly at supper. The city is large and well built. The inhabitants pique themselves upon their politeness and the purity of their dialect. Certain it is, some strangers reside in this place on purpose to learn the best pronunciation of the Italian tongue. The mosaic pavement of their Duomo or cathedral has been much admired, as well as the history of Aeneas Sylvius, afterwards Pope Pius II, painted on the walls of the library, partly by Pietro Perugino, and partly by his pupil Raphael d'Urbino. Next day at Buon Convento, where the Emperor Henry VII was poisoned by a friar with the sacramental wafer, I refused to give money to the hostler, who in revenge put 2 young unbroke stone horses in the traces next to the coach, which became so unruly that before we had gone a quarter of a mile, they and the postilion were rolling in the dust. In this situation they made such efforts to disengage themselves, and kicked with such violence, that I imagined the carriage and all our trunks would have been beaten in pieces. We leaped out of the coach, however, without sustaining any personal damage except the fright, nor was any hurt done to the vehicle. But the horses were terribly bruised and almost strangled before they could be disengaged. Exasperated at the villainy of the hostler, I resolved to make a complaint to the official or magistrate of the place. I found him wrapped in an old, greasy, ragged greatcoat, sitting in a wretched apartment, without either glass, paper, or boards in the windows, and there was no sort of furniture but a couple of broken chairs and a miserable trucklebbed. He looked pale and meagre, and had more the air of a half-starved prisoner than of a magistrate. Having heard my complaint, he came forth into a kind of outward room or belfry, and rung a great bell with his own hand. In consequence of this signal, the postmaster came upstairs, and I suppose he was the first man in the place, for the official stood before him cap in hand, and with great marks of humble respect repeated the complaint I had made. This man assured me, with an air of conscious importance, that he himself had ordered the hostler to supply me with those very horses, which were the best in his stable, and that the misfortune which happened was owing to the misconduct of the 4 postilion, who did not keep the 4 horses to a proper speed, proportioned to the mettle of the other 2, as he took the affair upon himself, and I perceived had an ascendancy over the magistrate. I contented myself with saying, I was certain the 2 horses had been put to the coach on purpose, either to hurt or frighten us, and that since I could not have justice here, I would make a formal complaint to the British minister at Florence. In passing through the street to the coach, which was by this time furnished with fresh horses, I met the hostler and would have caned him heartily, but perceiving my intention, he took to his heels and vanished. Of all the people I have ever seen, the hostlers, postilions, and other fellows hanging about the post-houses in Italy are the most greedy, impertinent, and provoking. Happy are those travellers who have phlegm enough to disregard their insolence and importunity, for this is not so disagreeable as their revenge is dangerous. An English gentleman at Florence told me that one of those fellows, whom he had struck for his impertinence, flew at him with a long knife, and he could hardly keep him at sword's point. All of them wear such knives, and are very apt to use them on the slightest provocation, but their open attacks are not so formidable as their premeditated schemes of revenge, in the prosecution of which the Italians are equally treacherous and cruel. This night we passed at a place called Radicofani, a village and fort, situated on the top of a very high mountain. The inn stands still lower than the town. It was built at the expense of the last Grand Duke of Tuscany, is very large, very cold, and uncomfortable. One would imagine it was contrived for coolness, though situated so high that even in the midst of summer a traveller would be glad to have a fire in his chamber. But few or none of them have fireplaces, and there is not a bed with curtains or tester in the house. All the adjacent country is naked and barren. On the 3rd day we entered the Pope's territories, some parts of which are delightful. Having passed Aquapendente, a beggarly town situated on the top of a rock, from whence there is a romantic cascade of water which gives it the name, we travelled along the side of the Lake Bulsina, a beautiful piece of water about 30 miles in circuit, with 2 islands in the middle, the banks covered with noble plantations of oak and cypress. The town of Bulsina, standing near the ruins of the Antient Valsinium, which was the birthplace of Sejanus, is a paltry village, and Montefiascone, famous for its wine, is a poor, decayed town in this neighbourhood, situated on the side of a hill, which, according to the author of the Grand Tour, the only directory I had along with me, is supposed to be the Soracte of the ancients. If we may believe Horace, Soracte was visible from Rome, for in his 9th ode addressed to Thaliarchus he says, Vidis ut alta stet nive candidum, Soracte. You see how deeply wreathed with snow. Soracte lifts his hoary head. But in order to see Montefiascone, his eyesight must have penetrated through the Mons Simonus, at the foot of which now stands the city of Viterbo. Pliny tells us that Soracte was not far from Rome, hod procul ab urb Roma, but Montefiascone is 50 miles from this city. And Desprez, in his notes upon Horace, says it is now called Monte s Orst. Addison tells us he passed by it in the Campania. I could not without indignation reflect upon the bigotry of Mathilda, who gave this fine country to the See of Rome, under the dominion of which no country was ever known to prosper. About halfway between Montefiascone and Viterbo, one of our forewheels flew off, together with a large splinter of the axletree, and if one of the postilions had not by great accident been a remarkably ingenious fellow, we should have been put to the greatest inconvenience, as there was no town or even house within several miles. I mention this circumstance by way of warning to other travellers that they may provide themselves with a hammer and nails, a spare iron pin or 2, a large knife and bladder of grease, to be used occasionally in case of such misfortune. The mountain of Viterbo is covered with beautiful plantations and villas belonging to the Roman nobility, who come hither to make the villeggiatura in summer. Of the city of Viterbo I shall say nothing, but that it is the capital of that country which Mathilda gave to the Roman see. The place is well built, adorned with public fountains, and a great number of churches and convents, yet far from being populous, the whole number of inhabitants not exceeding 15,000. The post-house is one of the worst inns I ever entered. After having passed this mountain, the Simonus of the Antients, we skirted part of the lake, which is now called Devico, and whose banks afford the most agreeable rural prospects of hill and vale, wood, glade and water, shade and sunshine. A few other very inconsiderable places we passed, and descended into the Campania of Rome, which is almost a desert. The view of this country in its present situation cannot but produce emotions of pity and indignation in the mind of every person who retains any idea of its antient cultivation and fertility. It is nothing but a naked withered down, desolate and dreary, almost without enclosure, cornfield, hedge, tree, shrub, house, hut, or habitation, exhibiting here and there the ruins of an antient castellum, tomb, or temple, and in some places the remains of a Roman via. I had heard much of these antient pavements, and was greatly disappointed when I saw them. The Via Cassia or Simona is paved with broad, solid flintstones, which must have greatly incommoded the feet of horses that travelled upon it, as well as endangered the lives of the riders from the slipperiness of the pavement. Besides, it is so narrow that two modern carriages could not pass one another upon it, without the most imminent hazard of being overturned. I am still of opinion that we excel the ancient Romans in understanding the conveniences of life. The Grand Tour says that within 4 miles of Rome you see a tomb on the roadside, said to be that of Nero, with sculpture in basso-relievo at both ends. I did see such a thing more like a common gravestone than the tomb of an emperor. But we are informed by Suetonius that the dead body of Nero, who slew himself at the villa of his freedman, was by the care of his 2 nurses and his concubine Arta, removed to the sepulchre of the gens Domitia, immediately within the Porta del Popolo, on your left hand as you enter Rome, precisely on the spot where now stands the church of S. Maria del Popolo. His tomb was even distinguished by an epitaph, which has been preserved by Gutenberg. Giacomo Alberisi tells us very gravely in his history of the church that a great number of devils, who guarded the bones of this wicked emperor, took possession in the shape of black ravens of a walnut tree which grew upon the spot, from whence they insulted every passenger until Pope Paschal II, in consequence of a solemn fast and a revelation, went thither in procession with his court and cardinals, cut down the tree and burned it to ashes, which with the bones of Nero were thrown into the Tiber. Then he consecrated an altar on the place, where afterwards the church was built. You may guess what I felt at first sight of the city of Rome, which, notwithstanding all the calamities it has undergone, still maintains an august and imperial appearance. It stands on the farther side of the Tiber, which we crossed at the Pont Mal, formerly called Pons Milvius, about 2 miles from the gate by which we entered. This bridge was built by Aemilius Censor, whose name it originally bore. It was the road by which so many heroes returned with conquest to their country, by which so many kings were led captive to Rome, and by which the ambassadors of so many kingdoms and states approached the seat of empire to deprecate the wrath, to solicit the friendship, or sue for the protection of the Roman people. It is likewise famous for the defeat and death of Maxentius, who was here overcome by Constantine the Great. The space between the bridge and Porta del Popolo on the right hand, which is now taken up with gardens and villas, was part of the antient Campus Martius, where the comitii were held, and where the Roman people inured themselves to all manner of exercises. It was adorned with porticos, temples, theatres, baths, caesii, basilici, obelisks, columns, statues, and groves. Authors differ in their opinions about the extent of it, but as they all agree that it contained the Pantheon, the Circus Agonis, now the Piazza Navona, the Bustum and Mausoleum Augusti, great part of the modern city must be built upon the ancient Campus Martius. The highway that leads from the bridge to the city is part of the Via Flaminia, which extended as far as Rimini, and is well paved like a modern street. Nothing of the antient bridge remains but the piles, nor is there anything in the structure of this, or of the other 5 Roman bridges over the Tiber, that deserves attention. I have not seen any bridge in France or Italy comparable to that of Westminster either in beauty, magnificence, or solidity, and when the bridge at Blackfriars is finished, it will be such a monument of architecture as all the world cannot parallel. As for the Tiber, it is, in comparison with the Thames, no more than an inconsiderable stream, foul, deep, and rapid. It is navigable by small boats, barks, and lighters, and for the conveniency of loading and unloading them, there is a handsome quay by the new custom house at the Porto di Ripetta, provided with stairs of each side, and adorned with an elegant fountain that yields abundance of excellent water. We are told that the bed of this river has been considerably raised by the rubbish of old Rome, and this is the reason usually given for its being so apt to overflow its banks. A citizen of Rome told me that a friend of his lately digging to lay the foundation of a new house in the lower part of the city, near the bank of the river, discovered the pavement of an antient street, at the depth of 39 feet from the present surface of the earth. He therefore concluded that modern Rome is near 40 feet higher in this place than the site of the antient city, and that the bed of the river is raised in proportion. But this is altogether incredible. Had the bed of the Tiber been antient lie 40 feet lower at Rome, than it is at present, there must have been a fall or cataract in it immediately above this tract, as it is not pretended that the bed of it is raised in any part above the city. Otherwise such an elevation would have obstructed its course, and then it would have overflowed the whole Campania. There is nothing extraordinary in its present overflowings. They frequently happened of old, and did great mischief to the antient city. Appian, Dio, and other historians describe an inundation of the Tiber immediately after the death of Julius Caesar, which inundation was occasioned by the sudden melting of a great quantity of snow upon the Apennines. This calamity is recorded by Horace in his ode to Augustus. Vidimus flavum Tibrim retortes, liter Etrusco violenter undis, ire dejectum monumenta regis, templac vesti, illii dumsi nimium quarenti, jactat ultorum vagus et sinistra, labiter ripa Jove non probante, uxorius amnes. Livy expressly says, iter abundavit Tibris, ut ludi Apollinares, circo inundato, extra portam collinam ad idem ericini veneris paridi sint. There was such an inundation of the Tiber that, the circus being overflowed, the ludi Apollinares were exhibited without the gate Collina, hard by the temple of Venus Erycina. To this custom of transferring the ludi Apollinares to another place where the Tiber had overflowed the Circus Maximus, Ovid alludes in his Fasti. Altera gramineo spectibus equiria campo, quem Tibris curvis in latus ergit aquis, qui tamen ejecta si forte tenebiter unda, Celius accipiat pulverulentus equos. Another race thy view shall entertain, where bending Tiber skirts the grassy plain, or should his vagrant stream that plain o'erflow, the Caelian hill the dusty course will show. The Porta del Popolo, formerly Flaminia, by which we entered Rome, is an elegant piece of architecture, adorned with marble columns and statues, executed after the design of Buonarroti. Withinside you find yourself in a noble piazza, from whence 3 of the principal streets of Rome are detached. It is adorned with the famous Egyptian obelisk, brought hither from the Circus Maximus, and set up by the architect Domenico Fontana in the pontificate of Sixtus V. Here is likewise a beautiful fountain designed by the same artist, and at the beginning of the 2 principal streets are 2 very elegant churches fronting each other. Such an august entrance cannot fail to impress a stranger with a sublime idea of this venerable city. Having given our names at the gate, we repaired to the Dogana or custom house, where our trunks and carriage were searched, and here we were surrounded by a number of servitori de piazza, offering their services with the most disagreeable importunity. Though I told them several times I had no occasion for any, 3 of them took possession of the coach, 1 mounting before and 2 of them behind, and thus we proceeded to the Piazza de Spagna, where the person lived to whose house I was directed. Strangers that come to Rome seldom put up at public inns, but go directly to lodging houses, of which there is great plenty in this quarter. The Piazza de Spagna is open, airy, and pleasantly situated in a high part of the city, immediately under the Colla Pinciana, and adorned with 2 fine fountains. Here most of the English reside. The apartments are generally commodious and well furnished, and the lodgers are well supplied with provisions and all necessaries of life. But if I studied economy, I would choose another part of the town than the Piazza de Spagna, which is, besides, at a great distance from the antiquities. For a decent first floor and 2 bedchambers on the second, I paid no more than a scudo 5 shillings per day. Our table was plentifully furnished by the landlord for 32 pols, being equal to 16 shillings. I hired a town coach at the rate of 14 pols, or 7 shillings a day, and a servitor di piazza for 3 pols, or 18 pence. The coachman has also an allowance of 2 pols a day. The provisions at Rome are reasonable and good. The vitella mongana, however, which is the most delicate veal I ever tasted, is very dear, being sold for 2 pols, or a shilling the pound. Here are the rich wines of Montepulciano, Montefiascone, and Monte di Dragon, but what we commonly drink at meals is that of Orvieto, a small white wine of an agreeable flavour. Strangers are generally advised to employ an antiquarian to instruct them in all the curiosities of Rome, and this is a necessary expense when a person wants to become a connoisseur in painting, statuary, and architecture. For my own part, 1 had no such ambition. I long to view the remains of antiquity by which this metropolis is distinguished, and to contemplate the originals of many pictures and statues which I had admired in prints and descriptions. I therefore chose a servant, who was recommended to me as a sober, intelligent fellow, acquainted with these matters. At the same time I furnished myself with maps and plans of antient and modern Rome, together with the little manual, called Itinerario Istruttivo per ritrover con facilita tut la magnificens di Roma e di alcun città, e caselli suburbani. But I found still more satisfaction in perusing the book in 3 volumes, entitled Roma Antiqua e Moderna, which contains a description of everything remarkable in and about the city, illustrated with a great number of copperplates, and many curious historical annotations. This directory cost me a zequine, but 100 zequines will not purchase all the books and prints which have been published at Rome on these subjects. Of these the most celebrated are the plates of Piranesi, who is not only an ingenious architect and engraver, but also a learned antiquarian, though he is apt to run riot in his conjectures, and with regard to the arts of antient Rome has broached some doctrines which he will find it very difficult to maintain. Our young gentlemen who go to Rome will do well to be upon their guard against a set of sharpers, some of them of our own country, who deal in pictures and antiques, and very often impose upon the uninformed stranger, by selling him trash, as the productions of the most celebrated artists. The English are more than any other foreigners exposed to this imposition. They are supposed to have more money to throw away, and therefore a greater number of snares are laid for them. This opinion of their superior wealth they take a pride in confirming, by launching out into all manner of unnecessary expense. But what is still more dangerous, the moment they set foot in Italy, they are seized with the ambition of becoming connoisseurs in painting, music, statuary, and architecture, and the adventurers of this country do not fail to flatter this weakness for their own advantage. I have seen in different parts of Italy a number of raw boys, whom Britain seemed to have poured forth on purpose to bring her national character into contempt, ignorant, petulant, rash, and profligate, without any knowledge or experience of their own, without any director to improve their understanding or superintend their conduct. One engages in play with an infamous gamester, and is stripped perhaps in the very first party. Another is pillaged by an antiquated cantatrice, a third is bubbled by a knavish antiquarian, and a fourth is laid under contribution by a dealer in pictures. Some turn fiddlers and pretend to compose, but all of them talk familiarly of the arts, and return finished connoisseurs and coxcombs to their own country. The most remarkable phenomenon of this kind which I have seen is a boy of 72, now actually travelling through Italy, for improvement under the auspices of another boy of 22. When you arrive at Rome, you receive cards from all your countryfolks in that city. They expect to have the visit returned next day, when they give orders not to be at home, and you never speak to one another in the sequel. This is a refinement in hospitality and politeness, which the English have invented by the strength of their own genius, without any assistance either from France, Italy, or Lapland. No Englishman above the degree of a painter or cicerone frequents any coffee-house at Rome, and as there are no public diversions, except in carnival time, the only chance you have of seeing your compatriots is either in visiting the curiosities or at a conversazione. The Italians are very scrupulous in admitting foreigners, except those who are introduced as people of quality. But if there happens to be any English lady of fashion at Rome, she generally keeps an assembly, to which the British subjects resort. In my next I shall communicate without ceremony or affectation what further remarks I have made at Rome, without any pretence, however, to the character of a connoisseur, which without all doubt would fit very awkwardly upon, dear sir, your friend and servant. Letter XXX. Nice, February 28, 1765. Dear sir, nothing can be more agreeable to the eyes of a stranger, especially in the heats of summer, than the great number of public fountains that appear in every part of Rome, embellished with all the ornaments of sculpture, and pouring forth prodigious quantities of cool, delicious water, brought in aqueducts from different lakes, rivers, and sources, at a considerable distance from the city. These works are the remains of the munificence and industry of the antient Romans, who were extremely delicate in the article of water. But however, great applause is also due to those beneficent popes who have been at the expense of restoring and repairing those noble channels of health, pleasure, and convenience. This great plenty of water, nevertheless, has not induced the Romans to be cleanly. Their streets and even their palaces are disgraced with filth. The noble Piazza Navona is adorned with 3 or 4 fountains, one of which is perhaps the most magnificent in Europe, and all of them discharge vast streams of water. But notwithstanding this provision, the piazza is almost as dirty as West Smithfield, where the cattle are sold in London. The corridors, arcades, and even staircases of their most elegant palaces are depositories of nastiness, and indeed in summer smell as strong as spirit of hartshorn. I have a great notion that their ancestors were not much more cleanly. If we consider that the city and suburbs of Rome, in the reign of Claudius, contained about 7 millions of inhabitants, a number equal at least to the sum total of all the souls in England, that great part of antient Rome was allotted to temples. Porticos, basilici, theatres, thermae, circi, public and private walks and gardens, where very few, if any, of this great number lodged, that by far the greater part of those inhabitants were slaves and poor people, who did not enjoy the conveniencies of life, and that the use of linen was scarce known, we must naturally conclude they were strangely crowded together, and that in general they were a very frowsy generation. That they were crowded together appears from the height of their houses, which the poet Rutilius compared to towers made for scaling heaven. In order to remedy this inconvenience, Augustus Caesar published a decree that for the future no houses should be built above 70 feet high, which, at a moderate computation, might make 6 stories. But what seems to prove, beyond all dispute, that the antient Romans were dirty creatures, are these 2 particulars. Vespasian laid a tax upon urine and ordure, on pretence of being at a great expense in clearing the streets from such nuisances, an imposition which amounted to about 14 pence a year for every individual, and when Heliogabalus ordered all the cobwebs of the city and suburbs to be collected, they were found to weigh 10,000 pounds. This was intended as a demonstration of the great number of inhabitants, but it was a proof of their dirt rather than of their populosity. I might likewise add the delicate custom of taking vomits at each other's houses when they were invited to dinner or supper, that they might prepare their stomachs for gormandizing, a beastly proof of their nastiness as well as gluttony. Horace, in his description of the banquet of Nacidenus, says, "When the canopy under which they sat fell down, it brought along with it as much dirt as is raised by a hard gale of wind in dry weather. Trahentia pulveris atri, quantum non aquilo campanis excitat agris." Such clouds of dust revolving in its train, as Boreas whirls along the level plain. I might observe that the streets were often encumbered with the putrefying carcasses of criminals who had been dragged through them by the heels, and precipitated from the scaly Gemoniae or Tarpeian rock before they were thrown into the Tiber, which was the general receptacle of the Cloaca Maxima and all the filth of Rome. Besides, the bodies of all those who made away with themselves without sufficient cause, of such as were condemned for sacrilege or killed by thunder, were left unburned and unburied, to rot above ground. I believe the moderns retain more of the customs of antient Romans than is generally imagined. When I first saw the infants at the Enfants Trouves in Paris, so swathed with bandages, that the very sight of them made my eyes water, I little dreamed that the prescription of the antients could be pleaded for this custom, equally shocking and absurd. But in the capital at Rome I met with the antique statue of a child swaddled exactly in the same manner, rolled up like an Egyptian mummy from the feet. The circulation of the blood in such a case must be obstructed on the whole surface of the body, and nothing be at liberty but the head, which is the only part of the child that ought to be confined. Is it not surprising that common sense should not point out, even to the most ignorant, that those accursed bandages must heat the tender infant into a fever, must hinder the action of the muscles, and the play of the joints so necessary to health and nutrition, and that while the refluent blood is obstructed in the veins, which run on the surface of the body, the arteries, which lie deep without the reach of compression, are continually pouring their contents into the head. Where the blood meets with no resistance, the vessels of the brain are naturally lax, and the very sutures of the skull are yet unclosed. What are the consequences of this cruel swaddling? The limbs are wasted, the joints grow rickety, the brain is compressed, and a hydrocephalus with a great head and sore eyes ensues. I take this abominable practice to be one great cause of the bandy legs, diminutive bodies, and large heads, so frequent in the south of France and in Italy. I was no less surprised to find the modern fashion of curling the hair, borrowed in a great measure from the coxcombs and coquettes of antiquity. I saw a bust of Nero in the gallery at Florence, the hair represented in rows of buckles, like that of a French petit maître, conformable to the picture drawn of him by Suetonius. Circa cultum ideo pudendum, ut comen semper in gradus formitam peregrinatione ceca, etiam pene vertisum sumpserit, so very finical in his dress, that he wore his hair in the Greek fashion, curled in rows almost to the crown of his head. I was very sorry, however, to find that this foppery came from Greece. As for Artho, he wore a galericulum, or tour, on account of thin hair, propter raritatem capillorum. He had no right to imitate the example of Julius Caesar, who concealed his bald head with a wreath of laurel. But there is a bust in the Capitol of Julia Pia, the second wife of Septimius Severus, with a movable peruke, dressed exactly in the fashionable mode, with this difference that there is no part of it frizzled, nor is there any appearance of pomatum and powder. These improvements the beau monde have borrowed from the natives of the Cape of Good Hope. Modern Rome does not cover more than 1/3 of the space within the walls, and those parts that were most frequented of old are now entirely abandoned. From the Capitol to the Colosseo, including the Forum Romanum and Boreum, there is nothing entire but 1 or 2 churches, built with the fragments of ancient edifices. You descend from the Capitol between the remaining pillars of 2 temples, the pedestals and part of the shafts sunk in the rubbish. Then, passing through the triumphal arch of Septimius Severus, you proceed along the foot of Mons Palatinus, which stands on your right hand, quite covered with the ruins of the Antient Palace belonging to the Roman emperors, and at the foot of it there are some beautiful detached pillars still standing. On the left you see the remains of the Templum Passis, which seems to have been the largest and most magnificent of all the temples in Rome. It was built and dedicated by the Emperor Vespasian, who brought into it all the treasure and precious vessels which he found in the Temple of Jerusalem. The columns of the portico he removed from Nero's golden house, which he levelled with the ground. This temple was likewise famous for its library, mentioned by Aulus Gellius further on, is the Arch of Constantine on the right, a most noble piece of architecture, almost entire, with the remains of the Meta-Sudans before it, and fronting you the noble ruins of that vast amphitheatre, called the Colosseum, now Colosseo, which has been dismantled and dilapidated by the Gothic popes and princes of modern Rome, to build and adorn their paltry palaces. Behind the amphitheatre were the Thermae of the same Emperor Titus Vespasian. In the same quarter was the Circus Maximus, and the whole space from hence on both sides, to the walls of Rome, comprehending above twice as much ground as the modern city, is almost covered with the monuments of antiquity. I suppose there is more concealed below ground than appears above. The miserable houses and even garden walls of the peasants in this district are built with these precious materials. I mean shafts and capitals of marble columns, heads, arms, legs, and mutilated trunks of statues. What pity it is that among all the remains of antiquity, at Rome, there is not one lodging-house remaining. I should be glad to know how the senators of Rome were lodged. I want to be better informed touching the Cava Aedium, the Focus, the Ara Diorum Penatum, the Conclavia, Triclinia, and Quinations, the atria where the women resided and employed themselves in the woolen manufacture, the Praetoria, which were so spacious as to become a nuisance in the reign of Augustus, and the Zaista, which were shady walks between 2 porticos, where the men exercised themselves in the winter. I am disgusted by the modern taste of architecture, though I am no judge of the art. The churches and palaces of these days are crowded with pretty ornaments, which distract the eye, and by breaking the design into a variety of little parts, destroy the effect of the whole. Every door and window has its separate ornaments, its moulding, frieze, cornice, and tympanum. Then there is such an assemblage of useless festoons, pillars, pilasters with their architraves and tablatures, and I know not what, that nothing great or uniform remains to fill the view. And we in vain look for that simplicity of grandeur, those large masses of light and shadow, and the inexpressible euswinopton, which characterize the edifices of the Antients. A great edifice, to have its full effect, ought to be isole or detached from all others, with a large space around it. But the palaces of Rome, and indeed of all the other cities of Italy which I have seen, are so engaged among other mean houses, that their beauty and magnificence are in a great measure concealed. Even those which face open streets and piazzas are only clear in front. The other apartments are darkened by the vicinity of ordinary houses, and their views are confined by dirty and disagreeable objects. Within the court there is generally a noble colonnade all round, and an open corridor above. but the stairs are usually narrow, steep and high, the want of sash windows, the dullness of their small glass lozenges, the dusty brick floors and the crimson hangings, laced with gold, contribute to give a gloomy air to their apartments. I might add to these causes a number of pictures executed on melancholy subjects, antique mutilated statues, busts, basso reliefs, urns and sepulchral stones, with which their rooms are adorned. It must be owned, however, there are some exceptions to this general rule. The villa of Cardinal Alexander Albani is light, gay and airy, yet the rooms are too small and too much decorated with carving and gilding, which is a kind of gingerbread work. The apartments of one of the prince's Borghese are furnished in the English taste, and in the Palazzo di Carlana Conestabile there is a saloon or gallery, which, for the proportions, lights, furniture and ornaments, is the most noble, elegant and agreeable apartment I ever saw. It is diverting to hear all Italian expatiate upon the greatness of modern Rome. He will tell you there are above 300 palaces in the city, that there is scarce a Roman prince whose revenue does not exceed 200,000 crowns, and that Rome produces not only the most learned men, but also the most refined politicians in the universe. To one of them talking in this strain, I replied that instead of 300 palaces, the number did not exceed 80, that I had been informed on good authority there were not 6 individuals in Rome who had so much as 40,000 crowns a year, about 10,000 pounds sterling, and that to say their princes were so rich and their politicians so refined was in effect a severe satire upon them for not employing their wealth and their talents for the advantage of their country. I asked why their cardinals and princes did not invite and encourage industrious people to settle and cultivate the Campania of Rome, which is a desert. Why they did not raise a subscription to drain the marshes in the neighborhood of the city, and thus meliorate the air, which is rendered extremely unwholesome in the summer by putrid exhalations from those morasses. I demanded of him why they did not contribute their wealth, and exert their political refinements in augmenting their forces by sea and land, for the defence of their country, introducing commerce and manufactures, and in giving some consequence to their state, which was no more than a mite in the political scale of Europe. I expressed a desire to know what became of all those sums of money, inasmuch as there was hardly any circulation of gold and silver in Rome, and the very bankers, on whom strangers have their credit, make interest to pay their tradesmen's bills with paper notes of the Bank of Spirito Santo. And now I am upon this subject, it may not be amiss to observe that I was strangely misled by all the books consulted about the current coin of Italy. In Tuscany and the ecclesiastical state, one sees nothing but zecchines in gold, and pieces of 2 paoli, 1 paolo and half a paolo in silver. Besides these there is a copper coin at Rome called bajocco and mezzo bajocco. 10 bajocchi make a paolo, 10 paoli make a scudo, which is an imaginary piece, 2 scudi make a zecchine, and a French louis d'or is worth 2 zecchines and 2 paoli. Rome has nothing to fear from the Catholic powers, who respect it with a superstitious veneration as the metropolitan seat of their religion. But the popes will do well to avoid misunderstandings with the maritime Protestant states, especially the English, who being masters of the Mediterranean, and in possession of Minorca, have it in their power at all times, to land a body of troops within 4 leagues of Rome, and to take the city without opposition. Rome is surrounded with an old wall, but altogether incapable of defence, or if it was, the circuit of the walls is so extensive that it would require a garrison of 20,000 men. The only appearance of a fortification in this city is the castle of St. Angelo, situated on the further bank of the Tiber, to which there is access by a handsome bridge. But this castle, which was formerly the Moles Adriani, could not hold out half a day against a battery of 10 pieces of cannon properly directed. It was an expedient left to the invention of the modern Romans to convert an ancient tomb into a citadel. It could only serve as a temporary retreat for the Pope in times of popular commotion and on other sudden emergencies, as it happened in the case of Pope Clement VII. When the troops of the Emperor took the city by assault, and this only while he resided at the Vatican, from whence there is a covered gallery continued to the castle, it can never serve this purpose again while the pontiff lives on Monte Cavallo, which is at the other end of the city. The castle of St. Angelo, howsoever ridiculous as a fortress, appears respectable as a noble monument of antiquity, and though standing in a low situation, is one of the first objects that strike the eye of a stranger approaching Rome. On the opposite side of the river are the wretched remains of the Mausoleum Augusti, which was still more magnificent. Part of the walls is standing, and the terraces are converted into guarding ground. In viewing these ruins, I remembered Virgil's pathetic description of Marcellus, who was here entombed. Quantos ille verum, magnum mavortis ad urbum. Campus agit gemitus, velque Tiberine videbis. Funera cum tumulum praeter labor recentum. Along his banks what groans shall Tiber hear, when the fresh tomb and funeral pomp appear. The beautiful poem of Ovid de Consolation ad Livium, written after the ashes of Augustus and his nephew Marcellus, of Germanicus, Agrippa and Drusus, were deposited in this mausoleum, concludes with these lines, which are extremely tender. Claudite jam parsi nimium riserata sepulchra. Claudite plus justo, jam domus ista patet. Ah, shut these yawning tombs, ye sister fates. Too long unclosed have stood those dreary gates. What the author said of the monument, you will be tempted to say of this letter, which I shall therefore close in the old style, assuring you that I ever am yours most affectionately. Letter Roman 31. Nice, March 5, 1765. Dear Sir, in my last I gave you my opinion freely of the modern palaces of Italy. I shall now hazard my thoughts upon the gardens of this country, which the inhabitants extol with all the hyperboles of admiration and applause. I must acknowledge, however, I have not seen the famous villas at Frascati and Tivoli, which are celebrated for their gardens and waterworks. I intended to visit these places, but was prevented by an unexpected change of weather, which deterred me from going to the country. On the last day of September the mountains of Pelstrina were covered with snow, and the air became so cold at Rome that I was forced to put on my winter clothes. This objection continued, till I found it necessary to set out on my return to Florence. But I have seen the gardens of the Poggio Imperiale, and the Palazzo de' Pitti at Florence, and those of the Vatican, of the Pope's Palace on Monte Cavallo, of the Villa Ludovisia, Medicia and Pinciana at Rome, so that I think I have some right to judge of the Italian taste in gardening. Among those I have mentioned, that of the Villa Pinciana is the most remarkable, and the most extensive, including a space of 3 miles in circuit, hard by the walls of Rome, containing a variety of situations high and low, which favour all the natural embellishments one would expect to meet within a garden, and exhibit a diversity of noble views of the city and adjacent country. In a fine, extensive garden or park, an Englishman expects to see a number of groves and glades, intermixed with an agreeable negligence, which seems to be the effect of nature and accident. He looks for shady walks encrusted with gravel, for open lawns covered with verdure as smooth as velvet, but much more lively and agreeable, for ponds, canals, basins, cascades, and running streams of water, for clumps of trees, woods, and wildernesses, cut into delightful alleys, perfumed with honeysuckle and sweetbriar, and resounding with the mingled melody of all the singing birds of heaven. He looks for plats of flowers, in different parts to refresh the sense, and please the fancy, for arbours, grottos, hermitages, temples, and alcoves, to shelter him from the sun, and afford him means of contemplation and repose, and he expects to find the hedges, groves, and walks and lawns kept with the utmost order and propriety. He who loves the beauties of simple nature, and the charms of neatness will seek for them in vain amidst the groves of Italy. In the garden of the Villa Pinciana there is a plantation of 400 pines, which the Italians view with rapture and admiration. There is likewise a long walk, of trees extending from the garden gate to the palace, and plenty of shade with alleys and hedges in different parts of the ground, but the groves are neglected, the walks are laid with nothing but common mould or sand, black and dusty, the hedges are tall, thin and shabby, the trees stunted, the open ground brown and parched has scarce any appearance of verdure. The flat, regular alleys of evergreens are cut into fantastic figures, the flower gardens embellished with thin ciphers and flourished figures in box, while the flowers grow in rows of earthen pots, and the ground appears as dusky as if it was covered with the cinders of a blacksmith's forge. The water, of which there is great plenty, instead of being collected in large pieces, or conveyed in little rivulets and streams to refresh the thirsty soil, or managed so as to form agreeable cascades, is squirted from fountains in different parts of the garden, through tubes little bigger than common glister pipes. It must be owned indeed that the fountains have their merit in the way of sculpture and architecture, and that here is a great number of statues which merit attention, but they serve only to encumber the ground and destroy that effect of rural simplicity which our gardens are designed to produce. In a word, here we see a variety of walks and groves and fountains, a wood of 400 pines, a paddock with a few meagre deer, a flower garden, an aviary, a grotto, and a fish pond. And in spite of all these particulars, it is, in my opinion, a very contemptible garden, when compared to that of Stowe in Buckinghamshire, or even to those of Kensington and Richmond. The Italians understand because they study the excellencies of art, but they have no idea of the beauties of nature. This Villa Pinciana, which belongs to the Borghese family, would make a complete academy for painting and sculpture, especially for the study of antient marbles, for, exclusive of the statues and busts in the garden, and the vast collection in the different apartments, almost the whole outside of the house is covered with curious pieces in basso and alto relievo. The most masterly is that of Curtius on horseback, leaping into the gulf or opening of the earth, which is said to have closed on receiving this sacrifice. Among the exhibitions of art within the house, I was much struck with a Bacchus, and the death of Meleager, represented on an antient sepulchre. There is also an admirable statue of Silenus with the infant Bacchus in his arms, a most beautiful gladiator, a curious Moor of black marble with a shirt of white alabaster, a finely proportioned bull of black marble also, standing upon a table of alabaster, black gypsy with a head, hands, and feet of brass, and the famous hermaphrodite which vies with that of Florence, though the most curious circumstance of this article is the matras executed and placed by Bernini with such art and dexterity that to the view it rivals the softness of wool, and seems to retain the marks of pressure according to the figure of the superincumbent statue. Let us likewise own, for the honour of the moderns, that the same artist has produced two fine statues, which we find among the ornaments of this villa, namely, a David with his sling in the attitude of throwing the stone at the giant Goliath, and a Daphne changing into laurel at the approach of Apollo. On the base of this figure are the two following elegant lines, written by Pope Urban VIII, in his younger years. Quisquis amens sequitur fugitivi gaudia formi, frond manus implit, Bacchus vel carpit amaras, who pants for fleeting beauty, vain pursuit. Shall barren leaves obtain, or bitter fruit? I ought not to forget two exquisite antique statues of Venus, the weeping slave, and the youth pulling a thorn out of his foot. I do not pretend to give a methodical detail of the curiosities of Rome. They have been already described by different authors, who were much better qualified than I am for the talk. But you shall have what observations I made on the most remarkable objects without method, just as they occur to my remembrance, and I protest the remarks are all my own, so that if they deserve any commendation I claim all the merit, and if they are impertinent I must be contented to bear all the blame. The piazza of St. Peter's Church is altogether sublime. The double colonnade on each side extending in a semicircular sweep, the stupendous Egyptian obelisk, the two fountains, the portico, and the admirable facade of the church form such an assemblage of magnificent objects as cannot fail to impress the mind with awe and admiration. But the church would have produced a still greater effect had it been detached entirely from the buildings of the Vatican. It would then have been a masterpiece of architecture, complete in all its parts, entire and perfect, whereas at present it is no more than a beautiful member attached to a vast undigested and irregular pile of building. As to the architecture of this famous temple, I shall say nothing, neither do I pretend to describe the internal ornaments, the great picture of mosaic work, and that of St. Peter's bark tossed by the tempest, which appear over the gate of the church, though rude in comparison with modern pieces, are nevertheless great curiosities when considered as the work of Giotto, who flourished in the beginning of the 14th century. His master was Cimabue, who learned painting and architecture of the Grecian artists who came from Constantinople and first revived these arts in Italy. But to return to St. Peter's, I was not at all pleased with the famous statue of the dead Christ in his mother's lap, by Michelangelo. The figure of Christ is as much emaciated as if he had died of a consumption. Besides, there is something indelicate, not to say indecent, in the attitude and design of a man's body, stark naked, lying upon the knees of a woman. Here are some good pictures, I should rather say copies of good pictures, done in mosaic to great perfection, particularly a St. Sebastian by Domenichino, and Michael the Archangel from a painting of Guido Reni. I am extremely fond of all this artist's pieces. There is a tenderness and delicacy in his manner, and his figures are all exquisitely beautiful, though his expression is often erroneous, and his attitudes are always affected and unnatural. In this very piece the Archangel has all the air of a French dancing master, and I have seen a Madonna by the same hand. I think it is in the Palazzo di Barberini, in which, though the figures are enchanting, the Virgin is represented holding up the drapery of the infant, with the ridiculous affectation of a singer on the stage of our Italian opera. Mosaic work, though brought to a wonderful degree of improvement, and admirably calculated for churches, the dampness of which is pernicious to the colours of the palette, I will not yet compare to the productions of the pencil. The glassiness, if I may be allowed the expression of the surface, throws, in my opinion, a false light on some parts of the picture, and when you approach it, the joinings of the pieces look like so many cracks on painted canvas. Besides, this method is extremely tedious and expensive. I went to see the artists at work, in a house that stands near the church, where I was much pleased with the ingenuity of the process, and not a little surprised at the great number of different colours and tints, which are kept in separate drawers, marked with numbers as far as 17,000. For a single head done in mosaic they asked me 50 zecchines, but to return to the church. The altar of St. Peter's choir, notwithstanding all the ornaments which have been lavished upon it, is no more than a heap of puerile finery, better adapted to an Indian pagod than to a temple built upon the principles of the Greek architecture. The 4 colossal figures that support the chair are both clumsy and disproportioned. The drapery of statues, whether in brass or stone, when thrown into large masses, appears hard and unpleasant to the eye, and for that reason the antients always imitated wet linen, which, exhibiting the shape of the limbs underneath, and hanging in a multiplicity of wet folds, gives an air of lightness, softness, and ductility to the whole. These 2 statues weigh 116,257 pounds, and as they sustain nothing but a chair, are out of all proportion, inasmuch as the supporters ought to be suitable to the things supported. Here are 4 giants holding up the old wooden chair of the Apostle Peter, if we may believe the book De Identitate Cathedri Romani, of the identity of the Roman chair. The implements of popish superstition, such as relics of pretended saints, ill-proportioned spires and belfries, and the nauseous repetition of the figure of the cross, which is in itself a very mean and disagreeable object, only fit for the prisons of condemned criminals, have contributed to introduce a vicious taste into the external architecture, as well as in the internal ornaments of our temples. All churches are built in the figure of a cross, which effectually prevents the eye from taking in the scope of the building, either without or within, consequently robs the edifice of its proper effect. The palace of the Escurial in Spain is laid out in the shape of a gridiron, because the convent was built in consequence of a vow to St. Lawrence, who was broiled like a barbecued pig. What pity it is that the labours of painting should have been so much employed on the shocking subjects of the martyrology. Besides numberless pictures of the flagellation, crucifixion, and descent from the cross, we have Judith with the head of Holofernes, Herodias with the head of John the Baptist, Jael assassinating Sisera in his sleep, Peter writhing on the cross, Stephen battered with stones, Sebastian stuck full of arrows, Lawrence frying upon the coals, Bartholomew fleed alive, and 100 other pictures equally frightful, which can only serve to fill the mind with gloomy ideas, and encourage a spirit of religious fanaticism, which has always been attended with mischievous consequences to the community where it reigned. The tribune of the great altar, consisting of 4 wreathed brass pillars, gilt, supporting a canopy, is doubtless very magnificent, if not overcharged with sculpture, fluting, foliage, festoons, and figures of boys and angels, which, with the 122 lamps of silver, continually burning below, serve rather to dazzle the eyes and kindle the devotion of the ignorant vulgar, than to excite the admiration of a judicious observer. There is nothing, I believe, in this famous structure so worthy of applause as the admirable symmetry and proportion of its parts. Notwithstanding all the carving, gilding, basso relievos, medallions, urns, statues, columns, and pictures with which it abounds, it does not, on the whole, appear overcrowded with ornaments. When you first enter, your eye is filled so equally and regularly that nothing appears stupendous, and the church seems considerably smaller than it really is. The statues of children that support the founts of holy water when observed from the door seem to be of the natural size, but as you draw near, you perceive they are gigantic. In the same manner, the figures of the doves with olive branches in their beaks, which are represented on the wall, appear to be within your reach, but as you approach them, they recede to a considerable height, as if they had flown upwards to avoid being taken. I was much disappointed at sight of the Pantheon, which, after all that has been said of it, looks like a huge cockpit, open at top. The portico which Agrippa added to the building is undoubtedly very noble, though in my opinion it corresponds but ill with the simplicity of the edifice. With all my veneration for the Antients, I cannot see in what the beauty of the rotunda consists. It is no more than a plain unpierced cylinder, or circular wall with two falaise and a cornice, having a vaulted roof or cupola, open in the centre. I mean the original building, without considering the vestibule of Agrippa. With inside it has much the air of a mausoleum. It was this appearance which, in all probability, suggested the thought to Boniface to transport hither 28 cartloads of old rotten bones, dug from different burying places, and then dedicate it as a church to the Blessed Virgin and all the holy martyrs. I am not one of those who think it is well lighted by the hole at the top, which is about 29 feet in diameter, although the author of the Grand Tour calls it but 9. The same author says there is a descent of 11 steps to go into it, that it is 144 feet in height, and as many in breadth, that it was covered with copper, which with the brass nails of the portico, Pope Urban VIII took away and converted into the 4 wreathed pillars that support the canopy of the high altar in the church of St. Peter, 100. The truth is, before the time of Pope Alexander VII, the earth was so raised as to cover part of the temple, and there was a descent of some steps into the porch. But that pontiff ordered the ground to be pared away to the very pedestal or base of the portico, which is now even with the street, so that there is no descent whatsoever. The height is 200 palmi, and the breadth 218, which, reckoning 5 palmi at 9 inches, will bring the height to 150, and the breadth to 163 feet 6 inches. It was not any covering of copper which Pope Urban VIII removed, but large brass beams, which supported the roof of the portico. They weighed 186,392 pounds, and afforded metal enough not only for the pillars in St. Peter's Church, but also for several pieces of artillery that are now in the castle of St. Angelo. What is more extraordinary, the gilding of those columns is said to have cost 40,000 golden crowns. Sure money was never worse laid out. Urban VIII likewise added 2 belfry towers to the rotunda, and I wonder he did not cover the central hall with glass, as it must be very inconvenient and disagreeable to those who go to church below, to be exposed to the rain in wet weather, which must also render it very damp and unwholesome. I visited it several times, and each time it looked more and more gloomy and sepulchral. The magnificence of the Romans was not so conspicuous in their temples, as in their theatres, amphitheatres, circuses, normatia, aqueducts, triumphal arches, porticos, basilici, but especially their thermae or bathing places. A great number of their temples were small and inconsiderable. Not one of them was comparable either for size or magnificence to the modern Church of St. Peter of the Vatican. The famous temple of Jupiter Capitolinus was neither half so long nor half so broad. It was but 200 feet in length and 185 in breadth, whereas the length of St. Peter's extends to 638 feet and the breadth to above 500. It is very near twice as large as the temple of Jupiter Olympius in Greece, which was counted one of the 7 wonders of the world. But I shall take another opportunity to explain myself further on the antiquities of this city, a subject upon which I am disposed to be perhaps impertinently circumstantial. When I begin to run riot, you should cheek me with the freedom of a friend. The most distant hint will be sufficient to, dear sir, yours assuredly. Letter Roman 32,